Chapter 251. Shinrua also activated another magical artifact specifically designed for underwater use. This artifact could part the water in front of him and reduce the effects of water pressure. The rare water wasn't deep, but it certainly wasn't shallow either. Even with the magical artifact, movement underwater was still less convenient than on land. Although the water pressure was reduced, carrying a staff inlaid with light element crystals for illumination while underwater was still a form of training under heavy load. The rare water was no longer rich in dark elements, but the large amount of dark elements present in the past had caused the aquatic creatures here to accumulate dark elements within their bodies. Black slugs swam past Shinrua, and some aquatic plants on the riverbed were also black slugs. These fish and shrimp didn't like the glowing staff in Shinrua's hand. Sensing the light, they swam far away from the source. After flowing through an ancient branch of the rare water system, the rare water disappeared underground in the mountains, transforming into an underground river, and then flowed into a large lake in the distance. On the other side of the great lake lay a kingdom of the plant spirit clan, a secluded place teeming with diverse vegetation, a natural training ground for the plant spirits. A young plant spirit was cultivating by the lake when suddenly the water parted from below, and a pale-faced human youth climbed out, clutching a string of fish, shrimp, and crabs. "Aya!" the plant spirit cried out. Shinrua gestured for silence. "I'm just one person. What are you afraid of?" The young plant spirit then examined the human before him. Although he was soaking wet and his entrance was rather strange, he didn't seem particularly frightening. The plant spirit immediately realized he overreacted, but quickly recovered. "I've been cultivating here for days, and nobody's come here to swim or catch fish. How did you get here? You must be a water monster in disguise." Shinrua found it amusing. He been on the dust sand continent for so long, and had never heard of any water monsters. Why was this plant spirit child making such a fuss about the water? "Alright then, I'm starving, water monster," Shinrua said. "I'm going to grill some fish and shrimp. Do you want to join me, or just eat with the fish and shrimp?" "What? The water monster's going to eat plant spirits." The young plant spirit cried and ran away. Shinrua hadn't expected his casual joke to cause such a strong reaction from the young plant spirit. He checked the encyclopedia, looked at maps, and consulted Linghe. Although this forest belonged to the plant spirit nation, it wasn't a forbidden area. He took out a fire elemental magic item, gathered some dried branches, lit them, and started grilling the fish and shrimp. At first, Shinrua searched the riverbed for the quest item he imagined, but found nothing until he entered the underground river. The river water plunged underground, forming a natural waterfall in the upper reaches of the underground river. Shinrua initially thought that such dark elemental gems should be at the bottom of the riverbed near the rare water, so he spent a considerable amount of time underwater near the rare water. He also stopped at some Hushi tribe settlements to catch his breath and rest for a while, setting up temporary camps. Having found nothing even after approaching the underground river, Shinrua had almost given up, simply playing in the water and observing where the river led. However, unexpectedly, due to the erosion of the river, the current was rapid at the entrance to the underground river. Unlike some rivers that gradually calmed down, the current beneath the rare water was turbulent and remained very swift. Shinrua fell into the underground waterfall and reached the source of an underground river, a frigid pool, where he finally found the quest item. This gem, imbued with the divine power of the dark element god, was called the Dark Star Stone. Shinrua found 5 of them at the bottom of the pool. Not many, but not few either. Afterwards, he walked along the underground riverbank, and when he reached a point where there was no path, he crawled into the riverbed, eventually reaching the bottom of the large lake outside via siphon. This was already a pleasant surprise. As for ending up at the bottom of this lake, Shinrua was somewhat prepared, because underground rivers flowing into lakes is a common occurrence geographically. Although the geography of the dust sand continent differs from its home planet Earth, based on the flow direction of the rare water and the waters near its end, it was highly probable that the rare water would eventually flow into this lake underground. One side of the lake was a towering cliff face. The other side of the cliff now belonged to the Darkfall Kingdom. This side bordered the lake, and the border of the Plant Spirit Kingdom of Fansen ended at the lake's edge in this section. Therefore, the lake is bordered by forests on 3 sides, all of which belong to the territory of the Fansen Kingdom. This is a training and experience ground for some young plant spirits of the Plant Spirit clan. Other races rarely come here. The Fansen Kingdom's prohibitions regarding this forest only forbid other races from illegally logging or damaging the ecosystem. Shinrua felt that catching a few fish and shrimp didn't constitute ecological damage. He ate the grilled fish, buried the bones, extinguished the fire, and planned to camp by the lake. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for many days. After all, there wasn't enough space along the underground riverbanks for him to set up camp, and strange creatures might visit at any time. Even though Shinruo wasn't afraid of their attacks, it didn't mean they wouldn't disturb his rest. Shinruo decided that next time he went to the Eternal Tower, he would definitely find a way to spend a lot of money to build another safe house. Now that he had the Space Totem Stone, carrying a safe house on his back would eliminate the burden he had before. The experience of the underground river could lead a person from questioning the snail species, to understanding the snail, and then to wanting to become a snail. Therefore, setting up camp and getting a good night's sleep was what Shinruo needed most right now. Of course, this was assuming the young plant spirit hadn't gone looking for its parents. Tentacles emerged from the forest, attacking Shinruo. Just as Shinruo was about to hammer a wooden stake into the ground, he realized the plant spirits were attacking. He jumped back 3 times, dodging the giant tree roots that were thrusting into the ground one after another. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing on our cultivation grounds?" A stern voice questioned Shinruo. "Your laws don't say humans can't come here," Shinruo shouted. "Besides, I didn't hit your child, did I? He was the one who screamed and ran away when he saw me. So cowardly, how will he become a powerful plant spirit?" The other party hadn't arrived quickly. They already finished eating the fish and cleaning up the mess. This meant the young plant spirit had probably spent considerable time embellishing his account of what he's seen by the lake. This could include, but is not limited to, his own valiant fight against a water monster, only to discover that the monster was actually a human in disguise. After his heroic struggle, realizing he was outmatched, he cleverly prioritized self-preservation and painstakingly ran back to seek help from his guardian plant spirit. While dodging, Shinruo explained his conjecture, and the monster fell silent as the fight progressed. It even forgot to retract the roots stuck in the ground. After a while, a giant tree emerged from the forest and began to shrink. Some branches and roots began to fall off, and finally, the giant tree mimicked the appearance of a middle-aged man with its wood-grained body and face, making it easier for Shinruo to understand its age. Its size, perhaps to accommodate Shinruo, didn't grow very tall, but only slightly taller than her. It stretched out a hand, which instantly extended into the forest, and soon grabbed a young plant spirit, pulled it out, and threw it to the ground. "Ah! Father! Don't hit me!" the young plant spirit cried out, as the middle-aged plant spirit spanked him. "I'm sorry, my son is making a fuss over nothing and causing you trouble. But how did you get here? We're preparing to hold an internal competition here, so plant spirits have been patrolling this forest, especially around the lake." The implication was that Shinruo's appearance was too abrupt, so there was still suspicion that he wanted to do something. "I came from the Darkfall Kingdom after attending their founding ceremony, via the Shishui Underground River." Shinruo didn't hide his origins. "I wanted to explore the underground river, so I did. I didn't expect you to have an event here. If you don't allow others to be here during your event, then I can leave now." "That's not necessary. There's still some time before the competition starts, and the area will be cleared again later." The middle-aged plant spirit glanced at the wooden stake Shinruo had hammered into the ground. "But camping here isn't a good idea. There are some treehouses of ours nearby. You can go take a look." Shinruo thought for a moment. If he camped here, surrounded by young plant spirits cultivating, his campsite would indeed seem out of place. The plant spirits were like part of the forest, seamlessly integrated with it. If he camped here, it would indeed appear discordant. "Then could you please show me the way?" Of course, but it cost 1 gold coin. Only after the middle-aged plant spirit said this did Shinruo realize that this was the real reason the man had suggested he go to the treehouse. However, if there's a charge, it means there's a service. Shinruo figured he didn't have any significant connections within the plant spirit clan, and didn't seem like a threat to them. Besides, checking out the treehouses wouldn't be a problem. The middle-aged plant spirit secretly chuckled after receiving Shinruo's gold coin. He could tell this human was wealthy. The magical silk robes the human wore were undoubtedly expensive. In reality, 1 gold coin would normally cost several nights lodging in the treehouse, including their guidance. But he had only charged 1 coin for leading the way. Had he not already tested the human's skills, he probably would have robbed him of his belongings. However, while testing the human's abilities, the human's black hair and eye color reminded the plant spirit of someone. Combined with the human's claim of coming from Shishui, this person's identity was even more certain. Because a powerful plant spirit, now residing in the Eternal Tower and running a medical clinic, had previously formed a temporary team with Junzhou Qing's kingdom, and a black-haired, black-eyed human in the Demon Abyss. Chapter 252. The Plant Spirit Clan nation didn't care much about Junja's affairs, but rumors about Ji Mu were highly anticipated within the clan. Rumors circulated that he had reached the spirit rank, but many plant spirits considered these rumors unreliable. It was said that this lord was originally the most promising plant spirit to inherit the scepter left by the god of life, but he suffered setbacks and betrayals before reaching the spirit rank and never recovered. It was because he lost hope of surpassing the spirit rank that he left the Plant Spirit Clan to run a medicine shop in the Eternal Tower. Otherwise, given his noble birth, even if he wasn't the most esteemed member of the Plant Spirit Clan, he would certainly be an important figure in the Plant Spirit Hall. Through a series of tests and deductions, combined with Shenrua's hair and eye color, the middle-aged plant spirit confirmed that he was indeed the human who had traveled with Junja and Ji Mu in the Demon Abyss. Therefore, he abandoned his plan to gain benefits from the other party through force. The fact that the other party dared to travel alone from the bottom of the Rare Water River all the way along the underground river to their forest lake suggests that even the strongest human would only achieve this without relying on crystal weapons or magical items. Shenrua's confidence suggests the middle-aged plant spirit likely has many backup plans. In that case, he'd try a different approach to earn money, seeing if the other party objects to his price. If not, then making a good profit from the other party during their time in the treehouse is a viable option. Plant spirits aren't a particularly cruel race. The middle-aged plant spirit's desire to take Shenrua's money stems entirely from his young plant spirit son. The forests of the Fanson Kingdom are sparsely populated, mostly frequented by the Plant Spirit Clan. The middle-aged plant spirit initially acted directly because even if he killed Shenrua there, a plant spirit's ability to bury someone and cover it with roots would ensure Shenrua's death when unnoticed. However, he later realized he lacked such ability, and his opponent was not an unknown human. Therefore, after a brief consideration, he changed his approach. His claim of stopping because of his son's deception was merely a convenient excuse to save face. The Plant Spirit Clan can take root in the forest and live without food or water through interaction with their environment. They don't need treehouses or camps for sleeping. Those treehouses are essentially byproducts of practicing their race's innate magic. With slight modifications, they can be transformed into temporary resting places for other races. Many towns in the Plant Spirit Kingdom are settlements that are half forest and half treehouse. This hybrid layout is purely for the convenience of outsiders to identify their settlements, not because they need to live in treehouses. Of course, not all residents of the Plant Spirit Kingdom's towns are plant spirits. Some towns are located on the outer edges of the forest, and the main inhabitants of these towns are often other races, while others are predominantly human. Because the plant spirits dislike leaving their pristine forest environment, these other races and humans often work as apothecaries, their assistants, and merchants. Humans can also collect and dry some medicinal herbs. Humans settled in towns often perform these initial tasks: sorting, drying, steaming, crushing, packaging, and so on. Other non-settled human races were responsible for selling various potions produced jointly by humans and plant spirits to towns across the continent that needed them. The caravans were primarily human, with some mercenaries from other races. Other races also lived here, mainly apothecaries, who could concoct various medicines using their unique elemental powers. Treehouses in the forest were often temporary residences for humans or other races who came to gather resources. These treehouses were built by the plant spirits whose activity area was in this forest. They were fairly well equipped and much more comfortable than temporary tents. Upon entering this area, Shenrua saw a few scattered hishi, zhezhe, frost serpents, humans, and even sky foxes moving around. Although their numbers were small, they were likely all there for the potions. A middle-aged plant spirit led Shenrua to a giant tree. This tree had many treehouses. It was said that the main trunk was for the plant spirits working there, while the smaller houses built on the branches were for outsiders to rest temporarily. After paying, Shenrua obtained a small house to rest in. He wasn't picky. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow and didn't wake up until a day later. There wasn't just one giant tree here. Each tree had treehouses or small houses built with the roots of the Plant Spirit Clan. It wasn't a town, but it was certainly a village. Shenrua listened intently to the conversations coming from this area. By the time he finished eating, he had a fairly good understanding of the situation. This was the border between the prosperous Forest Kingdom and the Darkfall Kingdom, and also the secluded residence of the Plant Spirit Clan's great apothecary, Ji Hua. The four characters flower, grass, tree hold sacred significance in the Plant Spirit Clan. Therefore, a plant spirit with these characters in their name, unless removed from the list or dies, retains their corresponding status. When one of the flower, grass, tree members is removed from the list or dies, the plant spirit clan selects a young plant spirit to inherit that name. This is a very meaningful event, and the plant spirit clan takes it very seriously. Because this place has always been the hermitage of Plant Flower, his training ground, and where he guides young plant spirits who come to cultivate and seek his guidance, the great alchemist Plant Flower, feeling his impending decay, hoped to personally witness the selection of the plant spirit to inherit his name. Not every plant spirit master corresponding to flower, grass, tree personally witnesses the birth of their name's inheritor. The selection methods vary. The apothecary, Shihua, proposed that any young plant spirit who had received his instruction, even just once, and whose primary training ground was in the forest where his secluded abode, could participate in the inheritance selection. This was a rare proposal in the plant spirit clan's title inheritance system. However, Shinrua's attention was focused on something else. Flowers, grasses, and trees corresponded to the four most sacred titles of the plant spirit clan. Was Jimu, who always cared so much about his image and demeanor, actually a sacred being within the plant spirit clan? He didn't know Jimu's experiences within the clan, but he couldn't help but feel curious. The treehouse where Shinrua stayed was built by the middle-aged plant spirit who had brought him there. After looking around, Shinrua already knew that the fee the man charged him was higher than that charged other visitors. However, he didn't expose her, simply greeting her upon seeing her, and then casually asking the question he wanted to ask. I heard there's a competition here recently for the title of flower planting master. Is your son planning to participate? Of course he participate, the middle-aged plant spirit said, but the things I can prepare for him are probably not as good as the others, so it'd be difficult for him to get a good ranking. Isn't only one plant spirit able to get the title? Shinrua asked, puzzled. In that case, there's no difference between second place and last place, right? You don't understand the heritage of our plant spirit clan, the middle-aged plant spirit said. It relates to what kind of life talent he can obtain. Of course, it's not decided in a single competition. Never mind, you're just a human, you wouldn't understand. But you're trying to make more money off me, Shinrua said. I don't mind, but if you're so concerned about discussing topics that interest me, I can find another place to stay tonight. No, I can talk about anything you're interested in. The middle-aged plant spirit quickly changed his tone. Shinrua spent over a dozen gold coins for better service, and a lot of information about the plant spirit clan. This information wasn't a secret within the plant spirit clan, some were just rumors whose truths were unknown, but Shinrua listened with great interest. Shimu's status within the plant spirit clan was indeed very high, just as Shinrua had guessed when she first heard his name, even higher than she had anticipated. The plant spirit clan is more than one country, but towns built entirely by the plant spirit clan are very different from ordinary towns, a fact Shinrua had already learned while studying documents and maps. The plant spirit race doesn't have the concepts of kings and nobles, but they do have a hierarchical division of labor. This division isn't patrilineal, they don't emphasize bloodline, because plant spirits reproduce through asexual reproduction. Plant spirits don't distinguish between male and female. Just as their bodies possess many characteristics of trees, although some plants can differentiate between male and female, their reproduction is more often not based on this distinction. Unlike trees, plant spirits don't produce abundant fruit. Most of their power is used for the transformation of their branches and leaves, the development of intelligence, and the acquisition of talents. Therefore, they don't have many offspring. The birth of a child often requires the right timing, favorable location, and a suitable tree. All three are indispensable. The right timing means they are at the peak of their race's power. The suitable location requires a pure environment, blessed by the god of life, and a suitable tree requires the plant spirit to strongly desire a child. At the time of Yuki's birth, the tree spirit temple was shrouded in anomalies. The remaining will of the god of life was one of the few deities on the Dust-Sand continent to manifest himself before the races he protected, second only to the god of space. At Yuki's birth, the god of life manifested in the tree spirit temple where he was born, and given that his father was the previous Yuki, his status within the plant spirit race was extraordinary. However, a change occurred when Yuki went to retrieve the plant spirit race's sacred relic, the scepter left behind by the god of life. That scepter would transform into an immortal tree upon the death of its wielder, and to obtain a plant spirit, one must gain the immortal tree's approval. Yuki fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining the scepter, and even the immortal tree had begun to change, starting from its crown. A continuous stream of power transformed into green light, flowing into the scepter's increasingly manifest form, but its transformation ended the moment Yuki grasped it. Chapter 253. The scepter transformed back into the immortal tree, only now it was smaller than its former towering form, and Jimmu had to release his grasp. He was rejected by the scepter. However, he was indeed the plant spirit who had come closest to obtaining the scepter in hundreds of years, so the plant spirit's recognition of him did not diminish. It was just that his cultivation level was said to have stagnated, much like the immortal tree that had almost transformed into the scepter before stopping. The time of Jimmu's father's death was very close to this event, so the reason for Jimmu's silence among the plant spirits has been the subject of much speculation. Some plant spirits say that it was for this reason that Jimmu officially inherited the name Jimmu and left the habitable forest areas of the plant spirits. When Jimmu reappeared, he was already a renowned healer. The plant spirits are also a long-lived race, and Jimmu's mimicry still showed him to be a young man of about 30 years old. Of course, the appearance of plant spirits is different from that of humans. Jimmu appeared younger than the middle-aged plant spirit Shinrua had encountered in the Fansen Kingdom. In reality, Jimmu was around 50 years old. Shinrua was both surprised and somewhat expectant upon learning Jimmu's approximate age, given that trees on their home planet Earth generally live much longer than humans. While thousand-year-old trees were relatively rare, they weren't entirely uncommon. From the middle-aged plant spirit, Shinrua learned about Jimmu's past, and the latter also revealed details of the competition the young plant spirits were currently preparing for, and why different races had come here. Shinrua didn't have anything urgent to do, but upon hearing about the upcoming competition, he decided to stay and observe. The other visitors from various races had come to obtain the legendary potion from the planting master, said to be his final creation. The planting master was about to create more than one legendary potion. The quantity produced would depend on the performance of the young plant spirits vying for the title. The competition among the young plant spirits took place in the blessed Anna land within the forest. This place was said to have been imbued with miraculous power by the god of life, making it one of the sacred areas where the plant spirits could nurture their next generation. Anna land was surrounded by a ring of strangely shaped vegetation, capable of blocking the gaze and approach of those near spirit level. Within this area, the young plant spirits demonstrated their physical strength, transformations, and growth potential through competition. During this competition, they continuously draw upon the blessings of the god of life from the earth, allowing the plant spirits' unique self-healing sap to flow within their bodies, increasing its power and ultimately stabilizing it as the most important inner strength of the plant spirits. The changes occurring within their bodies during this time affect the energy of the entire competition arena. The plant master collects the power overflowing from the air and blends it with his concoction to create a magical potion similar to the plant spirit's self-healing sap. While this magical potion is not as potent as the plant spirit's self-healing sap, the condition for the plant spirits to willingly secrete their self-healing sap for another race at the brink of death is far too demanding, making this magical potion extremely rare and valuable. If one obtained a bottle, whether for personal use in emergencies or resold to wealthy merchants or nobles in dire need, the magical potion would bring tangible benefits to the holder. Therefore, although the competition among the young plant spirits could not be observed, some other well-informed races still came. Out of respect for the plant spirits, they tacitly agreed to reside and move within a limited area. This residency and activity brought some benefits to the plant spirit residents of the Fansen Kingdom, so the residents did not object to the presence of these outsiders. During the competition, the young plant spirit's own talent was crucial, and the ultimate goal was to select the most talented young plant spirit to inherit the title of Plant Master. However, before the competition began, magical items acquired with money, potions, and jewelry that enhanced their senses during the competition would all influence the outcome. The outcome of the contest is not simply a matter of title inheritance. Because the power of Anadi originates from the god of life, its power is not constantly being released. Only during the contest, with a master level being from the plant spirit race offering a blessing, will this power be activated and bestowed upon the young plant spirit. And a young plant spirit, until adulthood, will have no more than 3 opportunities to receive this contest or blessing. Some may only receive it once. This depends on many factors, and the middle-aged plant spirit did not intend to tell Shinrua about them one by one. He was simply frustrated that he had not been able to prepare sufficient conditions for his son this time, because his son would most likely not be able to receive 3 blessings. Shinrua didn't press further. Having been on the Dusan continent for so long, he understood that each race possessed its own secret heritage, secrets that even if other races learned of, they might not be able to control, such as the inheritance within the heavenly fox jade. The plant spirit clan was considered relatively mysterious by other races on the Dusan continent. If a few gold coins could reveal the details of their competition, this veil of mystery wouldn't exist. Shinruo was quite interested in what was likely the last magical potion the flower-planting master would create in his lifetime. The biggest problem was that some of Shinruo's money was stored in the Eternal Tower. Although he had salvaged a considerable amount of gold coins from the gold mine in the Dark Wasteland's backup workshop, the various races waiting for the magical potion here would likely have brought plenty of money. Shinruo wasn't entirely sure if he could buy the flower-planting master's magical potion this time. He could only participate for the sake of participation. After all, he couldn't very well unearth all the dragon's legacy here at once. If he did, he would probably be the headline news on the Dusan continent the next day. The sheer number of troubles that awaited him was enough to make his life difficult. This forest in the Kingdom of Fanson truly lived up to its reputation as a cultivation ground for the Plant Spirit clan. After resting here for a few days, Shinruo felt refreshed and invigorated. In fact, there were some legendary places on his home planet Earth, where it was said that staying for a period of time could bring about noticeable changes in one's body. Shinruo had never been to those places, but in the treehouse in this forest, he imagined that the effects of legendary blessed lands were probably similar to what he felt here. Time quickly passed, and the day for the competition to begin arrived. The middle-aged plant spirit had earned some gold coins from Shinruo during this time. Shinruo wasn't sure if it had met his expectations, but it probably hadn't. However, looking at his son wearing magical jewelry, the middle-aged plant spirit patted him on the shoulder. Shinruo felt a sense of relief, despite his unsatisfactory expression. Perhaps it was because, although he hadn't achieved his desired level, he had at least tried his best to ensure his son wasn't inferior to others. Shinruo watched the middle-aged plant spirit see his son off to Ana land. Soon after, he sensed some inexplicable changes occurring in the forest. First, the native inhabitants of the forest, the birds, beasts, fish, and insects, seemed to sense something. Their distribution became more regular, and their calls became rhythmic. Then came the power. Besides the elemental particles, there was a faint, almost imperceptible power in the air. Shinruo felt that the closer he got to Ana land, the more tangible this power became. It was as dense as the dark elemental power at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying. This power, however, did not belong to any elemental force. It felt both refreshing and viscous to the body, and Shinruo couldn't help but breathe deeply, unconsciously entering a meditative state even without sitting in meditation. Arriving here at this time, close to Anadi, even doing nothing was incredibly beneficial. Shinruo felt every pore on her body opening up, greedily absorbing the divine power surging in the air. This power complemented the very essence of life, unlike elemental forces, which could not achieve balance with only one element. Shinruo secretly marveled at how worthy this was of being the power left behind by a god named the God, who governs life. The competition lasted 3 days. Shinruo, unwilling to waste the comfort brought by this power, even forwent sleep, substituting rest for meditation and breathing exercises. Through his visualization, Shinruo felt the power of the god of life enter his body along with particles in the air. After completing its circulation, although his body was not damaged, he still felt completely repaired. Moreover, his meridians, which had been expanded once by the elemental power of the water flame lotus, felt faintly stronger. He could now complete a stronger circulation of true chi in one go. This was truly an unexpected gain. Shinruo exhaled a breath of stale air. He was also concerned about how the competition was progressing, but Ana Land did not allow races other than the Plant Spirit clan to spy on the competition. The middle-aged Plant Spirit clan member, adhering to the rules of the Plant Spirit clan, would not go to Ana Land during this period. However, his expression, like a stone waiting for its master, betrayed his inner turmoil. Shinruo sat down beside him, somewhat amused, intending to start a conversation about the Plant Spirit clan that didn't involve secrets. However, the start of today's discussion didn't go smoothly. Just as Shinruo sat down, another change occurred in the forest. The numerous birds, which had been standing orderly among the different trees, suddenly fluttered and took flight together, followed by a violent jolt from the treehouse. A portion of the comfortable energy in the air was suddenly sucked away. This change was clearly not only noticed by Shinruo. The middle-aged plant spirit was even more anxious than Shinruo. A huge branch suddenly sprouted from his body, extending from the second floor of the treehouse directly to the top of another large tree in front of it. Then, through a transformation, it wrapped around the trunk of that large tree, pulling and retracting, reaching almost to the top. Seeing this, Shinruo quickly used her lightness technique to gain leverage among the trees, flipping and leaping several times before finding a high vantage point to look towards Anadi. The ring of trees surrounding Anadi, capable of withstanding near spirit-level beings, had been torn open. The lingering fragments of magical light still shimmered in the air, clearly indicating that something was pointing directly at the ongoing contest within Anadi, and the impact of the magic that broke through Anadi's defenses must have possessed the strength of a spirit rank. Chapter 254. Shinruo followed the middle-aged plant spirit to the protective forest of Ana land, where a breach had just been created. The lingering magical fluctuations and the aura of the magic users still lingered there. Although she hadn't yet seen the attackers, Shinruo sensed a familiar feeling about these fluctuations. Looking towards the center of Ana land, she saw that the plant master had already transformed. Plant spirits, because they could normally control their form within a certain range, appeared as tree-like figures with facial features and bodies, only slightly taller than humans. At this moment, the plant master had transformed into a gigantic tree. Deep green energy surged from the earth, forming a sphere around him, protecting the young plant spirits within. Under his protection, the young plant spirits, not wanting to hinder him, transformed themselves into saplings nestled close to the plant master's extensive root system, while several warriors and mages attacked him. One of them was quite special, because this being didn't participate in the magical attack, yet was at the heart of these attackers. The plant master was certainly a spirit-level being, but there was more than one spirit-level opponent, and he also had to protect the saplings. His ability to maintain the defense was entirely due to the power left behind by the gods of the earth. The young plant spirits began to pray, hoping that the god of life would manifest at this moment, for this was Ana land, one of the sacred areas designated by the plant spirits. Many plant spirits had already arrived. They were the elders of the young plant spirits, and now they roared, charging towards the uninvited guests. There were 7 uninvited guests in total, not all of the same race. The leader in the middle completely ignored the plant spirits, who came to rescue the young plant spirits. He continued to focus on what he was doing, while the 2 mages in front of him did not stop their attack. The other 4, including warriors and mages, turned around and blocked the coming plant spirits. These were 4 near-spirit level warriors and mages. Among these near-spirit level and spirit level individuals, Shinruo recognized some faces, while others did not. Those he recognized were the last remaining members of the Demon King City, who had returned from the Demon Abyss. Before Shinruo went to the Far East Dragon Tomb, the Holy See intervened once, dealing with the problematic near-spirit level individuals. And Zhezhe, the spirit-level individual Junja challenged, would likely also be secretly controlled by the Holy See. It's conceivable that the Holy See will continue its actions afterward, but spirit rank and near-spirit rank individuals are not easy to deal with, especially those travelers from the Demon King City who may have been influenced by evil wills, not Zhezhe who entered with the army. There were quite a few travelers who went to the Demon King City on their own initiative. The 2 spirit rank individuals before him were people Shinruo had secretly memorized, spirit rank individuals who had entered the Demon King City, but Shinruo only recognized 1 near spirit rank individual. In other words, besides their core group, there were 3 others who had not entered the Demon King City. And the being at their center, although his face wasn't familiar to Shinruo, was radiating crimson energy, flowing into the 2 spirit rank individuals and 4 near spirit rank individuals. Meanwhile, the power of the divine will summoned by the flower planting master was flowing towards the center of the 7 beings, forming a combined offensive and defensive formation. Absorbed by the spirit rank, it was transformed into another type of energy flowing towards the central figure. What they were doing was crystal clear to Shinruo. The core among them, if he wasn't mistaken, although its appearance had changed, should be the sacred demonic fire from the abyss, whose whereabouts were unknown after leaving Amenamite. The sacred demonic fire's power originated from the energy suppressed beneath the abyss by the god of fire elements, an energy inextricably linked to his unwanted will. This energy was initially suppressed by the energy of the god of wind elements, but after being absorbed and fused with the 2 energies, by the life forms of the abyss, it successfully gained a pathway for energy transformation and ultimately acquired a body capable of leaving the abyss. Now it seemed that the evil will born from the abyss still couldn't obtain the power left behind by other gods outside the abyss, like the spirit rank and near spirit rank beings it influenced and corrupted, but its instincts drew it to these powers. Judging from the comparison of the plant spirit clan's strength with that of the celestial fox clan, the power of the god of life should surpass that of the god of fire. This power naturally holds a fatal attraction for the sacred demonic fire. Just as the power of creation left on the 8 statues in the sacred temple possesses a powerful attraction for those at the spirit rank and near spirit rank who have been influenced, controlled, or corrupted by evil wills. The Eastern human bloodline itself also holds a powerful attraction for them. Consuming these humans, turning them into potions, or extracting their blood for drinking would be incredibly tempting for these beings. Now, the pure divine power left behind by the god of life is like sweet rain to them. They don't know if this was premeditated, or if some being was attracted by the power recently released here and organized this surprise attack on the spur of the moment. The divine demonic fire has probably mastered the method of converting power through spirit-level beings, because the power of the God of Life is being absorbed by two spirit-level beings, and then by the divine demonic fire. The divine demonic fire is the manifestation of an evil will, originating from the God of Fire, whose instinct is to become a God capable of creation. However, it lacks the qualities and intellectual dimensions of a god, thus employing a predatory method, like draining a pond to catch all the fish. While the plant spirits have a numerical advantage, their main abilities lie in medicine and potion making. There aren't many plant spirits primarily engaged in combat. Although Shenrua had seen many near-spirit realm cultivators, those were adventurers venturing into the demon abyss. To reach the originally forbidden areas of the continent, one needed considerable confidence in their combat strength. The inhabitants of this forest in the prosperous forest kingdom were mainly plant spirits, who had long resided there to prepare medicine, gather resources, and manage the treehouse area, as well as elders of the young plant spirit clan who had come to participate in the competition. These plant spirits quickly showed their weakness under the attack of 4 near-spirit realm cultivators. Shenrua had benefited from the plant spirit clan's competition and had improved her cultivation, so she intended to lend a hand. However, with 2 spirit realm cultivators, a divine demon flame, and 4 near-spirit realm cultivators on the opposing side, Shenrua dared not be careless. The plant spirits attempting to disrupt the balance weren't trained in collective offense and defense. They were simply fighting individually, relying on their physical transformations. Shenrua wasn't sure if joining in would mean risking being indiscriminately attacked, or having his attack interrupted by a disorganized assault. However, under the onslaught of these plant spirits, the 4 near-spirit level cultivators couldn't spare the time to attend to Shenrua, who was still observing from afar. The holy demonic fire, however, had noticed him. The holy demonic fire had a vague recollection of this human. He remembered that back in Amy's netherworld, something had influenced him to completely seize the converted energy from He's body. The method used was to create a brief imbalance of elemental particles through continuous crystal explosions, and he couldn't directly absorb the concentrated elemental power from outside the demon abyss. This human was standing in the direction from which the crystals were flying. However, because Shenrua acted so quickly, and the divine demonic fire, confident that no race or demon could interfere with their energy-converting battle while they were in the air, focused intently on absorbing energy, it couldn't pinpoint who had attacked even after the crystal exploded, despite looking in the direction Shenrua had come from. He knew there was a plant spirit, a Zhizha, and a human in that direction. Later, he learned that neither the plant spirit nor Zhizha were easy to deal with. The plant spirit was the renowned curator of a medical clinic, rumored to possess extraordinary skills and near-spirit rank strength. This was because plant spirit hadn't publicly revealed its spirit rank status, and its position, as one of the 10 great masters. That Zhizha was simply a cultivation fanatic, already a spirit rank cultivator at a young age. More importantly, he was stopped outside the Demon King city, otherwise, he would have been corrupted by the evil will that shared his origins. As for the human, while not an unknown figure, he was far more ordinary compared to the other 2, so the holy demon fire didn't consider Shenrua a suspect. After Junja challenged the spirit rank Zhizha at the holy church, the holy demon fire felt almost certain that the being who had influenced him and disrupted his plans with the explosion of the giant crystal at Amy's Nadi was Junja. Otherwise, how could Junja have used his light elemental power to condense a needle and pierce the same crucial point in He's body where energy flowed and transformed, causing the spirit rank Zhizha, already corrupted by the Demon King, to lose the competition? But now that Shenrua was here, although the holy demon fire had previously ruled him out as a possible candidate for shooting the crystal, a slight uncertainty remained. This uncertainty forced him to keep a sliver of attention on Shenrua. Shenrua didn't draw any ranged weapons, because Shenrua had also sensed the holy demonic fire's wariness towards him. Interrupting his actions wouldn't be so simple. Even if Shenrua went to the flower planting master's side, and was confident he could handle a spirit rank being alone, it would only turn the situation at the flower planting master's side into a 2-on-2. At that point, would the holy demonic fire still prioritize converting the power of the God of Life? Shenrua didn't dare take the gamble. Based on his assessment of the situation, if the holy demonic fire joined the battle, even with himself, the plant spirit clan would still be at a significant disadvantage. The only way to determine the winner at this point was probably to find another way. Because these plant spirit clan members, apart from the flower planting master, had no near spirit rank beings, but they did have some at the highest rank. They had a numerical advantage, And the main reason they were at a disadvantage was that their expertise wasn't in combat, especially in team battles. If the competition were conducted differently, they might not lose. Most importantly, with a different arena, the flower-planting master might not need to be constantly on the defensive. However, Shenhua had never used this kind of power, mental magic, in actual combat. The safest method, of course, was to borrow the power of a spirit-ranked dragon soul, but the number of times a spirit-ranked dragon soul's power could be borrowed was limited. As for whether mental magic could drag the divine demonic fire into it, Shenhua felt it was worth a try. Because although the divine demonic fire was currently focused on him, it hadn't given up on energy conversion. If the mental magic failed to work on the divine demonic fire, Shenhua felt that as long as he instantly ended the mental magic, the opponent wouldn't have a chance to take his life. Chapter 255. Shenhua wasn't overly concerned about whether the mental spell, if broken by a stronger being, would cause him severe mental damage. After repeated testing, Shenhua was certain that the mark on his body wasn't entirely negative. The severe mental damage inflicted after the mental spell was broken was described in Earth's magical literature as a backlash. Similar backlash effects like curses, spying, and mental pollution from evil wills could all be neutralized by this candidate's mark. Therefore, Shenhua felt he didn't need to worry too much about the backlash effect after the mental spell was destroyed by the holy demonic fire. Having considered all the possibilities and pros and cons of using the mental spell, Shenhua took out a replica of a Protoss scale, crafted by several Hashi Protoss priests over a considerable period. This replica was of legendary quality, its surface shimmering with starlight. The scale swung slightly, and an invisible mental ripple spread out, enveloping everything within a radius of several dozen meters. This is a mental technique similar to the principle of the 10-direction star array. Shenhua's spirit is essentially just an anchor point, much like dream magic. He simply drags everyone, including himself, into a dreamlike situation, using their mental power to weave a mental illusion. The remnant will of the gods can, of course, set a condition. If it cannot be completed, the illusion can be extended indefinitely. How long the illusion lasts, activated by the Libra user, depends entirely on the user's mental strength. Shenhua's ability to end the illusion of the 10-direction star Luo was undoubtedly certified by the will of a god. However, the being opposite him was an evil will with millions of years of history. The strength of its corrupted, near-spiritual level spiritual will was questionable, but its true form, perhaps one of its forms, the sacred demonic fire, was undeniably powerful. The planting master sensed the sudden change. His vast knowledge allowed him to immediately recognize it as a form of mental magic, though different from other known techniques. He was actually able to manipulate a portion of the illusion's contents. Just as he was thinking of distancing himself from the opponent, a whole patch of plant branches appeared, weaving a net that separated him, the young plant spirit behind him, and the enemy in front. But before he could rejoice, Shenhua had already withdrawn his mental magic. The sacred demonic fire had broken free from the mental illusion. If Shenhua wanted to maintain the illusion, the now conscious sacred demonic fire could easily eliminate any other beings trapped within it. Shenhua drew her short sword, a sword capable of physically suppressing all tangible entities related to evil will within the abyss. Although the principle behind it was unclear, this seemingly ordinary sword, specially kept by the god of earth elements in the deepest part of the Hell Grand Palace, had already proven its extraordinary nature with its sharp edge. Due to the brief entry into the mental illusion, the magic being used by both sides temporarily ceased. Upon leaving the illusion, both sides lost their respective rhythms. The holy demon fire appeared extremely displeased. The plant master's defensive magic had vanished due to his entry and exit from the mental illusion. They only needed to take one more step forward and unleash their powerful, destructive magic to annihilate the plant spirits before them. Shenhua, however, understood the reason for his displeasure. His goal was to convert and absorb the energy left behind by the god of life, but because of the interruption of the mental illusion, the previously dense, unusual power permeating the air was beginning to dissipate. The center of that power was within the defensive magic array the plant master had used to protect the young plant spirits. Shenhua guessed that the plant master had probably used some plant spirit secret technique to make that power usable within Ana land. However, the plant master was unaware that this power was the very reason the holy demon fire was willing to expose the spirit rank, near spirit rank, and even the near spirit rank that had been corrupted after leaving the demon abyss, all to fight here. The holy demonic fire attacked again. This time, Shenhua realized the holy demonic fire was holding back, its aim being to force Master Planting to use his defensive magic array again to protect the young plant spirits, allowing it to extract the power it desired from the array. However, this time, Master Planting failed to summon the power of Anadi again. Shinrua felt regret, because Master Planting had already made his choice. But at the same time, Shinrua also understood that Master Planting's choice might mark the end of this generation's master of the plant spirits, but it would earn him the holy demonic fire's retreat. Moreover, according to the plant spirits, the flower planting master was nearing the end of his life, so Shinrua could understand the choice he made at that moment. Of course, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Although Shinrua had read about selfless acts of sacrifice to protect their people in literature, those stories were just stories to him. He had no memory of his family. The people who came to the island had given him a photo of him with his parents when he was a child, but without seeing the photo, Shinrua's memory of their appearance and voice was only vague. Therefore, he had never experienced the kind of instinctive parental love that protects children, even at the cost of their own lives. But now, the flower planting master wasn't even the parent of these young plant spirits. He was merely an aging elder nearing the end of his life. If it could give the young plant spirits a chance to live, the flower planting master would certainly risk everything. But for Shinrua, the scene before him still shocked him. The flower planting master's body erupted with gnarled branches, transforming into trees, with one central branch intertwining with the roots. He first wove a large circle to withstand the attack from the opposing spirit rank cultivator. Then, disregarding the corrosive magic power emanating from his body and branches, he swiftly manipulated these gnarled branches and roots, transforming the center of a shield into a giant, circular ancient knight's conical sword, thrusting it towards the holy demonic fire. Through the fight, the flower planting master had discerned the core of his opponent. This attack, imbued with the overwhelming power of mutual destruction, and the flower planting master's unwavering resolve, plunged forward with tremendous force. Moved, Shinrua momentarily forgot that even if she were to advance with her sword, victory would be unlikely. Driven by instinct, she leaped into the air, her short sword blocking the holy demonic fire's retreat. However, he forgot that the divine demonic fire could fly. Sensing that the flower planting master could no longer summon the power of the god of life, the divine demonic fire suddenly burst forth with orange-red flames from behind, transforming into a pair of wings that lifted him off the ground. The flower planting master and Shinrua, one in front and one behind, blocked his escape routes in all directions, but left the area above untouched. However, just as he leaped into the air, Shinrua and the flower planting master realized the opening they had created and immediately changed their attack strategies. Before he was at his last gasp, the flower planting master suddenly split the top of his giant round sword, formed from twisted branches and roots, into 8 petals, slamming one of the spirit rank warriors to the ground and then tightening the noose. The spirit rank warrior was a hermit, whom Shinrua had once seen with Junja and other hermit candidates, forming a shield at the gate bridge of the demon abyss. The next time they met, it was a life or death struggle. Dark elemental power surged around the hermit, spirit rank magic. The flower planting master's gnarled branches and roots, enhanced with the unique spirit level magic of the plant spirit clan, clashed with the dark magic of the spirit level Hercule. Shinrua didn't bother to observe the outcome of their battle. Because, judging solely by conviction, the flower planting master possessed the conviction to risk his life, while the spirit level Hercule lacked it. As fellow spirit level beings, many factors influenced the outcome of a contest, but at this moment, Shinrua was certain the flower planting master would win. He sought mutual destruction, while the spirit level Hercule still harbored a glimmer of hope, clinging to life. Even if the flower planting master died, as long as he could take the spirit level Hercule down with him, he would have won. For the spirit level Hercule, only survival could secure victory. Because Master Planting had already decided to die, while he wanted to live. However, in this kind of battle, the very thought of wanting to live prevented this spirit rank Hercules from making the most decisive choice. Shinrua didn't believe he could defeat the combined attack of the divine demon fire and another spirit rank opponent, not to mention the 4 near spirit rank enemies surrounding them. But Shinrua's current thought was to help Master Planting achieve his final wish of at least a 1-for-1 exchange. He only needed to hold off these 6 ridiculously strong opponents, allowing Master Planting to complete his final kill. With a determined heart, Shinrua stood in front of the divine demon fire. "Human, how dare you!" The divine demon fire unleashed a beam of orange-red light containing fire elemental energy, but its essence was more like a spell imbued with the evil aura of crimson energy. If this spell were to land on Master Planting, he might not be able to withstand the burning power while simultaneously killing the Hercules spirit rank opponent. Even though Shinrua could use his sword to create a gust of wind to protect himself, he still couldn't save the flower master behind him. The reason was simple. The fire magic's area of effect was enormous, and the Flower Master was now in his transformed, massive form. Shenrua's figure, caught between the fire magic and the Flower Master, appeared small and frail. The flame seemed to mock his overestimation of his abilities. The plant spirits didn't even have time to see the Flower Master, the sacred demonic fire, the spirit rank Hercules, or Shenrua's sudden change in fighting style and movement. They only saw a ball of fire about to engulf the Flower Master, moving at a speed too fast for them to reach him. Shenrua gathered his true energy, and everything around him slowed down in his eyes. The transformation was the most energy-consuming, but if he didn't do it, not only would he fail to save the Flower Master, but he himself would also perish on the spot. A long spear appeared in Shenrua's hand with a flick of his wrist. This is a divinely forged spear, recently crafted by Shenrua, and infused with the Heart of Water. Centered on the Heart of Water, the spear is adorned with numerous tiny, intricate magic circles, interlocking upwards along its length until it terminates at a tiny water element crystal activation point in the middle. This crystal is only large enough to activate the magic circles on the spear once. It seems that Shenrua's blood was infused into the spear before its golden gleam shone during the forging process, giving Shenrua a sense of resonance when holding it. Underwater, Shenrua had tested the spear. It seemed that by simply channeling his true energy into the tiny water element crystal, he could activate the magic circles without gloves. And those magic circles were solely for unleashing the power of the Heart of Water. Chapter 256. The short sword had already been sheathed in Shenrua's earring. The spear could be wielded with one hand or two, and its effect varied depending on the force applied. Shenrua continuously shook the spear in a circle, and as the spear tip traced the circle, it vibrated repeatedly along its path. Because of the speed, it appeared as if 6 afterimages of the shaking spear tip were simultaneously forming a circle. As Shenrua channeled his true energy into the spear, a circular curtain of water appeared along with the shaking of the spear tip. The power of the sacred demonic fire was indeed purified from the essence extracted from the god, who controlled the fire element. Because it needed to manifest an orange-red flame on the totem pole to convince the races that worship the god of the fire element. But precisely because of this, the sacred demonic fire's power was not as overwhelming as the scarlet power that permeated the entire demon abyss. In fact, to possess the potential to become a god, he needed to absorb the scarlet power and slowly transform it. This would greatly deplete his own energy. Of course, even with such influence, he was still the embodiment of the abyss's power, not something Shenrua could contend with using only physical strength. However, Shenrua's spear was inlaid with the Heart of Water element, a crystallization of the power of the water element god, though the power contained within this crystal was limited. But in terms of energy purity, the Heart of Water element was comparable to the power of the divine, demonic fire. And water has a natural attribute suppression effect on fire. Although unsustainable, such a water shield was far more powerful than a water shield released by an ordinary water element crystal. Shenrua's aim wasn't a sustained defense, because the divine demon fire had underestimated him. This large mass of flames, split from fire elemental magic, was a short-lived spell, easily incinerated by the divine demon fire's power. Shenrua's task was simply to block the rapidly approaching flames. When water and fire clashed, the divine demon fire initially scoffed upon seeing the water shield, expecting ordinary water elemental magic to be instantly incinerated by his flames. However, he immediately noticed that while the surface of the water shield began to evaporate, it didn't engulf it as he had anticipated, burning the arrogant human and simultaneously engulfing the Flower Master behind him. The divine demon fire focused its attention, and sensed divine power emanating from the god of water elements emanating from the spear in Shenrua's hand. A weapon forged from a sacred relic. No wonder it dared to stop me. The divine demon fire felt a pang of regret. Although he had collected power left behind by various gods, he still struggled to absorb the water elemental power, a direct manifestation of divine power, left by the god, who controlled the water element. After all, water and fire are incompatible. This was also a limitation of his understanding, as a manifestation of divine will. Because the world is inherently interconnected, where there is fire, there is water, where there is light, there is darkness. He simply followed his own instincts, absorbing power that felt comfortable. This included hunting humans to make medicine. He had determined his path to godhood entirely based on instinct. But this was a battlefield. Neither Shenrua nor the divine demon fire would consider matters related to cultivation. They were now fighting for survival. The holy fire's attack failed, but he wasn't alone in his camp. Another spirit-rank cultivator, not controlled by the flower-planting master, made his move. If Shenrua didn't want to become a target of the holy fire, he should have adopted a defensive stance. However, His fighting spirit had been ignited by the flower-planting master. Sometimes, during a battle, when the blood in one's veins feels like it's burning, all worries about trouble are temporarily forgotten. To protect the flower-planting master, the fastest way was to dismantle the other spirit rank cultivator's fighting power. And the fastest way to dismantle this spirit rank cultivator's fighting power was to strike their already researched acupoints. This was a spirit rank cultivator named Zhizhe, who had clearly left the Holy Church due to its suspicions. Shenruo didn't see Zhizhe's appearance, and was unaware that although the Holy Church was secretly proceeding after detaining the near spirit rank cultivator, not intending to alert Zhizhe, who had entered the Demon King's city, they were not entirely oblivious. Therefore, the original scenario, that the corrupted and controlled spirit rank Zhizhe would assassinate a key member of the Holy See from the rear during a surprise attack, has been altered. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, who knew this future and did not stop Zhizhe from facilitating this change, has suffered the backlash of the prophecy. These events occurred after Shenruo traveled alone to the Far East Dragon Tomb, and the Holy See will only suppress this information. For the Holy See, such information leakage has only negative effects. Therefore, relying on intelligence purchased and circulated on the continent is completely ineffective in obtaining information about what specifically happened to the Holy See afterward. Shenruo, who had been away for a long time, was unaware that the spirit rank Zhizhe before her was the same spirit rank Zhizhe who had originally intended to kill Zhizhe. During this period, the covert struggle between the evil will and the Holy See was neither clear winner nor loser. The spirit rank members originally stationed with the Holy See were forced to withdraw after their target was exposed. Simultaneously, several near spirit rank members, after being controlled by the Holy See, had their control from the evil will released. However, as time passed, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit also weakened due to using mental magic to fight against the evil will in the spiritual world. The Holy See's power to eradicate these evil wills, led by the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, was also greatly weakened. Because of the corrupted spirit rank members still within the Holy See at the time, the Holy See missed the window of opportunity to control the spirit rank Zhizhe who originally belonged to them, and restore him to normal through mental magic. Ultimately, these spirit rank Zhizhes, along with the other corrupted beings who had come to the Holy See after the battle in the Abyss, left, and the Holy See was unable to effectively stop them. Now Zhizhe, who is attacking Shenruo, uses a two-stage light elemental magic that cuts through the air. The light first slices out with the tip of his sword, then doesn't disappear. Before the second stage appears, any remaining light in the air that touches it will be sliced. 2 seconds later, the light will surge in the direction Zhizhe desires, creating the second stage of the cutting effect. He swings his sword, randomly drawing irregular sword paths. The sword is attacking from Shenruo's side, and even in its second stage, it could still pose a threat to master planting. Shenruo's hand trembled and clenched, changing the way he held the spear. Previously, to better maneuver the spear, Shenruo had gripped the rear, making the spear taller than him. Now, with a tremble and clench, his hand rested on the middle of the spear. A circular water shield bloomed as Shenruo wielded the spear. Calling it circular wasn't entirely accurate, because as the spear was swung with impenetrable force, the tip thrusting out at a certain frequency, making the circle around Shenruo appear as if it were covered in extremely long spikes. The water elemental spikes struck the lingering glow of Lingjie Zhizhe's light magic in the air, producing a hissing sound. The water elemental spikes were neutralized by the glow, but Shenruo's speed was fast enough. As the glow sliced away the spikes, causing them to dissolve into water and fall to the ground, the glow's effect also disappeared. Shenruo then thrust again in a gap in his spear movements, precisely following the previous thrust. The water shield appeared to shatter because Shenruo, who had been maintaining a continuous spear-swinging motion, now channeled his true energy into the spear, propelling himself and the spear like a water arrow towards Lingjie Zhizhe. His speed was extremely fast. The water elemental force generated at the spear tip split to the left and right as he leaped towards his opponent, forming a water elemental barrier. It turned out that the water shield formed by the spear-swinging motion had blocked an attack from a fire elemental spell by the divine demon fire, and at this moment, Master Planting Flowers had finally completed his strangulation of Lingjie He. Retreat. The divine demon fire uttered a single word, turning and leaving without lingering. Too many variables had already occurred. The reason he hadn't retreated earlier was because Lingjie's body was extremely precious and rare. With Lingjie He firmly held back by Master Planting Flowers, the divine demon fire couldn't simply abandon him. Shenruo couldn't possibly fight two opponents alone, but the Plant Spirit clan wasn't limited to just Master Zhihua at the spirit rank. It was uncertain whether reinforcements would arrive. The human before him possessed a weapon inlaid with a sacred relic, and might possess strength equivalent to a spirit rank before the relic was exhausted. The divine demon fire wasn't worried about losing or being trapped. He could use the power of the demon fire to escape through the air. Unless a spirit rank dragon arrived, he wasn't concerned about being left behind. His concern was that the human before him might be as bloodthirsty as Master Zhihua, willing to die for the spirit rank Zhizhe. While the chances of success were slim, the loss outweighed the gain. He didn't intend to wage war against the plant spirit clan. The divine demon fire had always desired the power left behind by the gods. The attack on Anadi was because Master Zhihua had to draw power from the god of life of Anadi to maintain defensive magic in order to protect the young plant spirit clan members. On the dust and sand continent, the distribution and difficulty of acquiring the power left behind by different gods vary. The power of the god of life is always rare, which is why the holy demon fire didn't hesitate to reveal himself. If there's anything he absolutely wants to seize, as his own demon city, it's undoubtedly the core area of the Holy Church. However, the Holy Church reacted too quickly. They hadn't expected the Demon King's seemingly flawless plan of will sharing to be so easily exposed. Therefore, the Holy Demon Fire could only take Lingjie Zhizhe with him, and secretly develop his own power. The fall of one Lingjie she already pained the Holy Demon Fire greatly, and Lingjie Zhizhe, injured by Junjie, still hadn't fully recovered his strength. In the Holy Demon Fire's view, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Shenrua alongside the Lingjie, but a Lingjie was far more precious than a human. Unexpectedly, Lingjie Zhizhe, following his instructions, tried to parry and retreat, but failed to accurately block Shenrua's spear. Chapter 257. The angle of this spear thrust was extremely tricky. By the time Lingjie Zhizhe reacted, the spear tip had already grazed the blade of the sword he instinctively parried in front of him, piercing a very important spot on his body. This spot was one of the few places where Junjie's light needle could pierce and severely injure Zhizhe. A pure and concentrated stream of water elemental power flowed into Lingjie Zhizhe's meridians through the pierced area. Shenrua suddenly channeled more true energy into the spear, then swiftly withdrew it. A line of blood arced as he withdrew the spear. Shenrua held the spear horizontally in front of him, and a flash of fire appeared before Zhizhe, the magical cover of the divine demonic fire. The Lingjie and near Lingjie warriors unfurled their mechanical wings, and numerous fire magic arrays appeared before the divine demonic fire, scattering flames in all directions. Shenrua swung his spear, the tip drawing out a water dragon, barely protecting the plant master and the young plant spirit behind him. Those plant spirits not blocked by the water dragon were now in dire straits, scrambling to extinguish the flames. The holy demon fire had already led its forces away without lingering. Humans. The weak voice of the plant master sounded from behind Shenrua. Shenrua sheathed his spear, turned around, and walked to the plant master. The plant master was slumped on the ground, no longer changing his form. The contest is not over. The title of plant master. The plant master stretched out his hand, laboriously forming a magic circle. A green light appeared on the circle. If there is an opportunity later, and I encounter the manifestation of the will left behind by the god of life, then... Shenrua looked at the green light in the plant master's hand, knowing it was something the other wanted to entrust to him, but how could he store it? But since the flower planting master had told him to catch the green light, he was certain he could. So Shenrua reached out and touched the green light. No reaction. Could it be the star spirit scales? But the star spirit scales he had taken out were only a replica. Could they contain this green light? Shenrua took out the replica star spirit scales, and the green light flashed, disappearing into the scales. The flower planting master maintained his final pose, bowing his head. His life force was escaping from his body, gradually dissipating. At this moment, Shenrua relaxed, a strong sense of exhaustion surging over him. In the brief confrontation with the sacred demonic fire and the spirit rank Zhizhe, he had already pushed his abilities to the limit. The plant spirits extinguished the flames on their bodies, and the young plant spirits, who had been protected by the flower planting master, surrounded him. They clearly understood what had happened. Someone started a low chant, the plant spirits sounding like wind rustling through a forest. This was a funeral dirge for the flower master. Due to the destruction caused by the sacred demon fire, the title of flower master had no successor, and the protective forest of Analand had also been destroyed. The various races who had come to await the flower master's final act, the priceless potion, expressed their understanding of the misfortune suffered by the plant spirits. These visitors who came to buy the potion did not complain about not being able to purchase it. Some left a gold or silver coin in front of the treehouse and left, while others left immediately. Shinruo stayed in the treehouse area for several days. Firstly, he needed to recover his strength and true energy after the battle. Secondly, he wanted to remember the Flower Master. Although Shinruo and the Plant Master weren't exactly acquainted, perhaps because the Master had entrusted the green light to him on his deathbed, Shinruo thought that the green light was probably something very important. Just as Shinruo sat in front of the treehouse, watching the plant spirits tidy up the damaged vegetation in the distance, he saw a familiar plant spirit gracefully approach. The spirit spoke to one of the plant spirits, who was cutting open charred trees and binding them together. "I'm so sorry I'm late." The spirit looked travel-worn, as if he had rushed here after receiving news of the situation. Shinruo recognized him, because he hadn't changed his appearance. This was the appearance of a famous plant spirit who had participated in the Eternal Tower auction, and the one who had reacted after Shinruo took out several quest items, a candidate for the plant spirit race. Shinruo stood up and walked towards the spirit's direction. "I heard a black-eyed human helped you." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Shinruo. "This must be our friend, right?" Shinruo took a deep breath and shook her head. "I did help, that's true, but friend, you and I aren't." "Oh, why?" the other asked, seemingly unconcerned. "Where did you hear that I helped the plant spirits? Was it the sacred demonic fire from the abyss?" "You're tainted with its stench, I can smell it," Shinruo said coldly. The other was a candidate for the plant spirit race. Judging from the strength of the other candidates, he must possess spirit rank strength. Shinruo knew she should avoid confrontation at this time, but the timing of his appearance and his behavior gave Shinruo a very bad feeling. Shinruo's sense of smell was also very keen. The scent of the sacred demonic fire clung to the plant spirit candidate. This candidate had seen the sacred demonic fire before arriving here. Why had he seen the sacred demonic fire? What circumstances would lead him to see the sacred demonic fire before arriving here? The most likely explanation is that this plant spirit candidate had reached some kind of agreement with the sacred demonic fire, forming some kind of alliance, or perhaps a mutually beneficial relationship. The surrounding plant spirits were shocked to hear this, and the middle-aged plant spirit, who had brought Shinruo to the treehouse, was especially anxious. "Guest, please don't say that. Do you know who he is? He is the one chosen by the gods, our plant spirit candidate." "You heard that," the plant spirit candidate said with a smile. "I could never have any connection with the sacred demonic fire. Perhaps he disguised himself as some ordinary being, and I simply brushed past him, picking up his scent." "Say what you want." Shinruo felt extremely displeased, but he understood that the plant spirits before him wouldn't believe his sense of smell. They would only take it as his side of the story. Even if he pointed out their flaws, it wouldn't change anything. If he fought the plant spirit candidates here, he might expose his own candidate status. If the other party revealed their mark, he could continue fighting, and his identity would be exposed. Even if he chose to fight, these plant spirits might not believe him, and if his actions were exposed, they might kill the other plant spirits present to silence him. "I'm leaving." Shinruo suddenly spoke to the middle-aged plant spirit. "Looks like I have to find a friend to pick me up." In front of the plant spirit candidate, Shinruo took out a communication crystal. "High Priest, could you send your disciple? I'm not far from Darkfall Kingdom, in a treehouse by the lake in Prosperous Forest Kingdom." "Sure, he fly there quickly," the woman addressed as High Priest replied. "The terrain here is marked by towering mountains and cliffs, but in reality, the dragon wouldn't have flown that far." The plant spirit candidate understood Shinruo's meaning. The other party was worried about being intercepted if they left directly. Judging from the description of the sacred demon fire, this human, using a divine relic-level weapon, had the power to fight a spirit-rank opponent. However, Shinruo had the Mark's blessing and the possibility of summoning the sacred demon fire to help with a pincer attack, so the other party had sent a dragon to pick them up. The one addressed as High Priest, whose disciple was a dragon, was naturally the newly established Star Spirit Priestess of Darkfall Kingdom, Panhe. The disciple of the High Priestess of the Darkfall Kingdom was a dragon she had raised, Longhe. Neither the Star Spirit Priestess nor her dragon disciple were easy to deal with. Even if the plant spirit candidate wanted to kill Shinruo, it couldn't be now. If they met again later, it would be a matter of skill. The plant spirit candidate and Shinruo exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's expressions. They understood the choices the other had made, and knew there wouldn't be further conflict today, but their next meeting would likely be a matter of life and death. "There's no need to be so tense," the plant spirit candidate smiled slightly. "Our guest, if you wish to leave, you have all kinds of transportation available. Why bother bringing a dragon along for such a formality?" Shinruo didn't answer, but instead went to an open area and waited for the dragon's arrival. Shenruo still called this dragon Xiaojiu, but the dragon stopped calling him Flanda, probably because it didn't want the Holy See to know that Shenruo was a priest who had passed the 10-direction star Luo trial. However, there were no Holy See spies in the Darkfall Kingdom, and Shenruo found it interesting that the dragon insisted on addressing him the same way as the other Heshi. He had called him Flanda when they first met. The dragon had pestered Ling He in his palace, persuading him to let him stay there for a while. In fact, he was still staying there when Shenruo left, which had already caused rumors of a dragon Heshi romance to circulate throughout the Darkfall Kingdom. But Shenruo knew that the dragon's main purpose in Ling He's presence was to compete with him. He wanted to test his mental skills against Shenruo. Back in the 10-direction star Luo, as Xiaojiu, he respected Flanda, but after meeting Shenruo, the dragon was not convinced of Shenruo's abilities. The dragon, adopted by the star spirit priest because of his physical limitations, initially felt he wasn't as strong as ordinary dragons, so he didn't have a particularly strong competitive spirit. However, upon seeing Shenruo, the dragon became indignant. If he was a weak dragon, then Shenruo was more than just a weak human. How could this frail human, who looked like he could only live off women or stay obediently in town reading and doing accounting, possibly gain the approval of the divine will? He was unconvinced. Therefore, during his stay at the Lingyi Palace, the dragon did many things to try and influence Shenruo using mental magic. Now, Shenruo asked Pan He to call Long He to pick him up, and Long He readily agreed. Shenruo knew this because he didn't have to wait long before seeing the dragon flying across the lake. To arrive so quickly, he must have received Pan He's message and immediately taken flight at top speed. Long He. Shenruo didn't call him Xiaojiu anymore, but instead called him by his real name. Hearing Shenruo's voice, the dragon flew down and landed beside her in its dragon form. Shenruo leaped onto the dragon's back, glanced at the Plant Spirit Clan candidate from afar, and then left Fanson Kingdom without looking back. Chapter 258. Where are we going now? Long He asked. Ling He said he wouldn't see you for a long time. I never expected you to ask us for help. Only you could fly here in half a day, Shenruo said. I encountered some trouble. And now I can only turn back to Darkfall Capital. 2 days had passed since the Holy Demonic Fire's attack on Anati. 2 days was enough time for the events to be relayed to those who needed to know, whether it was the various races waiting for the potion near Anati, or the plant spirits active in the vicinity. This was also why the plant spirit candidate and Shenruo hadn't immediately taken action in Fanson Kingdom. The fact that the humans helped the flower planting master had already been known to some of the departing races. Although Shenruo had provoked the plant spirit candidate, his claim of smelling the holy demonic fire on the other party wasn't substantial evidence. However, if the plant spirit candidate directly attacked Shenruo, it would only confirm Shenruo's suspicions. From a certain perspective, although this was the first time the Plant Spirit Clan candidate and Shenruo had spoken face-to-face, they shared a tacit understanding of hostility. Shenruo couldn't understand why the other party would collude with the sacred demon fire. Perhaps collusion wasn't even the right word. Because for this continent, whose laws differed from the civilization Shenruo knew, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate was simply choosing different partners to achieve his own goals. Shenruo's dislike for him stemmed from his respect for the flower planting master, not from the Plant Spirit Clan candidate's choice. An information gap inherently existed between the candidate and the beings of this continent. The only condition the gatekeepers gave to the candidates to gain the approval of the divine was to collect the necessary items for the mission. However, in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent, the candidate's mission was to prevent an impending catastrophe. This catastrophe might be related to the unspeakable evil will of the gods, sealed underground, and the sacred demon fire was the embodiment of this evil will that had emerged from the abyss. In the legend circulating on the Dust Sand continent, the candidates chosen by the gods were naturally supposed to be enemies of the sacred demon fire, and even anything that could cause the world's catastrophe. However, Shenruo knew that cooperation was entirely possible. The candidates could cooperate with any being on this continent, including the Holy See, and therefore, the sacred demon fire itself. Although the sacred demon fire appeared evil, this evil stemmed from being stripped of its essence by the god, who controlled the fire element. In the eyes of the various races of the Dust Sand continent, who believed in divine selection, it was inherently evil. Shenruo wouldn't simply judge the sacred demon fire's actions in this way, nor did he choose to expose his combat power as the flower planting master because he assumed the sacred demon fire was inherently evil. Shenruo believed it was the work of some irrational memory remaining in the genes of humans on their home planet, Earth. Although the interstellar age had arrived, the way humans acquired knowledge in that universe was still acquired later in life. Of course, thanks to technological advancements, the speed at which knowledge and skills are acquired in the interstellar age has greatly increased, but humanity's ability to directly acquire knowledge and skills from its genes remains limited. It is a consensus among humanity that genes contain historical codes, and that unlocking genetic locks can achieve a burst of instantaneous power. Humans can acquire experiences, not quite memories, from the same genetic material as their ancestors through various aids. This ability isn't limited to humans. The migration routes of birds are etched into their genetic memory. However, the past shapes the present. The instinct of ancestors to make choices under specific conditions, etched into their genes, has an influence that is also part of oneself, a fact Shenhua is acutely aware of. His decision to act at the time wasn't the best strategy, but it was the answer he wouldn't regret or feel guilty about. As a newly established nation bordering Fansun Kingdom, Anlua Kingdom had learned the general outline of what happened in Fansun Kingdom, though the details differed from those of Shenhua, a first-hand witness. Shenhua briefly explained the origins of the sacred demon fire, its origins, and his speculations about the relationship between the plant spirit clan candidates and the sacred demon fire to He and Long He, whom he considered appropriate to discuss the matter with in Anlua Kingdom. The former king of soldiers, He, now the king of Anlua, listened to the whole story, his expression grave, and remained silent for a long time. Why are you so certain that the plant spirit clan candidate has connections or dealings with the sacred demon flame? Feng He asked Shenhua. This matter is of paramount importance. Even though different organizations and forces may have their own inclinations in choosing which candidate to support, the candidate's origins are divinely appointed. On the Dust Sand continent, the laws left behind by the gods ensure that all beings on the Dust Sand continent, regardless of their inner opinions about the candidate, will instinctively retain a respect akin to that shown to a divine messenger when the candidate presents their mark face to face. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether a celestial fox like Jasilfa could still reign unscathed as its tyrant in the 1,000 desolate plains. While Jasilfa is indeed a spirit-rank celestial fox with the added allure of charm, making other beings naturally drawn to him, not every being is necessarily influenced by the celestial fox's charm. If he didn't possess the identity of a god-designated candidate, the mission to assassinate Jasilfa might already be hanging on the wall of the Eternal Tower. Feng He was willing to trust Shenhua's judgment, but he knew that this judgment only applied to the participants of their current small meeting. A god-designated candidate choosing to cooperate with a will born from a thought abandoned underground by the gods, harming his own kind on the continent, would be a serious offense. Leaving aside the issues of evidence gathering and deduction, the accusation of defaming a candidate would be difficult to bear. I trust my intuition, and what he said made me suspicious, Shenhua said. But after I stated it definitively, his reaction and the meaning in his eyes confirmed my guess, although these cannot be taken as evidence. After I mentioned the term holy demonic fire, he showed no surprise whatsoever, and knew exactly who I was referring to. Isn't that strange? I'm afraid that if I hadn't communicated with you, you wouldn't know what the holy demonic fire is all about. The travelers in the demon abyss, the humans, and Zhizh's army hadn't experienced the battle at the demon city of Amenamite. Only we, and the demons in Amenamite would think of the holy demonic fire, but after I mentioned the name, the candidate from the plant spirit clan naturally took over the conversation. He denied it verbally, but his eyes betrayed his admission. He didn't ask me who the sacred flame was. If he truly had no connection to the sacred flame, his first question should have been, what is the sacred flame? But he seemed perfectly aware of what it represented, which I considered irrefutable proof. However, only 1 or 2 plant spirits were present during our conversation. If I rashly revealed his true nature, even if I convinced them, I might only harm them. Since the plant spirit candidate didn't know his connection to the sacred flame, I couldn't gamble on whether he would choose to unleash a counterattack if he couldn't maintain his candidate image in the presence of the plant spirits. If he did that, all the plant spirits present would surely die. Therefore, my decision to leave was another gamble, a gamble of checks and balances. I gambled that he still wanted to maintain his prestige among the plant spirits, to gain their support and resources. Therefore, unless I forced a confrontation with him, I wouldn't attack other plant spirits. If he were to kill these plant spirits after I left, Long he would still be a witness to their survival when I departed. If he did that, the life or death of these plant spirits would become a point of suspicion when I raise any further questions about him. Therefore, by leaving, he wouldn't kill them. Because he is a candidate for plant spirit, the plant spirits have no reason to change their opinion of him based on a few words of doubt, without me directly confronting him with a verbal attack. My failure to immediately confront him about these verbal flaws means that any subsequent investigation could no longer serve as evidence. If there weren't other plant spirits present, I could certainly have fought him directly. But with other plant spirits around, I wasn't confident I could win. It would have been simple for me to leave. But if I had exposed his true nature, proven his incompetence, and then fled, those plant spirits would inevitably die because of it. Therefore, I can only share this as my thoughts with you now. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your choice. The holy demon flame desires the power left behind by the gods. At least, the Darkfall Kingdom isn't its primary target. This matter doesn't seem to have any immediate impact on the Darkfall Kingdom, but whether it's related to the legendary cataclysm, I can't determine. His true aim is probably the Holy See. If everything Shinrua said is true and credible, then this is a truly complex conclusion for the Herxes. In any case, a candidate chosen by God engaging in cooperative dealings with a potential source of catastrophe is not something the native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent would desire. However, if this potential source of catastrophe, according to speculation, is most likely targeting the Zhizh of the Holy See, whom the Herxes despise most, then they cannot help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, but that is secondary. The truly important matter is a war between the Holy Fire and the Holy See. If this war occurs, regardless of the outcome, the Holy See will inevitably be weakened. But the way this war unfolds will determine the outcome. How the Holy Fire chooses to declare war on the Holy See, or to wage war without declaring it, whether his identity will become public knowledge, and the outcome of the war, and how the aftermath will be settled, all these factors, even the slightest difference, can lead to vastly different results. If the Holy Flame's identity is revealed to be an evil will born from the power suppressed by the gods beneath the abyss, and it declares war on the Holy Church under this identity, then the Holy Church's identity, as an organization upholding the remnants of the gods will be firmly established. Furthermore, because of its evil will's identity, and its history of being suppressed underground by the gods, coupled with its appearance after the candidates appeared on the Dust Sand continent, the native inhabitants will inevitably link these underground powers placed by the gods with the legendary cataclysm. The Holy Church, facing the Holy Flame's invasion, will be seen as the beacon of light against evil and cataclysm among all races. If it achieves victory under public scrutiny, while the Holy Church's power will be weakened, its aura will soar to new heights. However, if the Holy Flame's identity remains unknown, and its attack is sudden and undeclared, then even if the Holy Church wins, it will gain little in terms of prestige, only a pure weakening in strength. In this situation, a vacuum will appear in the Holy Church's previously extended reach across the entire continent. And the most suitable person to fill these vacuums is he/she. However, these matters are not suitable for discussion in Shinrua's presence, and neither Feng He nor Ling He are the type most adept at deducing the development of continental forces. Chapter 259. How to deal with the possible emergence of an evil will from the depths of the demon abyss that might target the Holy See was a matter for discussion among key members of the supporting Darkfall Kingdom, the returning He/she branch, the Rarewater branch, and the cooperating human settlements. Shinrua merely informed the He/she of this matter, as an explanation, and a token of gratitude for Long He bringing him back, and it was precisely because of this that the He/she considered the matter highly credible. For Shinrua, his biggest concern was how to deal with any unexpected encounters with the Plant Spirit Clan candidates, or the Holy Demon Flame in secluded places. After arriving on the Dust Sand continent, Shinrua wouldn't only make friends. For example, Guhi might throw hidden weapons at him, and Zija might use Shinrua as a bargaining chip to achieve his goals. Even if Go harbored murderous intent towards Shinrua, his friends wouldn't approve of it. If Go truly wanted to kill Shinrua, he'd have to rely on himself, perhaps by commissioning an assassination mission from the Eternal Tower. Because Shinrua's strength wasn't highly regarded in the Eternal Tower, the likelihood of those seeking trouble with him being spirit rank individuals was extremely low. However, both the Divine Demon Fire and the Plant Spirit Clan candidate definitely possess spirit rank strength, and the Divine Demon Fire could even command more than one spirit rank individual to act on his behalf. Shinrua wasn't sure the extent of the cooperation between the Plant Spirit Clan candidate and the Divine Demon Fire, but as an Eastern human, if the Divine Demon Fire had the opportunity to use him for alchemy, it would perfectly align with the traditions of the Demon Abyss. The powder Shinrua had previously refined using his own blood, combined with spices, had already aroused uncontrollable covetousness among those near spirit rank individuals corrupted by the Demon King. Now, with the added incident involving the Plant Spirit Clan's Anati, Shinrua believes the sacred demonic flame has ample motivation to eliminate him as a tonic. As for the Plant Spirit Clan candidates, Shinrua and they have already understood each other through their eyes. They both harbor murderous intent towards each other. If faced one-on-one, Shinrua, while unwilling to fight a spirit-ranked opponent, is not afraid. Shinruo has consistently chosen to avoid the candidates, but that doesn't mean he will necessarily choose an action. Because of master planting, Shinruo is willing to take action against the Plant Spirit Clan candidates, but he worries that they won't resolve the matter through a fair one-on-one battle. Furthermore, Shinruo doesn't feel he has the right to demand that of him. Given the opportunity, Shinruo wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to send the Plant Spirit Clan candidates to meet Master Planting. He believes they must have many things to discuss in the underworld. Shinruo didn't have this habit of double standards, but that didn't stop him from feeling cheated. Because of the Plant Spirit Clan's racial talent, if he chose to use poison or poison-hidden weapons, it would most likely fail. His opponent was a master of healing, especially at the spirit rank. This was the first time Shinruo had truly gotten himself into trouble since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, and a large part of it was self-inflicted. Therefore, he stayed in the Darkfall Kingdom for a while longer, forging more weapons before leaving by road. From the former ruins and passes of the Eastern human race, a section of road had now been repaired, directly connecting to the mainland highway. While this road was difficult to travel on before, flying vehicles were still possible. Now, after the repairs, it was completely unobstructed. After learning to drive a flying car, Shinruo rented one and headed to the Eternal Tower as planned. That was one of the places he had intended to visit after leaving the Far East Dragon Tomb. Leaving the Darkfall Kingdom alone and getting his flying car onto the Continental Highway, Shinruo experienced a feeling he had never felt before, the feeling of being constantly watched. Along the way, there were beings who might be observing him, or perhaps tracking him. Although they didn't directly block his path or try to do anything, this feeling was unfamiliar and unpleasant to Shinruo. For Shinruo, he was bound to appear at the Eternal Tower later. His whereabouts weren't elusive. Concealing himself now was futile, so it was better to reveal his destination directly. Therefore, aside from exchanging crystals and staying at inns at night, he didn't stop and sped directly towards the Eternal Tower. The journey to the Tower of Eternity took significantly less time than the previous trip to the Darkfall Kingdom's capital before the redevelopment of the Rare Water Branch. After dropping off his flying vehicle at the same rental shop in the Tower of Eternity, Shinruo checked into a hotel there. The Tower of Eternity has rules established by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. While one cannot be completely careless, there's no need to be overly tense. Shinruo had two plans upon arriving. First, to meet with Ji-mu. He and Ji-mu had a fairly good relationship. During his time in the prosperous Forest Kingdom, he learned that flowers, grasses, and trees were 4 top-tier, rare titles for the Plant Spirit Clan, but he had no clue what the Green Light Point Master Jihua had given him was. He wondered if he could get any useful information from Ji-mu. After all, among the stories about the Plant Spirit Clan that Shinruo had learned in the Kingdom of Fansun, there were no rumors about the relationship between Master Planting Flowers and Master Planting Tree. Shinruo was certain that the 4 title holders of flowers, grasses, trees knew each other, but that didn't necessarily mean they were friends. Shinruo had no idea what Master Planting Tree had experienced after leaving the Plant Spirit Clan to establish a separate medical clinic in the Eternal Tower. Master Planting Tree was one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, and Shinruo had no doubt that the other party already knew about what had happened in the Kingdom of Fansun. Upon seeing Master Planting Tree's reaction was indeed. I underestimated you, Master Planting Tree sighed upon seeing Shinruo. I should have thought of that before, Junjia. Master Planting Tree's words contained a wealth of information, indicating that he not only knew about the battle but also understood that the weapon Shinruo had forged using the sacred relic had demonstrated strength that at least hadn't been instantly killed by a spirit-ranked opponent. The one who went to Anati was the sacred demonic fire. Did you know about that? Shinruo asked. The birth of the sacred flame was witnessed by Shinruo, Junjia, and Ji-mu. The events of that day, and the fact that the spirit rank and near spirit rank individuals who traveled to Anna land with the sacred flame were all easily recognizable. On the Dust Sand continent, aside from a few special spirit rank individuals from the Plant Spirit Clan who dedicate their lives to alchemy in the forests, there are very few unknown spirit rank individuals. Most of the spirit rank individuals active on the continent can be found in the Eternal Tower's intelligence database, and some even have portraits. Not every near spirit rank individual has a name. The more well-known ones often have other memorable traits. For example, Tianhu Tianxue, whose beauty is her defining characteristic, but most of them are not unknown either. However, the appearance of the sacred demon flame, based on what Shinruo saw that day, was different from when he first encountered it. In other words, it could change its appearance. If it weren't for Shinruo's specific memory studies of the 2 spirit-level beings, his deductions about the relationship between the sacred demon flame and the Demon King, and the unique aura emanating from the sacred demon flame, along with a familiar feeling of its power transformation, Shinruo wouldn't have been able to identify the other party. Although Yuki and Shinruo didn't have an information gap, Yuki was, after all, in the Eternal Tower. Shinruo couldn't be sure if Yuki had been able to deduce the identity of the attackers appearing in Anadi through the Eternal Tower's intelligence system, hence his question. I already guessed this, Anadi. I haven't been there in a long time. Yuki poured Shinruo a cup of herbal tea. Now, I have a question I want to ask you first. What question? Before, neither Sains nor I invited you to join the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization, which wasn't very sincere. Now, if we're a little more sincere, are you interested? Yuki's question was completely unexpected by Shinruo. This question startled Shinruo. Why are you suddenly asking this? There are many reasons. Yuki seemed lost in thought, but his words were persuasive. Actually, joining the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes has many benefits. Shinruo tried to guess the reason. Is it because the weapon I forged with the help of the sacred relic can withstand the holy demonic fire? That's certainly one reason. Actually, even if you agree, you can't immediately become a member of our organization. Because I'm only planning to propose it, but this proposal is very serious. If I don't get a definite answer from you, then I can't propose it to you. Yuki spoke earnestly, then added after a moment's thought, I haven't mentioned this to Sains yet. Why would the 10 Greats of Dust and Sand need me? Because of Yuki's change in attitude, Shinruo had to confront the question he posed. Because I'm proposing to recruit you, not just to add an ordinary member to the organization, but to propose that you become one of the 10 Greats. Shinruo was utterly shocked. I know you're shocked and surprised, which is why I'm talking to you before making the proposal. Yuki's expression and attitude showed no hint of joking. Shinruo realized he was serious. Why would you think that? What makes me suitable? I don't even know anything about you. Shinruo had too many questions, but Yuki wasn't in a hurry. He first dropped a bombshell. Master Jihua is also one of the 10 Greats of Dust and Sand. Because I intervened at his deathbed, so you chose me? If that was the reason, Shinruo felt that while it was still unbelievable, it was also somewhat understandable. It's not that simple. Since you risked your life for Master Jihua, I can tell you a little more about the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. You can listen first, and then consider it carefully. Shimu elegantly drank a cup of medicinal tea, and began to tell Shinruo about the 10 ranks of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. On the Dust and Sand continent, most spirit rank individuals belong to specific groups. Even a lone wolf might tend to align themselves with a particular country or organization. This is because lone wolves rarely obtain sufficient resources to continuously improve their strength. Although resources aren't the key to achieving the spirit rank, without them, it's certainly difficult to reach it. Shinruo agreed with this. After arriving on the Dust and Sand continent, he had secretly compared his own strength with that of other humans. So far, Shinruo believed he hadn't encountered a human stronger than himself. Part of the reason for this was that, compared to other races, the humans on the Dust and Sand continent still lacked resources. On her home planet Earth, Shinruo had very little contact with people on the isolated island. Compared to the human race on the Dust Sand continent, the cultivation resources on the island were worlds apart. Chapter 260. Although the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand are a fairly influential neutral force on the Dust and Sand continent, they cannot always cultivate a sufficient number of spirit rank cultivators to succeed them. The birth of a spirit rank cultivator isn't solely based on talent, although talent is certainly important. Sometimes it's just a matter of that crucial shift in consciousness. There are also cultivators with exceptional talent, whom everyone believes is destined to reach the spirit rank, but perhaps it will require time. For example, Junja. The other spirit rank cultivators don't doubt that Junja will be able to cross the threshold of the spirit rank, but without the help of the Water Flame Lotus, Junja will have to rely on the persistent efforts of time. Sometimes, crossing the spirit rank requires a bit of luck, and luck is something that cannot be forced. When the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand first established their organization, they did indeed have 10 spirit rank cultivators, and each spirit rank cultivator had their own successor, but their disciples weren't necessarily able to achieve the spirit rank by the time their predecessors reached their natural lifespan. Therefore, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes have maintained the public image of having 10 spirit rank members through certain information asymmetry. While not a complete illusion, it's not the absolute truth either. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes will continue to ensure the existence of the spirit rank members through their unique methods, but this isn't absolutely uninterrupted. Historically, unbeknownst to most, there have been instances where only 7, 8, or even 9 spirit rank members participated in crystal ball meetings. The Plant Spirit clan has historically had several spirit rank members, who were once members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. This is because when the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes initially formed, there were as many as 3 plant spirits, and also because the organizational structure of the Plant Spirit clan was inherently less rigorous. Although the plant spirits possess intelligence, they retain many characteristics of plants. For example, they obtain nutrients from sunlight, rain, and the earth, and are susceptible to discomfort from environmental pollution. Their method of reproduction is also more similar to that of plants. Under these circumstances, plant spirit nations naturally do not need to form states in the same way as other races, and they do not have a very clear concept of a national leader. The plant spirits' medical masters earn respect from other plant spirits primarily through the power they receive from the god of life and their actions. The reason plant spirit nations retain some organizational names similar to those of other races is solely to maintain order when other races come to the plant spirit's habitat for survival and cultivation. In reality, the rules and boundaries of plant spirit nations are not determined by a few powerful figures. In plant spirit nations, there are no rulers equivalent to those of other races, but highly respected plant spirits, elected by other plant spirits, represent the plant spirits in expressing their will and rules to other races. They are merely representatives. The titles of king and noble are for the convenience of other races using these titles, and also to convey the authority and prestige of these representatives. Normally, the plant spirits don't explain these things. However, seeing that Shinrua showed no impatience, Jimu explained in detail. Because of their nature, the plant spirits naturally lack the social organization characteristics of other races. However, they possess many resources, such as healing aids, that other races crave. Therefore, many other races come to the plant spirit's habitat. The influx of too many foreign races into the plant spirit clan's nation is a source of great annoyance for the plant spirits, causing them discomfort even with substantial exchanges of benefits. A neutral, secure trading location, where transactions between traders and other races can be completed, is something the plant spirits are highly motivated to pursue. Finding such a location outside their native habitat led to the historical proposal by the 3 plant spirits, who initially participated in establishing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand to seize the Eternal Tower region. However, this region had previously been a fiercely contested area for cultivators, as the Eternal Tower, like the sacred temple, possessed power left behind by the gods in ancient times. Of course, these are not the only such places on the dust and sand continent, but even among them, these two are quite unique. The plant spirits themselves cannot monopolize the Eternal Tower region, and their goal in establishing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand does not require them to exclusively possess the Eternal Tower. During the preparation process, spirit-ranked plant spirits formed alliances with spirit-ranked beings from other races, and gained recognition from some beings trading within the Eternal Tower during the construction of the trading area. The order of the Eternal Tower also shifted from being maintained by the spirit-ranked beings according to their own principles, to being spontaneously maintained by those trading and cultivating within the trading area. Under this premise, the conditions for the formation of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand gradually matured, and ultimately, 10 spirit-ranked individuals formed an organization to maintain order in the entire area. Later, the Eternal Tower established an arena in the core location where spatial power still existed. Competition in this area helped improve strength and also provided a good place for beings who had arranged duels to compete. One reason the dust and sand 10 absolutes maintain their image of always having 10 spirit rank members is that the organization's name itself originated from 10 renowned spirit rank individuals. Furthermore, maintaining the public's perception of having 10 spirit rank members is beneficial to the dust and sand 10 absolutes' reputation and intimidation factor. Therefore, the dust and sand 10 absolutes have kept their spirit rank replacement method secret. Even now, not all members of the dust and sand 10 absolutes know each other. As for the occasional gap in membership, preventing the 10 absolutes from reaching full strength, this is perfectly normal. Because the creation of spirit rank members requires resources, most promising talents with magical abilities are nurtured by organizations in their birth country. For example, disciples and children of clergy in the Holy See are not likely to leave. While the dust and sand 10 absolutes have accumulated considerable resources over the years, their organizational structure makes it difficult for them to continuously and purposefully cultivate powerful spirit rank members, like other national organizations. Firstly, the dust and sand 10 absolutes value freedom. The Tower of Ion establishes order, also for the sake of better free trade. Therefore, the founders of the Tower of Ion organization, the original 10 dust and sand heroes, did not intend to manage the organization in a strict manner. The organization is loosely structured but orderly, only taking swift and decisive action against anything that violates its principles, in order to establish the prestige of the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes. The spirit rank members of the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes usually do their own things according to their own preferences, ensuring that they uphold the original covenant between the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes and the Tower of Ion. Outside of the Tower of Ion, they are simply themselves. In this situation, some spirit rank members are not very enthusiastic about cultivating their successors, and inheriting the title of 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand doesn't rely on the guidance of any single member. What they need is the approval of more than 1/3 of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, that is, 4 out of the 10 spirit rank members. Then, witnessed by at least 3 spirit rank members, they must drip their own blood onto the blood pact left by the original 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, and establish a contract. The oath is to not violate the principles of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, and not to do anything detrimental to the Eternal Tower. The 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand doesn't mind introducing spirit rank members without powerful backgrounds to fill vacant positions. However, those who truly achieve spirit rank single-handedly without any powerful background are extremely rare. These exceptional individuals must also ensure they do not contradict the organizational spirit of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand when it was founded. If they previously belonged to a country or organization, it's highly likely that a spirit rank member's sense of belonging to their current organization will be less than in the past. The 10 Dust and Sand Heroes do not wish for any spirit rank member to assume the title with motives unrelated to the island. Those spirit rank members with irreconcilable conflicts with their original organizations or nations, or those without affiliation due to hatred, will not be nominated by the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes. This is because it cannot be guaranteed that they will not seek to exploit the island's vast resources for their own purposes. Furthermore, the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes dislike spirit rank members who are power-hungry, believing that it would disrupt the organization's structure. They aim to maintain a loosely structured organization with unwavering loyalty, a degree of freedom within the organization while possessing sufficient deterrent power to prevent other forces from interfering with the island's daily operations within its sphere of influence. Furthermore, the Tower of Eternity initially existed to establish credibility for trade, and its reputation rested on the organization of the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes. A non-neutral, unstable environment damages credibility, so the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes, being the foundation of the continent, implies extremely high requirements for its top 10 spirit rank members. The highest requirement is never strength. With talent and effort, anyone can break through to the spirit rank, but aligning one's thoughts with the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes is the most difficult aspect of their search for a successor. Although I did briefly withstand the combined attack of the holy demonic fire and the corrupted spirit rank Shizha, that was primarily because I used a spear inlaid with a sacred relic. Shinruo didn't immediately address whether his own preferences clashed with the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes' frankness in response to Yuki's honesty. Because based on Yuki's description, Shinruo could roughly guess the type of rules in the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes' initial contract. However, since he hadn't directly seen the specific rules, he couldn't be certain whether his principles and preferences contradicted or were incompatible with them. From Yuki's description, and Shinruo's understanding of Yuki and Sane's, the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes were indeed highly individualistic. In Yuki and Sane's, there was no apparent burden of maintaining the organization, nor any sense of absolute responsibility towards the island. They would certainly uphold the foundation of the island's existence, and would intervene against anything that might threaten it, but their daily lives didn't seem to prioritize Ion affairs. From this perspective, Shinruo relatively appreciated the style of the 10 Dust and Sand Heroes. Therefore, Shinruo didn't think their rules were the primary consideration for him regarding their suitability. Chapter 261. Regarding Yuki's suggestion that he succeed as one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, Shinruo's first concern was his own strength and whether it met the prerequisite of spirit rank. I'm actually not sure if I can meet your spirit rank requirement. While your strength is uncertain, your performance at the time was certainly above the high rank. Isn't that interesting? Yuki laughed. Right, making us find it interesting is also a crucial point in gaining the approval of the 10 great masters of dust and sand. The requirement of approval from the 10 great masters of dust and sand fully demonstrates that some beings are obsessed with power. Some care about their sphere of influence on the dust and sand continent, some like to reach the pinnacle, and some, though powerful, focus on having fun. To possess such qualities, and still achieve spirit rank. Shinruo couldn't help but sigh. This makes it easier to understand why Sane's is skilled in support, while Yuki relies more on adaptability. After all, These kinds of beings aren't obsessed with increasing their strength, especially in combat. In Shinrua's view, someone like Junju was more straightforward. He looked like he was destined for the spirit rank, and in fact, he had broken through to the spirit rank at a young age. As for Ji Mu, according to the middle-aged members of the plant spirit clan in the Fansun Kingdom, he was at least 50 years old. However, according to the different calendars of the Qinsha continent and their home planet Earth, Ji Mu was actually over 100 years old. Ji Mu's spirit rank was likely due to a combination of his talent, opportunities, and the time he spent cultivating his strength. However, the reason why Yuki intended to suggest it to Shinruo also surprised Shinruo. Yuki felt that Shinruo, as a human who had broken through to a higher level of strength, coupled with his youth and lack of any powerful background, was quite interesting to the 10 masters of dust and sand. Of course, Shinruo's enduring care for Master Jihua was a bonus. Yuki's sudden invitation almost made Shinruo forget his main purpose in seeking Yuki's attention. What exactly the green light left behind by Master Jihua was. But precisely because of this, Shinruo decided to learn more about the 10 masters of dust and sand before judging whether Yuki had other motives, or whether he really wanted to further build trust with Yuki. After all, their current relationship, to Shinruo, could be described as acquaintances in books. Acquaintances, if interpreted literally, didn't necessarily mean anything. Moreover, Shinruo was certain that if he actually agreed to Yuki's suggestion, but ultimately failed the test, and was deemed unable to reach the spirit rank, the Eternal Tower would not lose anything. It would be a huge gain. Because his personal stats would be entered into the Ion system, the Ion would then have a correct assessment of his strength. Obtaining information on a human whose strength is shrouded in mystery, without any additional means or money, is undoubtedly a win-win situation for an organization with a massive intelligence operation. Of course, the bait he offered would be tempting enough even if the target wasn't Shinruo. For a lone, highly powerful individual, becoming a high-ranking member of the top-tier structure behind a neutral force, like the Ion, is an extremely alluring prospect. Shinruo wasn't tempted by power, he had his own thoughts. So, if I'm not a spirit rank cultivator, and you propose I accept your spectating and testing, wouldn't I just be providing you with entertainment? Even doing an impromptu street performance requires a coin toss for onlookers. This proposal sounds like you're just using me for your amusement. That's a bit of a point, but the Tower of Eternity always values fair trade, and won't let you be spectated for nothing. Yuki was clearly unsurprised, and fully acknowledged Shinruo's suggestion of using the 10 absolutes for entertainment. Them? Are you removing yourself from the 10 absolutes? Shinruo asked. I already seen you, and not every member of the 10 absolutes enjoys this novelty. Yuki said. If you make the proposal, and I meet your requirements, but I back out before the blood is drawn, what will happen? Shinruo continued. Haha, so what if you back out? It won't matter. Jimu said, because a transaction is based on confirmation by both parties to the contract. As long as it's not finalized, it doesn't count as going back on your word. Then I think about it some more. Since you can back out midway, it's not impossible for you to proceed with the process. Shinruo said, but actually, I came to see you about something else. The succession competition for the title of Old Man Jihua hasn't decided on a successor. None of the plant spirits present have successfully inherited the Jihua legacy from the God of Life. You were by his side when he died. Did you take that thing? Jimu had clearly guessed what had happened, but he was still somewhat puzzled. Normally, the legacy of Jihua can only be inherited by the body of a plant spirit. You're not human, right? This thing can't be stored, can it? Of course it didn't enter my body, Shinruo said. However, Master Jihua's last words were incomplete. I don't understand what they meant. After saying this, Shinruo repeated Master Jihua's last words. The competition wasn't finished. The title of Jihua, if there's a chance later, and I encounter the manifestation of the will of the God of Life, then. Hearing Shinruo's retelling, Jimu frowned. His words were incomplete, so it's indeed difficult for you to understand. If it were any other plant spirit, they certainly wouldn't know what he meant either. However, he knew we knew each other, and I inherited one of the 4 titles: flower, grass, tree, and tree. That's why we know what he wants to do. He wants to return the power passed down through the name of Plant Flower to the God of Life, and until then, he wants you to keep it safe. The remaining will of the God of Life. Shinruo hesitated for a moment, then asked, how can we see him? Will he manifest in the temple, or is there a specific place you know where he resides? Unfortunately, Jimu sighed, in the long history of the plant spirits, the manifestation of the remaining will of the God of Life has been extremely rare, and his place of residence is unknown to us. In fact, Ana Land is a place blessed by the God of Life, But even though Ana land was destroyed, and plant flower, the inheritor of the power bestowed upon the plant spirits by the god of life, died in Ana land, the remaining will of the god of life still did not descend. After his contact with the god of space, Shenruo understood that not every divine will left on the Dust Sand continent would respond to the races born from his power. He had sensed this even earlier, since the god associated with the birth of humanity was the one least likely to reveal himself. Whether even his remaining will had completely vanished was entirely a mystery. According to the will of the god of wind, this god was very powerful, and Shenruo confirmed that his power on the Dust Sand continent resided in the blood of humanity. However, races born under the influence of other gods seemed to follow the rule that the strength of their innate power was related to the god they worshipped. If this was the case, humanity should be stronger. Therefore, it can only be said that the thoughts and actions of gods are unpredictable. But in this case, the flower-planting master's dying wish might ultimately become an impossible task. Perhaps, just as Shenruo sensed the difficulty of fulfilling Master Jihua's last wish, Jimu seemed to have thought of something, uttering the word perhaps, then hesitated. Perhaps what? Shenruo asked. Perhaps I can propose that if you are willing to accept the challenge of becoming one of the 10 greats of dust and sand, then the challenge would be to manifest the remaining will of the god of life to fulfill the old man Jihua's wish. I haven't formally agreed yet. But you just indicated that you didn't object to my proposal, did you? Shimu said, becoming one of the 10 greats isn't a bad thing, especially if they accept my proposed challenge. For you, it's just doing something you were going to do anyway. As for what to do next afterward, you can choose or not, the choice is still in your hands. Do you need to refuse now? It must be said that Shenruo knew 2 of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 great masters of dust and sand. While these 2 weren't particularly keen on increasing their combat power, they each possessed unique skills. Yuki not only employed a multitude of strange methods, but he was also a master negotiator. Regardless of whether his proposal to the other spirit rank members to make Shenruo one of the 10 great masters contained any traps, Yuki's narration seemed honest, and the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Most importantly, he offered something Shenruo had already wanted to do as his proposal, suggesting that the other 10 great masters use it as a test. This made it hard to refuse, as it sounded incredibly sincere. However, Shenruo was also well aware that Yuki's proposal was merely his own intention. In reality, the other 9 members of the Eternal Tower now numbered less than 9, and whether they would agree was still uncertain. While Yuki's words were very persuasive, these conditions and ideas were merely empty promises, not something that could truly satisfy hunger. Shenruo didn't immediately refuse because, according to Yuki, the Tower of Eternity was an organization uninterested in power or controlling the continent's direction. The 10 dust and sand masters merely existed to maintain both their own enjoyment and the Tower of Eternity's trading environment. If Yuki's claim of freedom was true, then becoming one of the 10 dust and sand masters wouldn't be a bad thing. Especially since, although the gatekeeper mentioned the Cataclysm legend to build momentum for the candidates, Shenruo felt that the dust and sand continent was undergoing changes, and these changes seemed to be developing in the direction of the Cataclysm. Under these circumstances, Shenruo didn't know if his happy life of exploration might be disrupted at any moment. He didn't yet know what the Tower of Eternity could bring to the 10 dust and sand masters, but obtaining intelligence would obviously be much easier. And intelligence could allow Shenruo to avoid the sharp edges of some powerful figures, and proactively avoid some potential dangers. Chapter 262. Shenruo returned to the inn, where Tian Shui was waiting for him in the lounge area. Shenruo was unsure whether this was Jimu's arrangement, or some other reason, or whether Sane still insisted he had feelings for Tian Shui. Tian Shui, however, acted naturally, giving Shenruo her current address and inviting him to visit Tian Shao sometime. Just as Shenruo was still unsure of Jimu's motives for suggesting he fill a vacancy among the 10 great dust and sand, the crystal balls in the Eternal Tower's crystal ball room began lighting up in turn. Jimu, of course, initiated the conversation. One of our 10 greats perished in the kingdom of Fansen. Now, we have fewer than 8. Therefore, I believe we need to find suitable spirit rank members as soon as possible to fill the vacant positions. Jimu didn't tell Shenruo about the spirit rank shortage among the 10 great dust and sand, but instead revealed their current situation during the crystal meeting. Even with the deceased Master Jihua, the spirit rank slots of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand were not filled. That's easy to say, but if suitable spirit ranks were so easy to find, there wouldn't have been any empty slots before. A crystal ball lit up, and the voice sounded self-deprecating. When Jihua died, a human stood beside him, shielding him from attacks by 2 enemies with spirit rank strength. Although the shielding wasn't long, The attackers weren't familiar with Chihua, but we all remember who they were. Yuki said, although we're used to judging whether someone is spirit rank based on magical manifestations, which makes it impossible for us to judge humans in the same way, isn't this in line with our usual style? Challenging the unknown, defining things that haven't been defined yet, You mean you're suggesting Shinrua? Sane's crystal ball lit up. She and Shinrua had known each other for quite some time, having traveled together to ancient Tronisha. It had become a relatively centralized place. The new king, the one who obtained the mask forged from several sacred relics, had reformed the power structure of the Sand City. Because of their shared experience, Sane's had a lot of authority on Yuki's suggestion in the eyes of the other 10 absolutes. You met this human, what do you think? Another crystal ball lit up. He's got a brain. Sane's recalled their trip to the ancient Tronisha ruins, but he obtained a sacred relic, the heart of the water elemental, and sold it to Steelstone, that stone elf candidate, for a very low price. That made me very angry. Haha, you're angry he didn't sell it to you, aren't you? A member of the 10 absolutes mocked Saneson. That's true, but afterwards I turned his possible story with Kinshua into gossip, and made a lot of money, so I let it go. Saneson felt no remorse for what he had done. Speaking of which, he hasn't appeared in our sights for a long time, and his reappearance is related to such a big matter. That's because you wouldn't pay attention to small things, and no intelligence network would collect information about things like eating and drinking, right? A crystal ball that hadn't lit up before now glowed, joining the crystal meeting. Can anyone add any more information? One of the 10 greats asked. While he was out of the intelligence network sites, he went to the Far East Dragon Tomb, Yuki said. You all remember when he wanted to become an apprentice at the academy, right? After receiving the potion-making book I gave him, he went to the Far East Dragon Tomb. He even consulted me about many herbs along the way. I can even simulate his route based on the herbs he collected. I heard the Far East Dragon Tomb is now completely a wasteland. Another of the 10 greats, who spoke earlier, interjected. Whether it's related to him or not, he certainly shouldn't be an unknown figure. In short, he has no powerful backing. At least we haven't found any trace of any force influencing him. After contact, I believe his personality doesn't conflict with our principles. These are the reasons I proposed him as our successor. Yuki explained his thoughts. Now there are still a few issues to resolve. A crystal ball lit up. First, his strength. Has he actually reached the spirit rank? Being able to reach the spirit rank through personal strength and the aid of weapons is enough, in my opinion. Yuki, as the proposer, naturally insisted on his idea. Because the existence of the 10 absolute dust and sand is to resolve external threats to the principles of the Eternal Tower, ensuring equality and safety for all trade and the various races living within it. In this context, individual combat strength equivalent to the spirit rank means having the ability to deal with other beings or forces intending to destroy the Eternal Tower. Alright, regarding this idea, who agrees and who disagrees? Regarding the issue of strength assessment, the Crystal Conference will ultimately decide whether to accept the concept of equivalent spirit rank through a vote. Shinrua was neither aware of nor concerned with the content of the 10 Absolute Dust and Sand Crystal Conference. However, during his time at the Eternal Tower, he frequently felt spied on. He didn't know how much of this attention came from the forces established by the Holy Demonic Fire, and how much from the Eternal Tower itself. But since the area was currently under the protection of the 10 Absolute Dust and Sand rules, these gazes were, for the time being, merely observations. However, Shinrua had another purpose in coming to the Eternal Tower, to process the items he had brought out from the Far East Dragon Tomb. This processing differed from that in the Darkfall Kingdom. This time, Shinrua intended to have the artisans of the Eternal Tower process the various metals and treasures that had already been sorted and stored in space gems in the Darkfall Kingdom. He also planned to sell some of them. The artisans of Darkfall Kingdom are certainly skilled at crafting weapons and machinery, but when it comes to the production of magical items, clothing, and the diversity of tradable goods, the reputation of the Ion is second to none on the Dust Sand continent. After observing for a while, one of the 10 absolutes couldn't help but exclaim in the Crystal Conference, "The stuff this guy brought out is just too good." Saneson then directly said to Yuki, "Didn't we agree to try your plan first in our last vote? Why don't you go now?" In fact, as one of the 10 spirit rank members of the Dust Sand 10 absolutes, the highest level of the Ion, each of them had seen a considerable quantity of truly exceptional items. The Tower of Eternity records 2 sacred relics that are quest items, and Shinrua has neither encountered either of them before, nor has he found any other relevant documents. This clearly demonstrates that the rarity of these 2 sacred relics is not the same as that of quest items, like the Water Elemental Heart and the Flame Coral, which have at least 10 or 8 pieces each. Therefore, the 10 absolutes who voted in favor were simply trying to create a buzz and get Yuki to get things done quickly. Although their behavior was overly flamboyant, the 10 absolutes were actually very concerned about the need for a spirit rank member to fill the position. Because they have access to more comprehensive information, and being spirit rank, their perception of the changes in the powers and laws existing on the continent is far more acute than that of ordinary beings. They can perceive that the cataclysm actually originated from changes in the laws left behind by the gods, and is not exclusive to the spirit rank members of the Holy See. Even if they weren't entirely certain before, if the 10 absolutes of dust and sand remained oblivious several hundred days after the changes in the abyss, they might as well resign and hand over the Eternal Tower to other nations and organizations. What the cataclysm refers to is unclear. The gods left no clues. However, in the face of a cataclysm, only by combining more and stronger forces can one possibly overcome it. This is an unchanging truth. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand cannot violate the principles established at the founding of the Eternal Tower by selecting spirit rank powerhouses to join their ranks. Therefore, the emergence of someone who meets the criteria but whose strength cannot be determined, and whose existence can only be concluded from battle records that they are equivalent to spirit rank through weaponry, is actually acceptable to them. Moreover, they had all thoroughly investigated the battle that led to Jihua's death through their own intelligence networks. Regarding the circumstances at the time, most of the 10 greats of dust and sand agreed with Shenruo's choice. In their view, Shenruo exposed himself to the power of the sacred demon fire to help one of the 10 greats complete his last wish. Given Shenruo's individual strength as a human, this was extremely dangerous. Especially if the sacred demon fire intended to target Shenruo later, the Eastern humans would always be drawn to beings from the demon abyss. Therefore, if Shenruo wanted peace, the 10 greats of dust and sand believed that accepting the help of an organization or force was the right choice. However, a new problem arose before the 10 greats of dust and sand. They believed that Shenruo's option of joining the 10 greats of dust and sand, an option many beings on the dust and sand continent desperately sought, was one he might not accept. Furthermore, although the test proposed by Jimu was supposedly something this person was originally going to do, he seemed to have no intention of even starting. But it was precisely this that made the 10 masters of dust and sand find it even more interesting, and even more eager to have Shenruo join them, even if she ultimately didn't fill the 10 spirit rank positions within the 10 masters of dust and sand. They were already in high spirits. What's the point of someone begging to join the 10 great masters of dust and sand, wanting to be recognized and accepted by them, as one of the 10 spirit rank members to fill a position? There's no suspense whatsoever. It's precisely those who don't want to come, or even suspect their ulterior motives, that will pique the 10 great masters of dust and sand's interest in bringing them in, and this further demonstrates that the other party has no vested interests, doesn't it? Yuki, if you don't want to push forward with your proposal, then I'm going. Sane stated, I haven't seen him since I visited your medical clinic. I think this is a good opportunity to catch up. I can't stop you from going. I heard that Tianxue has been quite close to him lately, and it was Tianxue who initiated it. Isn't this famously beautiful heavenly fox your personal messenger? Yuki said. Tianxue was certainly not Sanzin's personal messenger, but since she was brought into the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization by Sanzin, many of Tianxue's missions were assigned by Sanzin. Chapter 263. Sanzin was adept at surprising, or perhaps startling people. When Shenruo opened the door, he saw a cold snake flick its tongue and hiss in front of him. Shenruo wasn't actually very good at recognizing the characteristics of cold snakes, but he had interacted with Sanzin quite a bit, and since this was the Tower of Eternity, he instantly recognized the cold snake before him. However, if Sanzin were mixed in with a large group of cold snakes, Shenruo wasn't confident he could spot him at a glance. Guess what I'm here for, Sanzin asked. To act as an intermediary for Yuki? To help me fulfill Master Yuki's dying wish as soon as possible? Shenruo asked. You're really boring. How could you just give the correct answer, Sanzin said, but it's alright, I'm a cold snake that can self-regulate. Let's see what I prepared for you. Are you interested? You prepared something for me? Shenruo was puzzled. Things weren't going as he expected. Come on, come to my snake den, you'd be amazed. Sanzin's eyes gleamed with excitement. The word snake den doesn't sound very flattering. Why do you look so proud? I am the frost serpent. All my strongholds are snake dens. Sanzin rolled his eyes at Shenruo. You really know how to spoil the frost serpent's fun. Come with me. Shenruo thought, mainly because she spoiled Sanzin's fun. She could still turn others into the subject of gossip by entertaining herself. But if she could actually help Seinzen get excited, well, that was too much for Shinrua to imagine. The 10 deadly assassins protect the safety of all beings within the Eternal Tower. Even if Seinzen wanted to harm Shinrua, he wouldn't choose the Eternal Tower as a location, lest he destroy the credibility the 10 deadly assassins had built up over a long history. Seinzen is also one of the spirit rank members of the 10 deadly assassins, and Shinrua is currently under the protection of the Eternal Tower. Whether a powerful dragon can suppress a local snake is another matter, but since the other party has come to invite her, there's no reason not to go and see for herself. Shinrua followed Seinzen into a building in the town of the Eternal Tower, a building very close to the Eternal Tower's arena. Presumably, it was also shrouded in spatial power. Although the difference between the interior and exterior wasn't as great as the difference between the arena and its interior, it still exhibited the characteristic of spatial inconsistency. Seinzen led Shinrua down, and the further down they went, the more pronounced this feeling became. Because the Eternal Tower, as a town, had a visible building density and a well-developed sewer system. The space beneath this building, judging by distance with the naked eye, already occupied a significant portion of what should have been the Eternal Tower's sewer system. This effect naturally stemmed from the power left behind by the god who governs space. This was clearly not a place solely occupied by Seinzen, the Frost Serpent. Shinrua looked thoughtfully at the forked paths in this space. Welcome to my serpent's lair number 1. Seinzen opened a door, leading to a large hall. In the center of the hall stood a huge sand table depicting the dust and sand continent, with simulated flowing water, though, of course, a perfect replica was impossible. However, even with a sand table spanning dozens of square meters, the visual effect was still quite stunning. One side of the palace courtyard featured a corridor crafted from cold stone, adorned with various treasures. While dragons generally hold a stereotypical view of treasure-loving races, seeing Seinzen's corridor, one could only sigh, how can we know the cold serpent doesn't love it? Seinzen bent over, and in the next second, she was coiled up against the pillars and railings of the corridor, seemingly there to enjoy herself rather than discuss business with Shinrua. However, she only made herself comfortable for a few seconds before straightening up. How about it? Are you speechless with shock? Seinzen asked. It's not that bad, Shinrua said. So what did you bring me here to discuss that we can't talk about outside? Of course, it's to show you on the sand table how to meet the remnant will of the God of Life, Seinzen said. Because historically, the remnant will of the God of Life only responds to the prayers of the plant spirits in specific places. You must first reach that specific place. I don't think I said I absolutely had to go, Shinrua said. You will definitely go, we all know that. There's no point in saying it again, Seinzen said confidently. Because you already chosen to help Senior Plant Flower under those circumstances, there's really no need to be coy about this. Seinzen's personality is different from Plant Flower's. She doesn't care about elegance or manners. What's fun in those things? She prefers to reveal her cards directly, not only her own, but also the other person's. That's her style. Seinzen continued, to be honest, Yuki's actions aren't very ethical. Senior Yuki is a spirit rank member among the plant spirits, yet he didn't even offer a gift to show respect before meeting you. How can he gain anyone's trust? We don't only have the identity of the 10 great dust and sand, in fact, we use that identity the least. Well, that's beside the point. Now let me make a statement. Thank you for what you did for Senior Yuki, it wasn't easy. Therefore, we hope you will become one of us, so I agree to Yuki's proposal. However, a test is necessary. I know you might say you don't necessarily want to become one of us, but I say it again, there's no need to rush to refuse, because this test doesn't conflict with what you're going to do. You're willing to fulfill Senior Yuki's request, but do you know why this could be the test Yuki proposed for you to become a member of the 10 Great Dust and Sand? Seinzen asked. Hearing Seinzen say this, Shinrua realized that she also felt Yuki was being overly eager to make her one of the 10 greats. Choosing such a test as the basis for the proposal only fueled Shinrua's suspicions. However, from another perspective, given the power and resources the 10 great masters of dust and sand possessed on the dust and sand continent, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths and complexities to do anything to Shinrua. Therefore, Seinzen changed his approach to communicating with Shinrua. While Shinrua still wasn't entirely comfortable with Seinzen's communication style, he no longer felt the same sense of power struggle he had when facing Yuki, despite the seemingly honest exchange. It goes without saying that this matter is unlikely to be easy, but you 10 absolutes, Curator Yuki said that including Master Planting, there are 3 plant spirits, they are a race born to wield the power of the God of Life, so they probably all hope I can accomplish this, right? Of course, Master Planting is no longer with us, but the remaining 2 should be very motivated to let me do it. As for the other 10 absolutes, I don't think there wouldn't be at least one spirit rank who is on good terms with Master Planting, especially since he was also a pharmacist. Whether he was a pharmacist or not is beside the point. Judging by age, he should have become one of the 10 absolutes earlier than Curator Yuki. Under these circumstances, there should be other members of the 10 absolutes who have received help from Master Planting, or perhaps urgently needed but precious medicines. Therefore, there should be quite a few among them who have a chance to complete this task. Furthermore, I think Master Planting's request is probably an extremely difficult one to fulfill, to the point that if I can complete it, then you might even think that whether I am a spirit rank or not is not so important. Shinru explained her conjectures to Sains. Indeed, regardless of strength, just judging by intellect, you are qualified to be one of the 10 greats, Sains said. Actually, the last point is the most crucial, because Yuki did something similar, but he failed. Shinru had only heard one thing about Yuki's failure, and its connection to the god of life, before she disappeared. Obtaining the sacred relic of the plant spirit clan, the scepter left behind by the god of life. Could it be that we need to obtain the scepter left behind by the god of life first? Shinru sensed something was wrong. Theoretically, shouldn't only the plant spirit clan be able to obtain this thing? Why is fulfilling the plant master's will requiring obtaining this first? Even a spirit rank cultivator like Plant would fail to acquire it. Shinru didn't believe he, as a human, could possibly gain the scepter's approval. Furthermore, the scepter transforms into a tree after its holder dies. Does the tree arise spontaneously from the scepter itself, or does it absorb the nutrients of the plant spirits and merge with them? The plant spirits look very much like trees. Their fusion with the scepter is like a tree taking root and growing. But Shinru is human. Humans cannot merge with trees. To merge would require something like the legendary man-eating tree in the jungle. Seeing the change in Shinru's expression, Sainzen chuckled and then confirmed his doubts. That's right, just as you thought. I didn't expect you to already know about the story of the young plant spirit. It seems your intelligence-gathering ability is quite good, very much to our liking. If at first it was somewhat for fun, now I'm genuinely optimistic about you. That doesn't sound sincere at all. I just think you sense the show is about to begin and are incredibly excited. Shinru disagreed with Sainzen's optimism. How can you say that to me? I believe you still go. If you're sure you're going, then I have something for you. Sainzen said, taking out a magical artifact that controlled a 3D projection of a crystal, to demonstrate what he intended to use to entice Shinru. A magical artifact. A spirit rank radiant stone. It can summon the full power of a powerful spirit rank being sealed within it. It's an extremely powerful life-saving item. Sainzen began introducing the first magical artifact appearing in the projection. Sounds powerful, but spirit ranks vary in strength. Your full power attack doesn't sound that impressive, Shinru said to Sainzen. Hey! You human, whose strength level I don't even know, dare to look down on my power? Sainz was enraged, but she admitted she wasn't that strong, and ultimately explained the power of the radiant stone. This isn't an attack from a support-type spirit rank like me, but an attack from the historically famous spirit rank archmage, Guangzhe. Regarding this archmage's strength, I suggest you do some research on the history of archmages. Chapter 264. Magical Items. The spirit rank radiant stone was just one of the gifts that Sainzen showed to Shinru. According to Sainzen, if he were to set off to retrieve the sacred relics of the plant spirit clan, then the several legendary level or higher magical items she would subsequently show him would also be given to Shinru. After all, Senior Plant Flower is one of our 10 masters. To accomplish his task, spending a few magical items is nothing, Sainzen said. If I were to die on the way, you would still have a way to take the items back, right? Shinru said, in that case, you actually profit. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Although she hadn't intentionally collected them, Shinru currently possessed quite a few sacred relics. Of course, whether the 10 masters could obtain the items stored in her earring was another matter. The gatekeeper hadn't told Shinru whether the quest items from the candidate would be dropped if she died for reasons other than combat with the candidate. What are you saying? Sain said. If anything happens to you on the way, we give you a proper burial. The effects and uses of magical items can be appraised by a senior magic master, or there's a more luxurious and simpler method. Just use one and see. It sounds like if I wanted to do this myself, refusing your gift would be a loss for me, Shinru said. Alright, I rest too. Preparations are almost complete. If nothing unexpected happens, we can set off anytime. That's wonderful. Then, Sain said, I tell you how to obtain this sacred relic of the plant spirits, the scepter left behind by the god of life. Since Plant Spirit, one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, is the only plant spirit among all living beings to have ever attempted to obtain the scepter. The 10 great masters of dust and sand naturally possess detailed information on how to acquire it. Obtaining the scepter is merely a prerequisite for the manifestation of the will of the God of life. It doesn't guarantee that the will descend upon the plant spirit after acquisition. Therefore, fulfilling the dying wish of the plant master is no easy feat. Shenruo wasn't arrogant either, accepting Sainz's gift without question, but casually activated one of the magical items, the Heavenly Fox's enchanting flame stone. Sainz was caught off guard by Shenruo's actions. This magical item is a one-time use item, usable on oneself or a designated target. It grants the user, upon triggering its effect, the alluring charm of a spirit rank celestial fox for a limited time. However, the alluring effect on the user under the item's influence differs from that of a genuine spirit rank celestial fox. The designated target, while radiating charm, will also continuously emit foxfire from their body. Even though Sainzine isn't particularly fond of cold rocks, she is still a cold snake. Being unable to withstand temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius doesn't mean she enjoys temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius. Shenruo's attack was an extreme example of the cold snake's anti-cold nature. Moreover, Shenruo acted swiftly. Sainzine didn't even have time to react before she was struck. "Hey! What are you doing?" Sainz was enveloped in a red glow, which occasionally emitted swirling circles, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should not be without the heart to guard against others. This is an ancient saying of our settlement. Actually, it was an ancient saying from their home planet Earth. Claiming their origin as a settlement shouldn't be wrong, Shenruo thought. And then? Sainz laughed angrily. "Just borrowing it to test if there's anything wrong with the magical item you gave me, saving me the time of having a mage examine it. Besides, you're at the spirit rank. Even an ordinary mage wouldn't be able to tell if I tampered with it, right?" Shenruo readily admitted her thoughts. "Hiss. I'm a cold serpent. Not a fire serpent. You bastard," Sainz roared. "But you're a spirit rank cultivator. Water can extinguish fire. If you were truly roasted, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand?" Shenruo said. "Actually, you wouldn't lose out. In the short term, you'd be even more popular. No need to thank me. Have you considered that this is still an underground space controlled by the 10 absolutes? If I wanted to prevent you from leaving, it would be as easy as turning my hand." Sainzin asked. "Would you?" Shenruo asked. "I'm gambling here. Seeing if the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's promise of safety in the Eternal Tower is more important than your own feelings as a snake, and also seeing if you blacklist me instead of continuing to invite me to be one of you." Actually, when Shenruo said this, she already knew what she wanted to test, because if Sainzin were going to violate the principles of the Eternal Tower, he wouldn't have said so much earlier. The item Shenruo used on her wasn't inherently harmful. It was a magical item that buffed the designated user, albeit with a comical visual effect and a heat-generating flame. The heat itself wasn't harmful, but for Han Qi, this effect, both visually and tactily, was a test of her shame and rage. Sainz, after being hit, didn't instinctively retaliate with a water ball, adhering strictly to the island's principle of not attacking outside of competitive areas. Shenruo's action tested the authenticity of the magical item's use, and also assessed whether the 10 Absolute Dust was a worthwhile organization to join. If the organization's rules only defined conduct within the island, and didn't impose any specific requirements on top members, Shenruo felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Because on the dust and sand continent, even a single human would face difficulties accessing certain exclusive zones. Accessing desired documents and learning about current events on the continent also presents its own barriers. The Eternal Tower, at least so far, hasn't shown any ambition to control anything, and Shenruo isn't averse to 2 of the dust and sand 10 masters he's met so far. The recruitment of Tianhu Tianxue was somewhat opportunistic, but not outright robbery. The dust and sand 10 masters and Tianxue could be said to have mutually benefited. In a way, Shenruo was the one who introduced Tianxue to the dust and sand 10 masters. However, none of this requires Shenruo to make a decision right now. If he could, he'd prefer to be alone, drifting through the continent like a stone thrown into the sea, easily escaping the gaze of others. However, his distinctive black eyes, and the events he inadvertently encountered, were making him increasingly difficult to ignore. Therefore, Shenruo needed to consider how to spend the rest of his time on the dust-sand continent, with as little disturbance as possible. After carefully storing the magical item given to him by Sainzin, Shenruo followed Sainzin out of the unique underground building, amid Sainzin's extremely displeased aura, to prepare for their departure the next day. According to the information provided by Sainzin, the sacred relic of the plant spirit clan, the scepter left behind by the god of life, existed as a giant tree on the plant spirit clan's sacred mountain before it was obtained by any contemporary being. In the past, all scepters were plant spirits, so the beings on the Dust Sand continent assumed that only plant spirits were qualified to possess this scepter. However, the 4 inheritors of the plant spirit clan's titles knew that this was not the case. The most crucial element in obtaining the scepter is gaining the approval of the giant tree, a tree that embodies the consciousness of the plant spirits, who have wielded the scepter throughout history. While it's not entirely accurate to say it's the consciousness of the plant spirits, when these spirits pass away, memories related to wielding the scepter are always left behind within it. This consciousness is different from the ghostly beings of legend on our home planet Earth. It can be considered as the scepter sensing and resonating with the user's thoughts, then leaving this resonance within the scepter. The scepter thus mimics the personalities and consciousness of the plant spirits in their previous lives, making it increasingly difficult to obtain the scepter as time goes on. Because obtaining the scepter requires its approval, if even one simulated thought cannot accept the seeker's will, the giant tree's transformation towards the scepter will be reversed. In the eyes of the plant spirits, the giant tree is the embodiment of the heroic spirits of their ancestors. The plant spirit's sacred mountain is an insurmountable peak. Because their bodies can grow roots, the plant spirits can freely climb the mountain, allowing them to gradually ascend even on this pathless sacred mountain. However, for other races, such a climb is extremely difficult. According to plant spirit culture, building a road to the sacred mountain is absolutely forbidden, as it signifies disrespect to the plant spirits. Only by reaching the summit of the sacred mountain without external assistance can one be qualified to feel the most primal power of life beneath the giant tree, how it surges from within the mountain, from the air, and from all directions towards its base. The power of the sacred mountain is the reward deserved by every being who reaches the summit through their own strength. Upon entering the holy mountain, all races felt their magical power being diluted, yet simultaneously, a surge of vitality and stamina coursed through their bodies. To reach the summit using magical projection, one needed spirit level or near spirit level strength, otherwise, their magical power would be insufficient to sustain the dozens of days of climbing. This was because the holy mountain's mid-mountain section lacked any midway camps like those on Earth's snow-capped peaks, and there were no suitable places to set up camp or tents. On the mountainside, where most of the path consisted of sheer cliffs, they would have to endure the elements, a terrifying drain on their stamina. Dragons had limited flight height, they couldn't directly reach the summit, and to continue upwards, they too needed to stop midway along the mountainside. Dragons seemed to possess many advantages for reaching the summit, but their disadvantages were equally significant. After continuous flight, the dragon's energy expenditure was far greater than that of other races. Furthermore, dragons are fond of treasure, and on the summit of Mount Kailash, only a single giant tree grows there. The dragon has no desire to do anything thankless or arduous, such as trying to gain the approval of the plant spirit clan scepter. Therefore, although the scepter could actually be obtained by other races, throughout history, its wielder has always been the plant spirit clan. Chapter 265. The sacred mountain of the plant spirit clan is located in the center of the map of the plant spirit clan's nation, Hiyu Kingdom. Because the plant spirit clan's lifestyle differs from that of ordinary races, aside from border towns established primarily for trade purposes or to accommodate mixed populations, it's difficult to pinpoint their settlements and centers within their own country. The spectacle of a towering, insurmountable mountain serving as the nation's center is unique to the plant spirit clan. This towering mountain, called Dorva, is the main peak of the Dorla mountain range. The relationship between this main peak and the mountain range is remarkably regular, with the mountain range encircling and embracing the main peak. Upon entering the Dorla mountain range, Shenhua sensed a power similar to that emanating from Anadi after the start of its competition, only much fainter and easily imperceptible without careful observation. The plant spirit clan, naturally attuned to their environment, would likely be more aware of this difference, which is why this place has become their sacred ground. The closer one gets to Dorla, the more rugged and uneven the roads become. Aside from a few outlying towns connecting to other countries, the plant spirits are not very proactive in road construction. Therefore, once inside the heart of the River Yu Kingdom, progress is only possible on foot. However, defining this place as sparsely populated is inaccurate, as humans are not the only intelligent beings on the Dust Sand continent. The plant spirits don't have many requirements regarding their habitat, but they are influenced by other races. Thus, along the way, one frequently encounters treehouses and similar structures that blend seamlessly into the environment, clearly designed for the convenience of outsiders. Shinruo didn't stray from the areas frequently inhabited by the Plant Spirit clan. Although it was difficult to discern which areas of the country were the Plant Spirit clan's main territories from appearances, obtaining a marked map wasn't difficult for the Eternal Tower and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. He no longer chose to travel through areas with as few other presences as possible, because Shinruo hadn't forgotten that he might now be the target of the Plant Spirit clan's candidates. Shinruo wasn't sure whether the Plant Spirit clan candidates intended to fight him personally or use him as a pawn, perhaps by having the Holy Demon Fire intervene, allowing him to remain completely uninvolved. What Shinruo still couldn't understand was what benefits the Plant Spirit clan candidates would gain from cooperating with the Holy Demon Fire. From any perspective, betraying one's own race was an extremely risky move with uncertain returns. With these questions in mind, Shinruo crossed another stream. From here on, the mountain slopes became noticeably steeper. This time, Shinruo didn't choose to act alone. Instead, he hired a team of 5 elite members of the highest rank, or higher, to accompany him through a quest posted at the Tower of Eternity. The main role of this team of 5 elite members was to provide backup and nighttime surveillance. The magical barrier they erected wouldn't offer much protection against a team using holy fire, but it wouldn't prevent a successful sneak attack. At least in the brief moment the magical barrier shattered, it would give Shinruo, inside, some time to react. Hiring this team was expensive, and the quest was classified as A-rank difficulty, the same level as the quest Shinruo had previously undertaken with Steelstone to the ruins of ancient Tronisha. The elite team won't participate in the final section of the climb up the Holy Mountain. That would be a difficult ascent for them, requiring them to use magic in combat or protect other beings. It's hardly an A-rank task. Their mission is to warn of potential spirit rank attacks, complete the first phase of resistance to give their employer sufficient reaction time, and then, if the employer survives the battle, provide rescue. That's their responsibility. Furthermore, if Shinruo successfully reaches the summit but suffers injuries during the final ascent and descent, they will do their utmost to rescue him. Throughout this process, Shinruo also gained a more comprehensive understanding of how mercenaries on the Dust Sand continent interact with the employers he's escorting. Because the A-rank mission pays well, they are always willing to grant Shinruo's requests along the way. Setting up camp in the open and hunting are tasks they readily undertake without Shinruo having to ask. The team possessed a magic scepter. The gem at its center was said to contain a defensive magic array constructed from the elemental power of several historically renowned great mages, capable of withstanding several full-force attacks from a spirit rank mage. It required 2 mages of the supreme rank or higher to activate it. While encamped, they would utilize crystals and the magic array, with 2 team members responsible for guarding the magic scepter, using it as the center of their defense. Beneath this defensive array, Shinruo didn't need to worry too much about his safety before the final section of the sacred mountain climb began. He only needed to ensure he got enough sleep to maintain peak condition and stamina when he truly began his solo ascent. Aside from their assigned tasks, the mercenaries disliked talking to their employers. They would engage in brief conversations with Shinruo, but if it involved banter, personal matters, or other team affairs, they would do so in places they believed Shinruo couldn't hear. Despite their attentive service, a clear separation remained between them. Shinruo didn't want to disrupt this separation. In his view, it was the mark of a competent team, professional and reassuring. Time always passed quickly in relatively safe group travel. The final stretch to the Holy Mountain always required solo effort, and the comfort zone eventually came to an end. The dividing line between the Holy Mountain and the final section was the vegetation on the mountainside. As long as there was supportive vegetation on the mountainside, Shinruo's experienced elites could always find ways to use it for footholds and secure their resting equipment among the vegetation. However, the final stretch, requiring several days of continuous climbing on a cloud-shrouded peak, was incredibly smooth, with nothing but a single giant log at the very top overlooking the earth. There were traces of plant spirits climbing the smooth rock face, along with some crevices, but using these meager footholds for continuous, uninterrupted climbing was indeed difficult. The wind was also very strong. Without the shelter of vegetation, the wind force had to be considered during the climb, and even with elemental magic weakened by the power of this place, most beings would find it unbearable. After sleeping for a night in a makeshift tent resembling a bird's nest in the mountains, Shinruo began the final stretch of the mountain wall climb. The squad waited for Shinruo at the camp. If Shinruo didn't return after 30 days, or couldn't give any signal, they would leave. "It seems like this is the first time a human has come here," a squad member said, watching Shinruo's figure gradually disappear into the distance. "Indeed, will he succeed? Should we take a gamble?" the squad leader said. I be the banker. Why you're the banker? Another member questioned. You know, the banker always wins. I'm the strongest, aren't I? The leader said matter-of-factly. The squad remained relaxed, while Shinruo marveled at the undeniable power of nature. Shinruo wore a pair of specially constructed shoes, originally designed on his home planet Earth for slip resistance on ice. Shinruo referenced the shoes' design and modified the soles using rare metals from the Dragon Tomb in the Eternal Tower. After Shinruo confirmed that this metal could break through the rock surface with a slight exertion of his true energy, he could use the control of the true energy gathered in his feet to maintain a firm footing on the final section of the climb up the sacred mountain. Similar equipment was also attached to the back of his hand, a grappling hook larger than his hand that could be extended by pressing a mechanism. A highly resilient rope could be extended from the bottom of the hook, the end of which was secured to Shinruo's wrist. The extension of the rope was controlled by arm guards. The downside of this equipment was that it increased the load during the climb, especially the shoes. With the added soles, they were heavier than ordinary shoes. Physical strength is also a crucial factor during the climb. However, Shinruo discovered that she wasn't entirely without advantages. The environment of this sacred mountain dilutes the elemental power within some gifted races, but Shinruo's speed in replenishing her true energy through breathing exercises from the air was accelerated. This is probably because both the elemental particles in the air and the vital energy related to life force have the same effect on the conversion of true energy. In fact, because this vital energy possesses a life affinity, it circulates more smoothly with true energy. During the climb up this section of the mountain wall, the wind howled constantly, and finding a suitable place to rest against the wall was not easy. Before coming, the information provided to Shinruo by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand included various places on the final section of the mountain where one could attach oneself for a short rest. These so-called suitable resting places were also sheer cliffs, but with slightly more rocky crevices. One could use crystal tools to pull ropes on either side of the body. The climber could then step on the slightly protruding rocks below, use the ropes across their body, and rest by holding onto them. Having the rope secured across his body effectively restricted his movement, making him a death sentence should he be attacked at that moment. Shinruo hadn't intended to rest in this way during the climb, so he didn't need to worry about catching his breath at the rest point, as the plant spirit candidate was already waiting there. This was a scenario Shinruo had considered when calculating the probabilities, one with a relatively high probability, because this was naturally the plant spirit's home turf. They were like trees, their roots extending deep into the rock, allowing them to steadily climb to the summit of the holy mountain. Of course, it was said that the final section of the holy mountain's cliff face would self-heal, and the higher one climbed, the greater the demands on the plant spirit's strength. At this point, even the roots of high-level plant spirits could no longer penetrate the rock. However, the cliff face still bore the unique footprints of the plant spirits. A battle between a spirit-ranked plant spirit clan and a human race of unknown strength is taking place here. No matter what normal people think, the outcome seems to be already predetermined. Chapter 266. You have guts, but that guts can only be called recklessness. It will get you killed in the mountains, so I won't praise your courage. The plant spirit candidate squinted at Shinruo, whose body was pressed against the mountain wall. I also feel I have no chance of winning. Since I'm going to die anyway, can I at least die knowing why? Shinruo asked. A ghost knowing why? Shinruo's expression had a touch of Earth's characteristics, leaving the plant spirit candidate somewhat confused. Seeing this, Shinruo explained, it's just the two of us here, so you don't need to worry about other plant spirits finding out. Why don't you tell me why you chose to cooperate with the holy demon fire? That way, even if I die, at least I won't die with questions. Consider it my wish for some end-of-life care. Sounds like you're surrendering? I thought you put up a last-ditch effort. The plant spirit candidate laughed. Your question isn't difficult to answer. Since you already put it this way, I can certainly grant your wish. He even had a moment to think, where should I begin? Let's start with the cataclysmic legend. Let's begin with this concept. Look, what was the purpose of the gods who created this world? Essentially, it was to allow 8 candidates like myself to play a game exclusively for them. Plant spirits, like me, should be considered pawns of the gods. The concept of cataclysm is inherently part of the game, a law we can utilize. In other words, all living beings on this continent were created to make the stage of the gods' game more interesting. The gods clearly don't care about their lives or deaths, otherwise, why would they leave behind a legend about a cataclysm? To make the people more convinced of the candidates, perhaps a cataclysm is necessary, isn't it? Could the sacred demonic fire be part of the cataclysm? Since it's meant to be called a cataclysm, then I cooperate with it. let it eliminate the other candidates, and I ultimately be responsible for eliminating it. Naturally, I become the convinced candidate. The will left by the gods only states that this is a game, and the conditions for victory are specific, but it doesn't stipulate that I can't use the cataclysm factor. I first gain its trust, reach a cooperation agreement with it, and establish an inviolable contract. You see, the process isn't important. What matters is the true winner, the one who, in the eyes of the natives, terminates the cataclysm and survives to the end. This is my way of playing, and it doesn't violate the rules established by the gods. I can stand before you, that's the proof. Alright, I said everything I needed to say. You're definitely going to die. However, just as the plant spirit candidate uttered the words, "You are destined to die," Shinrua had already left the mountain wall in front of him. His grappling hooks and the metal claws on his shoes had been activated, and Shinrua had moved with incredible speed above the plant spirit candidate, hurling one magical item after another at him. On the holy mountain, the effectiveness of magical items was greatly reduced, and the plant spirits, using their life magic, recovered their internal energy much faster than elsewhere, making this practically their natural home ground. Even with its reduced power, the full-force attack of an ancient spirit-rank archmage at his peak was still incomparably domineering. Moreover, after this attack, Shinrua seemed to throw out a barrage of one-time-use magical attack items as if they were free. A dozen or so weakened spirit-rank archmages unleashed their power from tricky angles under the cover of the first strike. Even the plant spirit candidate had several branches rapidly extending from him transformed by life magic knocked off, and his body caught fire, though he quickly extinguished it. He really wanted to mock Shinrua's desperate struggle, and incidentally tell the human that this was utterly overconfident. Once he used up the one-time-use magical items imbued with spirit rank power, he would still be doomed. Humans couldn't even use some reusable magical items or weapons. For example, the scepter of the elite mercenary team that Shinrua had hired was unusable for humans. Therefore, in the plant spirit candidate's eyes, this human, even if slightly stronger than the average human, was courting death. However, he seemed so enraged by Shinrua's sudden action that he forgot he was originally going to kill her. Whether Shinrua sought death or not made no difference. Shinrua gripped the cliff face with one hand, and with the other, pressed a spring on her arm guard. The rope hidden within the arm guard, connected to the grappling hook, sprang out, and Shinrua jumped down, already holding the short sword he had brought from the Herd Grand Palace. Taking advantage of the moment, the plant spirit candidate extinguished the spirit rank flames on her body. He slashed at the part of the plant spirit candidate's body where her feet connected to the cliff face. The plant spirit's body could self-repair. His strike certainly wouldn't cause the plant spirit candidate to fall off the cliff face, but it would briefly throw her off balance. Although the plant spirit clan candidate possessed high magical prowess, and the plant spirit clan's physical characteristics and life magic allowed for diverse techniques, there's a saying in the east of their home planet Earth: in martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. No matter how strong the plant spirit clan candidate's magic was, or how many transformations his body could perform, the prerequisite was that he had to apply it before Shinrua's attack was finished. Shinrua suddenly teleported the moment he uttered his last sentence, a speed that the plant spirit clan candidate hadn't anticipated, causing him to lose the initiative immediately. Subsequently, Shinrua bombarded the candidate with a barrage of extremely expensive, one-time-use magical items. Even powerful figures with significant backgrounds on the continent would likely be reluctant to use such an expensive tactic. The magical items Shinrua used were probably worth 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins, nearly half of a small country's temporary gold coin reserves. Even if some were gifts from Saintsian representing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, Shinrua himself had definitely spent over 10,000 gold coins. A truly extravagant spending spree. The plant spirit clan candidate had considered that Shinrua might not be dead, and had studied Shinrua's strange weapon from the description of the sacred demon fire. However, he judged that on the precipice, even a human with immense skill would find it difficult to achieve the same effect as when facing the sacred demon fire. The reason he chose to kill Shinrua himself was because his contract with the sacred demon fire did not include any clause requiring the fire to kill for him. The sacred demon fire could help him deal with the openly known candidates, because these candidates also possessed the power of a creator god. This power was not as tangible as that of a Nadi, sacred mountain giant tree, or sacred temple, but it was present. By absorbing the candidates as food, the holy demonic fire also gains a power boost. Of course, killing a candidate with the holy demonic fire alone is difficult, so the agreement between the plant spirit clan candidate and the holy demonic fire isn't simply that the holy demonic fire directly kills the candidate. It's a relatively complex contract. Of course, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate did urge the Holy Demonic Fire to kill Shinruo, but the Holy Demonic Fire disagreed. In the Holy Demonic Fire's view, Shinruo, with her black eyes, is certainly delicious food, or perhaps a valuable ingredient for a high-quality potion, but only if Shinruo is easy to kill. In the Holy Demonic Fire's view, after the Anadi incident, Shinruo must be on guard. Furthermore, Shinruo has connections with the Darkfall Kingdom and its dragons, and also associates with Junja, who possesses methods to deal with beings corrupted by the Demon King. Killing Shinruo would both expose his whereabouts and waste his time. He now has more important matters to plan, seizing control of the Holy Sea. In short, to use the words of the Holy Demon Fire, if a plant spirit candidate, as a spirit-ranked plant spirit possessing a divine mark, couldn't defeat a human, he shouldn't be a candidate, suicide would be more appropriate. Under these circumstances, the plant spirit candidate's choice of the Holy Mountain, a dual location where he held a clear advantage, showed he was taking the battle very seriously, and couldn't simply be dismissed as underestimating his opponent. However, he was still underestimating his opponent, because Shinruo clearly valued the battle even more, and was better prepared. And he spared no expense. Shinruo's short sword was incredibly sharp, easily cutting through iron. Slicing off the plant spirit candidate's foot was naturally no problem. With a single strike, one of the candidate's simulated feet was severed. Of course, realizing he had no time to dodge or use other magic, the plant spirit candidate decisively used a spell to grow a new part to replace the severed portion. So Shinruo's strike only caused the candidate to sway slightly, and quickly regained his footing on the cliff face. However, Shinruo dared not linger, because his body was being pulled by a rope, the other end of which was attached to a grappling hook on the cliff face. If the candidate was fast enough to cut the rope with magic, Shinruo would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, having landed his blow, he used the candidate's momentary sway to activate a mechanism, retracting the rope and pulling his body towards the grappling hook above. The Plant Spirit Clan candidate's form suddenly shifted, his branches and roots surging like whips, lashing towards Shinruo's hiding place. A mark appeared on his tree trunk. Natives cannot harm the mark's holder. Unfortunately, Shinruo was not a native. A cry of pain rang out as Shinruo gripped the spear inlaid with the Water Elemental Heart. The Water Elemental Heart was a quest item, directly triggering the Plant Spirit Clan candidate's mark. The pain didn't stop there. Shinruo possessed more than just this quest item. He had also drawn the Star Spirit scales and tucked them into his waistband, provoking a protest from the spirit-ranked dragon soul. This sacred relic came from the 10-direction Star Luo. The Plant Spirit Clan candidate certainly didn't possess it. Shinruo flicked his spear. This time, he didn't rely on the grappling hook's power, but instead leaped directly at the Plant Spirit Clan candidate. The pain from retrieving the quest item was enough to create an opening in the opponent's movements and cause a brief pause. Shinruo's exploit of the information gap paid off. However, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate hadn't given up. Shinruo's speed was indeed fast, but his magic could explode. Amidst the pain, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate paused briefly, then the number of dancing roots and branches surged, radiating magical light, and lashed wildly toward Shinruo. Chapter 267. Dodging on the mountainside, while simultaneously leaping accurately into the midst of the Plant Spirit Clan candidate was clearly a skill-intensive task. And the candidate wasn't going to let Shinruo use him as a mere landing point. The Plant Spirit Clan candidate's sudden burst of deadly attacks was a direct response. Of course, the force pain from the quest item affected some of his thinking ability. Under these circumstances, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate chose to use a barrage of attacks to avoid openings. The strategy was flawless. Offense is the best defense. To successfully approach the opponent, it was impossible to avoid any blows. Shinruo channeled his true energy into his limbs, using the force of the lashing branches in midair to adjust his landing point. Simultaneously, he used the metal spikes extending from his shoes to stomp on the flying branches, changing his angle as he approached the Plant Spirit Clan candidate. As he stomped on the branches, the tip of Shinruo's spear also condensed extremely pure water elemental power. The penetrating force of the water element surged towards the Plant Spirit Clan candidate. The opponent's body was a much larger target than Shinruo's, and his strength was greater, making him much harder to dodge. The Plant Spirit candidate's branch lashed out with considerable force. With a sudden jerk, he absorbed the piercing water elemental attack and sent Shinruo flying. Shinruo swiftly activated the grappling hook mechanism in her arm guard. The hook flew towards a thick branch that had grown from the Plant Spirit candidate, circled it twice, hooked it, and then retracted, using the momentum to approach the candidate again. The piercing attack that the plant spirit candidate had taken hadn't actually penetrated his body. The elemental magic was weakened in that area. Although the plant spirit candidate couldn't immediately concentrate his magic on the pierced area to complete a full defense, races like them, gifted with magical abilities, instinctively form a magical defense around their bodies during combat. Therefore, although Shinrua's all-out attack landed, it didn't inflict fatal damage. Meanwhile, the branch of the plant spirit candidate ignited with the glow of spirit-level magic. This magic directly corroded the grappling hooks Shinrua had used to hold the branch. Even though these hooks were made of a special metal, they were gradually eroded by the spirit-level magic, turning into scattered green specks of light. The shoes had already left his body, but Shinrua was still a little short of closing in on the plant spirit candidate. He sheathed his spear, switching to a short sword. His other hand's grappling hook flew out, once again gripping a large branch on the plant spirit candidate's body. This time, the location where he gripped it could be described as the plant spirit candidate's armpit. Similarly, a green light emanated from the area where the plant spirit candidate was gripped, and the grappling hook quickly turned to ashes. However, Shinrua was only using this force. He was certainly fast, but the plant spirit candidate was no slower either. The time difference he could create was actually limited. If he were to go even faster, Shinrua himself wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. There was a considerable distance between the foot of the giant tree and the place where the elite team was waiting for Shinrua. If he defeated the plant spirit clan candidate, but was also exhausted, in this place, it would be no different from waiting to die. But fear wouldn't solve anything right now. Falling between the cliffs would mean death, and defeat would also mean death. This side of the cliff was both open and narrow. And in a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. The plant spirit clan candidate was slower than Shinrua. At this moment, his body was evenly glowing with the radiance of spirit-level magic. This fighting style was extremely taxing, but it had no weaknesses. Moreover, if the radiant flames of the spirit-level magic surrounding him were strong enough, they could alter the composition of objects that came into contact with him. Just as spirit-level elemental magic can corrode objects or targets, causing them to be assimilated by elemental force and ultimately reduced to ashes. He was certain that Shinrua couldn't resist this corrosive force, so he unleashed all his trump cards, solely to expedite the end of the battle. In his view, Shinrua's sword didn't even have a single inlaid elemental crystal. It was impossible for it to penetrate his spirit-level magic defense. He chose this fighting style because he understood that the human before him was a candidate. Only a candidate would be unaffected by his mark, charging forward like a meteor even when facing it head-on. The plant spirit candidate was also filled with doubt in the blink of an eye. Why did Shinrua choose a sword without any elemental power enhancement, completely incapable of producing magical effects, instead of the spear that could withstand even a combined attack from holy magic fire and a spirit-level mage? But Shinrua's speed wasn't fast enough for the plant spirit candidate to continue pondering this question. The metal on the soles of Shinrua's shoes, after being completely corroded by the grappling hooks, was also melted away by the plant spirit's magic as he stepped on its body. However, Shinrua also circulated his true energy around his body. Although the amount of true energy in his body was not on the same level as the magical power reserves within the plant spirit clan candidate, their current physical sizes were also different, and the areas they needed to cover required different amounts of energy. Shinrua's true energy could not directly clash with the opponent's spiritual level magic in terms of the force and speed of erosion and transformation. The purpose of his true energy was to alter the flow of the opponent's spiritual level magic as it came into contact with his body, preventing the magic from directly affecting him. The time spent choosing combat methods by both sides was actually very short, relying almost entirely on instinctive calculations and intuition, making changes based on the information they already knew. However, Shinrua's understanding of plant spirits was still deeper than the plant spirit candidate's understanding of Shinrua. For example, the sword in Shinrua's hand at this moment, as a sacred relic, seemed ordinary, without any magical enhancements, but it was also unaffected by any magic, including the plant spirit candidate's spirit-level magic. Therefore, when the sword's force landed on the plant spirit candidate, and the candidate felt the sword easily pierce through the spirit-level magic defenses around him, he realized where he had gone wrong. His assumption that any attack hitting Shinrua would inevitably corrupt him with spirit-rank magic, gradually disintegrating his body, and that Shinrua's weapon, aside from the spear that granted him spirit-rank strength, would be unable to penetrate his spirit-rank magical defenses, was completely wrong. This human before him, a candidate, hadn't achieved spirit-rank strength through his weapon. He inherently possessed the strength to fight a spirit-rank opponent. Even more terrifying was that his sword could ignore the spirit-rank magical aura emanating from him, rendering the plant spirit candidate's heavily expended magical abilities useless. This sword brought the duel back to the physical realm. Of course, the plant spirit candidate's magic wasn't entirely immune to harm, so it wasn't a true physical attack and defense. It was more accurate to say that the plant spirit candidate was launching a magical attack but couldn't use magical defense, while Shinruo was using physical attacks that couldn't be interrupted by magic, but he himself would suffer damage from the magical attacks. At this point, Shinruo had gained the psychological upper hand in the battle. He knew his own capabilities and limitations, while the plant spirit clan candidate, having chosen a one-shot attack strategy, found his offensive ineffective after the initial burst, leading to a psychological decline. What Shinruo feared was the prolonged battle, the attrition, and the opponent's ever-changing life magic. However, the plant spirit clan candidate, believing Shinruo to be a strong opponent, opted for a rapid, all-out attack to overwhelm him. Furthermore, Shinruo's use of the quest item to inflict pain and impair his judgment resulted in a shift in the balance of power after just one exchange. Shinruo swung his sword relentlessly, not seeking to strike a vital point, because he simply didn't know where the plant spirit clan's weakness lay. A tree, especially one capable of rapidly sprouting new branches, even if severed in half, was it truly dead? Not necessarily. However, there's a saying, people have face, trees have bark. Although the plant spirit clan wasn't a true tree, Shinruo attacked it with the same mindset he used to kill a tree, desperately trying to cut as many swords as possible into the trunk. His fighting style was devoid of any set techniques, let alone aesthetics. But because Shinruo's rhythm always rose and fell with his long-practiced Eastern breathing techniques, it possessed a certain order within its chaos. The sounds of their battle even startled a flock of birds below the mountain. The battle took place in a place where no birds would fly, but Shinruo's landing points were either on the plant spirit clan or on the mountain wall. The branches and giant roots that the plant spirit clan candidates transformed from their bodies during the fierce attacks left huge marks on the last section of rock wall leading to the summit of the mountain. Even with the Holy Mountain's superior self-healing abilities, these craters would likely take a very long time to completely heal. Amidst roars, the branches and roots on the plant spirit clan candidate gradually ceased to grow new parts, or the newly grown branches were no longer as thick as a wrist. As Shinruo's sword struck her opponent again and again, her arms and body were covered in dark red bruises, some even beginning to bleed. To ensure her attacks hit, she had to sacrifice some defense. The opponent's strength was immense. Even with deflection or protective chi, each touch left a dark mark on her body. The fact that she hadn't suffered a comminuted fracture was a result of her dodging, deflecting force, and using chi for defense. Both were in bad shape, but the plant spirit clan candidate was in worse condition. Because he could no longer grow new branches, if his foot were severed, rolling down from that height would be certain death. Moreover, aside from the initial necklace that wouldn't fall off unless the brand was removed, almost all of his storage gems had been destroyed. It wasn't that he hadn't used magical items, but the fact that Shinruo still had life-saving magical items after initially spending hundreds of thousands of gold coins on them was unexpected for the plant spirit clan candidate. He had underestimated his opponent. The plant spirit clan candidate thought regretfully as Shinruo removed his brand. He had already shown considerable respect and overestimated his opponent when facing a human. But as it turned out, his overestimation wasn't an overestimation, but a miscalculation, nothing more. He misjudged his opponent's financial strength, the number of items he carried, and didn't believe a human could fight a spirit-rank opponent without magical weapons. Therefore, this miscalculation led to defeat. The price was his life. Chapter 268. Shinruo and the plant spirit clan candidate had already reached this consensus with their eyes during their last meeting. The consensus upon their reunion was one of life or death. To die at the hands of a candidate, it's not unjust. The plant spirit clan candidate smiled weakly, the core of his life magic source power pierced by the sword. His performance in the beginning and throughout this battle wasn't exactly elegant, but he at least wanted to ensure that his death wouldn't look like a loser swearing oaths and cursing his opponent's despicable behavior. Shinruo was currently barefoot on the plant spirit clan candidate's body. He hadn't expected to have struck a vital point, but he realized something from the candidate's words and expressions. A small mechanical wing unfurled behind him. In the fierce winds near the summit of the Holy Mountain, such a wing would normally be suicidal. However, Shinruo had even considered the wind direction. The climbing surface he chose was precisely where the wind would blow him away, slamming his body against the mountainside. Shinruo was directly slammed against the mountainside by the wind, coughing up blood. But he turned around, gathered his true energy, and managed to carve 5-finger marks into the mountainside, barely managing to hang his body on the smooth upper wall. At this moment, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate's body began to wither and crumble, several points of light flashing and flying toward Shinrua's earring. The quest item was automatically transferred. Shinrua wasn't in much better shape either. Fortunately, the battle had left some grooves in the rocks, enough for him to find a place where he could barely stand. He took out several bottles of potent healing potions from his storage necklace and downed them, then poured free external wound medicine all over his body. Moments later, the medicine took effect, and Shinrua felt much better. The healing medicines of the Dust Sand continent emphasized quick relief of the symptoms. Although the pain would return after a certain time, the short-term pain relief was truly excellent. After some more time, Shinrua felt he could continue crawling forward. Changing shoes in this place wasn't practical, but he could use his spare grappling hook. The remaining distance would have to be traversed barefoot with the grappling hook. It was a distance that would make an ordinary person feel despair. However, Shinrua didn't intend to think about that. His only chance of survival was to find a way to climb to the end. Just as he changed his grappling hook, took a deep breath, and prepared to move on, a tree appeared in the distance, approaching him. Shinrua looked closely, and saw it was Jimmu. If you, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, were to back out now, and instead try to kill me, and take what you want from me, I truly wouldn't have the strength to resist, Shinrua sighed. Then you guessed wrong, Jimmu said. I'm here to escort you to the foot of the giant tree. Huh? Shinrua didn't understand. Since you were willing to escort me there, why did you wait until now to show yourself? The fighting here was so loud just now. Now that it's stopped, we should at least see who won, right? Jimmu said. Regardless of who you were fighting, you must be at least a spirit rank, right? If you win, you naturally pass the test of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. In this case, I'm here to show my sincerity in recruiting you. Alright, you really know how to pick your timing, Shinrua said. If I refuse now, you can knock me down the mountain and tearfully steal everything I'm carrying. If I accept, I haven't even seen what rules the 10 absolutes have to follow, how can I decide? Then you can accept my offer first, and let me take you there. Are you afraid that once you're on my boat, you won't be able to get off? Jimmu asked. Provocation won't work on me. But who would refuse something like not having to climb up themselves? As soon as Shinrua finished speaking, Jimmu stretched out a branch and wrapped it around his waist, then lifted him up and carried him towards the giant tree at the summit. Hey, do you all really like using this inhumane method to grab people? Shinrua roared, I'm really going to throw up. The last time he used this method was in the Valley of the Undying, when Feng He, then the King of Soldiers, casually lifted him up like this. A grabbing method that can make a person's stomach churn and feel like vomiting. This is terrible. These damn gifted races, taking advantage of their greater height compared to humans, can grab people in such a deadly way. It's outrageous, Shinrua thought. However, circumstances were beyond her control. Compared to climbing this path herself, Shinrua was more willing to be led there by Jimmu. Atop the sacred mountain, a single tree stood, a colossal trunk reaching for the sky. Although this landscape was also shown on the sand table displayed by Sanes, the awe-inspiring feeling of being there in person was indescribable. The sacred mountain of the Plant Spirit Clan was truly a magnificent peak, possessing a perfect shape, appearing almost conical from afar, with a smooth, glossy summit. On the Dust Sand continent, where no clouds or mist obscured the sacred mountain, its beauty was fully revealed. The colossal tree at the top, set against the backdrop of towering mountains, didn't seem particularly imposing from afar. However, only upon reaching its base could one truly feel the immense power of the god who created such a tree. It's beautiful, isn't it? Jimmu, placing Shinrua beneath the tree's roots, gazed up at the giant and said to her, It is quite beautiful, but if I succeed, it will soon become a scepter, Shinrua replied. Then it will be a very beautiful scepter. As a member of the plant spirit race, who revered the god who controlled life, Jimmu naturally admired the sacred relics left behind by the deity. Shinrua put away the star spirit scales tucked at her waist, and took out the replica. Although it was a replica of divine relic quality. The celestial priestess and the dark elementalist Long he spent 29 days, helping Shinrua channel starlight to the scales at night. The materials used to create these scales were also divinely relic level metals. This is why the scales could absorb the green glow left behind by the flower planting master. For ease of use, this scale differed from the celestial scales. Its ends were connected to a star chart with extremely precious silk threads, making it a complete celestial scale. However, Shinrua only told the priestess and the other hexes that the scales were called the spiritual scales. Giving a sacred relic named after a god a different name was impossible among the native inhabitants of the dust sand continent. Because in their view, even the names of sacred relics and imitations of sacred relics contain the power, and were left behind by the gods. To call them differently was disrespectful to the gods. Therefore, when Shinruo revealed a self-chosen name, neither the celestial priestess nor he-she, who knew the truth, including Long He, doubted the authenticity of the name spiritual scales. For an outsider like Shinruo, however, anything not explicitly prohibited by law was permissible. Furthermore, Shinruo had been told on his home planet Earth that he was actually a descendant of a historically powerful Eastern nation, but the concept of nationhood disappeared after Earth entered the interstellar travel era. However, in a sense, Shinruo's bloodline, even on Earth, would be considered pure Eastern blood. In Eastern culture, worshipping deities is a form of for myself. It is said that in ancient times, in that powerful Eastern nation, regardless of the belief, spreading it required first distributing eggs. Western civilization, on the other hand, expects people to sacrifice themselves for the gods. This is a significant difference between the two cultures. Shinruo felt that Eastern thinking probably still dominated his genes. In other words, the bird in the earring doesn't lay eggs. Otherwise, if it arrived in the ancient Eastern human world, it would have had to hand over its eggs. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to gain followers from the East on its home planet Earth. Thinking of this, Shinruo finally realized something he had forgotten. He had actually forgotten to ask if the bird laid eggs. Before the giant tree, the comforting power of the god of life replenished Shinruo's depleted energy. Perhaps it was because it was so comfortable, Shinruo's thoughts started to wander as he looked at the scales in his hand while preparing to get down to business. I can sense the scent of flowers on this. Shimu's words pulled Shinruo back from his reverie. So what do you plan to do? Try mental magic, Shinruo said. According to you, isn't this scepter sentient? And it even transformed its own consciousness into the Hall of Heroes for your plant spirit race, although it doesn't contain the souls of truly deceased plant spirits. After recovering for a while under the giant tree, Shinruo picked up the scales in his hand and used mental magic on the tree before him. The golden tree appeared in Shinruo's consciousness through the interaction guided by mental magic. The tree was filled with all sorts of plant spirits, and bursts of laughter from the golden tree emanated from within. Shinruo's consciousness was already focused on the trunk of the golden giant tree, so the laughter of these plant spirits seemed to come from all directions to him. How strange, a human wrapped in plant spirit skin. One of the plant spirit figures looked Shinruo over, and said with a smile. Shinruo looked down at himself and realized that his mental image didn't seem to be a complete person. In any case, it certainly wasn't his own appearance. His hands, feet, and any exposed parts of his body were covered in a layer of tree bark. Shinruo quickly realized the reason. He had activated his mental technique using the replica of the star spirit scales, and within the scales of those scales lay the green light of the plant spirit race left behind by the flower planting master, although Shinruo still didn't know what this green light was. He only knew that this green light was bestowed upon the plant spirit race by the god of life, and the flower planting master hoped he could bring down the remnant will of the god of life. As for whether to reclaim the green light or deal with it in another way, that was a matter for the remnant will of the god of life to consider. He even needs to put on clothes to get here? Just based on that, he's definitely not one of us plant spirits. Another plant spirit spoke up. That's right. Unless we plant spirits need to communicate with other races, we're just trees in the mountains. Have you ever seen a tree that wears clothes? Ha ha ha, a plant spirit that needs to wear clothes even in the spiritual world, how unique. Shinruo thought for a moment, then reached out and clenched his fist. His clothes disappeared. Although this world is a golden giant tree constructed primarily from the consciousness of trees, Shinruo's consciousness can control him. He can also change things through thought. Consciousness has overcome subconsciousness. Is he a star spirit priest? Unbelievable, the human race actually has star spirit priests. The plant spirit's onlookers grew even more intense. Shinruo's change, however, had another purpose. When he entered this world, he had already planned not to reveal his mark to any being, but now these plant spirits. Shinruo didn't know how to classify their existence. However, gaining their approval essentially means gaining the approval of the scepter's will. Shinruo believes that displaying her candidate mark might have some effect. After all, this scepter is also a creation of the gods, and the plant spirits that created this giant tree by constantly absorbing a trace of the user's characteristics are, in essence, the scepter's absorption and imitation of the user's consciousness. And the plant spirits in reality believe in the legends left by the gods about the candidates. Chapter 269. Huh? This is the mark of a god. The mark Shinruo had previously been reluctant to display lit up, attracting the attention of the plant spirits. Unlike the spirit rank dragon soul, which directly saw the mark Shinruo hadn't actually shown in its mental world, here Shinruo had actively used mental magic to communicate with the giant tree, thus possessing autonomy of consciousness. Candidate, has the outside world reached a period of cataclysm? A plant spirit floated over, circling around Shinruo. Then, does he qualify as a candidate for our plant spirit race, or the human race? A plant spirit questioned. Doesn't the god of life also respond to the prayers of the human race and protect them? Legend says this is a joint promise made by the 8 creator gods to races without talent. This plant spirit clearly enjoyed reading historical documents. But the god of life hardly responds even to us. Has anyone seen any remnants of the god of life's will? A plant spirit soul asked. Well, there are still some. The plant spirit, who said this had a slightly smug voice, he was clearly one of the few plant spirits who had seen the god of life from the consciousness drawn by the scepter. Hey, we're all talking amongst ourselves. The guests haven't spoken yet. It's been so long since any adventurer seeking the scepter have come here. Can't you let someone say a few words? Another plant spirit floated over. What caused this situation? Hey, I say, wasn't that plant spirit kid who came here last time good enough? He should have just shown us the changes in the world. What's the problem? The plant spirit speaking now, referring to that plant spirit kid, was clearly Plantwood. It seems that when Yuki first arrived here, he was a young plant spirit, or perhaps the plant spirit before him was the consciousness of an elderly person whose form had been sensed and imitated by the scepter. That still has a problem, another voice countered his statement. This was probably the obstacle preventing Yuki from successfully obtaining the scepter, Shinruo thought. This voice explained why it was hindering Yuki from obtaining the scepter. As a plant spirit, his potential is undoubtedly immense. He will definitely reach the spirit rank. In fact, when he touched the giant tree, he was only one step away from becoming a spirit rank. If he had obtained the scepter, he would have immediately completed that final step through spiritual communication with us. But you forgot, the most important thing for us plant spirit scepter holders is that he possesses it, but it's not pure. Then let's wait. Look, we already waited until the cataclysmic era arrives. If we don't go and see, this world will be different. The plant spirit, who called Yuki plant spirit boy sighed. What's there to wait for? This human, now a plant spirit, is here to ask for the scepter, isn't he? Let's see if he's suitable. The plant spirit's words had barely faded when a golden ray carrying a green magical glow burst forth from the giant tree. Shinruo felt as if his very spirit had been completely pierced by the light. When the golden light faded, he felt himself transformed into someone 8 or 9 years old. The giant tree was gone, and beneath his feet lay familiar land, that island where no one but him could survive for long. This was clearly not a time reversal, but a test of the spiritual world, which Shinruo, having encountered the 10-direction star Luo, quickly understood. Atop the sacred mountain, outside the spiritual realm, the giant tree was undergoing a transformation. Its branches stretched and then danced wildly, as if preparing for a ritual. This wasn't the first time Ji-Mu had witnessed this scene. After previously touching the giant tree, he felt as if his consciousness had been touched one by one, and then this scene unfolded before his eyes. This was the giant tree beginning to acknowledge the newcomer, but it was only the beginning. Nearly 1,000 pseudoplant spirit consciousnesses existed within the giant tree. Only by gaining the complete approval of them would the giant tree ultimately transform into a scepter. Ji-Mu hadn't witnessed the battle between Shinruo and the plant spirit candidate, but he guessed Shinruo's opponent from the movements and the magical glow. It was easy for Ji-Mu to find out about the seemingly unpleasant incident between Shinruo and the plant spirit candidate near Anna land in the Fansen Kingdom. Although the 10 assassins of dust and sand did not appear on the battlefield, they were all observing the magical fluctuations from a distance. Aside from the magical fluctuations that occurred the moment Shinruo drew her spear, only the aura of life magic could be detected in the air. Spirit rank beings have a natural sensitivity to spirit rank magic, which is why those below the spirit rank cannot judge the strength of spirit rank individuals, but spirit rank beings can make such judgments after actual combat. Since the difference between spirit rank and non-spirit rank beings stems from whether they understand the laws governing the composition and transformation of power on the dust and sand continent, non-spirit rank beings cannot understand the combat language of spirit rank beings unless they have crossed the spirit rank. Therefore, Ji-Mu already had a guess about the identity of this suddenly appearing plant spirit of the spirit rank, but true confirmation would likely only come when Shinruo agreed to become a member of the 10 Absolutes, revealing the details and confirming his suspicions. However, if his deduction was correct, the situation would be quite serious, Jimu thought, observing the changes in the giant tree before him. But this was consistent with the usual style of the dust and sand 10 absolutes, wasn't it? Therefore, he didn't rush to share his guess with the other 10 absolutes, but instead appeared before Shinrua, assisting her to the foot of the giant tree. He wanted to see if the remaining will of the God of Life would appear here. Just as one of the plant spirit shadows within the scepter said, the God of Life would also respond to the prayers of humanity, providing protection, for this was a promise left by the 8 creator gods to races without talent. In the eyes of the 8 gods, humanity also needed to thrive on the continent to prevent the extinction of their bloodline. However, after completing the exploitation and utilization of crystals, humanity gradually emerged from their original cave-dwelling territory, and human towns began to appear on the continent. Humanity gained a semblance of security for survival, a mutual agreement among various races guaranteeing humanity's survival. Despite the many problems that still exist, and the hypocritical behavior of races like the demons, humanity has now escaped the predicament of living hand-to-mouth and mostly confined to caves. However, even an organization like the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, which claims to treat every individual trading in the Tower of Eternity equally, still has limited imagination. While they may view Shinrua differently because of his performance in the jigsaw puzzle competition, they still exclude the possibility that humanity might have a divinely chosen candidate. Because the candidates were powerful individuals from different races chosen by the gods, they believe that humanity lacked the qualities to produce someone chosen by the gods. Perhaps, they truly couldn't imagine the world beyond the dust-sand continent. Yuki sighed, witnessing the giant tree before him transform into a golden and green scepter. This scepter was initially green and brown. From the moment it sensed the consciousness of the wielding plant spirit, and simulated a heroic spirit similar to the wielder within the scepter, its brown parts changed. The fallen portion of the giant tree condensed into a green light the same size as the tree itself, gradually solidifying into the image of a pumpkin-shaped person. God! Yuki exclaimed, both amazed and shocked. The remaining will of the God of Life had manifested. Shinrua had already awakened from his spiritual world. He didn't understand what had happened, why he had become an 8 or 9-year-old, run around the island, and when he came to his senses, the giant tree had already completed its transformation into a scepter. And the remaining will of the God of Life seemed to have descended, judging from Yuki's reaction. The God of Life, the bird in Shinrua's earring, the God of Dark Elements, who had transformed into a giant wolf, and the God of Space she met in the Dragon Soul Cave were all different. He glanced at Shinrua, and Shinrua sensed that although he was a god capable of giving life sentience, he seemed indifferent to the growth and destiny of all beings. He gave off an almost heartless impression. Shinrua couldn't even understand why such a cold-hearted god would suddenly decide to manifest. Through contact with the remnants of divine wills, Shinrua gained a somewhat erroneous understanding of the commonalities among the gods he had encountered. The depletion of divine resources was inversely proportional to the strength of their remaining wills. Furthermore, their initial energy levels were not entirely identical. However, in the evolution of the universe and continents, each had its own choices. The remnant will of the God of Life, with just a glance, could sense the coldness towards life within this god's consciousness. Truly a contradictory god. The instant his remnant will appeared, the life force in the air instantly became incredibly dense. Even internal and external injuries, initially only intended for pain relief, but not truly treated, seemed to be soothed with each breath. However, although Shinrua didn't know how to communicate with this god's remnant will, he hadn't forgotten Master Planting's instructions. He offered the replica of the star spirit scales to the god's remnant will without speaking. Because in his perception, the remnant will of the god before him already knew the entire cause and effect of events. Perhaps his remnant will could sense everything that happened in the various places where his power was sealed, which was not impossible for the remnant will of a god capable of creating a universe. As Shinrua had expected, the clasp of the replica celestial scales in his hand left his fingers, and the scales flew towards the pumpkin man image that appeared in the green light. The remnant will of the God of Life remained silent, only pointing at the celestial scales. The scales shattered into green light, the fragments swirling in the air before finally transforming into a stream of green light that fell into a bottle that appeared out of thin air. The green light then liquefied. The remnant will of the God of Life pointed at the bottle again, and the bottle floated before Shinrua. Shinrua took the bottle, and saw the remaining will of the God of Life glance at him. There was still no emotion or warmth in his eyes. However, after that glance, he slowly dispersed, as if he had turned into the gale that blows all year round on the mountaintop. Chapter 270. What is this? Shinrua asked Jimu, holding the bottle. This should be a healing elixir refined with the remaining power of Master Planter. Your injuries are quite severe. Drinking it will heal you, Jimmu said. He was also completely baffled by the appearance and departure of the will of the God of Life, but he knew what was in the bottle. Shenruo didn't doubt Jimmu in this matter. The other was a native plant spirit of the Dust Sand continent, and their seriousness regarding the manifestation of a god's what was beyond imagination. Even if Jimmu had any ulterior motives, he wouldn't lie about this. Moreover, after Jimmu said this, Shenruo's injuries, which had begun to improve, started to ache intensely again after the pain-relieving effect of the healing potion weakened. After all, significant improvement didn't mean true healing. The branches transformed by the plant spirit candidate carried attacks of spirit-level magic, absolutely real damage. However, the healing sap, it's said to be able to revive even those on the verge of death. Is there any limit to the quantity? For example, how much must one drink to save someone on the brink of death? Seeing Shenruo staring at the healing sap in his hand, Jimmu guessed what he was thinking and said, the effect of the healing sap is essentially a transfer of life force. It's a magic that uses the lifespan of a plant spirit who has sacrificed their own life as a catalyst, transforming the plant spirit's life into sap. Master Planting already didn't have much life left, and this bottle of sap is a life force conversion that only the remaining will of the God of Life could achieve. I don't know the specific effects and dosage, but if you're so reluctant, just bear with it. Shenruo put away the healing liquid upon hearing this. Director Jimmu, you're a top-tier healer, look at my injuries. Jimmu said helplessly, I can treat you, but firstly, there's no reduction in medical fees. Secondly, taking you away will cost extra. He then tossed Shenruo a bottle of very familiar potion, the one that had to be drunk before entering Jimmu's pharmacy. The potion before receiving the massage. This familiar bottle left Shenruo speechless. This potion wasn't cheap, but it was the ticket required to enter Jimmu's pharmacy. He actually had to drink it before being treated. Under Jimmu's gaze, Shenruo drank the liquid that seemed very strange to him, then Jimmu suddenly grabbed Shenruo again. This time, Shenruo lost consciousness. Before this, he had actually thought, fortunately, the space totem stone already existed for eternity. It's over. Shenruo woke up in the mountains. He was lying on a fairly comfortable stretcher, being carried downhill by an elite team. Yuki and Saints were also in the team. Shenruo tried to speak, only to find his voice hoarse, his throat burning like fire. Saints slithered over, signaling the mercenary team to lower the stretcher, then had Yuki hold Shenruo's chin open and cast a spell inside. Shenruo felt water slowly flowing from his tongue, very slowly, moistening his throat but not choking him. He winked at Saintson. Saintson said, what a spendthrift. All the valuable stuff you have left is this gun. What did you say back then? The water elemental heart was going to be sold to that steel stone, but you secretly kept one for yourself. You even said you'd let me experience fairness sometime. I think giving me this gun now is fair enough. Unexpectedly, Shenruo nodded. What? Really giving it to me? I'm just a support. Oh, but it looks really good. Thanks then. If you take this gun, will he still have spirit rank strength? At this moment, the elite squad leader suddenly said. On the mountain, the water elemental magic fluctuations caused by this gun were only a few grains of sand. Do you really think he used this gun to defeat a spirit rank? Saintson rolled his eyes at the elite squad leader. I don't care, it's mine now. Alright, are you wondering why you suddenly feel so unwell? Saintson finished talking to the captain, and turned to ask Shenruo. Shenruo nodded again. Before he fell unconscious, even painkillers couldn't stop the pain all over his body, but it hadn't been this bad. This was the first time in his life he felt so out of control of his body. If Yuki or Saints had any ill intentions, he would already be dead. Fortunately, based on the information he had gathered and his calculations, Shenruo believed that Yuki and Saints were probably harmless, and this calculation wasn't affected by anything he didn't know about. That's because on the Holy Mountain, the power of the God of Life is at work, all injuries and physical sensations are lessened. But fatal wounds aren't protected by the power left behind by the God of Life. So fighting there, will only result in more serious injuries than you imagine. And another reason, of course, is the unique treatment approach of our top-tier healer. The potion he gave you, while protecting your bones and internal organs, will trigger all sorts of problems. For example, fever is a normal phenomenon for humans after an injury, and he's helping to accelerate and exacerbate this process. Of course, the more uncomfortable you feel now, the faster you recover later. What a frustrating healer, isn't he? While explaining, Saintson also gave Yuki's treatment method a negative review. It seems he wasn't the first victim. Saintson had probably experienced this treatment as well. Shinruo thought with amusement. However, his head was throbbing badly, and even if he found it funny, he couldn't laugh at all. If you're not feeling well, go back to sleep, Yuki said. We can talk properly when you wake up. After saying that, he poured another vial of medicine into Shinruo's mouth. Shinruo was now powerless to resist, and could only submit. Even though she was receiving treatment from a top-tier healer, for some reason, she felt like she'd fallen into a demonic sex drug testing pit in an ancient novel, about to be turned into a human medicine. Clearly, impulsiveness is the devil. Helping an old plant spirit of the spirit rank on a whim had led to unimaginable trouble. Who could have imagined that the sacred demonic fire had an agreement with the plant spirit candidates? Shinruo thought she wouldn't act on impulse, but there's a saying, you don't know your own heart until it's too late. Such a question of the heart can only be answered in a split second. Theory is just theory. Based on his training, helping the flower planting master intuitively felt like it would inevitably lead to trouble, because no matter how Shinruo calculated, he didn't believe he could directly kill the sacred demon flame and the spirit rank Shizha present. And the plant spirits, who witnessed his attack, whether or not they could confirm his strength, could see that although he used a sacred relic, he had still withstood a combined attack from 2 spirit rank opponents. This completely contradicted his initial intention to remain low-key, invisible to the powerful beings of the continent. Looking back now, he was indeed impulsive, but that's probably the origin of the word passion he read about in books. Shinruo didn't consider himself a passionate person. Since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, he had encountered many trivial matters along the way, but unlike the passionate youths in those books, he hadn't bothered with them. Therefore, he always thought he wouldn't experience that feeling of blood boiling. As it turned out, he simply hadn't encountered anything that would make his blood boil. After drinking the potion, Shinruo drifted into a deep sleep for an unknown amount of time. When he awoke, the view above him told him they were probably setting up camp on the road. Seeing that he was awake, Sign slithered out of the tent. A while later, the elite squad leader, Yuki, entered the tent. During his last conscious moment, Shinruo had already guessed the elite squad leader's identity, and now he was even more certain. However, he still couldn't speak, so he could only blink at him. But that probably couldn't convey the meaning of "You're also one of the 10 greats, aren't you?" Alright, let me introduce you. This is Hirsch, one of our elite team members you hired. He's one of the 10 masters, and he's here to witness your test. There are 3 others lurking in the shadows, with no intention of showing themselves. He's the one who volunteered to participate in this mission for fun after seeing your mission announcement at our crystal meeting. His name is Elher, Sign said. Shinruo nodded, indicating that she had already considered this. Then the next issue is serious. Since the other 3 are unwilling to show themselves, it's not our fault we won't share some information with them yet, ha ha ha. Signs laughed cheerfully. Let's discuss this internally first. Shinruo winked at Signs. Oh! You're asking what information we won't share with them. Signs presumptuously assumed Shinruo was fluent in Mandarin, when in reality, he was simply following her lead. Since you asked, I tell you. It's because our director Yuki deduced the identity of the plant spirit you fought. This identity is so shocking that we don't plan to tell those unwilling to show their faces yet. He's a candidate for the plant spirit race. Oh, I forgot, this isn't shocking to you, because someone who can kill a candidate, and in a one-on-one fight at that, what else could you be, right? So now the question is, tell me, can I properly explain to you the benefits of becoming one of the 10 greatest of the Dust and Sand? Shinruo now seriously suspected that the reason he couldn't speak was because of the medicine Yuki had given him. How could a top-tier healer not first soothe his throat before starting this so-called good talk? This good talk was completely Sane's talking to himself. Could he refute it? Absolutely not. What can he do now? Just blink. The Eastern postmodern slang from Earth, his home planet, blink when you're threatened, is so true, isn't it? You see, the first benefit of becoming one of the 10 great Dust and Sand Masters is that what you want to hide can continue to be hidden. Even the plant spirits, who witness your power in the prosperous forest kingdom, will keep their mouths shut. This time, it was Yuki who acted as the persuader. Chapter 271. What's it like to be surrounded by 3 of the 10 absolutes? It's an experience that makes your head buzz and puts immense pressure on you. Shinruo felt they didn't need his answer. They were just demonstrating to him what he might be thinking, and what their thoughts would be as a result. For example, after learning that Shinruo was a candidate, Yuki, Sanes, and the team leader Elher all felt it was a plus to recruit Shinruo. The cataclysm is inevitable. We hope to remain neutral, but as the candidates' situations change, we may not be able to maintain this neutrality indefinitely. If one of the candidates were one of ours, haha, interesting, Sane said. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, Shinruo's body had recovered most of its strength. Before Shinruo saw the ancient blood pact, he finally understood why it seemed so easy and simple for the 10 absolutes to recruit a spirit rank member. Becoming one of the 10 absolutes didn't mean immediately gaining the various support and resources of the Eternal Tower. The initial benefit of acquiring this identity is simply gaining discounts and access to various information and services from Island. For example, previously, when Shinruo wanted to purchase information in Island's information center, some options that were never normally displayed would become available if he chose to become one of the 10 masters. According to Island's tiered system, transactions that Shinruo couldn't access before will become available to him after becoming one of the 10 masters. In other words, even if you appear to be one of the organization's top leaders, you still need to acquire what you want through transactions. Becoming one of the 10 masters allows you to find suitable talent for the organization. Once these individuals have been in the organization for a period of time, the recommender can freely access the information they receive. Furthermore, one of the 10 masters can build their own network by engaging in business within the island. However, all of this requires personal effort. Essentially, it's about contributing to the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand organization. Furthermore, developing your own network requires your own money. Profits and losses in business within the island are your own responsibility. You might even need to give the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand a sum of gold coins at once. Of course, in return, you gain access to a space within the island influenced by the power of the God of Space, a privilege that lasts until you are no longer one of the 10 Masters. With your conditions. Shinruo sighed, I'm not sure if you're looking for someone to lead an organization or a high-level buyer for your products. I wouldn't be surprised if your organization collapsed one day, leaving only 1 or 2 spirit rank members. The fact that you can still maintain 10 is truly remarkable. That's because we also have a lineage, okay? Seiensen said. If the inheritor is a spirit rank member, then they will receive most of the legacy of the previous 10 masters, so it's certainly very beneficial for the inheritor. So I'm considered the inheritor chosen by the flower planting master? Shinruo knew it was unlikely, but if such a good thing happened, she could ask. Being an inheritor isn't that easy. You only met senior planting flower once. What kind of inheritance is that? Sains retorted, unsurprisingly. So if we can't find a spirit rank member in the inheritance, finding a neutral spirit rank member is also very difficult. So you're not going to relax the requirements a bit? Shinruo asked. No need to haggle. The difficulty lies in finding a neutral spirit rank. It's not about getting him to join us. We never encountered someone as difficult as you before. You know, truly neutral spirit rank beings are always happy to be among us. The difficulty lies in the word neutrality. Sein said to Shinruo, you're also strange. You haven't made contact with humans to establish your own power. We had no idea you were a candidate until now, if it weren't for the Plant Spirit Clan candidate. Speaking of which, 3 of your 10 absolutes are plant spirits. In that case, why didn't you consider a Plant Spirit Clan candidate? Shinruo recalled that they found it interesting to have a candidate among them. Although the Plant Spirit Clan candidate had a cooperative relationship with the Holy Demon Flame, he had clearly kept that relationship well hidden. It's not suitable, he has biases, Jimu explained, but he didn't explain what those biases were to Shinruo. Becoming an organization leader, who still needs to buy things from the organization himself, did sound quite interesting. This form of organization is not recorded in any documents, even in the development of the home planet Earth. It is probably because no organization could accomplish such a thing, so even if someone tried, no trace was left. Alright, you guys are quite persuasive, Shinruo said. So what is your ancient blood pact? We have to go back to the Tower of Eternity for that, Seiensen said. Because no matter what we say, it's not as good as you seeing it for yourself. The return journey went smoothly, after all. Causing trouble for their group was no easy feat. At the Tower of Eternity, Shinruo returned to the underground of the same building, but this time, he was at its center. Golden light shimmered on the ground, inscribed with oath after oath. The Blood Pact's magic circle was engraved at the end of these oaths, like a footnote. Although Shinruo agreed to see the ancient pact of the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes, he felt somewhat strange towards Jimu and Seiensen, because his way of thinking was formed on his home planet, Earth, where there was no organization like the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes. Therefore, their invitation for Shinruo to become one of them was something Shinruo found hard to believe and understand, until he saw the ancient document. Only then did he realize that Yuki and Sein's choice of him might simply be because he happened to meet the requirements and was interesting. The first line of the ancient document stated a rule that Shinruo personally liked very much. Among the 10 absolutes, There must be no acts of mutual harm or conflict. After all, he wouldn't be at odds with so many spirit rank members, and he didn't have to worry about them having any ulterior motives or plotting against him. This promise felt very suitable for Shenhua. If any force intends to undermine the neutrality and fairness of the Eternal Tower, the 10 Absolutes of the Eternal Tower must do their utmost to maintain the neutrality and fairness of the Eternal Tower. This is the core constraint of the oath, and its most important one. Essentially, all other oaths merely prevent one of the 10 Absolutes of dust and sand from turning the organization into a power structure. Only this one is the sacrifice one must make for the organization after becoming one of the 10 Absolutes. If Shenhua can accept this, he can sign the blood oath and become a member of the 10 Absolutes. If he cannot accept it, then the matter between him and the 10 Absolutes of dust and sand regarding the Fansin Kingdom and the trip to the Holy Mountain will become another matter requiring negotiation. I think I don't have many reasons to refuse, Shenhua said. So I accept. Once an organization is formed, it is operational inertia. Even the Heavenly Fox, a candidate, and the arrogant Drusilla did not actively break the rules of the Eternal Tower. The time when the 10 Absolutes of dust and sand are needed to maintain these rules has probably reached a point that is at least unimaginable for the current dust and sand continent. Perhaps the legendary cataclysm would descend upon a large scale, but even then, Shenhua didn't believe he could remain completely unaffected. Although he had mentally prepared himself for death upon arriving in this world, death was not something he desired. Then let's form a blood pact, Sane said, handing Shenhua a knife. This knife was also a sacred relic. The size of the magic circle on the ground was completely different from that of a normal blood pact magic circle. It required cutting one's wrist to obtain the necessary blood. Blood dripped into the ground, causing the golden characters to glow before the light faded. Alright, we accomplished something big, hiss hiss hiss. Sainson hissed with laughter, then said to Shenhua, speaking of which, the blood pact requires that we can't deceive each other, but concealment is allowed. After all, intelligence has to be bought, hiss. Is it too late for me to regret this? Shenhua wasn't truly regretful, but Sainson's constant scheming was giving him a real headache. Once you're on our 10 Absolute ship, don't even think about running away. Besides, you experience this kind of fun later, hiss. Sainson flicked his tongue. Holding Shenhua's spear, Sain said, you said you give me this spear, but we all know it's very valuable. I'm not taking it for nothing, it's the star of this month's auction. Half the proceeds will go as your share of the gold coins for joining us, and the other half will be mine. Sains had clearly been thinking about this for a long time on the way back. That's a good idea. Shenhua pondered for a moment, and understood Sains' true intentions. On the way, Yuki and Sains had mentioned to Shenhua that they could help him resolve the issue of his currently overly conspicuous strength. The auction of the spear Shenhua forged was probably part of that plan. Our core strength lies in mystery. Only by remaining unknown to the outside world can we maintain our intimidation, Sainson said. The outside world only needs to know that the Eternal Tower is guarded by 10 spirit rank experts. Without sufficient strength, they shouldn't even think about breaking the rules on our land. During Shenhua's trip to the Holy Mountain, one of the 10 Absolutes, accompanied him as the leader of his mercenary squad. In reality, the 10 Absolutes used their organizational resources to conceal Shenhua's whereabouts as much as possible, but the disappearance of the giant tree on the Holy Mountain could not be hidden. While not many knew of Shenhua's brief conflict with the holy demonic fire, it wasn't entirely absent. Therefore, Shenhua gave his spear to Sainson as a gift. As someone who respected the principle of fair trade, Sainson felt that since Shenhua had become their ally, he had to provide the spear with equivalent value. Chapter 272. Shenhua had never considered purchasing property on the dust and sand continent before, as he didn't have a specific place to settle. Now, it can't be called purchasing property, but the Eternal Tower has given him a house where he can live until he's no longer one of the 10 dust and sand masters. Now, when he returns to the Eternal Tower, perhaps the word return is appropriate. A fixed residence means more personalized arrangements. As one of the 10 dust and sand masters, one has at least one, and sometimes several, exclusive members of an organization within the Eternal Tower, who have sworn an oath not to reveal their identity as one of the 10 masters, to handle various matters. These include, but are not limited to, intelligence gathering and the provision of daily necessities. Of course, this requires payment. The maximum number of members is 5. More members are redundant under the rules of the 10 dust and sand masters. If a 10 master needs the assistance of more than 5 members, then they need to find ways to manage their own affairs to obtain more support. Shenhua didn't actually like too much interference in his life, but he knew he couldn't stay in the Eternal Tower indefinitely, and the rules of the 10 Absolute Dust and Sand didn't explicitly address this. However, having an organization member using his identity as a symbol to obtain the information he needed without revealing his identity was something Shinruo desperately needed. The house the Eternal Tower had given him also required maintenance while he was away. Therefore, he ultimately decided to hire 2 organization members to handle his liaison. Furthermore, although the spear hadn't yet been auctioned, the underground space could be approximated by the auctioneer's estimates, allowing the organization to determine a rough size for Shinruo. The organization wasn't overly strict about any margin of error. Just like in a transaction, a commodity has a price range. As long as it's within that range, and neither party is overly competitive, a transaction is possible at any price within that range. If he were to be overly competitive, Shinruo could wait until the auction was over. However, he only needed enough space to hold the legacy of the spirit-ranked dragon soul, so he ultimately only asked for a space slightly larger than the estimated minimum selling price. The other members of the 10 Dust and Sand Masters already knew that the water elemental heart embedded in the spear was one of the sacred relics the candidates needed to collect, and they had high expectations for the spear's auction price. However, they also knew that the water elemental heart wasn't as rare as the sacred relics that some of the candidates had previously been rumored to be seeking. Including Shinruo, the 10 Dust and Sand Masters now numbered less than 10. Shinruo now understood why they needed to find spirit-ranked beings who could serve as the 10 Masters. Essentially, this organization has perfected the essence of trade, and even becoming one of its most representative and top-ranking members, one of the 10 Great Aces, is still a trade. Shinruo now possesses the legendary crystal ball used for communication among the 10 Great Aces of Dust and Sand, but if he wants to speak at the Crystal Conference, he'd likely need information that only he possesses. Before that, he first overheard the discussions about himself at the Crystal Conference. Sane's statement that one cannot deceive, but must conceal the matter, quickly resonated with him at the Crystal Conference. The new member has completed the Blood Pact? Shinruo heard a voice coming from the Crystal Ball. This was one of the reasons why the Tower of Eternity needed to provide housing for the 10 Absolutes. The security of this housing was incomparable to that of a hotel. Although Shinruo had only ever heard conversations of other beings, and no one had ever specifically eavesdropped on his conversations through the walls, things would be different with the Crystal Ball. In this house, the bedroom had a special stand for the Crystal Ball, and the house itself had defensive magic circles and magic circles to prevent sound from escaping. New member, say hello, Sanzin's voice came from the Crystal Ball. Even now, I still feel that becoming one of the 10 Absolutes has a very strange feeling, Shinruo said. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed from a crystal ball. The voice, seemingly not young, strongly agreed with Shinruo's assessment, right? Most of them have masters, who are among the 10 greats. I don't. I found it extremely strange at the time too. You're saying a renowned organization, one where advancement seems to require bloodshed, would so easily invite outsiders to join? That's the hardest part about recruiting spirit rank members. Another voice rang out from the crystal ball. They call it sincerity. Although our organization was established for neutrality and trade, you should change your ancient bad habits. We are a mysterious existence in the eyes of outsiders. When inviting new members, you immediately display all our conditions, as if the title of the 10 Greats of Dust and Sand is a hard-to-sell commodity. It's no wonder normal beings have doubts after hearing your introduction. Things in this world are only valuable because they are hard to obtain. If you ask me, we should first state a very difficult entry requirement. That way, those spirit rank members who want to join will fight tooth and nail for it. That would go against the original intention and rules of our organization. At this moment, Sane said, what we want is for the other party to already meet our requirements, not to lay out our requirements and force those who covet this position to consciously meet them. Because personality can also be faked. If we do that, then everything will be contrary to what we want. Our Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes has always been able to maintain this atmosphere, and this model has contributed to that. Just complain about it. I was just thinking about that seller's market scenario. The spirit rank member, who spoke earlier, muttered. Alright, let's talk about how to arrange things for the new member. Saints continued, he gave me his weapon. I think we can release news at the auction that this weapon has changed hands, and the rumors about why it ended up in our hands. Humans suffered internal injuries, and a decline in strength after clashing with the holy demonic fire, rendering them unable to wield this divine relic-level weapon. That's a good reason. Another voice joined the discussion, it was Ella's. His inability to wield it, so the reason this weapon ended up at auction, is good, but why did we acquire it? The reason he entrusted it to be sold isn't good. Because even if a normally powerful individual's strength has declined, such a weapon inlaid with divine relics would still serve as a symbol of their past glory. Perhaps they would pass it on to a disciple, or perhaps it would be preserved in some other way. Putting it at an auction simply doesn't make sense. Another voice Shenrua hadn't heard before joined the crystal meeting. So he asked me to help him ascend the holy mountain, and perhaps it was the spirit of Jihua protecting me, but when I returned to the giant tree, I obtained the scepter, Shimu said. On the way down the mountain, I encountered an accident, and this spear was given to me. I used it to repel the beings trying to seize the scepter, but the spear fell off a cliff in the process. Then we need to spread the word first, and then some beings will go to that area to look for the spear, Sain said. After a while, we can put it up for auction, saying it was offered by an anonymous seller. Although there's always someone to blame for the scepter dispute. Like the holy demon fire, but frankly, what really happened on the mountain that day? Although we sensed the fluctuations of battle, we didn't see it directly. Shouldn't the new member mention it? A not-so-young voice said. Sain's told me that if I don't want to say, I don't have to. Or perhaps, if you want to know, you can buy this information from me? Shenrua had already deeply understood the core rules of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand organization. The blood pact of the 10 Absolutes requires them to never deceive each other, but they can conceal information. Because the concealed parts are also considered traded intelligence. That's the downside of recruiting members according to ancient rules. A not-so-young voice sighed. They've been assimilated too quickly, not pure at all. Although you've been a member of the 10 Absolutes for a relatively long time, please allow me to doubt. Were you ever truly pure? Sains asked. The start of the attack phase meant the important points of the Crystal Conference had been discussed. Several spirit rank members, who seemed relatively familiar with each other, exchanged a few words before the crystal ball went completely dark. Shenrua did indeed feel that his actions in the prosperous forest kingdom had deviated somewhat from his intended course. The 10 absolute dust and sand arrangement, however, perfectly aligned with his expectations. Therefore, he should now play the role of someone suffering internal injuries and weakened. Living in the Eternal Tower, pretending to be under the protection of its rules, and seeking treatment at Yuki's medical clinic was quite appropriate. As for whether he would go to Yuki's treatment room, which rarely had customers, to negotiate something, or simply receive treatment, that was Shenrua's own decision. However, before that, Shenrua had a few things to resolve. The first was to open the encyclopedia with his newly acquired scepter. This was an extremely rare sacred relic, a unique item, but not a quest item. Shenrua was quite interested in studying this strange scepter, which could simulate the spirits of the plants that had once wielded it as heroic spirits. Her finger moved to a blank space in the encyclopedia, and text quickly appeared on the blank page. Entry: Scepter of Life Power. Category: Sacred Relic. Quality: Divine Relic. The God of Life bestowed his power upon the forests of the continent. The vegetation in these forests provided sustenance for the life on the continent, drawing upon the power bestowed upon it by the God of Life, allowing all things on the dust-sand continent to continue. Among these forests, the one possessing the most life power had a high mountain at its center. At the summit of this mountain stood a tree connecting the air and the earth. As its roots continuously received power from the God of Life, this power interacted with the air through the giant tree, becoming a special medium and giving rise to its own sentience. This giant tree sensed the will of the slumbering God of Life. During one of the God of Life's remaining moments of clarity, it obtained the God of Life's permission and chose a form that allowed it to temporarily depart: a scepter. The giant tree scepter form is a sacred relic, the Scepter of Life Force. Chapter 273. The encyclopedia explained the origin of the scepter, but its specific function remained unclear. Yuki should know, but he had failed when trying to retrieve it, and afterwards, he hadn't discussed anything related to the scepter with Shenrua. It was hard to say whether he harbored resentment towards the scepter, or simply because it was information that required a transaction to acquire. However, Shenrua didn't need to use the scepter for anything at the moment. The fact that the scepter possessed sentience, and could simulate the consciousness of its former wielder reminded Shenrua of the spirit-ranked dragon soul temporarily residing on the star spirit scales. Would they talk if these two items were placed together? Shenrua thought it was worth a try, so she actually placed them together. As a result, only the spirit-ranked dragon soul spoke. Perhaps the scepter only manifests as a group of plant spirits to speak when used through mental magic, Shenrua thought. However, the use of mental magic is tiring and leaves one vulnerable, a state Shenrua disliked being in on the dust-sand continent. Therefore, after trying to communicate with the scepter, he set it aside. The second matter was a suggestion from the 10 Absolutes of Dust Sand. The 10 Absolutes of Dust Sand probably also felt that introducing new spirit rank members was very difficult. Moreover, they insisted on not publishing standards and letting members of the organization find ways to achieve spirit rank through competition, or letting those outside the Eternal Tower strive for it themselves. This meant that if the 10 Absolutes of Dust Sand themselves didn't have satisfactory spirit rank successors, several of the 10 positions might remain vacant for years or even decades. Therefore, the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand suggested that Shinrua consider searching within the Eternal Tower, or even on his own, for suitable disciples, those who could inherit his martial arts, to cultivate as his successors. Of course, this doesn't mean that if a chosen successor of a spirit rank reaches the spirit rank, they will necessarily inherit one of the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand's positions. They also need the approval of the other 10 Masters. However, this is still simpler than searching the continent for a neutral spirit rank individual whose values align with theirs. When discussing this issue, the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand were also curious about how Shinrua had defeated another spirit rank individual with almost no use of weapon magic. Does this mean that Shinrua's inheritance can allow humans to reach the spirit rank? But if humans have such an inheritance, or if humans truly can, why has the upper limit for all previous humans been only high-ranking? However, the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand didn't really intend to get any answers from Shinrua, because if they truly wanted to hear the answer from him himself, they could contact him through another means and make a deal. The fact that they didn't contact him proves that they believe they have their own ways of deduce the result, or that they don't really need to know. However, they were also clearly curious whether Shinrua's disciple could reach a high level or higher strength if he were to take on a class. For example, the absolute rank, or near spirit rank. They could even imagine reaching the spirit rank. However, the reasons for the high upper limit of humans have been well established on the Dust Sand continent. They lack magical talent, and have the shortest lifespan among all intelligent races. But it was precisely these 2 points that led the 10 Masters of Dust Sand to wonder, just how monstrous must their new member be to defeat a spirit rank member of another race at such a young age, regardless of the methods he used to defeat him. Even if he defeated him entirely with that divine-level spear, that was still astonishing strength, in Shinrua's view. The invitation from the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand to become one of their members seemed a bit too easy. However, he didn't understand that, in the eyes of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, a human unaffected by any power, who hadn't accepted any help from any force, had first made a move in the Phantom Kingdom, managing to withstand attacks from 2 spirit-level beings. Although it wasn't a prolonged battle, blocking even one attack was already a highly commendable feat. This could be considered a miracle manifested in Anati by the power of the God of Life, indicating that Shinrua had gained the recognition of the God of Life's remaining will or power. Even the flower-planting master probably thought so, otherwise, he wouldn't have, in his dying moments, not passed on the important radiance of the God of Life, passed down through generations of the Plant Spirit clan, to Shinrua instead of the other plant spirits around him. Then, his victory over another spirit rank being on the Holy Mountain, without allowing the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand to sense excessive fluctuations in his water elemental magic, demonstrated that even without using his divine relic weapon, Shinrua still possessed the power to fight a spirit rank being. Regardless of the methods he used, this was enough to earn the recognition of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, acknowledging his suitability as a spirit rank being and making him one of the 10 Absolutes. Not to mention, he also gained the recognition of the giant tree of the Holy Mountain, received the scepter, and had the remnant will of the God of Life briefly manifest on the Holy Mountain. This was a deity whose manifestations were among the fewest in history, second only to the God of Space. Therefore, while Shinrua might find it too simplistic and casual, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand believed that finding another, like Shinrua, would be extremely difficult. As for the identities of the candidates, although only Ji-Mu, Seinsen, and El were confirmed, the other spirit rank members of the 10 Absolutes were not simple individuals either. They might even be able to guess a 4th, 5th, or 6th. Even if they couldn't confirm it, they would still speculate on the probability. They suggested that Shinrua consider finding a successor to inherit his cultivation methods, and Shinrua had his own considerations. Actually, Shinrua felt he was probably not capable of taking on disciples, but if there were someone with a similar temperament to Long Wei, and unlike Long Wei, a child with an authoritative, spirit-ranked dragon father, it wasn't out of the question to take him on. Although Shinrua had already become a member of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, so far, aside from the existing equivalent exchange, Shinrua believed that the 10 Absolutes arrangement regarding the false information about his lost spear had greatly helped him avoid the notice of the powerful. Therefore, he was willing to accept the suggestion of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, provided it didn't go against his own will. The third thing was that he now had a space in the Eternal Tower where he could properly count the spirit-ranked dragon soul legacy. Furthermore, this space provided by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand made Shenrua feel safer than the workshop in the Darkfall Kingdom. The blood pact signed between them differed from the one signed by the Hercules of the Rare Water Branch. Therefore, although Shenrua trusted Ling he couldn't spend too much time researching the Space Totem Stone in the Darkfall Kingdom, nor could he leave the gold mine in the backup workshop in the Dark Wasteland for an extended period. He could now do this within the space allocated to him by the Tower of Eternity. Shenrua also took over a shop in the trading area. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand developed their networks through various means, which could then be incorporated into their organization through exchange. This exchange and incorporation, forming a usable force for the spirit rank, involved a complex operating model for the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, but Shenrua hadn't thought that far ahead. His main reason for doing this was that the spirit rank dragon soul had left behind a lot of things, and Shenrua felt he could use the trading to see which types of beings on the dust and sand continent needed what they needed most. With the convenience provided by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, the trading area could be managed by the members of the 10 absolutes he had previously hired, bound by blood contracts and protected by the organization of the 10 absolutes. As for whether he might meet beings who desperately needed extremely rare materials because of the things left behind by the spirit-ranked dragon soul, that was another matter. Something unusual has happened recently. As the crystal ball brightened that day, one of the 10 absolutes initiated the conversation. 2 spirit-rank individuals are going to compete in our arena. These 2 spirit-rank individuals have been to the demon abyss, said Yuki. But we can't intervene unless they break the rules. If they compete within the rules, even if they can absorb the power left behind by the gods here, it won't be much, the spirit-rank individual who started the conversation said. After all, our rules for spirit-rank competitions require scheduling, publicity, and self-arranged duels cannot be rescheduled within a short period after a winner is decided. Since the divine demonic fire appeared in Analan, and was confirmed by Shenrua, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand also confirmed the divine demonic fire's purpose. The divine demonic fire needs the power left behind by the gods, and those spirit rank and near spirit rank beings who have entered the Demon King city can assist it in obtaining this power. With the absorption of power, the divine demonic fire can become even stronger. Furthermore, among the beings acting alongside it in Analan, some near spirit rank beings were not those who had entered the Demon King city. In other words, after the divine demonic fire left the demon abyss, it reunited with those beings who had entered the Demon King city, and those beings seemed to be acting according to the divine demonic fire's needs. And after these beings left the Demon King city, it's unclear whether the divine demonic fire accomplished this, or whether the Demon King, after parasitizing these beings, could further split and corrupt those who hadn't entered the Demon King city. In short, the divine demonic fire's actions in Analan have proven its ability to replenish corrupted living forces. Although no new corrupted spirit rank beings have been discovered yet, and based on the sensations he sensed after his roots pierced the earth, Yuki judged that without the special location of the Demon King's castle, the Demon King likely wouldn't be able to influence spirit rank beings. Otherwise, the evil will that emerged from the demon abyss would be far too powerful. If this evil will were to lie dormant and slowly contact and corrupt the renowned beings on the continent, wouldn't all the powerful beings on the continent become puppets of this evil will? Yuki also told Shenrua that when that evil will attempted to influence and corrupt his consciousness, he used spirit rank magic to resist. However, he couldn't be sure if all spirit rank beings could do this immediately upon sensing such influence and corruption. If it's confirmed that by expending power here, a small amount of the power left behind by the gods can enter the body, then I think the Eternal Tower will also be a target of the Holy Demon Fire in the future, Shenrua said. But in terms of allure, the Holy Temple is even more tempting. Chapter 274. The duel between 2 spirit rank cultivators brought the number of spectators to the Eternal Tower to an all-time high. While the Eternal Tower provided an arena for arranged duels, spirit rank cultivators on the Dust Sand continent rarely fought seriously unless absolutely necessary. A life or death pledge on the grounds of the Eternal Tower was unprecedented. For many on the continent who admired strength, the opportunity to watch a spirit rank life or death battle without fear of being implicated was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Now, with this opportunity to not only watch live, but also review the battle from different angles via crystals, how could anyone resist joining the spectacle? Not only did they want to watch, but they also placed bets on the outcome. It wasn't just cultivation fanatics like Junja who were interested in this battle. Familiar names to Shenrua, such as Long Wei and his father, Ling He and Long He, and Yunjia, the Holy See member who didn't use magic in their duel with Junjia, all appeared on the reservation list for the live audience. In addition, Lian Heshi, Zhijia's candidate, and Gang Shi of the Stone Spirit clan also reserved seats. Junjia also contacted Shenhua, asking if he wanted to watch this once-in-a-lifetime life-or-death battle. He could reserve a seat for Shenhua as well. Shenhua considered it for a moment, and agreed to Junjia's invitation. Junjia obviously hadn't yet heard the rumor that he had suffered internal injuries in battle, and Jimu helped him, leaving behind a divine spear. He could avoid pitying glances and troublesome inquiries, and because of the previous incident in Fansen Kingdom, it seemed that no one would care about Shenhua's whereabouts. But in reality, there was a high probability that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. These beings would likely have an aha moment, realizing that Junjia and Shenhua's interactions had a reason. However, once the rumor spread, they would sigh with regret. Humanity finally produced a warrior who could use weapons to contend with a spirit rank expert. What a pity. Were they truly lamenting? Most probably weren't. Those who truly felt regret were often those like Junjia, whose strength surpassed the peak and whose minds were undivided. Most beings were merely recounting the fleeting brilliance of a powerful figure, a sentiment that satisfied a certain hidden desire, sympathy. The Holy Demon Fire's arrangements were relatively cautious. He deliberately created conflict between the two spirit rank experts he had challenged. Is this just handing over a publicity stunt? The 10 absolutes of dust and sand were also feeling immense pressure due to the sudden surge in visitors to the Tower of Eternity. In their view, was it really necessary for Holy Demon Fire to deliberately orchestrate this feud between the two? I think we should keep an eye on the upcoming duel with near spirit rank members. If the information is correct, then he can still influence near spirit rank members even after leaving the Demon King city. Spirit rank members might be less susceptible to corruption, but they are a minority. The reason he's focusing on influencing near spirit rank members, I think, is because he has grand ambitions and believes that those with weaker strength have limited impact on the situation. Honestly, even near spirit rank members are a scarce resource. His actions are a headache. Have we already notified and investigated all the near spirit rank members in our organization? The 10 absolutes of dust and sand had tried their best to spread information about Holy Demon Fire through their network of intelligence agents within the Tower of Eternity, but they still didn't know exactly how Holy Demon Fire was influencing the near spirit rank members. A classic case of the enemy being in the dark while we are in the light. Calling them enemies isn't entirely accurate, but the Holy Demonic Fire influences and corrupts based on strength, not affiliation. Isn't that a potential adversary? We acted relatively quickly. Speaking of which, the new members should know more than we do, right? In this situation, shouldn't we share information? The other spirit rank member wanted Shenhua to share more about the Holy Demonic Fire. Shenhua did indeed know an important piece of information they didn't: the acupoints he had identified for Zhizhi and Ishi. While he could use this crucial information to gain more benefits, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the Holy Demonic Fire and Shenhua. Even if the Holy Demonic Fire found it troublesome and didn't want to confront Shenhua didn't believe they wouldn't eliminate him given the opportunity. Furthermore, although the 10 absolutes of dust and sand adhered to the principle of fair trade, Shenhua sensed that the relationships between the 10 absolutes went beyond mere transactions. Therefore, sharing this information wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for Shenhua. He didn't have many interests to begin with, and he wasn't short of gold coins. As for whether he should use the 10 absolutes' identity to build a vast information network, he didn't seem to have such ambitions. So Shenhua spoke almost without hesitation. I do know a way to deal with them, but it only applies to Zhizhi and Ishi. Then, Shenhua shared, through the crystal, the story of how he used acupuncture on Ishi before her death in the demon abyss with Ji Mu, explaining the location of the needles, which later proved to temporarily incapacitate the corrupted Ishi and Zhizhi. The method involved Junjia using light magic to launch surprise attacks with needle-sized projectiles, aiming to simultaneously strike as many designated locations as possible. Since these locations couldn't be shared during the Crystal Conference, a spirit rank member immediately expressed his desire to meet Shenhua, explaining that he hadn't met the new member yet and wanted to get to know them. Not all of the 10 absolutes had met each other. Whether or not they met depended entirely on their mood and desire. Once they became 10 absolutes, their identities were no longer a secret. Going to find new members alone, that's not a good idea, a voice objected. We're in an era of cataclysm now. It's actually quite opportune for us to get together. When did we ever say going alone was bad? The spirit rank member who had previously wanted to directly find Shenhua was somewhat speechless, but then agreed to the suggestion of a gathering. But it's true we could get together, although it's more normal for us not to do that. Whether the 10 absolutes meet or not, whether they gather or not, isn't some rule written in the ancient blood pact. The previous reluctance to gather was simply due to a lack of consensus. These spirit rank members, who acted according to their own preferences, all found gatherings troublesome. However, now they had reached a consensus on gathering. This probably constituted the opportunity for Shinrua to meet the largest number of spirit rank members at once since arriving on the Dust Sand continent. The Dust Sand 10 absolutes are probably the least spirit rank conscious beings on this continent. Including Shinrua, there are only 8 of them now. Sains, Yuki, and Elherd were the 10 absolutes that Shinrua had already met and knew. There were 4 others. One was the Hishi swordsman, who was quite old, one was a plant spirit, who was about the same age as Yuki, and the other 2 were actually stone spirits. Quite a surprise, isn't it? One of the stone spirits said. Actually, since Jimu already said that 3 plant spirits were among the 10 greatest, and Jihua is gone, there are still 2 plant spirits left. Then the 2 stone spirits are easy to understand, right? Shinrua understood his meaning. In a sense, the stone spirits were similar to the plant spirits in one aspect. Their way of life differed from other races, so they didn't have much desire to compete for resources, but they still had a need for trade. In ancient times, when stone spirit caravans first left their stone spirit kingdoms and traveled across the continent for trade, it was perfectly normal for them to yearn for and need trading centers like the Eternal Tower. The racial characteristics of the stone spirits made their strong members extremely powerful on the continent, but if their strength was insufficient, they faced the risk of being hunted by other races. Therefore, it's entirely conceivable that the stone spirit's spirit rank would cooperate with the plant spirits in ancient times to create a neutral zone that prohibited fighting and killing outside the rules in the arena. What truly surprised Shinrua was that, unless he had altered his auditory perception after encountering the stone spirits, he hadn't detected the distinctive stone spirit characteristics in their voices within the threshold of normal hearing. Furthermore, the voices changed slightly during communication via the crystal ball, so Shinrua hadn't noticed that 2 of the 10 absolutes were stone spirits during the crystal conference. I think he's more surprised that our voices don't sound like stone spirits, another stone spirit said. Am I right? That's right. Because I've seen stone spirit caravans, their voices always have a gem-like quality. I never imagined that any stone spirit's voice could be so similar to ours. Shinrua admitted the reason for her surprise. This is a unique, inherited secret technique, The spirit rank stone spirit, guessing the reason for Shinrua's surprise, said smugly, it's because after we stone spirits came to the Eternal Tower and became 10 absolutes, we didn't want to reveal our identities through our voices. It wouldn't fit our mystique. So they specifically trained their method of vibrating to produce sound. For a dignified spirit rank stone spirit to insist on struggling with its voice, like this is neither mysterious nor high class. The stone spirit didn't intend to reveal the intricacies of it. The other 10 absolutes only needed to know that they possessed a secret technique. This is probably why, although the spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes all possess spirit rank strength, their strength is mostly not directly reflected in their individual combat abilities. Their personalities and strange ideas always lead them to spend time on many odd things. While it's indeed impressive that the stone spirit race can produce sounds similar to humans, if they use the time they spend on this to cultivate their combat abilities, their combat power would probably increase by 2 levels. However, this atmosphere is one of the reasons Shinrua was willing to become one of the 10 greats. In a sense, he's completely neglecting his duties right now, otherwise, he should be busy gathering quest items instead of marveling at how human-like the stone spirit's voice is. The 10 greats have gathered in their true forms. This hasn't happened in years. Since we're already here, how about some internal trading? The swordsman, she suggested. This suggestion was actually intended to make things easier for Shinrua, who had just joined the organization, and didn't yet know what he could trade for. The 7 spirit rank members present were the ones who best understood the various information and rare treasures available for trade within the organization. Chapter 275. With the ancient blood pact as his guarantee, Shinrua wasn't worried about them offering him an unfair price in their trade. However, he didn't actually know the true value of the information he possessed, information known only to himself and not to anyone else, or what he could exchange for the items he brought from the Dragon Tomb. Having the 7 spirit rank members of the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand appraise his value, or having them proactively offer to exchange anything they wanted or were interested in, would be best for him. But before that, he needed to first discuss the methods he had obtained regarding how to control the ambiguous relationship between Zhezhe and he/she, and the divine demonic fire. This method is quite peculiar. Junja tried it, and it really worked. Their holy sea even captured a few near-spirit level beings. Al was very interested in the method Shinrua had researched. However, does it only work on Jizja and he/she who cooperate with the holy demonic flame, or on all Jizja and he/she? New members, you have to give us a sneak peek. Actually, when these areas are pierced during battle, all Jizja and he/she will be affected, but those corrupted by evil will be somewhat different. Shinrua said, actually, I don't understand the reason either. Initially, I wanted to understand how Jizja and he/she circulated their light and dark elemental powers, but according to your specific power circulation pathways, after piercing enough locations, a qualitative change occurred. At that time, he/she had already been severely corrupted, and even the evil will showed signs of successfully possessing him. As a result, after the needles were inserted into him, the evil will within him was forced out of his body, but it couldn't completely escape, as if it were pinned down by these needles. The specific locations are as follows. Shinrua knew the main purpose of this gathering. He had already drawn up a diagram beforehand, marking the locations he would use for acupuncture. Actually, these locations will vary slightly depending on the individual, but they are roughly the same. After piercing these points in the correct order, those Jizja or he/she who are corrupted by the evil will be significantly affected. If we take the effect of Junja's light needles as a reference, they will be paralyzed and temporarily unable to resist. As for the Holy Sea, I heard that those near-spirit level individuals have since gained their freedom. I think that's because the Holy Sea has many star spirit priests, who are skilled in mental magic. They probably expel the evil will from the bodies of those near-spirit level individuals. Interesting, said the Hershey swordsman. I have an idea. You don't mean you want me to give you a few acupuncture needles, do you? Asked Yuki. Yuki seemed to be quite familiar with this Hershey swordsman. Although the plant spirit's mimicry didn't have an eye-rolling expression, Yuki's tone of voice perfectly matched the gesture. Heh, you really understand me, said the Hershey swordsman. Only by trying it myself can I understand why I have this weakness. First, it helps me deal with opponents better, and second, it allows me to think carefully about how to respond. Then you can have the new member do it for you. I think he's more skilled than me, said Yuki. So kid, can you do it for me? Asked the Hershey swordsman. My name is Shinrua, although I don't mind being called kid, said Shinrua. If you want me to do it for you, you have to call me something else first. I address anyone whose martial arts are inferior to mine with a junior prefix. Of course, if you defeat me, I can call you Senior Shin. What kind of habit is this? Always calling someone junior or senior. Can you use a more normal form of address? Shinrua felt this swordsman was utterly ridiculous. How should I address you? Let's have a friendly match. Nothing magical, how about it? The swordsman, Herxi, clearly didn't intend to reveal his name directly to Shinrua, but rather to decide how Shinrua should address him based on the outcome of the match. Shinrua was somewhat amused and exasperated. In the ancient blood pact, the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 absolutes were bound by a blood oath that forbade them from harming the other 10 absolutes. Because of this, Shinrua was certain that although the swordsman wanted to fight him, he didn't intend to inflict any serious injury. Was it simply a normal welcoming ceremony for joining a powerful organization on a continent where strength reigns supreme, or was the other 10 masters wanting to observe him? Shinrua confirmed the nature of this competition in his mind. He also wanted to know how his martial arts skills compared to Ishii, the only one among the 10 masters who seemed to excel in martial arts. So he nodded. If this is a ceremony to exchange titles, I accept. Ishii, the swordsman, chuckled and asked Shinrua, do you know how to use a sword? A little. In the ancient east of their home planet Earth, people would say humble things before a duel, such as please or I'm honored. Therefore, Shinrua also used the humble phrase a little, because in his view, he was not yet a master capable of founding a school. As for ancient swordsmanship, there were many styles, such as Tai Chi's sword and 7-star sword. He was merely looking back at history from a higher perspective, and had specialized training techniques that allowed him to more accurately execute the most difficult aspects of those martial arts, the intuitive understanding. In actual combat, routine sword techniques are merely the foundation. The real strategy is responding to each move as it comes, transforming techniques through intention and energy. Use a wooden sword, the Hershey swordsman said to Yuki. You're going to grow 2 swords out of wood? Shinrua felt his eyes were being opened again. The plant spirit race's life magic could indeed grow branches, and then let them fall off, but Shinrua realized that he came from a world without magic, and his imagination was somewhat lacking. Then he saw Yuki, while still looking disdainful, pull branches from his arm, which slowly transformed into the shape of swords before finally falling off. Yuki tossed the fallen swords to the Hershey swordsman, then asked Shinruo, "Your habits are probably different from his, right? Let me see the sword you're using." Yuki had seen Shinruo wield a sword before, but he only had a vague impression. Since humans are considered short in stature compared to other races, and Shinruo isn't particularly strong among humans either, giving him a wooden sword of the same size would likely create an unfair duel. Shinruo drew his short sword and handed it to Yuki. Yuki examined it carefully for a while, intending to better replicate the sword, so he used magic to investigate. Unexpectedly, he exclaimed in surprise, "A sacred relic?" Yuki had seen the short sword before. He even seen Shinruo use it to cut down the heron. However, because the sword was simple and unadorned, without any magical fluctuations, he only seen it as a finely crafted short sword. Under normal circumstances, physical attacks are hardly effective against energy capable of condensing magic. Yuki attributed the previous outcome more to the heron being drawn out of the heron's body, but unable to escape. Only after using magic to examine the short sword did they discover its secret. His exclamation piqued the interest of the other 10 spirit rank members. "It's a sacred relic? How many more surprises does this new member have in store for us?" Cyan said affectedly. "Any questions can wait until we're done fighting," Shinruo said, then looked at Yuki. Seeing this, Yuki remembered what he had been doing and used a branch to create a similar short sword, handing it to Shinruo. Shinruo put away his own short sword and then twirled it in his hand with a wooden blade. Seeing his graceful movements, L whistled, "Brother D. Are you even capable? Shut your mouth." Hirsch the swordsman snapped, clearly annoyed that L called him Brother D. This area was already under the influence of spatial magic, and the arena instantly expanded considerably, leading to differing opinions among the observing spirit rank members. 2 spirit rank members of the Stone Spirit clan bet on the Herxie swordsman to win, but the other spirit rank members, eager for a good spectacle, egged him on, urging Shinruo to teach the Herxie swordsman a lesson. The swordsmanship of the Dust Sand continent differed greatly from the ancient eastern swordsmanship of Shinruo's home planet, Earth. Their swordsmanship was mostly expansive and powerful, though powerful nonetheless. Even without the aid of magic, simply swinging a wooden sword, the Herxie swordsman's blade produced a whistling sound as it cut through the air. The sound of air being cut was nothing special to a master swordsman, but Shinruo admitted that due to the limitations of the wooden sword's material, a sword's cry was unlikely to be produced. And the difference between the material of a wooden sword and the feel of metal was still present. A metal sword can be incredibly sharp, capable of cleaving paper in an instant, yet it can also be flexible, bending and yielding. Furthermore, by channeling internal energy, the flexible blade can instantly transform its hardness under the influence of that energy. Of course, this refers to a type of ancient Eastern metal sword from Earth. On the Dust Sand continent, all metal swords are hard. There are no flexible options. Shinruo rarely used wooden swords. Seeing the Herxie swordsman's sword strike aimed at his head, he immediately raised his own to parry. The moment their swords clashed, Shinruo knew things were going badly. When both sides have the same weapon, the advantage of strength is amplified, while the advantage of technique is diminished. His strength was obviously incomparable to that of the spirit rank Herxie swordsman before him, so his instinctive parry might very well turn into a series of continuous blocks. This could easily become a war of attrition. Given the disparity in strength, getting caught in the opponent's offensive would be extremely disastrous. Shinruo immediately sidestepped to absorb the force, then used the momentum to twist his waist and flip over, kicking directly at the back of the Herxie swordsman's back. The Herxie swordsman, likely accustomed to sword fights with other swordsmen from the continent, mostly engaged in direct sword-to-sword clashes. He hadn't expected Shinruo's sudden, tricky kick. He dodged to the side, but Shinruo had already retracted his leg without altering his stance. This kick, while seemingly fierce, was actually a feint. Shinruo used 2 different rhythms and speeds for his kick and retraction. His aim was to break free from the Herxie swordsman's initial attack pattern, immediately disrupting the rhythm the swordsman had just begun. Given their physical attributes and strength, for Shinruo to truly inflict pain with this kick, he would have needed to channel his inner energy into his foot. Shinruo had no intention of doing so, yet the visual impact of the kick made his opponent wary. When the swordsman Herxie made a move to the side, Shinruo knew that his goal had been achieved. So she stopped her move and changed her move, but the speed was twice as fast as before. Chapter 276. Shinruo's speed was already recorded in the Eternal Tower's database. After Yuki suggested Shinruo become one of the 10 absolutes, even those among the 10 absolutes, who believed humans might be unable to handle the strength of a spirit rank being would still dig up his information for careful study. Due to the special nature of his race, Shinruo actually received a considerable amount of attention from the 10 absolutes. This was also why he didn't refuse Yuki's invitation. Even if he had refused, Yuki's invitation already indicated that Shinruo had once again entered the 10 absolutes field of vision. If one carefully connected the timing of Shinruo's appearance and the illogical aspects that followed, Shinruo would only receive even more attention. If their principles didn't conflict with his own, it was better to become one of them, thus avoiding the need for so much effort to conceal his abilities. And if they wanted to see Shinruo's strength, Shinruo would let them see it. As for how much they could see, Shinruo didn't believe it was entirely up to them. For example, right now, Shinruo suddenly accelerated, his wrist flicking, the sword tip piercing the pressure point on the Herxi swordsman's wrist. If a human were struck in this spot, their wrist would go numb, and they would drop their sword. While the Herxi swordsman didn't use magic to protect his wrist, he wasn't afraid of Shinruo's attack. Firstly, his speed was inherently inferior to Shinruo's. He had confirmed this after seeing the image on the puzzle piece. However, speed wasn't everything. Given the strength of a human and the damaging power of a wooden sword, he only needed to concentrate his force on his wrist. Even if the sword struck, it would be insignificant. At least, that's how the Herxi swordsman judged it. However, the audience wasn't going to let him get away with it so easily. L shouted from the sidelines, "Brother D, this isn't right. Even though it's to avoid real injury, you can't cheat like this. Just because this sword won't draw blood doesn't mean you can let the opponent hit you to create space for your attacks. You're shameless." L's shouts made the Herxi swordsman's face turn ugly, but it didn't affect his fighting strategy at all. However, the battle situation wasn't what he expected. After Shinruo's sword struck his wrist, he felt as if the sword had touched different parts of his wrist, but the speed was too fast for him to be sure. This feeling wasn't caused by the Herxi swordsman's wrist being hit. It was because Shinruo, with extremely fast speed and a trembling motion, rapidly tapped around the point on the Herxi swordsman's wrist with the sword tip, trying to confirm whether the Herxi swordsman had the same acupoints as the human wrist. Ha! Like an insect bite. Before the word bite could be finished, the Herxi swordsman's attempt to deflect Shinruo's sword was narrowly avoided. Since it was a mere graze, it was difficult to determine whether it was a coincidence or intentional. However, the Herxi swordsman was now inspired by Shinruo's kick. After his sword was deflected by Shinruo's, he had momentum, creating an opening that allowed him to throw a punch. Without hesitation, the Herxi swordsman unleashed a punch into that opening, with the force of a single blow capable of overcoming all techniques and splitting mountains. Shinruo had no intention of taking the punch head-on. The fighting style of the Dust Sand continent differed from the ancient Eastern martial arts aesthetics of Shinruo's familiar home planet, Earth. They preferred fist against fist, magic against magic. The application of spirit rank magic in combat is actually the culmination of this type of combat. Essentially, it's a contest of who can convert elements faster with spirit rank magic, and who has more elemental or life magic power stored within their body. The combat thinking of ancient Eastern cultures on Earth bears many traces of military philosophy. Of course, in the face of an absolute power difference, such methods of deflecting, borrowing force, and using variations in techniques to compensate for raw strength are rarely effective. However, the gap between Shinruo's absolute strength and that of the Herxi swordsman wasn't large enough for the Herxi swordsman to simply overwhelm him using such methods. Therefore, Shinruo, like a swimming fish, twisted his waist in a strange way, dodging the Herxi swordsman's punch aimed at his chest, and then struck with his sword. His sword was always a step faster than the Herxi swordsman's. This time, Shinruo's intention was clear. The Herxi swordsman had just seen the diagram Shinruo drew. He was a spirit rank cultivator, and although slower than Shinruo, he wasn't much slower. Just as Shinruo was about to strike the spot marked on the painting closest to the Herxi swordsman's waist, he tensed up and instinctively gathered a bit of dark elemental power at the point of impact, simultaneously unleashing a fierce slash. Shinruo's exceptional eyesight was unparalleled, and this sudden, instinctive gathering of dark elemental power did not escape his notice. He quickly concentrated his true energy into his sword and forcefully thrust it towards the point above the Herxi swordsman's waist. At the same time, the Herxi swordsman's sword landed on Shinruo's shoulder. Ouch! The Herxi swordsman's sword was slightly slower than Shinruo's, and this slight difference weakened most of the attack he had already launched. His cry of pain explained the reason for the weakened attack. Although the wooden sword landed on Shinruo's shoulder, the force was much less than the original swing's power. Even so, Shinruo still felt a distinct pain in her shoulder. Without treatment, a dark brown bruise would definitely appear the next day. Let's call it a draw, shall we? Shinruo tossed her sword aside and reached for her internal healing potion. My shoulder's probably going to swell up. It won't swell up, it won't swell up, ouch. Sanes tossed Shinrua a bottle of potion. Just use it on yourself later. Heh, a loss is a loss. Do you expect me to let you win? The Hershey swordsman said, the reason I lost is because I already knew where you were going to stab, but I couldn't dodge. Knowing that this spot was where the spirit rank fighter lost to Junja, I instinctively used magic. That's why I lost. Very frank, huh? What's face? It doesn't exist here. A stone spirit said with a smile. But you disappointed me greatly. I bet you win. A bet's a bet. Don't blame me for this. The Hershey swordsman said irritably. Alright, so about your agreed upon exchange of names. L seemed to enjoy stirring things up. How about he calls you Brother D too? Get lost? Hershey swordsman cursed weakly at L. The nickname Brother D seems to have a story behind it. The fact that L could joke about it suggests that while the nickname might displease Hershey swordsman, it wouldn't affect their true relationship. On the contrary, it makes L and Hershey swordsman's bond seem even stronger than that between the other 10 greats. My name is Doing. Call me whatever you like, the Hershey swordsman told Shinrua after cursing L. The two stone spirits were named Qian Hong and Ji Chung, their names clearly indicating their coloration. They were stone spirits born from the essence of highly pure red and orange gemstones. The other plant spirit, about the same age as Ji Mu, was named Dong Ji, a plant spirit from a mountain range in the plant spirit clan's country where trees struggled to grow. Although Dong Ji's birthplace was barren, the environment was rich in life force, resulting in a small but powerful population of plant spirits. It was also a renowned medicinal herb-producing area, yielding few but scarce herbs. After the duel, Shinrua sensed that the conversations among these spirit-level individuals had become more casual, confirming his suspicion that the Hershey swordsman, Du Ying's duel with him, was related to the 10 Absolutes level of respect for him. Then I be frank and tell you what I know. You can decide what to give me based on whether the ion has relevant information and whether it's useful to you. Shinrua thought for a moment, realizing he was at a loss for words to describe what the other party would use for the trade. These spirit rank items might involve traded items, information, or even things that were neither items nor information. He couldn't clearly describe them with a single word. So he simply stopped searching for suitable words and decided to directly state the information he intended to use for the trade to see if they were interested. This one concerns the candidates, and also the ion. You should already know that the candidates currently active on the continent are searching for certain sacred relics. Among them, at least 2 sacred relics are kept in the Eternal Tower. These 2 sacred relics are the Divine Language Drum and the Celestial Sound Sphere. I have indeed heard that they are collecting the designated sacred relics, said Stone Spirit Orange. But so far, no candidate has asked us for the Divine Language Drum and the Celestial Sound Sphere, nor have there been any rumors that they are looking for these 2 items. How did you determine this? Because actually, I am. Although Sanes found it amusing and hoped that Shinrua would conceal his identity from the other 10 aces, who were still unaware, perhaps until a candidate revealed their mark and commanded the Eternal Tower to provide assistance, that would be even more interesting. However, it was clear that her wish to stir up trouble could not be fulfilled. Shinrua had already revealed his identity to the other 10 aces. That makes much more sense. Sure, Jing Qianhong pondered for a moment, because no human on the continent has ever broken through to a higher level. If someone suddenly breaks through, their human settlement won't react at all, and we won't get any information. That's strange. Hidden this information for so long, you obviously don't want to take the route of directly revealing your identity by displaying your mark, right? El finally asked the question he wanted to ask. Why are you doing this? Without any resources from the Tower of Eternity, every question I answer is paid for. Shinrua smiled at El. That's no problem, and since we're all here, the price can be a little higher. Sanes couldn't get Shinrua to hide it, but he didn't lower the price corresponding to Shinrua's information. He even helped him increase it. Alright, then let's start with my inability to master your magic, and what we candidates are supposed to do. The information Shinrua was about to share was something even the 10 absolutes of dust and sand couldn't grasp. How the candidate chosen by the gods became the victor. However, he couldn't reveal all the rules either. The reverence and absolute respect the inhabitants of the dust and sand continent held for the gods stemmed from the laws established by the gods at the time of creation. Under the suppressive force of these laws, revealing all the rules and any speculations based on them would be unacceptable to the native races of the dust and sand continent. Chapter 277. So, you've been neglecting your duties all this time, huh? Sainzen exclaimed. Truly worthy of us. Truly worthy of us? Shinrua asked doubtfully. We are a unit now, a unit? The 10 absolutes, understand? Sainzen emphasized. It seems it's only a matter of time before we get into trouble. How about we auction off the divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb? We can split the money? That's impossible, said Stone Spirit Orange. These two items are important to our eternal tower. However, if a future dragon candidate appears, and if he insists on having them, we have to ask him to retrieve them himself. Can't you retrieve these two sacred relics yourselves? Shinru asked. These two sacred relics are underground in the Tower of Eternity. Oh, we're practically underground in the Tower of Eternity now, but even deeper down. There's said to be two sacred relics that seal the voice of the laws of the gods. They were there before the Tower of Eternity was even a town. According to continental legends, they are extremely important sacred relics used to suppress continental catastrophes. Although they can be obtained, we hope they won't be moved, just like the 8 statues in the Holy Temple of the Holy See are immovable. Stone Spirit Orange explained to Shinrua, if you need these two items, it's very likely that moving them from their original location will cause something terrible. At least we won't move them. After the candidates arrived, and as Zhizh crossed the rear water, the evil will from the abyss also emerged. His. What is cause and effect? His. Cyan spoke meaningfully. We cannot fathom the will of the gods, but do you really not need to build your own information network to complete the collection of all those sacred relics? Yuki asked Shinrua with a puzzled look. In his view, apart from the yet-to-be-appeared candidate whom they considered a sure candidate for Spirit Rank Dragon, and Shinrua, the other 6 candidates on the continent were all showing great enthusiasm in resisting the cataclysm. More than that, I'd like to know why you think you would agree if a Spirit Rank Dragon came to you asking about the divine language drum and the heavenly sound sphere. This was the first time Shinrua had heard the Spirit Rank beings on the continent discuss their views on the Spirit Rank Dragon candidates. Because Spirit Rank Dragons are incredibly powerful, Yuki explained to Shinrua. Although they're all Spirit Rank, there are significant differences in combat strength between them, and these differences can be quite substantial. I already sense that, but even if the 10 absolutes consist of 10 Spirit Rank individuals, can't they say no to a Spirit Rank Dragon? Just how powerful are Spirit Rank Dragons? Shinrua could sense that Long Wei's father was very strong, and he knew that Long Wei's father was Spirit Rank, but he had never actually fought him. Based on his perception alone, he couldn't determine just how terrifyingly strong he was. Only one Spirit Rank Dragon can exist on a continent. When 2 Spirit Rank Dragons appear, they are governed by the laws of nature, fighting to the death. Historically, there have been no more than 3 eras in which 2 Spirit Rank Dragons have appeared simultaneously. Ultimately, their battles always end with one of them dying. Yuki didn't directly describe the strength of the Spirit Rank Dragons because, in this era, they hadn't truly fought against other Spirit Rank Dragons, so he couldn't describe just how powerful they were. However, historical records do mention instances where 10 Spirit Rank Dragons from other races couldn't withstand a single Spirit Rank Dragon. However, after the Dragon race entered the era of the Human Dragon race, they rarely engaged in major conflicts with other races. In the past, as wild dragons, they required vast amounts of resources, and due to their powerful race, each dragon typically occupied a resource-rich region. These regions were sometimes favored by plant spirits, and sometimes by the settlements of the Hera and Zhizh. After depleting the resources of a region, the dragons would relocate, choosing habitats based on abundance and food. This naturally created conflict between the dragons and other races that preferred long-term settlement, resulting in historical wars and records of conflict between them. Fortunately, dragons didn't always produce Spirit Rank beings. Sometimes, the highest level a dragon reached in an entire era was only near Spirit Rank. However, after the dragons became the Human Dragon race, each era saw the emergence of one Spirit Rank being. But after the dragons became predominantly Human Dragon, they rarely clashed with other races again. If that's the case, can the dragon of the candidate and the Spirit Rank Dragon of this era coexist, according to the laws? Shinrua considered this most serious question. If the laws dictate they are incompatible, then the moment this Spirit Rank candidate dragon begins to rise on the continent will be the moment it faces a life-or-death struggle with Long Wei's father. If that's the case, does Long Wei know his father's impending fate? We don't know either, Yuki said. Because for us on the continent, everything concerning the candidates is beyond our comprehension, because they possess a mark bestowed by the gods. Speaking of which, where is your mark? I never intended to display the mark, so it's in a place where it's not easily visible, Shinrua said. I also didn't aspire to be the one among the candidates to activate the divine legacy. It's just that candidates are inherently unable to trust each other, so I don't want them to know of my existence. TSK, quite unconventional, but we 10 absolutes love the unconventional, El said. Now, I think we can share something you don't know. Then I go first, Yuki said. Do you know what the most important function of that scepter is? What is it? Shinrua followed up with Yuki's question. It's to bestow knowledge, Yuki said. The power of the god of life is related to wisdom, which is why the scepter can develop sentience and then mimic each of its successors. So, talking to the scepter is the most important way to use it? Shinrua hadn't expected the scepter to be used this way. That's right. Rumor has it that this scepter has an invisible connection to the remaining will of the god of life. In other words, if you possess this scepter, the remaining will of the god of life can hear what you say, though this deity almost never responds, Yuki said. No response, yet it can hear the words of life in this world. Shinrua felt that the temperament of the god of life was truly baffling. However, if he had known this, he shouldn't have placed the spirit-ranked dragon soul and the scepter together. He should have kept that bird, that is, the remaining will of the god of wind element, with the scepter. However, Shinrua couldn't summon the remnant will of the wind god from his earring. While this divine will didn't seem like a serious being, it could remain completely silent if it wanted to. This was understandable. For a divine will, blocking its 5 senses would be effortless. However, since it had to emerge from the depths of the undying valley to reach the earring, the wind god's remnant will probably not be so fond of seclusion. Thinking of this, Shinrua suddenly considered a possibility he hadn't considered before. Because his initial understanding of the dust-sand continent was limited, he had no clue about divine wills or the separation of divine consciousness, so he had never considered this possibility. Shinrua recalled the bottom of the undying valley, which resembled the depths of the demon abyss, except that the power of the dark god was far more profound and pure than that of the wind god. The power of the wind god, after being stripped of its essence, and the power of the fire god, after their essence was extracted, showed that the wind god's power held the upper hand. However, the extracted essence of the fire god, through the transformation of the creatures of the abyss, merged with the power of the wind god. Furthermore, the subtle intentions expressed in the dialogue between the remaining wills of the wind god and the dark god suggest that the dark god's power, remaining in the valley of the undying, is essentially suppressing the remaining will of the wind god. The wind god's remaining will is clearly not the essence stripped away like in the abyss. Whether from its communication with the dark god's remaining will or its attitude towards the god of space, its nature is clearly different from the evil will born in the abyss. So why was he trapped beneath the valley of the undying, bound by the power of the god of dark elements, and why did he become the source of power for the He? These questions were clearly unanswerable by the lingering will of the god of wind elements, even within Shinrua's earring. Besides sharing information that interested Shinrua, the spirit rank members also provided him with contact information for a group within the Eternal Tower that could be activated with money. While other powers required personal accumulation, groups that could be established with funds did exist. However, even among the 10 absolutes, a considerable amount of gold was required, as this was the money needed to maintain the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization. Without gold, using this group was a completely inefficient option. However, with gold, the group's advantages lay in its professionalism, loyalty, and reliability. Even becoming one of the 10 Absolutes, to effectively utilize the power of the Eternal Tower, one not only needed sufficient gold, but also needed to leverage the 10 Absolutes' identity to develop operations within the Eternal Tower. If Shinrua doesn't want to develop his business, then even if he obtains the identity, the assistance he can gain from the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand is limited to what it is so far. Currently, Shinrua doesn't feel any urgency. What truly concerns him is the 8 Dust and Sand years time limit. Having spent time climbing the Holy Mountain and staying at the Tower of Eternity, 2 Dust and Sand years have passed since he arrived at the Tower of Eternity, roughly equivalent to 5 years on his home planet Earth. The game of gods might end prematurely if a candidate collects all the quest items early. What fate awaits the non-winning candidates then? Chapter 278. Shinrua didn't want to think too much about the final fate of the core, or what would happen 8 years later. In his view, even if a human died a natural death on their home planet Earth, they would only be a little over 100 years old. This was assuming that human civilization on Earth had advanced to the point where it could solve many problems caused by disease and aging. The 8 years on the Dust Sand continent were equivalent to nearly 20 years on their home planet Earth. If all 8 universes were to perish, Shinrua felt that his own life, so short compared to the lifespan of the universe, would be a testament to the fall of a star and its eternal collapse. Theology was not absent from their home planet Earth, but the power of science ultimately prevailed. There was an ancient saying on their home planet Earth: a true god must never appear before humans, otherwise he would lose his divinity. Regarding the existence of gods, some said they were nebulae formed by the condensation of collective consciousness, and that collective consciousness was the divine, only the humans could not touch it most of the time. However, upon entering the dust and sand continent, the gatekeeper confirmed to Shinruoming the existence of creator gods. He explained that these gods created 8 universes based on a single core, which would eventually decline. However, the energy fluctuations caused by human-made weapons capable of destroying planets accelerated this apocalypse. Shinruoming felt there were still some ambiguities in what the gatekeeper said, perhaps due to the difference in their dimensions. Life forms in different dimensions cannot understand each other, just as ants can never see the whole picture of a human. The isolated island was like the Truman Show to Shinruoming, but he knew the story of the Truman Show, so it was only similar, not truly the same. Therefore, he longed to become a true explorer, dreaming of leaving the isolated island and exploring the real continent, the continents of his home planet, Earth, on foot. But now, all his reality was built upon the dust-sand continent. Thinking about it carefully would leave Shinruo feeling troubled and confused. How should his situation be classified? In terms of living time, 8 years on the dust-sand continent were roughly equivalent to 20 years on his home planet Earth. His time spent on both was already quite close. As for other things, he had hardly ever spent more than a month with any of the same people on his home planet Earth. It was said that others couldn't survive on the island, a mystery to Shinruo. No one had told him why only he could sustain a life on the island. He also didn't know whether the documents and images were a technologically created illusion of the outside world, a historical fabrication of civilization, or reality. The only concrete evidence was that he had received information on the island about the interstellar travel wars between factions before arriving on the dust-sand continent, information consistent with that given by the 8th gatekeeper, who was actually the remnant will of the god of light. If he were to eventually leave this place, Shinruo thought he would probably be reluctant. However, he hadn't yet sought to seize control of his fate in order to remain on the dust-sand continent, nor had he wanted to become the sole winner. Tell me, how can you not be a prisoner while you're stuck in the Valley of the Undying? Shinruo spoke to the bird in his earring. He was back at his residence, but as he expected, the bird wouldn't pay him any attention on such matters. Never mind, I talked to someone else, Shinruo said, taking out the scepter she had brought back from the sacred mountain of the plant spirit clan. Do we need to use mental magic to talk? Shinruo examined the scepter closely, but heard a voice seemingly in her ear. No, but you need to hold the scepter to speak to us. This scepter was very insistent on its multi-plant spirit consciousness setting, using we instead of I. The plant spirit said, you know a lot of knowledge. What exactly does it all know? Shinruo asked. There are many, but what we're most familiar with are, of course, all sorts of ingredients that can be used to make potions, the staff replied to Shinruo. But you're a human, so the potions you can make are limited. Why didn't we think of that back then? After saying that, the staff changed its own voice, using the simulated voices of different plant spirits to ask and answer itself. It's not that we didn't think of it, but because the candidates appeared, we were worried about not having the chance to witness the cataclysm, or rather, if the cataclysm wasn't stopped, we never have the chance to see the world again, right? Exactly. Shinruo found it amusing that the staff kept changing its voice to talk to itself. Have you been to the Thousand Desolations Plain? Shinruo asked the staff. The Thousand Desolations Plain was one of the place names he encountered shortly after arriving on the dust-sand continent, and at that time, this place name repeatedly appeared in the encyclopedia he consulted. This place has a close relationship with Tianhu Tianxue. When Tianhu Tianxue first introduced herself to Shinruo, she tested whether Shinruo would go to Qingji Plain. However, Shinruo and Long Wei went to Qingze Kingdom instead. Unexpectedly, they met Junja as soon as they arrived in Qingze Kingdom. The remnant will of the wind element god resides within Shinruo's earring. It is said that this bird was originally destined to manifest itself on the totem pole of the Thousand Desolate Plains, a crucial part of the He's millennium-long festival. However, because this bird flew into Shinruo's earring, the festival failed. Now it seems, perhaps it's a double-edged sword. Even if the He were to receive the blessing of the wind element god's remnant will, it's not certain they could contend with the celestial foxes led by Gisilfa. Gisilfa is a ruthless tyrant who, in a short time, directly elevated many celestial foxes to near spirit rank, at the cost of burning their lifespans. Gisilfa himself is a spirit rank celestial fox, currently possessing 3 fragments of celestial fox jade. Since he himself is a celestial fox, he should have already completed the fusion of the 3 fragments. There are still 2 fragments of the heavenly fox jade, one in the hands of the candidate for Heshi, and the other with Shinruo. In Gisilfa's view, Tian Shui must still have clues about the heavenly fox jade fragments, but since Tian Shui is now under the command of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, and given the strength of the eternal tower, Chisilfa has not yet made any further moves. Not long ago, during a brief meeting with Tian Shui, Shenruo learned that deep down, Tian Shui still hadn't given up on the idea of becoming the wise leader. So, thinking of this, Shenruo asked the question about the 1,000 desolate plains. Of course, some of us plant spirits have been there, and some haven't, the scepter replied, but we're all on this scepter now, so of course the scepter has been there. What, you want to know what the 1,000 desolate plains is like? Why don't you go and find out? It's not far from the Eternal Tower. The scepter's ability to simulate the consciousness of multiple plant spirits has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it's incredibly noisy, and spews a lot of meaningless chatter. The advantage is that they ask and answer their own questions, so Shenruo doesn't need to say much. He can hear a great deal by asking a question occasionally. Shenruo has been staying in the Eternal Tower for quite some time now, and the scepter's suggestion is worth considering. However, the two spirit-level beings corrupted in the Demon King City are about to begin their battle in the Eternal Tower, and Shenruo needs to see this grand event before leaving. Junji even bought him a ticket. Shortly after this grand event ends, Shenruo's spear will be auctioned off. Even if he goes to the 1,000 desolate plains, a little extra time won't make a difference. Speaking of the 1,000 desolate plains, it seems to be related to the remaining will of the god who protects us. The scepter didn't need Shenruo to answer, and began speaking again. The scepter's voice, which spoke to itself, was incredibly varied, which Shenruo found quite impressive. What in the 1,000 desolate plains is related to the lingering will of the god of life? Shenruo, drawn in by the conversation within the scepter, couldn't help but ponder. On the dust and sand continent, different races cannot reproduce, but there is one exception, the descendants of Hehe and Tianhu. Tianxue and Tianshao are descendants of this exception 1,000 years later. Was it the lingering will of the god of life that allowed Hehe and Tianhu to have offspring? Shenruo asked. Not necessarily, none of us witnessed it firsthand. A voice from within the scepter said, clearly simulating a plant spirit who had visited the 1,000 desolate plains. However, within the legends of the conflict between Hehe and the celestial fox, there's a tale of a divine medicine. Though just a legend, it's undeniable that without divine power, Hehe and the celestial fox couldn't have offspring. I even seen Hehe and the celestial fox's child. They actually had a celestial fox and a Hehe. The celestial fox came to me seeking the medicine. It said that the Hehe and the child was already dead, leaving behind a celestial fox child. The scepter has had many wielders, making it like a living history, revealing secrets perhaps no longer known to any being on the continent. Shenruo thus learned that Tian Shui's desire to become a wise leader wasn't solely due to his assumptions. It was also because the Celestial Fox clan's divinely ordained prophecy for a wise leader contained a portion sung by a divinely ordained poet from the Plant Spirit clan. This divinely ordained poem wasn't recorded by the Holy See, as it was only sung to Tian Shui's ancestors. When the Celestial Fox, who had given birth to Hehe's child, came to the Plant Spirit clan settlement seeking medicine, a divinely ordained poet of the Plant Spirit clan, sensing the power left behind by the god of life within the child, chanted a divinely ordained poem. Having received a child granted life by the god of life, the future of the 1,000 desolate plains will be linked to his descendants. When the 1,000-year-old ritual declines, the beautiful female Celestial Fox will possess the power to guide the Celestial Fox clan. Shenruo didn't understand why the god of life would intervene in the conflicts of the 1,000 desolate plains. This deity was also quite different from other gods. He seemed to have no desire to communicate, and even after his residual will manifested, he remained silent. Shenruo couldn't glean any information from his strange yet solemn appearance. The residual will of the god of life, with its pumpkin-like appearance, should have been comical, but his tall stature, even with its pumpkin-like face, exuded a sense of solemnity and dignity. This made Shenruo feel that even the slightest thought of laughing in his presence would be a great offense. This is probably the pressure from the gods. Chapter 279. As the day of the Spirit Rank Tournament approached, the number of various races traveling to and from the Eternal Tower gradually increased, and many well-known figures from across the continent appeared. Tickets for the best spectator seats had long been sold out, and Shenruo met Junji from Qingze Kingdom the day before the tournament began. I really didn't expect to meet you under these circumstances, Junji said to Shenruo. I thought you would come to Qingze Kingdom. This time, Junji wasn't as taciturn as before, and even inquired about the aftermath of Shenruo's encounter in Fansen Kingdom. The sacred demonic flame was unknown to the other beings in Fansen Kingdom at the time, but the other spirit rank member who died, and that spirit rank member Zhizhe, were not unknown figures. Because Junji knew the whole story of what happened in the Demon Abyss, He had already guessed the identity of the sacred demonic flame based on rumors. Hearing the rumors already filled him with dread for Shinrua. Who could imagine a human attacking under such circumstances? Furthermore, Junja had repeatedly requested to spar with Shinrua, but Shinrua had refused. Junja found it hard to believe that Shinrua would actually intervene under those circumstances. The divine demonic flame didn't even continue to fight you to a draw, and just left like that. It feels incredibly risky, Junja said to Shinrua. Besides not knowing my strength, and not knowing if the Plant Spirit Clan would send spirit rank experts to support me, there's another reason. Shinrua only realized after the event, and he too felt dread, because after leaving the demon abyss, the logic of how his power is depleted is different from yours when replenishing elemental power. Shinrua didn't actually believe he could repel the sacred demonic flame. His plan was to buy the flower planting master enough time to kill the Hercules-ranked cultivator, then alter his perception to escape the flame's pursuit. He had even planned his route. He had traveled from the underground river to the kingdom of Fansen, so going down to the lake was his choice. Shinrua still had magical items on him, while the sacred demonic flame and the near-spirit-ranked cultivators couldn't have been as prepared. Furthermore, the sacred demonic flame's main power came from the fire element he had brought from the abyss, perhaps mixed with the corrupted power of the wind elemental god. Fire-based power is naturally countered by water. This was one of the reasons Shinrua intervened. Although he wasn't confident he could escape unscathed, the lake wasn't far, and Shinrua believed he could escape injured. Actually, Junja wasn't the only spirit rank official sent by the Holy See this time, Junja revealed to Shinrua. They seemed to be planning to find a way to take down both spirit rank officials, who fought after the competition. They're confident? Shinrua asked doubtfully. Was it really that simple? Let's try, Junja said. The Holy See has already figured out the location where they would be affected after being stabbed, as you know. I don't think they intend to do anything directly. Zisha told you? Shinrua asked. Yes, he probably thought I wouldn't relay it, so he didn't ask me to keep it a secret. In Qing's kingdom, Junja mostly interacted with his palace officials and guards. He was very sparing with words in front of these officials, and even with the king of Qing's, he would avoid speaking if possible. Junja's only person with whom he could have relatively normal conversations in Qing's kingdom was Zisha's father, the Grand Archmage of Light. However, he didn't specifically tell you who else left the Holy See, and even if you did, it wouldn't make much of a difference, Shinrua said, though she felt she might have overlooked something, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Since the duel was scheduled for early the next morning, Shinrua and Junja didn't talk much. Junja decided to conserve his energy to better watch the duel. It turned out that getting up early was definitely the right decision. Besides those with tickets, there were quite a few spectators in the square. Although they could also project their tickets through crystals from the inn, many of these spectators felt that watching from the square and placing bets that will create a more exciting atmosphere. The magical fluctuations and martial arts destructive power of a duel between beings of spirit rank strength would be greater, so the Eternal Tower was very cautious in handling this duel, not arranging it in a conventional arena. The duel was ultimately set for a previously unopened area within the Eternal Tower's arena, a spectator area that looked much like any other arena, similar to a closed-off ring. This location was designed to withstand the fluctuations of spirit rank magic without collapsing or being completely obliterated. It was said that the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand had used this place for duels more than once in history. The 2 spirit rank fighters were already in their designated duel area. A closer look revealed a slight red tinge at the corners of their eyes. These 2 spirit rank fighters were both Shisha, and it was said that they had arranged to fight here due to a personal grudge between them. Of course, Shinrua, Ji-Mu, and Junja all understood that this was merely a cover-up. However, Shinrua also had one thing he couldn't understand. When he was in Anati, the Holy Demon Fire wanted to use spirit rank to transform Anati's power, and he needed to be present. Now, there was a magical barrier between the competition area and the audience seats in the Eternal Tower. If his goal was to absorb the power left behind by the gods in the Eternal Tower, how could he accomplish this? Or was his purpose not here at all? During his time in the Eternal Tower, Shinrua had also learned about the approximate distribution of spirit rank members on the continent. The Plant Spirit Clan, Juja Clan, and Hishi Clan had the largest number of spirit rank members on the continent, followed by Stone Spirits, then Frost Serpents. The Dragon Clan's spirit rank was limited to 1 by the laws, while the He and Heavenly Fox clans had not had any members achieve spirit rank for many years due to historical reasons. The Horn tribe occasionally had members with spirit rank, but even throughout the entire history, such beings were extremely rare. The Demon race, the Illusion race, and the human race have never had a known spirit rank member on the continent. While the plant spirit race is said to have at least 10 spirit rank members, most of them live in seclusion in the forests and rarely appear in public. Even those who have achieved spirit rank are unwilling to leave their forests, so their names are rarely heard on the continent. The spirit rank members of the Zhizhe race are mainly found in the Holy See, with only 1 or 2 in each of the other Zhizhe nations. Many of the Heshi race's branch leaders are spirit rank, but their branches are scattered across different regions of the continent, and they have long been leaderless. Of course, the Heshi race's current situation is also due to their conflict with the Zhizhe race, and the fact that the remnant will of the god of dark elements left the dark wasteland and has since ceased to respond to the Heshi race's prayers. The Zhizhe tribe, through historical wars, scattered and fragmented the distribution area of the Heshi tribe. Later, various branches of the Heshi tribe migrated due to factors such as suitable geographical locations, ultimately forming the current situation. The Darkfall Kingdom is a Heshi nation established by the merger of the Shishui branch and another branch of the Heshi tribe. This other branch of the Heshi tribe originally had close ties with the Shishui branch and did not migrate far, remaining on the other side of the Dark Wasteland. As for the other Heshi branches, their sense of belonging gradually faded over the long course of history. After the Battle of Shishui, some of the few remaining Heshi branches were willing to migrate back to the Darkfall Kingdom, but most branches with spirit rank leaders continued to live the life they had become accustomed to. In the Abyss of Demons, Shenrua encountered not only the Heshi candidates, but also another spirit rank Heshi who, among the travelers, had distinguished himself against the Heshi candidates through a contest. He had already died from being strangled by the giant tree transformed from the flower-planting master. Although 6 spirit rank individuals entered the Demon King's castle, since neither the Hesh nor the Zhizhe candidates were affected by the evil will, only 4 truly belonged to the Holy Demon Flame's power. 3 Zhizhe and 1 Hesh. 2 of these 3 Zhizhe were from the Holy See, while the third, like Junzhe, was not affiliated with the Holy See. Therefore, the Holy Demon Flame felt a significant loss of power from the loss of a spirit rank Hesh and Anadi. Currently, he could control 3 spirit rank individuals, and sending 2 of them here to fight undoubtedly exposed them to the public eye. Zhizhe, the spirit rank fighter who previously dueled with Junzhe, has already been controlled by the Holy Church. So these 2 are the Holy Fire's last spirit rank trump cards. What is he thinking? Junzhe's attention was focused on the battle between spirit rank fighters, but Shenrua was thinking about the Holy Fire's objective. What are you thinking about? It's starting. Junzhe reminded Shenrua, who snapped out of her reverie. She saw Zhizhe on the left in the dueling area wielding a great sword, swinging it. The great sword was imbued with light elemental magic. The Zhizhe on the right wielded a spear, holding it horizontally, the great sword sliding along its shaft with a flick of the wrist. The light magic imbued on their swords and spears clashed, scattering a series of dazzling magical fragments. Duels here are usually fought with a magical contract similar to the ancient life or death agreement on Shenrua's home planet, Earth. The life and death of both parties are irrelevant. The Eternal Tower only provides the battlefield, offering no protection for either side's life. They even had to pay the Eternal Tower a hefty fee upfront as a transaction fee for the venue rental, and to handle any potential problems that might arise. Just then, Junzhe's communication crystal lit up. He initially didn't intend to answer, but Shenrua saw Junzhe looking at the 2 characters Zhizhe decorating the crystal, and answered the message anyway. The surrounding noise and shouts made Zhizhe's voice sound extremely weak. The Holy See. The star disk of light has been stolen. This matter seemed to have nothing to do with Junzhe, and it seemed that Zhizhe shouldn't have contacted Junzhe to explain first. Junzhe clearly thought the same thing, so he asked Zhizhe, "What's the point of you telling me this? Retrieving the light star disk isn't my responsibility. Those 2 spirit rank Zhizhe are just putting on an act. What's so interesting about an act?" Zhizhe said weakly on the other end of the communication, "It's just a show to draw all our attention. I only came to you about this. I didn't expect your help." After saying that, Zhizhe ended the communication. Junzhe looked at Shenrua, who was scanning the entire spectator area. As long as these 2 Zhizhe don't leave the Eternal Tower's sphere of influence, and don't violate its rules, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand must ensure their safety and prevent the Holy See from attacking them. Even the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, could only have his He-Shi keep an eye on Tian Hu Tian Shui when he was here. Only after Tian Hu Tian Shui left the Eternal Tower could he fight her. Chapter 280. The 2 spirit rank fighters in the competition area continued their duel, but Zhizhe was already planning to quietly leave. Of course, this didn't include Junzhe. Shenrua and Junzhe watched the entire duel, which had some theatrical elements, but was worthy of the spirit rank level. By the time it ended, all the spirit rank fighters besides Shinrua among the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had received news from the Holy See. The starry sky disk was one of the most important sacred relics held by the Holy See. The details of its abduction were kept secret by the Holy See, but the interception caused quite a commotion, making it impossible to completely keep the news from the outside world. The most difficult reason to completely suppress the news was that the abductor of the starry sky disk actually used the sacred relic directly during their escape. Using the starry sky disk required a large amount of spiritual energy, and historically only the high priest of the starry sky spirit of the Holy See was qualified to use this star disk. The high priest of the light star spirits didn't use the light star disk in every situation. Its most important aspects were its symbolic meaning and the spiritual magic it contained. If this sacred relic were used merely as an ordinary astrolabe, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished. However, the person who stole the light star disk successfully utilized the powerful spiritual magic inherited within it, even achieving effects stronger than the high priest of the light star spirits. Because of the influence of this spiritual magic, the person managed to create a gap in the connection of the Holy See's interception magic array, and by repeatedly using the same technique, broke through the Holy See's encirclement. Upon hearing this method, Shinrua couldn't help but recall his own experience in Anadi, where he used mental magic to interrupt the spells of both the Holy Demon Fire and the Plant Master. However, because the plant spirits were at a disadvantage then, this simultaneous interruption actually benefited them. The incident occurred at the time when the two spirit rank Shizhas connected to the Demon Abyss had agreed to a life-or-death duel at the Eternal Tower. The method used to escape the Holy Church felt so familiar, making the identity of the one who stole the Light Star Disk almost obvious. Clearly, it was the Holy Demon Fire. The Light Star Disk is a quest item, part of the Star Spirit Scales. If it fell into the hands of another candidate, Shinrua wouldn't be too concerned. However, the Holy Demon Fire is difficult to categorize, so having the Light Star Disk in his hands seemed like a bad thing to Shinrua. But Lingjie Zhizhi is an open secret in the Eternal Tower. Their every move is under surveillance. If they leave the Eternal Tower, the Holy Demon Flame will definitely lose these two combatants, right? Junji was somewhat puzzled. If they could still easily control the Lingjie after leaving the Demon Abyss, the situation wouldn't be like this now, would it? Actually, it's not certain, but even if it were possible, the conditions shouldn't be too simple, Shinrua said. The Light Star Disk, mental magic, theoretically, he could take them away, and not taking them wouldn't harm him at all. Why? Junji was clearly asking about the last sentence Shinrua had said. Because all the forces are therefore focusing their attention on the Eternal Tower, on these two Lingjie. From a restraining perspective, it's very successful. Shinrua explained. Didn't he already use this method to abduct the Light Star Disk? Furthermore, even if the Holy Fire's intentions were exposed, would the Holy See and its candidates simply turn their attention away just because they knew his intentions? The Dust Sand continent is vast. Finding the Holy Fire, who is intentionally hiding his whereabouts, is like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, these two spirit rank Shizhas are definitely important pawns for the Holy Fire. Even if they are just there to attract attention, as long as they want to find the star chart, they still have to keep an eye on these two spirit rank Shizhas. Junji didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't really concerned about these matters anyway. To him, the Holy Fire's abduction of the star chart affected the Holy See, but he wasn't one of the Holy See's Shizhas. Perhaps all he wanted to do was to tell Zizhi, who was currently at the Holy See, what he knew, and fulfill his duty as a friend. The Eternal Tower was rife with undercurrents, so Junji didn't leave. It probably now housed half of the spirit rank beings on the Dust Sand continent, and the Eternal Tower was beginning its new round of auction promotions at this time. The most eye-catching item at this auction was the spear crafted by Shinrua, and infused with the Heart of Water element. They and where Junji was staying also provided descriptions of the items auctioned at the Tower of Eternity, which Junji found strange. This spear had been used in battle against spirit rank beings, and in the hands of a human, it had achieved the effects of spirit rank magic. This description, no matter how he looked at it, reminded him of the spear Shinrua had used in the battle of Anadi among the plant spirits. Actually, the number of other races waiting for the potion in Anadi was not large at the time, and they only witnessed the battle from afar. The reason why a human could use a weapon with the effects of spirit rank magic was because the magical forest surrounding Anadi could prevent close-range spirit rank attacks. To break the spell of the magic forest, any entity that came to harass the young plant spirit clan in their competition must possess spirit rank strength. Since the plant master was also a renowned spirit rank member of the plant spirit clan, from a distance, anyone capable of intervening in a battle between two spirit rank opponents would appear to be able to wield magic equivalent to spirit rank power. The rumor spread by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand that Shinrua's spear was a sacred relic, the key to his success in resisting the sacred demonic fire magic despite being human, was easily accepted. This aligned with the various races' perceptions of humans. For them, it would be absurd to believe that humans could intervene in that battle without such a special weapon. It couldn't possibly be the truth. And indeed, that spear played a crucial role in that battle. Hidden within many truths was the one truth they wanted to conceal: that humans possessed not only high-ranking abilities, but also the strength to rival spirit-rank beings without magic. This objective was ultimately achieved. However, after reading the introduction and learning about the background and rumors, Junja became concerned about something else. The rumor was that the human had suffered internal injuries, causing his strength to drop. Even if he used the spear again, he could no longer unleash the power left behind by the gods within it. He had to borrow the spear when he desperately needed help from the plant spirits, and then the spear was lost. Later, the spear was left in the plant spirit's sacred mountain, where it was found by treasure hunters who had received information about it, and secretly entrusted the Eternal Tower to auction it off. This made Junja feel somewhat uneasy. While other beings were unaware of the plant spirit's identity and strength, Junja was well aware of it. Ji-Mu was not only a spirit-rank cultivator, but also one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand. How could he have lost Shinrua's spear while helping her defend against the attack? And not only that, he couldn't find it. Why was it only found by a third party, and then returned to the Eternal Tower, even appearing as an auction item? Junja couldn't figure out the key to this, but he could express his concern to Shinrua. "I heard today that you suffered a serious internal injury recently. Why didn't you mention it?" The voice coming from Junja's crystal carried some doubt. "It's nothing serious. Rumors shouldn't be taken at face value." Shinrua didn't directly explain the details to Junja in the crystal, but simply simplified the fact that it was actually impossible to be simple. "What about the spear?" Junja asked. He was indeed very concerned about this matter. After hearing about Shinrua's situation in Anadi, he had been wondering if Shinrua might use this spear to spar with him. That would definitely make the fight more enjoyable. Otherwise, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate for Junja, as a mage, to use magic to force Shinrua to fight him purely with martial arts. "It's just an external possession. Since it's being auctioned off, it means it's destined not to belong to me," Shinrua said to Junja. This aligns with the ancient Eastern philosophy Shinrua learned in elementary school, but in a place like the Dust Sand Continent, for a cultivation fanatic like Junja, Shinrua's thinking is simply incomprehensible. "That's an important weapon for you, related to whether you can reach the spirit rank. If you don't have enough money," Junja tentatively began. He felt that Shinrua wasn't particularly short of money right now, and if he lent Shinrua some more money, so that Shinrua could buy back the spear, Junja thought it was entirely feasible. "It's really not about the money." Shinrua felt that familiar, uncommunicative feeling returning to her with Junja. "Anyway, this won't affect me really." Shinrua was very insistent, and Junja was helpless. Before the auction began, the two spirit-rank Shijas, who had close ties to the holy demon Flame and were corrupted by the evil will of the demon Abyss, surprisingly registered for various arenas at the Eternal Tower, just like any other people who came to the Eternal Tower to earn money. Most of these arenas prohibited the use of magic, and they followed the rules, making their intentions unclear to everyone. Because of their spirit-rank status, the betting odds were always one-sided whenever they fought, which the 10 absolutes of dust and sand found extremely unpleasant. Although their chances of appearing were reduced, the Eternal Tower's arena needed to ensure fairness in every sense of the word. The two initially chose to challenge a reigning champion, and then swaggered into the champion's private room. It seems they're quite determined to freeload off the Aeon's living resources, and it's unclear how long they stay. I wonder what the evil will of the Abyss is really thinking. Though it probably won't waste much of our resources. Saintson's voice came from the crystal ball, sounding quite unwelcoming to the two spirit-rank Shija's arrival. "Don't be so discouraged. After all, the Aeon is our territory. Look at those friends who came from afar." TSK. L also joined the crystal ball meeting. In this whole affair, the Holy See is probably the most exhausted. They've lost the star disk of light, and have to continue focusing their attention on the Aeon. The Holy See's Shija has actually left. The spirit-rank Dongji of the Plant Spirit Clan revealed in the crystal ball what Shinrua was unaware of. In fact, apart from Shinrua, the other 10 absolutes already knew about this. Because they were all accustomed to the fact that everything happening within the Ion was almost transparent to each other, they would directly discuss matters concerning the Ion at the Crystal Conference, only using events outside the Ion for trade. Therefore, Shinrua felt that joining the 10 absolutes of dust and sand did indeed have some advantages. Chapter 281. The Holy Sea's departure is like an admission of defeat. They've been so powerful for so long, this isn't like them at all. Sanzin's voice echoed from inside the crystal ball. The high priest of the star spirits. Is there any news of him? Shinrua asked, recalling her time at the Holy Sea. Oh! You want to know? Dongji of the Plant Spirit Clan said, I heard some news about the high priest of the star spirit. How do you want to exchange it? You two can discuss this privately, Jiqing of the Stone Spirit Clan said. Right now, it's more important to figure out what those two spirit rank beings want from us. It seems the sacred demon flame probably needs money too, Shinrua boldly guessed. And then there's mental magic. He needs money? Sains exclaimed in surprise. That's a perspective I hadn't considered. If he only had himself, perhaps he wouldn't need it, but if he wants a lot, then he will. Shinrua was only extrapolating the idea of the sacred demon flame based on the history of their home planet Earth, which was still in the monetary era. In reality, the concept of money on the Dust Sand continent is quite different from that of their home planet Earth. Another point is that most powerful beings on the Dust Sand continent don't lack gold coins, because those who become well-known and powerful beings don't worry about gold coins. Like Shinrua, although he was indeed extremely short of money at first, once he truly came into contact with various fields on the Dust Sand continent where one could earn money through skill, he was never short of gold coins. Of course, luck played a role in the source of his gold coins, but he himself was also part of creating that luck. For example, the astronomical price that the phoenix feathers fetched was somewhat related to the involvement of the candidates, and Shinrua arrived here because the candidates came to the Dust Sand continent through the gate. Perhaps there's some truth to that, but relying solely on those two spirit rank shishas is far too crude and inefficient in their methods of making money. The speaker was Ella. Although both Elle and the Hersey swordsman Duing were Hersey, they differed from the Hersey Shinrua had encountered who harbored a natural aversion to shishas. This was likely due to the neutral stance of the Eternal Tower. However, they didn't like shishas either. Shortly after Shinrua's first visit to the Eternal Tower, the Holy Church expressed disdain for the appearance of shisha candidates. Now, with two spirit rank shishas here, their methods of making money were remarkably similar to Shinrua's initial approach upon arriving at the Eternal Tower, except they hadn't yet learned the weapon crafting skill. If they relied solely on competitions, and betting on wins and losses, given their current odds, their earning efficiency was extremely low. Indeed, as Elle said, their methods of making money are far too crude and inefficient. That's because they can't leave the Tower of Eternity right now, so the ways they can make money there are limited, Shinrua said. But outside the Tower of Eternity, the Holy Fire should have other avenues. They seem to have no intention of engaging in any human work, like you did back then, Sane said. So what about the mental magic you mentioned earlier? Do you understand mental magic? The news of Shinrua obtaining the celestial scales hadn't yet reached the Tower of Eternity, except among the Hersey of the Darkfall Kingdom and Longha. And the time Shinrua used mental magic in Anati was extremely brief. Besides the Flower Master and the Holy Fire faction, the other plant spirits only sensed a brief interruption in their magical exchange. How exactly the battle was interrupted remained unclear, and the subsequent rapid changes in the battle, along with all the unpredictable events, meant that no one bothered to investigate that brief moment further. Ultimately, it was the difference in strength that prevented them from realizing what had happened, from having any recollection of it in that extremely short instant, and from deducing what had occurred afterward. I roughly understand, Shinrua said. Isn't the purpose of the Light Star Disc to apply mental magic? Evil will can influence or even control the consciousness of a spirit rank individual. Although it requires certain preconditions, this kind of control is inherently a matter of the mental realm. Does he intend to use the Light Star Disc to cast mental magic, and then let those two spirit rank individuals leave right under everyone's noses? Jimu spoke up. Actually, their leaving the Eternal Tower isn't a bad thing for us. It would be even better if they were killed outside the Eternal Tower. That sounds difficult, Saisen said. Perhaps we should think about when would be a good time if they decide to leave. Early preparation is crucial to prevent them from causing trouble within the Eternal Tower's boundaries, as that would damage our reputation. The auction is a good opportunity, Sure Jing Qianhong said. However, we can't fully predict the methods of either side. We can only each take charge of a specific area on that day, preventing them from making a move within the Eternal Tower. No wonder the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes were on high alert. In the past, soldiers like He Shi and Tianhu Tianxue would be wary of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Even if they decided to take action or start to escape, they would only make a formal move after leaving the territory controlled by the Dust and sand 10 absolutes in the Eternal Tower. But this time, the situation is very different. The sacred demon fire is an entity whose will was reborn in the abyss from a part of the god of fire elements. Whether it will buy off the various races on the continent, tacitly agree to anything, or have any agreements or contracts reached through them is another matter. The other forces or entities eyeing it also have spirit rank strength to back them up, which is why they dare to still cling to the two spirit rank Shizha at this critical moment. If uncontrollable factors occur, and the two sides clash before even leaving the Eternal Tower's sphere of influence, and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand are unable to control the situation in time, and cannot hold those who violate the rules of the Eternal Tower accountable according to the rules, then the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's credibility will be severely damaged. The Eternal Tower's image as a neutral, temporary, and peaceful haven will also be shattered. Establishing credibility always requires a huge price, while destroying it only requires a single exception. Therefore, after these two spirit rank Shizha entered the Eternal Tower, all the powerful members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, except for those at the spirit rank, remained on standby within the Eternal Tower. During this time, all members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes were on high alert. Even spirit rank individuals cannot arbitrarily disregard the rules established by the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes in the Eternal Tower. If any spirit rank individual were to make a move within the Eternal Tower this time, then the truth of this statement would be put to the test. While the spirit rank Shizha from the Holy See left first, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes breathed a sigh of relief, but they did not let their guard down. Because many spirit rank individuals remained within the Eternal Tower, and beneath the calm surface, undercurrents surged. One reason, of course, was that some of these spirit rank individuals were candidates from different races. The Light Star Disc is a unique sacred relic, and keeping an eye on the two spirit rank Shizha is currently the only clue to its whereabouts. Although the Holy See's Shizha is gone, the Shizha candidates remain in the Eternal Tower. Furthermore, since Shinrua's spear is inlaid with the water elemental heart, it's also a quest item. While not particularly rare, if the auction price is acceptable, some candidates might consider taking the easy way out and acquiring the water elemental heart through auction. Moreover, the spear's power has been publicized. Used by skilled humans, it can produce effects comparable to spirit rank magic. This is how the auction description portrays the spear. Even if it's not a quest item sought by the candidates, as a weapon to enhance combat power, it's something many powerful warriors desire. Although the spirit rank Shizha remaining in the Eternal Tower wasn't part of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes plan, the auction schedule remained unaffected by any undercurrents or the theft of the Light Star Disc. The auction, planned in advance, proceeded as scheduled. While the number of guests wasn't as large as the previous one Shinrua had experienced, it was still considerable. Shinrua saw Steelstone's name on the VIP list this time. Things were different now. Steelstone was no longer the penniless stone spirit, who couldn't even pay off the debt at once even after selling the water elemental heart for a very low price. Besides receiving a complimentary VIP room for providing important items for the auction, as before, normally, to participate in an auction in a dedicated room, one needed to commit to bidding on at least one item, making more than one bid during the auction, and paying an additional high fee. In the Ion auctions, the highest level items are generally non-holy relics that reach the level of divine relics. These items aren't available at every auction. Most of the time, the highest level items are legendary relics. Shinrua's previous offering of the Phoenix Feather, followed by the Dust and Sand 10's eagerness to join in and bid on two holy relics at once, led to Gisilfa auctioning off the Celestial Fox to raise funds, raising the overall auction threshold. The aftermath of this event wasn't huge, but it wasn't insignificant either. For example, the Dragonfire Spear that Shinrua forged was already a strong contender for the grand finale, as legendary weapons are highly sought after by warriors and mercenaries. After that auction, it seems everyone who comes to the Ion looking for items at the auctions hopes for holy relics, even knowing they can't afford them or win the bid. But the precedent set inevitably creates that expectation. However, holy relics have never appeared at auctions since then. This should be the norm for auctions. If sacred relics were readily available, and any being could acquire them and trade them, they wouldn't be such rare and captivating items. However, the Tower of Eternity has once again offered a divine relic level item for auction. This time, this divine relic level weapon is inlaid with a sacred relic. Although the powerful beings on the continent understand that the crystallization of divine power, when of exceptionally high purity and concentration, can form sacred relics, even if such a relic is not equivalent to one created by the gods themselves, it is still precious. Not to mention, the auction item is a powerful weapon inlaid with such a sacred relic, proven to be capable of using spirit level magic. Therefore, The admission tickets for this auction were extremely expensive and sold out very early. Chapter 282. On the day of the auction, Shinruo declined Junji's invitation. As the younger brother of the king of Qing's kingdom, Junji could easily secure a seat in the VIP room, but Shinruo's refusal wasn't because he could easily obtain another VIP room. The real reason was that this was the first time Shinruo, as one of the 10 absolutes, had to perform the duties expected of one of them. If the divine demonic flame wanted to take advantage of the chaos to evade the 2 corrupted spirit rank Shizhe, then stirring up the waters would be far more convenient. While the auction might not necessarily attract a huge amount of attention, it was impossible for powerful beings to disregard weapons of divine remnant level. During this time, the 10 absolutes remained hidden throughout the Eternal Tower, ready to provide timely support should anything happen. Shinruo was responsible for the area on the edge of the giant tree forest within the Eternal Tower, as he was more familiar with the terrain there. A crystal mirror was temporarily given to Shinruo. This mirror allowed him to see the surroundings through the forehead ornaments of the nearby members of the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes. Shinruo's location was a high point in the area. Every so often along the Eternal Tower, there was a building with a tower, from which one could quickly glide to their desired destination using a glider. During the monitoring, Shirju's voice came from within the crystal ball. So far, everything is normal. Actually, once we're outside the Eternal Tower, fighting to the death doesn't really matter. The main issue is that we don't know what the Holy Flame is thinking. We just follow our rules, or better yet, we don't have to do anything at all. Has the auction started? Sainzin said. Is the auction starting? The stone spirit Qianhong asked from inside the crystal ball. It started, but it's still a long way from bidding on the spear. 2 spirit rank Hershers were in charge of maintaining order in the auction center. El's voice came from inside the crystal ball. Shinruo was already familiar with the auction process. He was thinking about what he would want from the Eternal Tower if he were the Holy Demon Flame, and how he planned to do it. As time passed, item after item fell to the hammer. The spear Shinruo had crafted, inlaid with the heart of water element, finally appeared on the auction stage. Junji placed a bid. He didn't necessarily have to win it or anything, he was just bidding to test the waters. He also wanted to know how this spear could produce the effects of spirit rank magic. At this moment, in the non-VIP section, a supreme rank expert suddenly sprang to his senses, rushing towards the auction stage, seemingly insane, trying to snatch the items. The Tower of Eternity's ability to auction sacred relics without fear suggests its auction center possesses extremely strong protective measures. For a mere grandmaster, such an act is tantamount to suicide. However, the real problem doesn't lie with this grandmaster. Powerful beings are acutely aware of this, and the Heshi candidate, Shizhe, who hadn't left the Tower of Eternity, immediately sensed something was amiss. The Shi candidate Lanhe, ever since the King of Soldiers Heshi declined his invitation to fully dedicate himself to the candidate's victory journey, focusing instead on establishing the Darkfall Kingdom, had consistently pursued a roaming leader path. While he now possesses his own followers, he maintains his own style, thus participating in the auction, but mingling among the ordinary attendees. The candidates, who had previously accompanied the Holy See to the Tower of Eternity to bid on the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragments, enjoyed VIP treatment. However, the Holy See's candidates had now left the Tower of Eternity. He remained temporarily, having only purchased a ticket for a regular seat. The candidate's brand was an extremely complex pattern. When the spear was brought into the hall, they all felt pain, realizing that the sacred relic embedded in the spear was a quest item. However, the pain of the brand varied in intensity depending on its location on the pattern. While enduring the pain from the water elemental heart, another location on the brand suddenly began to hurt, and the pain was intensifying. Another quest item was approaching them. The star disk of light. At this moment, water magical chains appeared from the 4 corners of the auction hall, directly targeting the final rank candidate attempting to rush onto the stage. The chains struck. The moment the chains locked onto the powerful figure, they transformed into a water sphere. A water magic chain appeared above the venue, merging with the water sphere to lift it away from the auction house. This magical defense mechanism was designed specifically for auction venues. Using this method to remove troublemakers wouldn't even disrupt the subsequent auction. In ancient times, as the towns of the Eternal Tower were becoming more developed, there were many who dared to challenge it. They were all subdued by the 10 great masters of dust and sand. The era of beings directly attacking the Eternal Tower outside of competitive situations is long gone. Those living on the dust and sand continent today have no memory of the Eternal Tower being attacked. A place where all beings can find relative safety, at least the trading venue itself, was established. Once this was established, all parties on the dust-sand continent realized the benefits of having such a neutral zone. Therefore, the current consensus relies more on the voluntary compliance of all parties. Those traveling to and from the dust-sand continent didn't know how the 10 absolutes of dust-sand would handle situations where actions were taken within the Eternal Tower, violating its rules. Today, they finally witnessed the methods of the Eternal Tower. Clearly, the 10 absolutes of dust-sand were not complacent. The techniques for magic and crafting magical devices and weapons were constantly evolving. The essence of magic lies in elemental power, the combination of the user's imagination and practical application possibilities. The crafting of magical weapons, or the creation of magical scenarios using crystals and materials, are all evolving and changing. The way the auction venue combined magical design with water sphere magic clearly involved using water elemental crystals to create mechanisms, which were then manipulated and controlled by the operator. The method of capturing this water sphere was actually a modification by Sains after his journey to the ancient ruins of Tronisha, drawing inspiration from water elemental magic he had encountered in the underground ruins. However, before the auction participants could even marvel at the ingenuity and practicality of the Eternal Tower's magical mechanism, another unexpected event occurred. A mental spell, a technique the current High Priest of Light of the Holy See had never used before, a spell said to have originated only in ancient times, spread across the entire auction hall. But the water sphere remained unaffected, and was still lifted from the auction venue. The Holy Fire was not unaware that the Eternal Tower would deduce his high probability of making a move at the auction. Therefore, the Eternal Tower's vigilance was more of a warning. In this situation, whether the Holy Demon Fire chooses to take the 2 spirit rank individuals away during the auction is an invisible and silent game of strategy. Based on the military strategists and philosophy Shenrua has read, the Holy Demon Fire cannot be considered the dominant force against either the Holy See or the Eternal Tower, because its power cannot be replenished outside the demon abyss, like that of normal magic-using races. Moreover, the accumulated power and application of various preset magic arrays on the continent by the organization behind the Holy See and the Eternal Tower, the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, is something the Holy Demon Fire cannot match after leaving the demon abyss. If the Holy Demon Fire truly wants to gain regional control of the Holy Temple, it should act discreetly, find ways to corrupt more powerful beings with evil will, and then launch a surprise attack. As for taking away the 2 spirit rank Shizha, he could easily have them use the cover of night during the auction to shake off their pursuers, and then reveal their true intentions outside the Eternal Tower. Whether it's engaging in battle with a determined pursuer or using this opportunity to influence them with his power, it's a viable option. Outside the rules of the Tower of Eternity, the spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes might intervene in these spirit rank battles based on their personal preferences, but they wouldn't go all out, nor do they possess the pre-established magic arrays or various means of attaching themselves to the Tower of Eternity's architecture. However, the Holy Demon Flame chose to act midway through the auction, within the auction hall itself, a move that goes against the grain. He deliberately chose to do the most difficult thing, to establish his own presence. The Holy See retrieved the star disk, and the Holy Demon Fire escaped unscathed. If they were to act on site at the Tower of Eternity, defying the rules and escaping unscathed, then the 2 organizations with the largest number of spirit rank members on the entire Dust and Sand continent would be considered powerless against the Holy Demon Fire. The Tower of Order is difficult to build, but easy to collapse. Whether or not the Holy See can gain the full recognition of its legacy and the significance of continuing the will left by the gods, this organization claims to glorify the gods and ensure the immortality of the gods will in the spiritual worlds of all beings. The Tower of Eternity possesses the power of spatial laws left by the God of Space. If the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand cannot intervene in the Holy Demon Fire's actions, then while all beings will still respect tradition, they may very well covet these 2 areas on the continent most closely connected to the power of the gods, the Holy Temple, and the Tower of Eternity in the Tower of Eternity town. As various factions strategize, order subtly shifts and collapses. The power of the Holy Fire, compared to the Holy Church and the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand, may well shift dramatically. Therefore, while the Holy Fire's choice was overly aggressive, it wasn't necessarily due to a lack of wisdom. However, the reason the water sphere was still hoisted away was because a group of mages controlling the various magic arrays within the auction hall activated the arrays from outside the hall, connected to them. This remote control of magic arrays required extending the array diagrams outside the auction hall. These mages controlling the arrays were simultaneously manipulating the magic arrays within the auction hall, watching the images transmitted back by the recording crystals. These mages all possess near spirit rank strength, making it more than enough to deal with a single absolute rank perpetrator. The delay in the magical chains was also offset by the difference in strength between the two sides, but to deal with a spirit rank being and lock them in the same way, it wouldn't be possible. Because the holy demon fire had expanded its mental magic domain, the participants at the auction, who were affected by the mental magic, and the members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, who were watching the synchronized footage from the recording crystal at the auction venue, saw completely different scenes. Chapter 283. Even the candidates for Heshi and Zhezhe were briefly affected by the mental influence at the auction. However, not only did they possess spirit rank strength, but more importantly, the persistent pain of the brand made it easier for them to regain their senses. The pain of the brand came from the power of divine laws. Thus, it was a real pain unaffected by mental magic. This pain prevented them from becoming immersed in the mental illusions created by the holy demonic fire, and they quickly broke free from its influence after briefly witnessing the illusions. The illusions created by the holy demonic fire through mental magic were highly skillful. The illusions it created were still based on the auction venue, only this time the venue was engulfed in flames. Flames were something the holy demonic fire was most adept at manipulating, and it was born from a part of the god, who controlled fire elements, making it perfectly fitting for those in the auction venue to feel as if they were surrounded by flames. Furthermore, his control over mental magic was far more precise than Shinrua's. Shinrua's mental magic, learned from the star spirit balance or the dark star chart, was indistinguishable from friends or foe when it involved a wide area of effect. But the holy demonic fire could. His mental magic removed the illusions from the two Zhezhe spirits corrupted by the evil will, while indiscriminately making all other beings feel the non-existent flames burning in the auction hall. This kind of mental magic, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, influencing perception and creating hallucinations, affected so many people that even the Holy Sea's high priest of the star spirits could not achieve it. Among the many auction participants present, some with weaker strength and less powerful mental fortitude began to cry out in panic, "What's going on with the Tower of Eternity? How did fire start in the hall? It's so hot!" As they spoke, burn marks appeared on the skin of some. The mental influence was actually affecting their bodies. Meanwhile, the two spirit rank Zhezhe moved towards the exit amidst the chaos. With their abilities, separating those caught in the confusion wasn't difficult. The holy demon flame had acted extremely cleverly here. It had clearly been directly attacking the rules of the Tower of Eternity, but these two spirit rank Zhezhe had never violated any of the rules from beginning to end. The Tower of Eternity could hunt down the holy demon flame, but it couldn't openly pursue these two spirit rank Zhezhe. However, the holy demon flame could not only change its appearance, but also possessed immense power, and so far, it had remained lurking in the shadows, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The difficulty in dealing with the holy demon flame lay in locking onto it. The auction hall was crowded with participants, making it impossible to quickly pinpoint the sacred flame. However, the hall contained a water elemental magic circle. A mist was rising from the hall, a spell cast by the near spirit rank cultivators controlling the circle, which was intricately carved into the hallway. Because of the burning sensation caused by the hallucination, the body temperature of those experiencing this reaction would change. Since it was an illusion, the flame itself was not real, but the mist could lower the participant's body temperature, slowing the rate of change. While I can also use mental magic, I'm not proficient. Our organization's celestial priests don't have spirit rank strength, said Shijingji. Sound can break through the effects of mental spells, to a certain extent, divine language drum. Sains, as expected of a support-type water elemental mage, had considerable knowledge of dealing with various situations. Wow, said Heshi Swordsman Doing. Shinrua had heard of the divine language drum, a quest item, and learned from his meeting with the 10 Absolutes that it seemed to have an inseparable connection with the Tower of Eternity. But how? Shinrua couldn't figure out how to use it. If it had to stay in a special place, how could it use sound to resolve the events happening in the auction hall? Just then, two spirit rank Zhezhe had already left the auction hall in the chaos, weaving through the alleys of the Tower of Eternity. Behind them followed spirit rank beings from different factions, including Heshi candidates and Zhezhe candidates. The VIPs in the auction's VIP rooms weren't as strongly affected by the mental spell as the other participants in the main hall, partly due to the distance, and partly due to the barrier provided by the VIP room's facilities. After a brief hallucination, Junji regained his senses. He looked down at the hall, trying to find the culprit, the sacred demon fire, among the chaotic participants. Those showing physical reactions weren't it, those who looked panicked certainly weren't. Junji's eyesight wasn't bad, but he still couldn't quickly pinpoint the culprit. Gangshur, along with the candidates He and Zhizhe, had different goals. Like Junja, he wanted to find the sacred demon fire from the scene. He differed from the candidates He and Zhizhe in that he wasn't affected by the spear on the auction stage because he possessed the quest item, the heart of the water elemental. Therefore, he could more clearly sense the changing influence of the radiant star chart as it approached. However, due to the distance between the VIP rooms and the regular auction seats below, Steelstone couldn't immediately pinpoint the location of the sacred flame. And since there were no rocks here, Steelstone couldn't utilize his ability to glide and attach to them to lurk among the crowd below and use the changes in pain to quickly locate the sacred flame. Like Junja, he also needed to first use his vision to eliminate some impossible bidders. Just then, a new pain emanated from the mark, and a low tremor came from beneath the ground of the Eternal Tower. This tremor reverberated throughout the entire Eternal Tower, even causing Steelstone to sway slightly. Then, the mist below gradually dissipated. A deep, resonant voice rang out again. What happened just now was an illusion. It was a mental spell. Everyone, please don't panic. Please move to the sides in an orderly fashion. The auction hall doors have changed. You can only leave through the middle. Please move from the sides towards the central door. Any disorderly movement will be considered an attempt to circumvent the rules. The auction isn't continuing. The key item hasn't even been auctioned. Are we just going to let our entrance fees go? A bidder shouted in protest. Calm down, the auctioneer, a near-spirit level serpent, said. This is the last item for tonight. If you want to continue, you can re-enter and bid after the hall is cleared, using your auction pass. We're doing this for your safety. Ha! My skin is injured. How can I trust you? A high-ranking participant shouted. At the exit, you can collect healing potions from our Eternal Tower. For external injuries like yours, these potions can heal quickly without leaving scars. The host, already prepared, added, furthermore, a portion of today's auction commission will be used to compensate for any unpleasantness. You can collect it later from our Eternal Tower storage area using your invitations. These participants who spoke up were highly likely malicious, their aim being to create continued chaos. After the host repeatedly offered solutions, most participants seemed to agree to the Eternal Tower's contingency plan and proceeded towards the exit as instructed. Just then, a near-spirit rank participant suddenly leaped into the air. This was a plant spirit. His form shifted, and the plant spirit race's life magic spread throughout the room, branches and roots flying everywhere, seemingly ready to strike anyone in their path. Clearly, this was to force those outside the dust and sand 10 deadly organization in the auction hall to intervene. Once the two sides clash, other bidders corrupted by the evil will of the abyss might seize the opportunity to disrupt the auction with indiscriminate magic, causing casualties within the limited space of the auction. While Earth, our home planet, doesn't possess the same magical destructive power in a relatively confined environment, historically, stampedes have often resulted in greater casualties than the actual accidents themselves. The holy demonic fire's move is particularly vicious. Although the first plant spirit near-spirit level attacker will undoubtedly be targeted by the 10 deadly dust and sand, those who attack later may be either bidders seeking self-preservation or beings already corrupted by the evil will of the abyss, taking advantage of the chaos to exacerbate the disorder. The holy demon fire wanted to ensure that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand couldn't distinguish which side was involved, leading to a series of fatalities. After that, the rules of the Eternal Tower would be trampled underfoot. From then on, there would be no magical combat outside of arenas within the Eternal Tower's towns. The consensus that the Eternal Tower would remain neutral and guarantee the safety of those trading, competing, issuing, and accepting quests would become a joke. In ancient times on their home planet Earth, such a collapse of consensus occurred during every period of great upheaval. There was an ancient Eastern idiom to describe such a situation. The collapse of rites and music. I think I have a way to deal with this. I'll be at the venue soon. Shinru's voice rang out in the crystal balls of the other 10 absolutes. However, if I succeed, I want the star chart. You need to help me suppress the news. Resolving this situation will require a great deal of effort from me. Making demands at this time, you're really adapted to the organizational rules of the 10 absolutes. Stone Essence Orange felt helpless. I told you my sacrifice would be great. This is what I deserve. Shinru spoke as he arrived at the auction hall entrance. The only way to break the current chaos was to borrow the Dragon Soul seal within the Star Spirit Scales by the God of Space to unleash a powerful mental spell. However, to pull in the sacred demonic fire as well, the consumption would be so great that the spirit-rank Dragon Soul would perish after 3 uses. These precious 3 chances, which Shinrua had intended to use as a life-saving measure in dire situations. The Dragon Soul's mental spell were being used to control the auction. Even if he got back the star chart, Shinrua didn't feel he had gained anything. A dragon's roar echoed through the auction hall. Everyone present, even spirit rank beings like Junjie and Shijing in the VIP room, were dragged into the mental spell cast by the spirit rank dragon soul. Unlike Shinrua, the spirit rank dragon soul's mental power could create a perfectly crafted illusion, the cave in the far eastern dragon tomb containing dragon treasures. In reality, all the participants stopped moving, their hands hanging by their sides, their expressions suggesting they were daydreaming. Chapter 284. A dragon's mental magic? Even the divine demon fire couldn't immediately escape the mental illusion created by the spirit-rank dragon soul, but it immediately understood its situation, and sensed the power of the dragon before it, it even felt a faint excitement. The divine demon fire wasn't a reckless fool without strategy, but as a thought extracted from the god of fire elements, it naturally inherited the imperfect instincts that the god of fire elements didn't want to retain. Therefore, while it had strategies, it would also employ aggressive and risky methods. This choice wasn't necessarily wrong. If it weren't for the variable of the spirit-ranked dragon soul, it might have already succeeded at least halfway. With its strength and the radiant star disk in hand, even if it wreaked havoc in the Eternal Tower, damaging the evil will from the abyss, and some other races corrupted by beings fundamentally of the same origin as it wouldn't matter to it. Especially since it was already near these corrupted beings. The magical power unleashed by these corrupted races, and the normal participants in the auction, as they burned themselves to death, could be partially absorbed by the divine demon fire. If he were close enough to these beings. The auction venue is a confined space, so the divine demonic fire only needs to lie dormant within it, waiting for the two sides to clash, then absorbing the transformed power, waiting for the authority of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand to be questioned, thereby disrupting the power structure of the continent. Having laid this groundwork, the divine demonic fire will find it easier to conquer this place in the future. The divine demonic fire, and the evil will that created the demon king and the demon abyss share the same origin. It is indeed extremely difficult for an evil will to corrupt a spirit rank. The previous success in corrupting and ultimately controlling a spirit rank was due to the unique environment of the demon king's city. The battle in the demon king's castle simulated the demon king's birth ritual. Therefore, the evil will split itself and attached itself to the consciousness of the spirit rank individuals present, creating an unrepeatable instance of mental contamination. The spirit rank individuals had exhausted their elemental power in the battle of the demon king's castle. In the demon abyss, they could not obtain normal elemental power replenishment. The continuous flow of blue-purple light in the air served as a substitute for elemental power, providing conditions for the evil will to take root. However, non-spirit rank individuals were different. They could not be gradually influenced and corrupted by the burning of spirit rank magic. The spiritual power split from the evil will could only be contaminated if the evil will injected enough power to rival their own. This contamination and influence was not unlimited. The evil will could not replenish its power outside the demon abyss, and the greatest flaw of the power contained in the blue-purple light of the demon abyss was its impurity. This impure power limited the strength of the evil will. Having absorbed power from the abyss beyond the spirit rank and near spirit rank, the divine demonic fire could no longer be satisfied with the corrupted power of the wind elemental god, transformed from demons within the abyss. In terms of quantity, the power of an entire abyss could be used by the evil will, but its quality was unsatisfactory. The fact that demons could not produce spirit rank beings was the most direct evidence of this insufficient quality. Both the divine demonic fire and the evil will, sharing the same origin, left the abyss in their own ways, yet they cooperated seamlessly, being two entities of one source, able to reach a consensus without words. The information available on the continent made no mention of any spirit-ranked dragons capable of mastering mental arts to the highest level, thus creating a flaw in the divine, demonic fire's plan. But if one could transform the opponent's magical power, how could it not be an opportunity? This thought was the reason for the holy demon fire's subtle excitement. Of course, this excitement was also tinged with a little fear. Fear and excitement seem to be instinctive for beings who are keen to gain power through radical actions. The holy demon fire's body is different from the bodies of other life forms on the continent. Its flesh and blood come from the demons of the demon race, Vianelia, and the power of the demon sacrifices from both sides in the war, and it also retains the fire power it possessed when it existed as an orange-red totem flame. Therefore, when it is excited, it does not feel its heart beating, but rather the flame that constitutes part of its body burning. There is only one spirit-ranked dragon on the continent, Lungwe's father. He is not a star spirit priest, so even if he can use mental magic, it is certainly not the sophisticated and powerful mental magic seen before him. It was precisely because the Holy Demonifier had conducted extensive preliminary research on intelligence from various parties on the continent for today's plan that this unexpected situation arose. Not long ago, Holy Fire personally infiltrated the Holy See's Star Spirit Temple. Of course, he already had an inside agent within the Holy See. Without the influence of the Holy Temple's power, it would be much easier for evil forces to corrupt Zhezhe, dispatched by the Holy See. During the acquisition of the Star Disk, the Holy See used layers of magic arrays throughout their controlled territory to intercept Holy Fire's escape. However, Holy Fire managed to escape at every crucial moment by using the Star Disk and mental magic, a success that filled him with considerable pride. In fact, the Holy See, as a very ancient organization, chose a stone architectural style because its buildings were constructed to ensure a certain degree of similarity in material and color to the 8 statues surrounding the Holy Temple. The stone used was chosen in a way that prioritized large quantities and a rustic, ancient feel. The Holy See aimed to create an atmosphere of divine will and power passed down through time, a sense of holiness that still protects the various races of the continent. Therefore, the magical arrays used by its members, while powerful, were also ancient. Its methods and patterns were fixed, though later additions were made, but unlike the Tower of Eternity, they didn't evolve with the times or introduce various new techniques. The various magical arrays carved into its buildings and roads were the work of generations of craftsmen, representing simple and unadorned offense and defense. Simple and unadorned offense and defense are the strongest and most effective, but only if they are aimed at targets using offensive or defensive magic. Mental magic has always been the Holy See's strongest domain. Therefore, when Holy Fire could perfectly wield the Light Star Disk, even surpassing the current Light Star Spirit Priest, his use of mental magic to attack members of the Holy See became a weakness he exploited. The Light Star Spirit Priest even fell while trying to intercept Holy Fire. This convinced Holy Fire that his use of mental magic through the Light Star Disk was now virtually unmatched. Therefore, he boldly planned to wreak havoc on the Eternal Tower, making the entire continent tremble with awe at his existence. Unexpectedly, despite the claim that there was only one spirit-ranked dragon on the continent, he was dragged into the mental domain of a spirit-ranked dragon. 2 holy demonic flames, intending to support the spirit-ranked dragons leaving the Eternal Tower, had already reached its edge. Their chosen exit route was the giant tree forest, the same one Tianxue had chosen years before. This was understandable, as the giant tree forest was rich in vegetation, with towering trees blocking out the sun, making it an excellent choice for offense, defense, and escaping surveillance. The choice made by the beings surveillance them was similar to that made by the king of soldiers, Heshi, when pursuing Tianxue. The moment both sides left the area restricted by the rules of the Eternal Tower, a spirit-ranked dragon made a direct attack. While Shenrua controlled the situation using the power of the spirit-ranked dragon soul within the star spirit scales, he was also trying to identify which was a holy demonic flame. However, the branches and roots were spreading everywhere, while the near spirit-ranked plant spirits, controlled by mental magic, remained rooted to the spot. This was a plant spirit blatantly disregarding the rules of the Eternal Tower, and nearly causing serious chaos and casualties. Although he must have acted under the influence of an evil will to do such a thing, letting him go would utterly ruin the reputation of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Shenrua was wearing a mask and a wig, but this was only unclear to the near spirit level members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes in the recording crystal. If someone familiar with Shenrua were present, or even just knew him personally, they would likely recognize him as a slender human simply by recognizing his physique. However, the participants were now under the influence of Dragon Soul's mental magic, and the near-spirit level members remotely controlling the auction hall were seeing a different picture from Shenrua up close, a perspective from above the auction hall. Even if these near-spirit level cultivators had some guesses, they might not dare to confirm who the newcomer was, because the voice of another spirit level cultivator commanding them came from the crystal ball beside them. What are you standing there for? Get to your jobs. The one who made the move is from the organization. Quickly grab that plant spirit. The near spirit level cultivators only saw Shenrua's hand rise and fall, using a short sword to slice the near spirit level plant spirit into pieces, leaving only its torso. They immediately activated the auction hall's magic array remotely, still encasing the severed plant spirit in a water sphere and removing it from above the hall. Because its body was outside the domain of the spirit level dragon soul's mental magic, but the plant spirit's spirit wasn't released from the mental magic domain by the spirit level dragon soul in a normal way or break free on its own, it let out a scream. Clearly its spirit had suffered severe damage. And this operation actually caused a wisp of spiritual power, originally bound to its consciousness, separated from the near-spirit level plant spirit's consciousness by the evil will within it. The spiritual power of the evil will, seemingly drawn by the holy demonic fire, surged towards it within the spiritual domain of the spirit-ranked dragon soul, merging with its consciousness. Chains of water elemental power and water spheres fell one after another. Following the principle of better safe than sorry, and capture first, then confirm innocence, the near-spirit rank individuals controlling the water elemental magic array at the auction were tasked with inciting a commotion. Those who intended to attack, but were interrupted by Shinruo were trapped and captured one by one within the water spheres. Meanwhile, the holy demonic fire absorbed several streams of spiritual power from the evil will, intending to clash with the spirit-ranked dragon soul before it, hoping to devour its power. Because the holy demonic fire was unaware of what had happened at the far eastern dragon tomb, it believed a spirit-ranked human dragon had arrived, and was engaging it in a spiritual battle. It only needed to severely injure the dragon within the spiritual domain first, then attempt to break free and absorb its power. However, he needed to be quick. After all, the Tower of Eternity still possessed the means to manipulate magic arrays outside the range of mental magic's influence. Due to the Holy Temple's unique nature, Holy Fire believed that the magic arrays preset by the Holy Church were undoubtedly the strongest on the continent. He reasoned that if he could break through the blockades created by these Holy Church members using magic arrays through mental magic, then storming the Tower of Eternity would be a piece of cake. But he miscalculated one thing. Strength wasn't everything. In terms of strength, the magic arrays the Holy Church had placed on their buildings and roads were undoubtedly among the strongest on the continent. However, to counter mental magic, what mattered was being able to use magic from a sufficiently long distance outside the range of mental magic's influence. The Tower of Eternity's magic arrays might not be as strong as the Holy Church's, but their design was ingenious. After modifications, they could keep the mages responsible for activating and applying the magic arrays outside the range of mental magic's influence. Chapter 285. The Holy Fire hadn't anticipated being targeted by mental magic. This was the first point he overlooked. He made the same mistake as the Holy Church. The Holy Church, believing its numerous star spirit priests and the strongest mental magic practitioners on the continent, hadn't considered the possibility of their opponents launching a powerful mental attack, overwhelming them with a stronger technique. Similarly, the Holy Fire, after using the star chart to break through the Holy Church's defenses with mental magic, assumed no mental magic on the Dust Sand continent could truly affect him, thus failing to consider his current situation. His second oversight was that mental magic has limitations. The user, like the affected, loses control of their body once inside the mental realm. Therefore, the Holy Fire believed that since his opponents were forcibly controlling all the participants in the hall, he, the Holy Fire, would be the first to break free from the mental magic. At that time, other beings would still be under the influence of the mental spell, and the user of the mental spell could not directly break free from its state if they wanted to maintain control. In this situation, the Ion could only rely on the magic circle within the auction venue to intercept itself. The Holy Fire was quite confident in breaking through this barrier. After all, the Ion also needed to ensure the safety of other innocent participants. These various races participating in the auction trusted the Ion as a neutral zone, and the trading venue provided by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, which was why they were present at the auction. If the 10 absolutes of dust and sand couldn't guarantee their safety, and instead inflicted casualties, then the 10 absolutes of dust and sand would have already failed. In this situation, those in the auction hall controlled by mental magic could, in a sense, become either shields for his holy demonic fire or hostages. Even so, the holy demonic fire remained extremely confident that he could escape unscathed. Before breaking free from the spirit-ranked dragon's mental domain, he decided to teach this dragon spirit a lesson. The holy demonic fire's entire body erupted with orange-red flames. Then, like a phoenix spreading its wings, it burned as it charged towards the dragon, who seemed quite content, scattering treasures in the cave within its mental world. The spirit-ranked dragon soul scoffed. The holy demonic fire's application of mental magic was certainly superior to that of the light star spirit priest, because he was fundamentally an evil will born from the thoughts stripped from the god, who controlled the fire elements and the fire elemental power attached to those thoughts, having existed for millions of years. His very existence was a spiritual will unnecessary to the god of fire elements. Even if it was abandoned by the god of fire elements, it was still stripped from the will of the deity. How could the spiritual power of the races born from the creator gods on the continent compare to that of the sacred demonic fire? Therefore, The sacred demonic fire's ability to cast mental spells using the starry sky disk without affecting the pawns he had already planted in the auction house surprised and astonished Shinruo, something even the starry sky spirit priest couldn't achieve. However, although the spirit-ranked dragon soul's lifespan was shorter than that of the sacred demonic fire, it had existed for many years under the influence of the god of space's power, through its spiritual will. The spirit-ranked dragon soul, in its previous life, was an extremely powerful spirit-ranked dragon that had endured a battle between two dragons. Therefore, what Shinruo couldn't do, and what the Light Star Spirit Priest couldn't do, the spirit-ranked dragon soul could. It could also expel anything dragged into its mental domain from within the influence of its mental magic, instead of allowing it to fight it within the mental domain. The divine demon fire planned to break free from the mental domain after colliding with the spirit-ranked dragon soul. With its willpower, this wasn't impossible. However, it believed the spirit-ranked dragon's response could only be the same as Shinruo's choice in Anati. After breaking free of control, it would have to immediately end the mental magic, otherwise it would be killed by the divine demon fire. Because if the user of mental magic doesn't end it, their body will inevitably be unable to react to attacks on physical reality. The time from the spirit-ranked dragon soul activating its mental magic domain to the divine demon fire deciding to collide with it, and then break free of mental control, was not long. This time wasn't even enough for Shinruo to find the sacred demon fire among the many participants, using the pain sensation from the mark on the star disk and his familiarity with the sacred demon fire. He only had time to deal with the near-spirit level plant spirits, seeing water spheres being pulled up by chains of water elemental power. However, the spirit-level dragon soul confirmed his target for him. Within the realm of mental magic, the spirit-level dragon soul smiled at the charging flames, then flapped its wings. The sacred demon fire felt its flames leap violently, then its vision blurred, and the cave and the dragon soul were no longer before it. His reaction was swift. He realized he had broken free from the spirit dragon's mental domain, and planned to launch his attack amidst the chaos. However, Shinruo had altered his perception since arriving. His eyes swept across the area, eliminating more than half of the participants. As he prepared to further discern the remaining ones, he noticed one person subtly move in the corner of his eye. Shinruo gripped his short sword, instantly drawing his true energy from his dantian and circulating it throughout his body without regard for consumption. With his rapidly changing senses, the movements of the divine demon fire slowed down in his eyes. The divine demon fire's hand was hidden beneath the wide sleeves of his robe. Shinruo realized he must be holding the star disk of light. He took a few steps, stepping on the shoulders of the disoriented participants, and arrived beside the divine demon fire. Using the momentum of his descent, Shinruo delivered a powerful kick to the divine demon fire. A few simple movements had already depleted a third of Shinruo's true energy. The divine demonic fire hadn't fully recovered from returning to reality when Shinruo stomped on it. However, its body wasn't entirely made of flesh and blood. The flames were merely concealed within a fleshy shell constructed by the female demon Vian. Even a powerful stomp wouldn't cause internal injury to the flames. Although Shinruo's stomp was heavy, it didn't inflict much substantial damage on the divine demonic fire. But Shinruo, with a sudden fall, drew his sword, slashing at the divine demonic fire's hands. This time, his true energy was completely channeled into the short sword. This short sword came from the hand of a deity whose image didn't exist on the Dust Sand continent, the one who created Earth, the home planet, and seemed to be the nemesis of the abnormal forces within the demon abyss. With this single sword strike, not only were both of the holy demonic flames' hands severed, but the sword's energy also slashed open its abdomen, yet instead of blood, it flowed forth. A powerful jet of flame erupted from the wound, blindingly bright, causing Shinruo's eyes to sting for a moment. While his visual perception had become stronger, the dazzling light also caused his eyes greater irritation. It was similar to how, when Shinruo altered his hearing, the overwhelming noise caused him to break out in a cold sweat within a short time. Just as Shinruo himself recognized, and told everyone who had asked him if he was invincible due to his eyesight and speed, he didn't believe this was an invincible or unbreakable combination of techniques. He wouldn't actively reveal the countermeasures or solutions to other beings, but he needed to understand his weaknesses and the vulnerabilities of his powers. Right now, Shinruo's sword strike had freed the starry disk from the holy demonic flame's control. The holy demonic flame's hands had been severed, and it let out a blood-curdling scream due to the real damage inflicted by the short sword, but it hadn't become a one-armed version of the holy demonic flame. Flames erupted from his wounds, forming the shape of new hands. Flesh and blood quickly grew along the edges of the flames, and a pair of new hands were thus created. Shinruo was even faster than the divine, demonic fire. He swiftly unleashed a palm strike, slapping the divine demonic fire away before it could react. This strike was infused with a large amount of true energy, yet Shinruo couldn't push the divine demonic fire any further. The divine demonic fire was only forced back a few steps. This was precisely the opening Shinruo wanted. He intended to use this opportunity to seize the star disk of light. True energy swept over the radiant star disk, which was about to fall, and it was drawn into Shinruo's earring. The intense pain from the brand vanished, but Shinruo only had a third of her true energy left. Chains and water spheres of water elemental power fell, but they instantly turned to steam upon contact with the holy demonic fire. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from Shinruo's eyes. At that moment, Sanes rushed in from outside. Her tentacle-like hands were different from Shinruo's. She couldn't wield weapons skillfully, but she could use water elemental magic to grab them. The spear on the auction stage was lifted up by Sanes' water elemental power. The Frost Serpent was the race most suited to using water elemental magic weapons. Sanes' water magic spread out, forming a veil of water elemental power, separating the holy demonic fire from the other auction participants. The area covered by this water elemental magic was far from narrow, but Sainson could utilize both the existing water magic array within the auction hall and the power of the spear inlaid with the water elemental heart. Therefore, it seemed that even covering the entire auction hall with water elemental magic wouldn't be a problem. "You guys are impressive," said the holy fire, surprisingly abandoning the fight. Instead, it unleashed a burst of flames from behind, transforming them into wings, and swiftly charged towards the only entrance and exit left by the Tower of Eternity to maintain order. This was also the place Saintson had entered through. This was a tacit understanding between the Dust and Sand Tin and the Holy Fire. Although the two sides were enemies, and the Dust and Sand Tin wished they could capture the Holy Fire and tear it to pieces in public, the reason Saintson hadn't closed the entrance and exit was because the Holy Fire's continued presence in the auction hall meant that they would always be mindful of the casualties of other innocent participants during the battle. Between ensuring the capture of the Holy Demon Fire alive and guaranteeing the safety of all races trading at the Tower of Eternity, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand chose the latter. That was always a higher priority for them. As for the Holy Demon Fire, while leaving it at the auction house might make the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand hesitate, the current situation had completely exceeded his plans. He was aggressive and greedy, but not the kind of aggressive and greedy that would risk his life. If it remained at the auction house, although the other beings present were all beings the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand were protecting, the prerequisite for them to make him wary was that he could take them hostage. And for someone whose primary power was fire elemental force, breaking through the defenses of a water elemental spirit level mage to take a hostage would likely require considerable effort. If any unforeseen circumstances arose during this process, he could very well lose his escape route. After leaving the auction house, the Tower of Eternity still had some of his pawns who could cover his retreat. His plan this time failed, but while the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand couldn't hold him back, their influence would still be somewhat affected. Sacred Demon Flame knew that in this round, the likely outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory, with the enemy suffering heavy losses while he himself suffered even greater losses. However, things had come to this point. If he lingered in battle, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand might suffer even greater losses, but Sacred Demon Flame would only pay an even higher price. He had no real foothold on the Dust and Sand continent, and today's battle had already eroded more than half of his accumulated power. He shouldn't prolong the fight under any circumstances. Chapter 286. The Holy Demon Fire, having rushed out of the auction hall, had already healed its abdominal wound during the escape. The entrances and exits of the auction hall closed after its departure. When the auction hall encountered unexpected changes, members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization immediately assisted in clearing the nearby streets and squares according to prearranged plans. Now, the streets and squares outside were deserted. Only then did the Holy Demon Fire realize that the star chart was no longer in his possession. The one who had struck him with a sword in the auction hall was a human. Although the opponent had made some attempts to conceal it, the Holy Demon Fire didn't believe that there could be more than one human of this strength on the continent. Even with the most elaborate disguise, this must have been the same human who had blocked his rescue of the Herxie spirit rank in Anna land. The Holy Demon Fire was filled with rage. He should have killed that human regardless of the losses. His concern at the time was that delaying would allow other spirit rank and near spirit rank members of the Plant Spirit clan to arrive, causing him even greater losses. In the eyes of the Holy Demon Fire, sacrificing one of his own near spirit level cultivators to kill a human was utterly unwise. Furthermore, He had initially assumed the human's abilities weren't that great. His strength lay in the spear inlaid with a sacred relic. This spear was inherently powerful as a weapon, and water elemental power naturally countered fire elemental power, so he hadn't taken the human seriously. However, he never expected that this human, with just a sword, could inflict such severe damage. The severed hands wouldn't truly cripple him. He could easily regenerate them using the power of the demon abyss. What was terrifying was that the power severed by the sword didn't flow back into his body like it would when he was normally cut. He was, after all, an evil will compatible with this energy, a tangible embodiment of energy. Energy can gather and disperse, but the energy contained in his hands vanished the moment the sword sliced through them. Yet, there was no magical fluctuation emanating from the sword, which filled the holy demon fire with dread. Because he was a being formed from energy, and evil will condense together, existing only in a fleshy shell, he was able to leave the abyss. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unless his consciousness was continuously and sufficiently burned by spirit-level magic, injury and death would not occur to him. Before leaving the abyss, he had already exhausted the amount of energy this body could absorb. Without dozens of spirit-level spells being used on him day and night, he would never have been burned to ashes. Moreover, this was all predicated on his complete lack of resistance. The holy demon fire never imagined that his power would be consumed in such a way. So, while he regretted not killing the Eastern human in Anati, he was also relieved that the auction hall behind him had closed its doors. It seemed the human had no intention of chasing after him with his sword. However, the truth was that Shinruo was also unable to chase after him. His vision was now blurred. The discomfort caused by the blinding light of the holy demonic fire still lingered, and Saints also needed to take care of all the participants in the auction hall. The mental magic field had been withdrawn by the spirit-ranked dragon soul. Having been affected by powerful mental magic twice in a row, most of the participants, due to insufficient strength, were dizzy and prostrate on the ground. Those who remained conscious and mentally alert were among the strongest. Outside the auction hall, in the plaza, Elher, accompanied by a dragon, waited. This dragon was only at the highest rank, but a dragon at this rank could rival a near spirit-ranked dragon. Moreover, dragons could fly, and more importantly, this one could wield water elemental power. Elher, a mage specializing in defense, began chanting the spell the moment he saw Sains appear, a spell even spirit-ranked mages needed to chant. Dark element surged, like a giant mat, rising from the four corners of the plaza and rolling towards the center. The spell resembled a black sack, attempting to engulf the holy demon fire. The holy demon fire remained unfazed. Its already burning fiery wings flapped, causing its flight path to change direction, soaring upwards. The dragon transformed into its dragon form, carrying El upwards. As El moved, dark elemental magic, resembling a black sack, followed closely behind, like a bag determined to capture the sacred demonic fire. The dragon roared, spewing out a cloud of water. This was a cloud of mist rich in water elemental power. The reason it didn't directly transform the magic into water and engulf the sacred demonic fire was because if the dragon were to truly unleash its full power, the drainage system of the eternal tower below would likely be overwhelmed. The dragon's racial advantages became apparent at this moment. This is why even a top-tier dragon possesses strength equivalent to that of other races at the near-spirit rank. Not only are they naturally physically powerful, but when in dragon form, their bodies are covered in thick dragon scales, providing a degree of damage resistance even without magical defense. If humans didn't use weapons imbued with crystal magic, their mere slashing would likely only manage to scratch a top-tier dragon at best. Their bodies can hold a vast amount of elemental power, allowing dragons to unleash a barrage of wide-range magical attacks in magical combat, seemingly without regard for precision. Dragons also possess remarkable endurance due to their abundant stored elemental power. Any race attempting to wear down a dragon is highly likely to fail. While Holy Fire could fly using his fire elemental power, he couldn't easily shake off the dragons behind him. At this moment, two more dragons appeared in the air, one approaching from Holy Fire's left flank and the other from a distance. Even before one of them got close, the air itself seemed to be constantly shifting. Holy Fire's expression changed. He chose to turn 90 degrees, and with this turn, the massive dark elemental shield of El behind him enveloped him. At this moment, 2 of the 10 absolutes, both spirit-rank stone spirits, arrived in the air using mechanical wings. Neither of them believed that El's dark magic could effectively trap the holy demonic fire. Stone Spirit Extreme Orange stared at the dark elemental shield. The dark elemental pouch had now tightened, transforming under El's control into a hollow, floating sphere filled with the holy demonic fire. The Lord of the Holy Sea has graced our eternal tower with his presence. Yet he hasn't given us a single word. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Stone Spirit Thousand Red spoke towards one of the dragons. This dragon hovered above the edge of the Eternal Tower town. Its body was clad in pristine white armor, faintly shimmering with starlight, a dragon armor crafted with the assistance of a celestial priest. Atop the dragon sat a Zhizha, clad in starlight heavy armor and wielding a knight's sword. I have no intention of entering your territory, so there's no need for further explanation. The papacy lord halted the dragon beneath him. It was a near spirit rank dragon capable of wielding light elemental power. This dragon, wherever it appeared on the continent, would undoubtedly cause a sensation, but at this moment, it paled in comparison to another dragon. This dragon, unlike the papacy lord, who did not intend to cross the boundaries of the Eternal Tower with its light elemental power dragon, had flown into the controlled area of the Eternal Tower defined by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand before stopping. This was a spirit-rank dragon, Long Wei's father. Shenrua had never seen Long Wei's father transform into a dragon, and regrettably, she would not be able to witness it this time either. The stone spirit Qian Hong was wary of the papacy lord, but showed no surprise at the arrival of Long Wei's father. Instead, she expressed her gratitude. Lord Dragonchen, thank you for coming to our aid at this time, said Stone Spirit Thousand Red. This isn't the time to talk about that. This sphere won't hold him for long, will it? Said Dragon Might's father, Lord Dragonchen. If we resolve your crisis today, don't forget our agreement. Just as he spoke, a hole was scorched into the dark elemental sphere hovering in the air, and holy demonic fire burst through it. Dragonchen flapped his wings and extended his right claw. A magic circle appeared from his claw, and the particles in the air changed. This move was one he had used when he first met Shenrua, intending to intimidate her. However, at that time, his purpose was to test Shenrua. He couldn't possibly kill the human he considered a friend. That would alienate Long Wei from him. It's not easy for powerful dragons to reproduce, and Long Chen's goal was for Long Wei to grow into a powerful dragon, not to cause Long Wei to lose faith in him. Now, using this spirit-level magic, it was a complete killing blow. The particles in the air surrounding the holy demonic flame grew increasingly dense, pressing down on the flame's body. Long Chen could also control fire elemental power, but dragon flames were different from those of the Celestial Fox clan, and also different from flames directly ignited by fire elemental crystals. This difference existed since the emergence of dragons capable of using fire elemental power on the continent, and no one on the continent could explain it clearly. Although dragon elemental power also originated from particles in the air, it underwent a transformation after being stored in their bodies, and then converted into magic for application. The unique aspect of Longchen's spirit rank magic lies in its use of his fire elemental power to alter the state of particles in the air, continuously infusing them with his own power, while controlling the process to prevent these particles from completely transforming into fire elemental particles. Therefore, the air becomes heavy and scorching, yet it doesn't appear to be burning. At this moment, the stone spirit Orange begins his assistance. He applies earth elemental spirit rank magic in accordance with Longchen's manipulation of the particles. Earth elemental power is very inactive, while fire elemental power is extremely active. When the two work together, Longchen can raise the air temperature significantly without visually creating the effect of flames. The body of the divine demon fire was suppressed by the spirit-level magic of the dragon's crest and extreme orange. Crimson mist billowed from its body, the crimson energy it had absorbed in large quantities from the abyss after acquiring the body. This energy was far less pure than the orange-red fire elemental force that formed its core, but it could replace elemental force and become part of the consciousness of beings entering the abyss, allowing evil wills to corrupt and influence their consciousness. In the battle against spirit-level magic, this energy, due to its insufficient purity, would immediately dissipate as mist upon encountering the elemental force of spirit-level magic. The dissipated mist was then burned away by the dragon's spirit-level magic in the air. Squeezing the crimson energy out of the divine demon fire's body was only the first stage of the battle. The divine demon fire's flight was now hampered by the change in airflow. Its speed significantly reduced, but it did not give up, still struggling to fly in its predetermined direction. It underestimated the determination of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand to eliminate it. The success of the Holy Church made it believe it could replicate its own. But he hadn't completely lost his chance. The Holy Sea's leader, heavily armored, had personally appeared here. It wasn't just to watch the battle. Holy Demon Fire knew that whether he was captured by the Holy Sea's leader, or captured or killed by the Eternal Tower, was a matter of face for both organizations. They were far from being allies. Chapter 287. The Holy Demonic Flame's movement path and intentions were crystal clear, and Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes and Dragon Chin had no intention of letting it have its way. "Head, you got off easy," Dragon Chin sneered at El, who had jumped onto his back. Before this, only his wife and son had enjoyed the privilege of riding on his dragon back. But to catch up with the holy demonic flame amidst Dragon Chin's spirit-level magic, only Dragon Chin himself could do it. El began chanting, and a pocket of dark magic gradually took shape as he chanted. The stone spirits Qianhong and Jiqing beside him were not to be underestimated either, taking turns using magic to influence the holy demonic flame's path. Although they were flying using mechanical wings, they dared not approach the area where Dragon Chin's spirit-level magic was effective. Within this area, their mechanical wings would be damaged by the magic. Although the sacred demon flame was being attacked by 4 spirit-level beings, one of whom was a dragon, its crimson energy was being constantly squeezed and eroded. However, this crimson energy, though impure, was abundant, and even though the spirit-level beings had the temporary advantage, they could not immediately subdue it. During the standoff, the sacred demon flame moved incredibly slowly, while El finally completed his incantation. The pocket of dark elemental power once again enveloped the sacred demon flame, transforming it into a hollow sphere of dark elemental power once more. This time, the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand did not intend to let the sacred demon flame break free from the dark elemental sphere as easily as before. Dragon Chin extended its claw, piercing one of its nails into the hollow sphere formed by dark elemental power, continuously applying pressure to the sacred demon flame within. Meanwhile, Thousand Red and Extreme Orange simultaneously opened a magic scroll and began incantating, intending to reinforce the magic sphere with earth elemental power. However, a moment later, Long Chin's expression changed slightly. He withdrew his fingernail, flew upwards with El, and then unleashed a burst of dragon fire at the sphere below. Qianhong and Ji Cheng's spirit-level earth elemental magic, while chanting, completed its envelopment of the dark elemental sphere. Under the scorching heat of the dragon fire, their spirit-level magic produced a miraculous reaction. The spirit-level earth elemental particles continuously condensed outside the sphere. The dragon fire burned it like a kiln fire, but the purity of these individuals' magic was incomparable to kiln firing. Within the dragon fire, the outer layer of earth elemental power of the dark elemental force was continuously burned, becoming hard and transparent. Ultimately, it transformed into a transparent glass sphere, but its material was far more than just glass. This was an earth elemental spirit-level spell that required incantation from 2 spirit-level stone spirits to complete, and it had been tempered by spirit-level dragon fire. It was a spirit-level creation possessing divine relic quality, but not a sacred relic. At this moment, the Dragon Chin flew down, accurately grasping this translucent, divine relic-level sphere that couldn't maintain its buoyancy after taking shape, and carried it down to the now empty plaza of the Eternal Tower. As it landed, a ring of magical ripples appeared on the plaza, and then, orange-red light burned through the sphere within a sphere formed by dark elemental force on the inner side of the large sphere. It turned out that the sacred demon fire knew that the scarlet energy within the abyss was weaker than the energy of any particle in the air outside the abyss. Its only redeeming quality was its sheer quantity. It sensed that the opponent was slowly squeezing the scarlet energy out of its body, and that without using its core orange-red power, it would be impossible to break through the sphere constructed by the combined forces of these spirit-level beings. Unable to break through this sphere, it cannot leave the boundaries defined by the Tower of Eternity. The Holy Sea's Lord, standing outside the boundary, has a clear intention. If the Holy Flame cannot break free and reach the other side on its own, the Holy Sea will not intervene. To force the Holy Sea and the Tower of Eternity to fight for the ownership of the Holy Flame for the sake of face, or to determine which side will deliver the final blow, it must first step outside the Tower of Eternity's sphere of influence. Although both sides aim to capture or destroy the Holy Flame, whoever succeeds is clearly crucial to both. Disagreement creates an opportunity for the Holy Flame. However, this opportunity requires it to find a way to break out of the Tower of Eternity. This plan of the Holy Flame has been far too unpredictable. It is very strong. All the spirit rank members of the 10 Absolute Dust and Sand, except for the plant spirits, have appeared. The 2 spirit rank plant spirits are absent simply because their bodies are more susceptible to burning, making them easier for the Holy Flame to control. Simultaneously, spirit rank commanders were needed to treat participants affected by the auction, and spirit rank commanders were also needed to investigate the battle within the giant tree forest. For this purpose, the 10 Absolutes even invited the strongest spirit rank dragon on the Dust Sand continent, Dragon Chin, to assist. They had already shown the sacred demon fire the highest level of respect for its combat capabilities. The sacred demon fire not only withstood the control of the spirit-rank dragon soul's mental magic, but also escaped without truly suffering any serious injuries. However, Shinrua's sword gave it its first surprise. Startled, Shinrua swiftly snatched away its most important sacred relic, the starry sky disk. The loss of the light star disk was entirely outside the possibilities considered by the holy demon fire. In his view, no other spiritual power could compare to his. Upon acquiring the light star disk, he immediately understood all its inheritances, wielding mental magic with ease, a terrifying ability even among the star spirit priests of the continent. However, he encountered a spirit-ranked dragon soul capable of rivaling his mental magic, but this dragon soul had no intention of engaging in a mutually destructive contest. How could someone remain unaffected by such a devastating mental spell? Or perhaps the dragon soul selectively shielded the human from its influence. Even now, the holy demon fire couldn't fathom this. However, understanding it was only meaningful if he could leave the Tower of Eternity alive. He wasn't truly dead, because his evil will, which had influenced those spirit rank and near spirit rank warriors in the Demon King's city, shared a common origin and a degree of resonance. Although the shared feeling might be weakened by the fact that they were in different bodies and separated by a certain distance, the connection would still exist. Even if he were to be destroyed here now, as long as those corrupted, influenced, and eroded by the evil will of the abyss hadn't all perished, and as long as the blue-purple glow of the abyss hadn't completely extinguished, he could return. However, of course, when the god of fire stripped away this thought of his, the purest fire elemental power from the god, the core orange-red flame within his body, if destroyed here, would mean that, for the evil will, he would lose his most important trump card in achieving his goals. However, the intensity of this flame surpassed that of ordinary spirit-level magic, so it wasn't so easily exhausted. Because of this, the sacred demonic fire simply unleashed a massive burst of crimson energy in a swift attack. For Dragon Chen to completely deplete this crimson energy, he had to also burn a large amount of his own stored fire elemental power. Although the elemental power reserves within a spirit-level dragon were extremely vast compared to other spirit-level beings, they were nothing special to the sacred demonic fire. Even if Dragon Chen exhausted all his elemental power, he might not be able to completely burn away the crimson energy it unleashed. And after that, he still possessed the most core and truly pure divine power from the god who governed fire elements, condensed into an orange-red flame, the power that had received millennia of worship in the temple of the god who governed fire elements in the demon abyss. This power was actually much weaker than when he first appeared in the temple of the god of fire in the abyss. As the gatekeeper had told Shinrua, even gods who created cores did not have infinite lifespans. The creation of worlds and their lingering within them both consume their power and spiritual will. Perhaps, only those like the god of wind, who neither created worlds nor remained in the abyss as an egg, could have a longer lifespan to expend. Or perhaps, like the god of space, who never bestowed spatial power upon the race born from him, and who himself slumbered within a spatial totem stone, could avoid being reduced to merely a residual will. The power of the god of darkness, after witnessing the image of the god of space and the remnant will of the god of life, evoked a different feeling when facing them. Besides the differences in the gods' personalities and ways of expressing their will, their power also differed in Shinrua's perception. As long as this power, this will, manifested on this continent, it would continuously resonate with the continent and eventually become a part of it. The orange-red flames condensed from the sacred demonic fire originated from the god who governed the fire element. Even the will of the god who governed the fire element could not escape the decay, and naturally, the sacred demonic fire could not either. Therefore, it also needed to borrow the power of the demon abyss to replenish itself, even if this power was not pure enough and could not compare with its core power. However, the decay was relative to itself. Even the decayed sacred demonic fire was still an embodiment of power stripped away by the gods. Therefore, the orange-red flames burned through the sphere of dark elemental power, turning the entire interior of the divine remnant-level glass sphere a deep red. Continuing on, it was only a matter of time before the glass sphere was completely burned through. Saints also arrived at the plaza at this time, while Long Chen transformed into human form, because the potion to replenish elemental power could not be drunk in dragon form. The dragon's energy expenditure was incomparable to that of other races. As magic circles lit up one after another on the surface of the glass sphere, and the two spirit-level stone spirits continued chanting, the Dragon Chen had already consumed 5 vials of potions to replenish its elemental power. Sane's spear tip touched the surface of the glass sphere. Although the orange-red flames hadn't immediately burned through a divine relic-grade glass sphere, the surface temperature was already quite high. Spirit-level water elemental power poured from the spear tip, enveloping the surface of the glass sphere. At this temperature, the water didn't vaporize, but instead continuously rolled across the sphere's surface, cooling it down. Chapter 288. Sainz's appearance slowed the rate at which the glass sphere was burned through. Their current task was to deplete its power as much as possible before the holy demonic fire could break free. The holy demonic fire was essentially a being born from the power of a god, and the detached essence of their being. No vessel could truly contain it. The Lord of the Papacy descended from the sky, standing merely on the rooftop, flanked by knights dressed as dragons. They watched as Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes and Dragon Chin dealt with the holy demonic fire. Dragon Chin had already chosen the landing point for the glass sphere, the Plaza of the Eternal Tower, a place already filled with magic circles. Stone Spirit Thousand Red and Extreme Orange landed diagonally across the plaza and began chanting once more. Night had fallen. In this war of attrition, using spirit-level magic, these spirit-level mages were repeatedly resorting to spells that required chanting, adapting to the specific circumstances. The holy demon flame wasn't trapped here due to overconfidence, arrogance, or underestimation of its opponent, but rather because its opponent took its potential arrival far more seriously than it anticipated, employing more comprehensive preparations and varied strategies to counter any possible attacks or escapes. It, in turn, had to continuously burn itself, trying to burn through the divine relic-grade glass sphere before its opponent finished chanting. In the giant tree forest, Yuki observed the battle unfolding before him. This was the first time he had witnessed a Hersher candidate take action. It's already night. Zhezhe, the game of hide-and-seek is about to end, the Hersher candidate said softly. Dark elemental power permeated the night. Nighttime was when the Hersher race was at its strongest. A magic circle appeared in the hand of the Hershey candidate. Yuki, observing the unchanged surroundings, wondered what kind of magic he was using, when he noticed something moving. It was the Zhezhe candidate. Yuki noticed that the Zhezhe candidate's hands would occasionally touch the trees, leaving magic circle imprints where they touched. The Zhezhe candidate seemed to be skilled in non-instantaneous magic. These magic circles were imprinted in different locations, clearly not because his elemental power overflowed and needed to be left in multiple places. Take a look if you want. If you're going to record it with crystals, I won't be polite, whether you're friend or foe, the Hershey candidate suddenly warned. Yuki could only put his hand back down after taking out the crystal. It seemed he had encountered something interesting again, but unfortunately, this time, he couldn't share it with other spirit-ranked individuals using crystal recording, nor could he get them to exchange it for something good. However, at the same time, using his unique advantages as a plant spirit in the forest, and observing the actions of the Hersher and Zhezhe candidates, Yuki managed to understand how their magic worked. The Hersher candidate used dark elemental power for probing, but his dark elemental power was extremely weak. Since dark elemental power is naturally more active in the particles of night air, his dark elemental power mixed in, making it undetectable even to Yuki. Given this level of weakness in dark elemental power, the Hersher candidate could likely use this magic to fully censor the activity of all beings within a considerable range. While this magic wasn't very effective in one-on-one combat, it was still a highly practical spell. Within the range of his magical detection, nothing could escape the notice of the Hershey candidate. Nothing existed, nothing they did. However, it was unclear whether this magic could be used simultaneously with other spells. Yuki believed that even if it could, it would likely have adverse effects. This was evident from the actions of the Zhezhe candidate. This was another discovery that greatly surprised and excited Yuki, something he felt he could use to build suspense at the Crystal Conference. The Zhezhe candidate and the Hershey candidate were actually cooperating. You see, on the continent, Zhezhe and Hershey were so close that even sitting at the same table felt like the other was polluting the table. Their race's chosen candidates had actually chosen to cooperate. This intriguing news was probably unknown to either the Hershey or Zhezhe clans, but things took an unexpected turn, because Yuki could see a dark elemental magic circle on the back of Zhezhe's hand, containing a sphere of dark elemental energy. Yuki guessed that it was the information sensed within the detection range of the Hershey candidate, miniaturized, and then shared with the Zhezhe candidate through the magic circle he imprinted on the back of the Zhezhe candidate's hand. Therefore, while the Zhezhe candidate appeared to be randomly searching for hidden targets throughout the forest, Yuki believed he actually already knew their hiding places. The Zhezhe candidate's words could be considered a bluff, but they would still have a psychological impact. During this process, the Zhezhe candidate's actions also left the two Zhezhe candidates, who had disappeared into the giant tree forest, completely baffled. Aren't you coming out? If you don't, I'm going to close the net. The Hershey candidate was still speaking to the two spirit-ranked Zhezhe who weren't responding. However, every word he said, seemingly meant to trick them out, was, in Jimu's eyes, the absolute truth, As soon as the Hershey candidate finished speaking, beams of light appeared from the small light magic circles the Zhuzh candidates had previously imprinted in various places. These beams connected the light magic circles in pairs, weaving a dense net of light, and each light magic circle had a beam connected to the Zhuzh candidate's hand, making it look as if the Zhuzh candidate was holding the end of a large net, ready to pull it up at any moment. And he really did pull the net up sharply, revealing 3 near-spirit rank individuals inside. As soon as the Zhuzh candidate pulled them out, the net tightened with his movement. The Hershey candidate stepped forward and, using the method Shenrua had used, sealed the flow of elemental power in the locations he had verified with a cone. The other 2 near-spirit rank cultivators were a celestial fox and a frost serpent. Shenrua actually knew how to deal with the celestial fox, but the candidates He and Zhuzh didn't. They seemed equally troubled about how to handle these 2 escaped prey. "You've been looking for so long. Do you want these 3? Candidate He asked, looking up at where Jimu was. "I can take them, but this is no longer within the territory of our eternal tower. If you want me to dispose of your trash, you have to pay a trash disposal fee," Jimu responded from the tree. "Fine, take it or leave it." The Zhuzh candidate tied the light net to the tree. "These 3 are hanging here. The light net can last for 1 San hour." "What about the 2 spirit rank Zhuzh?" Yuki asked. "They're very fast, and both are spirit rank," said the He candidate. "I know who you are. Although you haven't shown your face, you're a spirit rank here, and you arrived later. You're one of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand." "Oh," Yuki said. "You're quite knowledgeable. I'll be coming to the Eternal Tower often in the future. I originally wanted to help you catch and deal with those 2 spirit ranks as a gift for our formal introduction, but I didn't expect them to escape," said the He candidate. "Very polite, but you two, as candidates appointed by the gods, actually let 2 spirit rank Zhuzh escape from your grasp. Isn't your strength a bit?" Yuki's implication was clear. The words spoken by the Zhuzh and He candidates were an attempt to curry favor. If it wasn't to gain favor with the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, then it was likely a prelude to later requesting the divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb. These 2 sacred relics were essential for candidates to fulfill the will of the gods. Furthermore, these 2 sacred relics were unique, not numerous, and possessed irreplaceable functions. Although Yuki had guessed their purpose, since the divine language drum and the heavenly sound orb belonged to the Eternal Tower, no candidate had yet expressed any interest in them. If Yuki were to claim he knew what they wanted, it would mean that one of the candidates had already communicated with the Eternal Tower. Yuki didn't intend to let them know that the 10 dust and sand masters had not only communicated with the candidates, but had even infiltrated one of them. Instead, he first expressed doubt about the abilities of the candidates He and Zhuzh. "That's because we had a brief exchange before you appeared. They weren't affected by our candidate marks. As for strength, even if we were slightly stronger, they had near spirit level support, and they were all spirit level. Even if there was a difference, it wasn't that significant." Candidate He didn't seem to care about Yuki's slightly skeptical words, and explained the situation to show her sincerity. "You obtained some very important information today, such as my cooperative relationship with candidate Zhuzh, and that the being whose will was corrupted by the demon abyss isn't affected by the candidate marks. They're unaffected by the marks, but you're different. Now that you know so much, why not promise to keep it a secret for us? Otherwise, you might very well. There's no going back to the Tower of Eternity." Yuki couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Heh. You're a bit arrogant. This is right next to the Tower of Eternity. While I'm certainly no match for you, especially if you show your mark. Not to mention, you two are cooperating, but do you want to bet on whether you can take me down faster, or whether the 10 absolutes can arrive faster? I just hope we can have more mutual trust. If it weren't for our intentions, would you know about our cooperative relationship?" The candidate, Hershey, remained calm. "Give me a vow. You can let your spirit rank friends from the 10 absolutes know what happened here today, but the guarantee I want is that you can't use this as information to sell to the outside world. That's acceptable. If I had to keep it to myself and not tell anyone, I'd rather fight you all." Yuki agreed. "I understand. You'd be exchanging information at the Crystal Conference, right?" The Hershey candidate said. "It seems your main purpose isn't primarily for those 2 departing spirit rank individuals." Yuki pondered. "Your pursuit of those 2 spirit rank individuals was for me, to speak with me." "That's right. Our communication crystal is here. Give us an oath, and we be leaving." The Zhuzh candidate smiled. If it weren't for the pretext of pursuing those 2 spirit rank individuals, wouldn't it be difficult for Zhuzh or the Hersheys to accept that I'm here with him? Yuki understood the situation and stopped worrying. He still didn't want to reveal his face directly. Although plant spirits could change their appearance, he didn't like altering his specific features. Besides, by coming down from the tree, at least the other party could confirm he was a plant spirit. Knowing he was a plant spirit, Yuki, as the curator of the most famous medical clinic in the Tower of Eternity, would easily come into the sights of these two candidates. I swear by the God I believe in, what I have seen and heard today will only be shared with my 10 absolute spirit rank members, and I guarantee that they will not let the 11th being know about this. Yuki made his vow on the tree. Candidates Hirsch and Zhizha didn't intend to force him to reveal himself. They walked one after the other into the depths of the forest. Yuki didn't know if they planned to leave from the other side of the forest, or if they had some other plan. Chapter 289. After a full day, the flames of the sacred demon fire were finally reduced by more than half, even with the spirit rank members taking turns maintaining the divine level glass sphere. The sacred demon fire was heartbroken. This amount of firepower was supposed to sustain him for thousands of years in the temple of the god of fire in the demon abyss, but now it had been so heavily consumed in trying to break free of the glass sphere. More importantly, despite such a massive expenditure, he still couldn't escape the sphere's cage. The plaza was temporarily closed to traffic, but the 10 absolutes of dust and sand merely maintained order within the town, without further restricting the movement of various races. It seemed they intended to publicly execute the sacred demon fire. The sacred demon fire also realized that if he continued to burn himself out, and the other side used rotations, magic arrays, crystals, and other magical items to prevent his flames from melting the divine level sphere, he would eventually be completely exhausted. He should conserve his energy, occasionally expending a portion of his power to keep his opponents constantly on edge, thus allowing the 10 absolutes of dust and dragon's crest to expend more energy than he did. After all, if he stopped, his high-purity flames could sustain him for a considerable time without depletion. However, the 10 absolutes of dust and Dragon's Crest were different. Dragon's Crest couldn't linger here indefinitely. For the 10 absolutes of dust to protect the sphere, when the sacred demonic fire began burning itself, they needed to constantly assign a spirit rank guardian to watch over the glass sphere. Shinruo wasn't currently in the plaza, he was observing everything through the windows of nearby buildings, though he couldn't see clearly. His eyes were blinded by the light of the sacred demonic fire, and he could only see blurry outlines. Yuki's voice echoed from within the crystal ball. It looks really tense. I'm already back, and you still haven't dealt with this troublemaker. Is the will of a god so easily dealt with? Elher placed a water elemental heart, given to him by Shinruo, directly in the center of the magic circle, replacing the water elemental crystal. Staring at the now ceased fire, which seemed determined to drag on, he said, "It doesn't seem to intend to burn itself out. It's got brains. Without it actively burning, it will take far too long for the god's power to be exhausted. We can't treat this ball like an heirloom of the 10 absolutes, dragging it out generation after generation, can we? Shinruo, where's your scepter?" Yuki suddenly spoke to Shinruo. Although the heroic spirits within the scepter are simulated, the scepter has accompanied these spirits for a long time. It's truly knowledgeable. Why don't we consult it, and see what it has to say? Shinruo was taken aback. A scepter could be consulted, but that made sense. Yuki had previously told Shinruo that one of the scepter's most important uses was speaking. Shinruo took out the sacred scepter of the plant spirit clan. The scepter already possessed some understanding of the situation, and with Shinruo's further elaboration, the consciousness within the scepter quickly grasped the problem that was currently troubling the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. Speaking of which, I was once one of the 10 absolutes, a voice from within the scepter spoke. The plant spirit clan had always had spirit rank members among the 10 absolutes, so it wasn't surprising that one of the 10 absolutes had once been the scepter's owner. Actually, there are two ways, the voice continued, seemingly acting as a mouthpiece for the various consciousnesses simulated within the scepter. Only Shinruo could hear the voice, but the other spirits inside the crystal ball, especially Jimu, didn't respond at all. Shinruo then realized that the scepter's voice was only audible to its holder. So he relayed the scepter's words, and Jimu spoke after listening. "Senior, please tell me. The first method is to transfer this ball to our special space, where a dedicated member will monitor it. That space is one of the spaces separated from the special space of the God of Space. The God of Space's divine power is there, he can't escape. Once he escapes, let him play around in that space. Of course, this will waste the space in our eternal tower where the God of Space's divine power is most concentrated, but out of respect for the God of Space's power, we have never opened or used that space. In fact, on the continent, there has always been a suppression of divine malice. Legend has it that the evil creatures within the great dungeon of Helter are parts of the Earth God, stripped away from the realm of the earth elemental. However, the earth elemental's method of dealing with them differed from that of the fire elemental. We explored various possibilities, and ultimately concluded that the Great Dungeon of Helter actually utilizes the power of various races to prevent the earth elemental's malevolent thoughts from leaving. The earth elemental's special treatment of these evil creatures after death creates materials of various grades, thus incentivizing exploration of the Great Dungeon of Helter by different races. Furthermore, the earth elemental is said to have left important sacred relics in the deepest part of the dungeon, a legend that is enough to draw adventurers in droves. If they cannot leave the great underground palace of Helter in time, they will eventually become evil creatures, because their consciousness cannot contend with the evil will stripped from the god of earth. We have gained some understanding of why the abyss is like this after leaving the holy mountain. It's roughly because the will stripped from the god of fire was suppressed by the god of wind. However, other creatures in the abyss transform the impure power of the god of fire, and then absorb the power of the god of wind, completing the fusion of the two powers. Since the power of the god of wind can suppress the will stripped from the god of fire, even though it later generated an evil will and finally escaped after millions of years, it still needed the life force of the abyss to accomplish this. And there is no life force in our underground space that it can utilize. What the power of the god of wind can do, the power of the god of space can certainly do as well. Even if it escapes from the divine relic grade sphere, it cannot leave that space. We can then weaken it again, waiting for it to tire itself out. What's the second method? Shinruo listened thoughtfully to the scepter's reasoning, and after analyzing the feasibility of the first method, he asked about the second. He also had his own considerations. Because the Lord of the Holy Sea is watching our actions, I think he wants to take over the star chart, but let's be clear, it's already mine. You already mentioned the Lord of the Holy Sea, so the second method happens to be related to him. That is, you can hand over the holy fire along with this divine relic level sphere to the Lord of the Holy Sea. The voice within the scepter spoke. Won't the Holy Sea's Lord obtain the whereabouts of the radiant star disk from the holy demonic fire? Shinruo asked the scepter. Sound cannot escape from this divine relic quality sphere. The scepter, with its extensive knowledge, clearly knew that similar things had been created by spirit-level beings in history, hence its knowledge of the sphere's soundproofing. Laughter echoed from the scepter. To interrogate him within the Holy Sea, they would first need to bind and torture him. But the holy demon fire is a ball of fire. He is the embodiment of energy and consciousness. Whipping him has no effect. If this sphere is opened, all the Holy Sea's spirit rank members must be mobilized, constantly using spirit rank magic to prevent his escape. Under these circumstances, even if the holy demon fire claims he will exchange his freedom for the whereabouts of the light star disk, and the light star disk isn't on him, the Holy Sea must believe him. The holy demon fire is an evil will. How can his words be considered evidence? We trapped him in this divinely forged sphere. The Holy Sea's Lord has witnessed the entire process. When will we? How could we possibly obtain the radiant star disk without the holy flame being trapped or injured? Even if it sows a seed of doubt in the Holy Sea's mind about the 10 deadly dust and sands, what can they do if we deny it? The Holy Sea can only try to exhaust the holy flame first, search its remaining items, find it there, and then initiate diplomatic negotiations with us. We simply deny that the radiant star disk is in our possession, and the matter is over. The papacy's leader is the best witness. They can have doubts, but without evidence, the Holy See cannot launch a war against us or issue any papal declaration. While they are undoubtedly the strongest on the continent in terms of overall combat power, we are not far behind. More importantly, their very existence requires a legitimate reason for their actions. Therefore, you can confidently hand over the sacred flame to the papacy lord. He's waiting there. Isn't he just waiting for the sacred flame to be exhausted so he can inspect his personal storage gems? Let him consume it himself. By trapping the sacred flame in a sphere, we demonstrate that we have captured it and have the ability to prevent its escape. Any force attempting to cause trouble on our territory, even those connected to the gods, will be trapped. As for handing it over to the Holy See, that's because the Holy See is the greater victim. By doing so, we passed on a hot potato, preserved our reputation, and this plan is entirely worth considering. After Shinruo briefly relayed the scepter's opinion, Yuki countered by asking Shinruo's own opinion. What do you think? The reason for seeking Shinruo's opinion was that, for the other 10 greats, neither option mattered. Giving it to the Lord of the Holy See was certainly better, because Yuki believed that, based on his understanding of the other 10 greats, they probably wouldn't want the sacred demonic fire to pollute the most important space of the Eternal Tower. However, because Shinruo had just shown hesitation about giving the sacred demonic fire to the Lord of the Holy See, he still felt that Shinruo's opinion was more important. Let's give it to the Lord of the Holy Sea, Shinrua finally decided. Giving the sacred demonic fire to the Lord of the Holy Sea carried a very small chance that, after the sacred demonic fire left the glass sphere, it might reveal to the Lord that its power had been stolen by a human with a sword, thus exposing or arousing suspicion in the Lord of the Holy Sea. However, the probability is extremely low. Because the divine demon fire, having emerged from the divine relic sphere, possesses the physical characteristics of fire rather than those of an ordinary race, it is immune to harm from ordinary physical or magical means. Therefore, the likelihood of the divine demon fire negotiating with the Holy Sea under these circumstances is extremely small. More importantly, the divine demon fire must also understand that even if it claims the radiant star disk is not on its person and reveals its whereabouts, it will not secure the Holy Sea's release. Because of its unique characteristics, the negotiation tactics and blood pacts employed by other races are ineffective against it. Even a stone spirit can cut a small piece of gem from its own body to complete a blood pact, but the divine demon fire, born from the will and power of a god, is not bound by the laws of blood pacts. Just as the candidate's mark cannot elicit the same reactions from other races living on the continent towards the candidate, neither he nor the Holy See can make any promises or guarantees to the other, so their negotiations have no basis whatsoever. If the Holy See releases him first but then fails to obtain the radiant star disk, wouldn't their reputation be utterly tarnished? Moreover, the Holy See proclaims its mission as praising the power of the gods and inheriting their will, while the sacred demon fire is a force the gods wish to destroy and banish. If they let the sacred demon fire, which was handed over to the Holy Sea's leader in full view of everyone, go, the sacred demon fire will inevitably reappear on the continent. How will other races view the Holy See then? Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, once the Holy Sea's leader takes possession of the sacred demon fire, he must utterly destroy it. Under these circumstances, even if the sacred demon fire brings up the topic of the radiant star disk or answers the Holy Sea's leader's questions, it's very likely a lie fabricated to extricate itself. The Holy See would certainly prefer to destroy the sacred demon fire first, and then check his personal storage gems for the radiant star disk. For the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, handing over the sacred flame to the Lord of the Holy See was undoubtedly more valuable than imprisoning it within a space controlled by the power of the god of space. On the surface, this showed the 10 absolutes of dust and sand respect for the Lord of the Holy Sea's personal visit to the Tower of Eternity. Furthermore, regarding the whereabouts of the star disk of light, as the scepter stated, as long as it wasn't acknowledged, the Holy See wouldn't truly pursue the matter with the Tower of Eternity. However, if the sacred flame did indeed mention how the star disk of light slipped from his grasp, then Shinrua would inevitably come under the Holy Sea's scrutiny. But compared to the benefits of handing the sacred flame over to the Lord of the Holy See, Shinrua felt this extremely small probability was a worthwhile choice. Chapter 290. Your Holiness, you've been watching here for quite some time now. We just discussed it, and this cunning and treacherous demonic fire refuses to die completely. Of course, we could imprison it, but that would be too much trouble for us, Shi Qianhong said to the Holy See Lord. After all, we, the 10 absolutes, always try to avoid things whenever possible. I think you're waiting here because you also want to see it burn to ashes. After all, I heard that the esteemed high priest of the star spirit of light was severely weakened and bedridden because of this creature's reckless intrusion into the Holy See. Therefore, would you consider taking it back to the Holy See for disposal? We can reinforce this sphere for you, ensuring it can't burn through on your way back. What do you think? Shi Qianhong's words sounded pleasant, but the Holy See Lord didn't hear them at all. It's a fact that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had taken control of the holy flame before it escaped the territory of the Eternal Tower. The Holy Church, on the other hand, had allowed the holy flame to escape from its controlled area with the star disk of light. However, the reason for this wasn't that the Holy Church was weaker or the 10 absolutes of dust and sand were stronger, but rather that Jizya within the Holy Church had been corrupted by the evil will from the abyss, and this went undetected, allowing the two sides to collude from within. Furthermore, the Holy Church never expected that the spiritual arts passed down within the star disk of light, which had always been considered difficult to control, would be completely mastered by the holy flame the instant it obtained it. This seemingly impossible event occurred because the holy flame's origin lies with the gods themselves, and the spiritual arts inherited within the star chart are divine legacies. Therefore, what is difficult for other races to master and requires study, the holy flame faces no such hurdle. The Holy Church lacked a method to counter these spiritual arts, allowing the holy flame to use them to temporarily render the spirit rank members responsible for intercepting it incapable of resistance, thus breaking through the magical arrays that required spirit rank activation to prevent its departure. After the Holy Church realized this, its leader and the dragons who accompanied him, capable of wielding light elemental power, were all clad in starlight armor. This armor protects against the effects of spiritual arts, and the stronger the wearer, the stronger the armor's protective capabilities. However, they had not been prepared for this when they previously tried to stop the Holy Flame. The Eternal Tower, on the other hand, was well prepared and anticipated the Holy Flame's methods, but even so, their situation was far from easy. Especially if there hadn't been an additional mental spell expended by a spirit-ranked dragon soul, the divine demonic flame would likely have managed to leave the Eternal Tower, albeit in a disheveled state. Currently, there are no beings below the spirit rank on the plaza, but the various races active within the Eternal Tower are aware of what has transpired. This is because after the 10 absolutes of dust and sand gained control of the divine demonic flame, they used the recording crystal to transmit images outwards intermittently. They didn't release the entire sequence, as they didn't want to reveal themselves. The crystal remained focused solely on the crystal-like, divine-level sphere. However, their conversation with the Holy Sea's Lord was transmitted through another crystal. Because they planned to hand over the sacred flame to the Holy See, if this succeeded, the 10 annihilations of dust and sand needed the various races active within the Eternal Tower to bear witness. Seeing the 10 annihilations of dust and sand's actions, the Holy Sea's Lord couldn't help but sigh that this organization was still calculating, having not only accepted the task, but also allowed the other side to finish speaking. Those who overheard their conversation wouldn't care why the Holy See hadn't been able to control the sacred flame, or why the 10 annihilations of dust and sand had managed to do so by chance. They only knew that the 10 annihilations of dust and sand had accomplished what the Holy See couldn't. Furthermore, since the 10 annihilations of dust and sand themselves found it difficult to kill the sacred flame, handing it over to the Holy See would be seen as giving face to the Holy Sea's Lord's personal presence. As for the Star Spirit Priest's illness, it was actually an attempt to engage in a mental battle with the sacred flame, but not only did he fail to win, he also suffered a backlash. According to the informed Star Spirit Priest, this was because they had altered the future. The future glimpsed from Zege's fragments. The High Priest of the Light Star Spirits suffered severe mental damage, which also manifested physically. Unless a plant spirit is willing to sacrifice its life to heal the High Priest of the Light Star Spirits with its healing essence, the High Priest of the Light Star Spirits likely won't last more than a few days. And among the potential successors to the High Priest of the Light Star Spirits, originally chosen through normal procedures, none have now reached the spirit rank. Therefore, the Holy See will likely have no choice but to select one from the existing spirit rank Star Spirit Priests to inherit the title of High Priest of the Light Star Spirits. However, even with the inherited title, problems remain. Firstly, the successors to such important positions as the Holy Sea's Lord and the High Priest of the Star Spirit have historically been selected from a select group of celestial spirits cultivated within the Holy See, due to its stability and lack of large-scale wars with any race. Although the Hersians deeply despise the Holy See, their disapproval is limited to verbal expressions. Therefore, identifying a Star Spirit Priest from among the non-selective celestial spirits to succeed as High Priest of the Star Spirit is a significant challenge for the Holy See. Furthermore, without the Star Spirit Disc, even with the divine spiritual arts left within it as an inheritance, the title of High Priest of the Star Spirit always feels incomplete. Of course, this is precisely why the Holy Sea's Lord must accept the sphere handed to him by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. He must burn away the sacred demonic fire, then search his personal belongings to find the Star Spirit Disc. Even if, by some chance, the Radiant Star Disc isn't found, the Holy See can maintain secrecy, making the various races on the continent believe that the Radiant Star Disc has ultimately returned to the Holy Sea's possession. This is a crucial sacred relic in the Holy Sea's initial founding, as vital as the celestial sound sphere and the divine language drum beneath the Tower of Eternity. Therefore, even if it's no longer with the Holy See, the Holy Sea's leader wouldn't refuse to create the illusion of its recovery. So, although the Holy Sea's leader found Shi Jing Qian Hong's words unpleasant, he still agreed to her proposal. Since you feel it's difficult to resolve this sacred demonic fire, and this is a malevolent intent from the gods to completely annihilate it, then for the sake of the gods' will, we should accept it. The Holy Sea's Lord spoke eloquently, and while 2 of the 10 absolutes were spirit rank Hercules, their willingness to accept the sphere under the guise of divine will was, of course, something to be taken with a grain of salt, a truly grandiose facade. However, both sides outwardly completed the handover amicably. The Holy Sea's Lord appeared well prepared. In reality, he was waiting for the outcome, intending to inspect the sacred flame's belongings should the 10 absolutes exhausted on the spot, specifically to see if it carried a star disk from its space stone. The Holy See's Lord was also fully prepared. He hadn't come alone. The Holy See's most powerful forces had secretly arrived near the Tower of Eternity to wear down the sacred flame. Even if all 10 spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes were present, their elemental power would be severely depleted, let alone the fact that the Dust and Sand 10 absolutes currently didn't even have 10 spirit rank members. At this juncture, the Holy See's Light Dragon Knights, accompanying the Papist's Lord, negotiated with the 10 Dust and Sands regarding the sacred flame. While this could be read as negotiation, it was essentially a threat of force. The 10 Dust and Sands, not wanting to suffer a public defeat at the Tower of Eternity, and have their influence cripple the tower's continued security, had no choice but to show respect to the Papist's Lord and agree to his demands. Unexpectedly, the 10 Dust and Sands readily handed over the sacred flame, still unresolved, flame and all. While the outcome was roughly the same for the Papist's Lord, the 10 Dust and Sands gained more initiative in the process. The relationship between the Holy See and the 10 Dust and Sands was primarily one of mutual non-interference. Therefore, this verbal advantage, this supposed initiative, was insignificant in the face of the fact that the 10 Dust and Sands had ultimately gained control of the sacred flame. This was because it was destined to weaken the Holy See's influence to some extent. For the foreseeable future, the Holy See would have to withdraw its grip, while the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand stabilized their reputation. But it was only a stabilization. The fact that the Holy Demonifier dared to openly cause trouble at the Eternal Tower's auction and endanger the safety of many participants had already shaken the Eternal Tower's long-standing image of no one daring to break the rules there. After the Holy See's Lord sent a message through the crystal, about 5 near-spirit-level Dragon Knights arrived at the plaza. Led by the Holy See's Lord, they took the Divine Remnant Orb that had trapped the Holy Demonifier and flew away from the Eternal Tower. "Is he showing off to us?" Elher said, looking displeased. 5 near-spirit-level dragons. This would be an formidable force anywhere on the continent. He's declaring to all beings active in the Tower of Eternity that the Holy See is still the Holy See, not one incapable of dealing with the Holy Flame. Or perhaps he's saying they were just careless and allowed a small thief to steal something. But if anyone doubts the Holy See's power, then let them try. Stone Spirit Orange was also in the plaza. He sighed and said, "The Holy See is indeed different from us. As long as the Colossus of the Gods still stands in the Holy Temple, and the Holy Temple remains the Holy See's territory, it will possess a powerful cohesive force. Forget it, we're different from them anyway. They claim to uphold the will of the gods, yet they constantly influence the power dynamics of various countries and factions on the continent. What does that have to do with a neutral organization like ours, which only provides a business environment?" Herxy Swordsman Doing said, "Aren't you tired? Send a few members of our organization to clean up the plaza and prepare for reopening. I'm going to sleep." It must be said, his words made perfect sense. A chorus of agreement echoed from within the crystal ball, and soon the light in the crystal balls held by the spirit rank members went out. Chapter 291. The theft of the Radiant Star Disk by the Holy Demonic Fire, and its subsequent disruption of the Eternal Tower's auction provided fodder for conversation across the Dust Sand continent. For its inhabitants, the most worrying aspect was that it seemed to be a harbinger of impending catastrophe. The 10 Masters of Dust Sand held a crystal meeting after handling the auction-related matters. First up was the last unsold item, a spear inlaid with the Heart of Water. This spear, having witnessed the Holy Demonic Fire incident, carried an additional layer of historical significance. With the Holy Demonic Fire likely to be completely eradicated by the Holy Church, this spear had participated in and witnessed history. It ultimately sold for 305,000 gold coins. This price wasn't cheap, but aside from the Phoenix Feather and the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, there was no history of holy relics being traded on the Dust Sand continent. It was confirmed that the Heart of Water wasn't as rare as the Phoenix Feather or the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, yet it possessed weapon attributes. This price, however, was not entirely unexpected by the 10 Masters of Dust Sand. After calculating the costs of cleanup, the Dust and Sand 10 Masters barely made any money from this auction. However, Sains felt even more heartbroken, because she felt that such a weapon was clearly made for the Frost Serpent. Of course, this was met with disdain from Shinruo. According to Shinruo, Sain's tentacles didn't even qualify as hands. She needed water magic to wield the spear, yet she wanted to wield it, and still thought it was a weapon made for the Frost Serpent. It was simply adding unnecessary drama. These verbal exchanges were merely spice up the crystal meeting. The truly significant information was shared by Yuki. The 10 absolutes had expended considerable energy dealing with the sacred flame, and had all rested for several days. Therefore, Yuki hadn't yet explained the events outside the Eternal Tower town that he was responsible for. After the spirit rank members recovered their energy and relit the crystals, the 10 absolutes each reviewed their responsibilities from the day of the auction, and how they had arranged and handled them. Yuki was no exception. My tracking them out of the city this time yielded some very unexpected results, Yuki said. First, the candidates from the Herxi and Zhezhe clans are actually cooperating, and their level of understanding seems quite high. TSK, this is truly. That's not surprising, Shenrua said, unsurprised. After leaving the demon abyss, they went to the Holy See together, and their relationship has been quite good ever since. Although they didn't want to speak directly and preferred a third party to relay their messages, the kind of relationship where they ate together was quite good. However, according to the rules of the Dust and Sand realm, it would be very difficult for the candidates to completely trust each other. But since the collection of quest items is far from reaching the point where only mutual slaughter can resolve the conflict, cooperation is still possible. To the native inhabitants of the Dust and Sand continent, it's strange that Zhezhe and Hishi can cooperate, but the candidates don't face this problem at all. Because in their original world, the other race doesn't exist. To them, it's a simple cooperation. However, because they are caught up in the hostile relationships between the same races on this continent, even if they acknowledge each other and cooperate to a limited extent, they can't let the native inhabitants discover it. Or perhaps even if they were to find out, a suitable opportunity would be needed. However, they made me swear that no one else, except you, could know about this. In other words, you cannot spread this news either, or I will suffer the consequences, Yuki solemnly instructed. The 10 great dust and sands cannot infringe upon each other's rights, so Yuki only needed to inform them of the consequences for the ancient blood pact of the 10 great dust and sands to take effect. Then why do they want you to know, and why do they want us to know? El asked. To test them, Yuki said. He had pondered this question repeatedly these past few days, and could now offer his deduction. Besides wanting the divine language drum and the heavenly sound sphere from us in the future, they might want to know if our organization is both Zhezhe and Hishi. That's quite difficult. It seems the Zhezhe candidate doesn't know enough about the Holy See. The Hishi swordsman, tried to sound neutral and objective when discussing the Holy See, but the Hishi's disdain for Zhezhe was etched into their racial memory. It sounds like they think they have a cooperative relationship with us in the future, but it's a bit of a shame that one of our candidates has slipped in. Science chuckled. If the other candidates can successfully collect all the items the gods requested to defend against the cataclysm, I don't care who does it, Shenrua said. It's too early to talk about cooperation or conflict. Even we find this strange. Why was someone like you chosen? Tongji couldn't help but speak up. I don't mean your strength is insufficient, nor do I mean contempt, but rather that you lack that. How should I put it? It's no wonder Tongji was at a loss for words. Life born on the Dust Sand continent has a natural reverence for gods. To be chosen by a god and potentially save a world, this would be categorized as a hero's adventure in the Western fantasy stories that were once popular on their home planet Earth. The candidates actually correspond to the position of hero, except that in those stories, there are usually very clear villains, such as demons or dragons. But here, what does the cataclysm correspond to? The legends are vague, only mentioning that real gods, who manifested the will of gods protecting various races, make the native inhabitants of the continent firmly believe in the terrible calamity to come. A normal contender for the position of hero should feel special and honored to be chosen, and because of this sense of honor, they should be extremely proactive in becoming a hero. Does it lack the drive to become the ultimate chosen one? Shenrua herself found it amusing. Normally, a candidate should be excited. But perhaps it was in the blood of the eastern people of their home planet Earth that she lacked enthusiasm for serving the gods and proving herself. In ancient times, for a long period in the East, various beliefs held more sway than scientific research among the common people. However, the principles people followed regarding which deity they worshipped varied widely. Some followed the principle of proximity. For example, if your home is near a temple dedicated to a certain deity, and you heard it's very efficacious, you might offer a prayer. When a deity passes by your door, you can't be negligent. You offer a prayer. Besides some special deities, many others were originally human. For example, the famous Guan Yu and Laozi, who are said to have lived in different dynasties. As for why they became deities and received offerings, the historical records are varied and inconsistent, and by Shenrua's time, the details were even more unclear. In contrast, Western religious texts have remained largely unchanged for thousands of years, and they worship only one God. This belief is ingrained in their very genes. It's also possible that the God who created humanity has never appeared in the history Shinruo is familiar with, nor has he used his supernatural powers to prove that he is the creator of that universe. Therefore, Shinruo feels a sense of unreality about the gods choosing him and promising to grant his wishes. Shinruo herself mocked her lack of initiative, and Signs bluntly stated, "That's exactly right. While actively getting involved in conflicts would completely change our dynamic, you're being far too leisurely. Did you come here for relaxation and entertainment?" Shinruo carefully recalled her experiences since arriving on the Dust Sand continent, her face serious. "No, although I really want to relax and have fun, I actually been quite exhausted since arriving here. More than that, I'm curious about something else. Why did Longwei's father come to help? Because of the dragon race's candidate, at the very least, they should appear within a year." The swordsman Hishi, doing, answered Shinruo's question. "I already knew him. He knew my status as one of the 10 greats, so he made a deal with me." "Oh!" Shinruo showed interest. "You forged the spear, so by that logic, you forged the Dragonfire spear before, right?" The swordsman Hishi suddenly changed the subject. "Would you be interested in training some craftsmen and having them forge a sword for me while you're at it? If this is the reward for answering the questions I want to know, then it's perfectly acceptable," Shinruo said. "So, would you like to talk to me privately after the meeting, or just here?" Doing asked. "Let's talk here." Shinruo didn't think this was information that the other spirit rank members of the 10 greats would need to exchange for. Moreover, regarding matters concerning candidates, if it weren't for the fact that she was a candidate, Shinruo felt they might not be so secretive, and would probably just share it as a joke. "It's like this. Do you know the legend on the continent that there can only be one spirit-ranked dragon?" Doing asked. "Of course I know, and it was a spirit-ranked dragon who told me personally," Shinruo said. "It's the spirit-ranked dragon that solved the mental spell of the sacred demonic fire this time, the one that died many years ago." "That's right, but if the dragon candidate is spirit rank, then because there's no precedent, we don't know if he will be affected by the law set by the god of space," Swordsman Doing said. But clearly, Long Wei's father, Lord Long Ke, prepared according to the principle that this law will definitely take effect. His preparations were twofold. First, he wanted his son to reach the near spiritual rank. Second, if the law took effect, he planned to die, but would transfer his power to his son. Then, his son would only need a little comprehension to cross the spiritual rank. His son could cross over if he wanted to, otherwise, he would remain at the near spiritual rank, thus circumventing the laws of the god of space. He believed that if the Dragon Clan candidate killed him, his son, given his personality, wouldn't give up the opportunity for revenge. However, he didn't believe his son could avenge himself through his own strength. Therefore, he hoped we could provide him with assistance, allowing you and your son to meet here. He said he wanted me to find a human named Shinruo and bring him back to the Eternal Tower, so that this human could persuade his son. He said your whereabouts were elusive, but you were likely the one who could persuade his son to temporarily bide his time. In his plan, finding you was the most difficult part. If we couldn't find you, other organizations would be even less likely. After all, you registered with us, received missions from us, our organization has your portrait, and an intelligence network spread across the entire continent. But in my opinion, his request is incredibly easy. Tell me, how can I not accept such a simple exchange?" Shinruo was speechless for a moment, then finally spoke. "You used me as a promise to get their help, and then used the details of your promises to get me to forge a sword for you. This business you done has truly given me a new understanding of the principles of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. You're welcome. It's our duty to help new members understand us more deeply, and to encourage them to actively participate in our craftsmanship training, building their reputation." The Herxi swordsman Doing said shamelessly. Chapter 292. 7-year-old Ballant, a human apprentice craftsman roughly equivalent to 14 on Earth, noticed a new idler in the workshop. This idler was supposedly sent there to manage the masters he knew because of a family connection with the boss. Sometimes the idler would sit and watch the masters forge various weapons, other times, he would stand there lost in thought, holding a beautiful scepter. Ballant had previously handled various miscellaneous tasks. He was supposed to be in charge of the lowest ranking furnace from his 7th birthday onwards, beginning his practice in forging and temperature control. He and another apprentice were about the same age, with similar birthdays. They were supposed to begin formal practice shortly after the idler arrived, but when the master was about to take Ballant to the furnace, the idler stopped them. The idler not only refused to let the master take Ballant to the furnace, but also asked about the other apprentice's age and inquired about the rule of starting furnace work at 7. This was the first time the idler had interacted with the master since arriving. Then, the idler stopped the two apprentices from forging. "I'd be their master for a while," the idler said to Ballant, in his eyes, his true master. Ballant overheard this, and couldn't help but panic. Ballant was certain his master was the best weaponsmith in the area, with a muscular physique that Ballant greatly admired. Looking at this idler, could he even forge metal? Could someone with that build possibly forge metal? If it weren't for his relative being the owner of the best weapon workshop in Ion, would he even be worthy of being here? Ballant's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. He's 7 years old. If we delay starting the furnace. The craftsman hesitated. Your technique has some issues. If we just let them start like this, I don't think it's appropriate. The idler, in Ballant's eyes, was still negotiating with the craftsman. It's like this, you want to break with tradition, that's fine, but you said our technique has some problems. The craftsman hesitated to speak. After all, he had heard that the visitor was a true weapons master, but while he was familiar with all the craftsmen on the continent who could be called weapons masters, he had never heard of or seen such a weapons master before. If the other party were truly one, with such a strikingly contrasting physique, he should have been famous in the craftsmanship world long ago. Yes, that's right. Your technique has problems, which will cause excessive tension and strain in your shoulder, arm, and back muscles. They are still young. If we don't teach them some basic strength training, they are very likely to develop serious occupational diseases later on. The idler's answer was serious, but Ballant couldn't listen anymore. Hey! I'm talking to you. Ballant decided to stand up, even if it meant being fired. He regretted if such a useless person took him on as an apprentice, and he missed his chance to practice on the furnace. He'd probably be better off finding another workshop. With his apprenticeship experience, he could start practicing on the furnace right away, so he mustered his courage and shouted, "I don't need you to teach me. You've been here for so many days, and all you do is sit. If you don't swing the hammer for a few days, you can feel the difference in muscle memory. If you don't swing the hammer for dozens of days, you become completely rusty and unable to swing it. I'm going to be the best craftsman in the future. Don't try to instruct an expert when you're an amateur." Ballant's words echoed the collective sentiment of the craftsmen here. They were all secretly pleased that Ballant had spoken out, but the master craftsman in charge of training Ballant remembered that this man was the boss's designated technical instructor and manager, and quickly said to the idler, "Young apprentice, don't take it to heart." The idler glanced around and sighed, "He's not talking nonsense. You all clearly think the same way. Actually, I didn't want to come and give you any technical guidance. You're unhappy, and I feel it's a waste of time. Because you already reached a point where there's no room for improvement, your muscle memory is already formed, and it's difficult to adjust your habits. Having you do some exercises wouldn't be very useful, and would only delay your work. But these two are still young, so I thought I had the opportunity to teach them, but it seems they don't trust me. Your boss also asked me to forge a sword for him. Since he doesn't believe I can forge weapons, I forged this one. After these two apprentices learn the basics from me for a few dozen days, I won't care how they do after that." The idle person Ballant was referring to was Shinrua, who had promised the swordsman Heshi, Du-Ying, that he would forge a sword for him. Shinrua actually knew very well that Du-Ying was doing this to expose him to some of the industries under the rule of the 10 great dust and sands, allowing him to gain a better understanding of them. This would also build Shinrua's reputation in certain industries, enabling him to better and gradually integrate into the continent as a practitioner of a certain profession among the humans, rather than a candidate. Just like Shimu was the renowned curator of a famous pharmacy, a recognized master healer. While this coincided with Shinrua's original intention to conceal his identity, he wasn't particularly interested in becoming a famous craftsman or weapon master. However, forging a sword for Du-Ying was a transaction between them, and Shinrua still had to complete it. But forging a weapon had one price, the materials used were another. Du-Ying had already prepared the materials, but after Shinrua had come into contact with a large number of rare metals on the Dust Sand continent, he had developed his own different understanding of the material ratios. Moreover, he had two talkative advisors, a spirit-ranked dragon soul, and a scepter that pretended to be one of hundreds of plant spirit heroes. Shinrua selected several pieces of metal from the dragon's legacy, and asked Du-Ying to confirm whether the ratios needed to be revised. Shinrua wasn't entirely confident about the specific values. He had previously needed the help of craftsmen in the workshop to confirm the ratios when forging weapons and crowns. Du-Ying's connections with artisans and his access to smelting materials were comparable to those of Heshi, the king of soldiers, who had cooperative relationships with the cave-dwelling human settlements. Therefore, after Shinrua handed over the materials, he quickly finalized the sword's forging plan. Shinrua's days at the artisan workshop were spent waiting for Du Ying's design blueprints. Du Ying instructed him to provide technical guidance to the artisans at a renowned artisan workshop in the Eternal Tower during this waiting period. However, upon arriving, Shinrua realized he couldn't actually intervene or provide technical improvements to the already highly skilled artisans. Just as learning martial arts on Earth's eastern continent requires starting in childhood, progress is inevitably limited after a certain age. The artisans here were already technically proficient, making it difficult for them to incorporate new elements into their existing skills. There were two relatively young apprentices here. Of course, considering the age at which they started learning martial arts, they weren't exactly young, but they hadn't yet begun wielding the hammers used for forging weapons, so they could be taught some basic breathing and power generation techniques. However, Shinrua was once again, predictably, questioned. Shinrua didn't mind this. Making it seem impossible was his advantage, not a disadvantage. Because those who might challenge him in the future would likely be experts at the spirit rank, Shinrua didn't have any guaranteed victory against them. Therefore, making them underestimate him, or causing them to make incorrect predictions based on his appearance, was one way he could increase his chances of winning. The previous Plant Spirit Clan candidate was a good example. He couldn't even be considered to have underestimated him, but facing an enemy like Shinrua, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate wouldn't have imagined that Shinrua could fight him to a standstill without the aid of a weapon inlaid with sacred relics. Furthermore, he didn't believe that this human could have so much wealth. The most surprising thing was that this candidate, with such vast wealth, had no real foothold on the continent and hadn't been there long. To say that a human candidate could accumulate so much gold and magical items in just 2 years without revealing their mark seemed like a fantasy. That's why Shinrua was able to take him by surprise. Therefore, if he hadn't promised Du Ying, Shinrua wouldn't have really wanted to correct these artisan stereotypes. However, the path Du Ying had paved for him wasn't bad. Many humans were artisans, and while Shinrua's physique and skill with weapons were quite unconventional, there was a significant difference between an artisan and a warrior, especially a high-level warrior. Firstly, he had to keep his promise. Secondly, Du Ying wasn't there to watch this kind of drama. She had brought Shinrua here out of kindness, so Shinrua felt there was no need to hide his abilities. As for how his technical skills would gradually spread, the pace of dissemination, and his background, Shinrua trusted Du Ying to arrange everything. All the metal materials had been weighed according to the proportions. Du Ying had discussed his ideas about the sword with Shinrua. He wanted a sword that wouldn't be easily corrupted by spirit-level magic. During the battle with the plant spirit race candidate, the soles of Shinrua's shoes, made of rare metals, were eventually completely corroded away, so Shinrua was also curious. How did these races, gifted with elemental power or life magic, ensure their weapons wouldn't be affected by spirit-level magic in battle? In fact, it does have an effect, Du Ying told Shinrua. It's just that we use our spirit-level magic to cover these weapons with a protective layer, just like how we instinctively have a thin layer of magic on our bodies for defense during battle. The armor formed by one's own magic covering the body is the most primitive and fundamental defensive equipment for all races that use magic. However, even with spirit-level magic covering weapons, it's still essentially a contest of who has the stronger absolute magical power, just like the battle Shinrua witnessed between the King of Soldiers, He-Shi, and the ancient elder He-Shi in the underground palace. Shinrua's short sword gave Du Ying inspiration, but he also knew that the short sword was a sacred relic, unaffected by spirit-level magic, because it was forged by a god. However, from that moment on, Du Ying began to conceive the idea of forging a sword that wouldn't be easily corrupted by spirit-level magic. It didn't need any inlays or decorations, because Du Ying himself was a spirit-level swordsman, so he could use his own dark magic. When he needed to replenish his magic, he could use other weapons, but in a true clash between spirit-level experts, it was a contest of pure magic. Situations like Shinrua's, recklessly using disposable magical items as an opening move, were almost unheard of. Even if Shinrua started in this way, the final battle between him and the Plant Spirit Clan candidate would be a contest of endurance and the extent of their injuries. Shinrua sliced away at the Plant Spirit Clan candidate's constantly regenerating body with each strike, while the Plant Spirit Clan candidate retaliated with blows to Shinrua's body, ultimately deciding the outcome in this brutal, visceral manner. Those unexpected, elaborate techniques only gained the initiative, the advantage. To turn that advantage into victory, ultimately, it was skill that mattered. Therefore, Shinrua could understand Du Ying's thoughts. A pure sword, one that doesn't require the user to consider whether their elemental power can protect it from corruption, allows a swordsman to better utilize their swordsmanship skills in battle, thus accumulating advantages in combat. Ultimately, in a battle between evenly matched spirit-level opponents, it might become the key to victory. Chapter 293. The temperature of the most expensive furnace in the workshop suddenly soared, and the precious metal slowly melted in the high temperature. When it came to the forging stage, Ballant watched the young man's movements, which seemed similar to yet different from the blacksmithing methods he was familiar with. The blacksmithing of the masters had a strong, masculine feel, and combined with the lines of their muscles and the sweat they shed, there was a powerful beauty. But the young man before him, whom he thought was an idle person, was different. Shinrua's movements gave Ballant a peculiar feeling of effortless mastery, as if the young man was expending little effort, wielding the hammer with ease, yet the sound of the hammering was continuous. When the young man took out the metal used to forge the sword, the masters all exclaimed in surprise, because the lowest quality of the metal used to forge the sword was legendary, and some pieces of metal were even divine relics. Among them was a piece of metal, red and translucent. The craftsmen whispered among themselves, saying it was metal from the very source of true fire, produced in the thousand silence plains from a metal vein imbued with the pure power of the god of fire. Normal metals, regardless of their thermal conductivity, are initially cold to the touch in winter, but this metal was warm. It was said that this metal, used in a specific ratio for forging, could not be remelted once cooled. No matter how high the temperature, the final product could not be melted. Ballant was initially incredulous that such a piece had been entrusted to a young man who didn't even look like a craftsman. But then he realized that this young man might indeed possess a higher level of forging skill. Shinrua's forging work lasted a full day and night. This surprised Ballant as well. To ensure the continuity of work, craftsmen must possess such abilities. For particularly long forging processes, craftsmen would work in pairs, relying on tacit understanding to switch hands at appropriate points. But this young man completed the entire sword forging process by himself, his hands remaining perfectly steady throughout. Ballant couldn't even detect a change in the rhythm of the sound as he struck the blade. Was he even human? Ballant, at a crucial stage of growth, tried to take a short nap, but couldn't sleep for long. After an hour or two, Ballant was already up, afraid of missing the moment the sword was completed. Not only him, but the workshop had halted all other work for this sword. Only the renowned master craftsman and 2 apprentices around 7 years old, who had been specially selected, were allowed to remain. Shinrua had already sensed this when he forged the spear. While dripping blood on his home planet Earth might be more of a ritual, on the Dusan continent, blood seemed to be a magical forging tool, a material for weapons, capable of creating a resonance between the weapon and its blood's owner. He asked the swordsman Hishi doing for a vial of blood, and then proposed a bold idea. Shinrua still possessed a blood bead from Gisilfa, formed from the fusion of more than 1 drop of blood. He showed it to Doing and said, "I plan to divide this blood bead into 3 equal parts. It originally consisted of more than 1 drop of blood, formed by fusion, but I tried, and once they're fused together, it's very difficult to divide it into several equal parts. I heard of the ritual of using a sacrificial furnace in weapon forging. When I forged that spear last time, I tried dripping my own blood into it, and I could feel the resonance. Your sword should be sharpened primarily with your blood. If this drop of blood could be divided into 3 equal parts, I think 1 drop could be added to yours." Swordsman Du Ying's imagination was clearly a bit inferior to Shinrua's. He paused, his breath catching in his throat. "Why would my sword need other blood added? Is it some kind of precious blood?" "Very precious," Shinrua said. "Come, let me show you its special characteristics." After speaking, Shinrua demonstrated to Doing how the drop of blood wouldn't dissolve when stirred in water, and only rolled without evaporating when burned by flames, even becoming shimmering with iridescent light. This drop of blood was actually different from ordinary blood. It was blood obtained by Gisilfa using a secret method, imbued with the power of Gisilfa's secret techniques, and containing a trace of Gisilfa's innate fire power. Even someone as knowledgeable as Doing couldn't immediately imagine what kind of blood could achieve such miraculous results. "Whose blood is this?" Doing had a bad feeling and asked Shinrua. Gisilfa, a candidate of the Heavenly Fox clan." Shinrua paused for a moment, then told Doing the truth. After all, among the 10 great swordsmen, concealment was acceptable, but deception was not, and Shinrua believed Doing had the right to know, because mixing in a trace of Gisilfa's blood could potentially cause strange changes to the sword. And to forge this sword, Doing had gathered a considerable amount of rare metals, so Shinrua needed to convince Doing of the possibility before mixing Gisilfa's blood into her own. "You mean, both Gisilfa and I are spirit rank, so theoretically the sword will still recognize me as its master as long as I have enough blood. But this drop of blood is clearly special, so you think we can try dividing it into 3 equal parts. You think if the experiment succeeds, you use the remaining 2 parts to forge other weapons. Doing, as expected of one of the 10 absolutes, understood Shenrua's thoughts and purpose in just a few words. More or less, but before that, you need to agree to the experiment, and we need to find a way to separate this blood and fuse it with yours, Shenrua said. Separate it, and fuse it with my blood. Find Sains and Yuki, they should have a way. Far away in the Thousand Silence Plains, Gisilpha once again sensed his blood being repeatedly manipulated by someone. The entire Heavenly Fox was in a frenzy, and Sains and Yuki's methods for testing how to handle this drop of blood were far more sophisticated than Shenrua's. Gisilpha felt a strange, comforting sensation wash over his chest at times, and at other times, a pain that wasn't actually there. Finally, he felt his drop of blood seem to split into several parts. One part lost its sensation, and a small portion seemed to sink into a viscous darkness. As Gisilpha experienced this, Saintson of the Tower of Eternity laughed and said, "Hiss! It's done!" Gisilpha's blood was fused with the blood that Du Ying had extracted, and Yuki nodded in agreement with Saintson's conclusion, saying to Du Ying, "Not only did it fuse together, but we can also confirm that this ratio guarantees your blood's power is stronger than his. But don't be too happy yet. We only know the final effect of using it to sharpen the blade in the furnace after the sword is complete," Shenrua reminded Sains and Du Ying, warning them not to rejoice too soon. Gisilpha endured the uncomfortable feeling for several days, then suddenly felt his blood become incredibly hot. The connection between him and that drop of blood, seemingly trapped in a viscous darkness, became negligible. Only a very subtle sensation remained, and after a period of adjustment, Gisilpha found it difficult to discern this subtle feeling. A terrifying, habitual power. What changed Gisilpha's perception was Shenrua's blood-dripping ritual on Du Ying's sword. Du Ying's blood enveloped the drop of Gisilpha's blood, completely merging into the blade. Then, as the weapon was completed, a legendary-grade fabric brushed against the blade, and a radiance flowed from it. The blade hummed, trembling continuously in Shenrua's hand. Balin had never witnessed the creation of a divinely crafted weapon before. For an apprentice aspiring to become a top-tier craftsman, this was an event that filled him with unparalleled excitement. Balin covered his mouth with his trembling hand to prevent himself from shouting out loud in a rude manner. "Looks like it's quite successful. I sent it over for you to try," Shenrua said to Du Ying through the communication crystal. Shenrua and Du Ying arranged a meeting place, and they soon met in the underground of the Eternal Tower. "Try it out, see if it suits you." Shenrua tossed the sword to Du Ying. It was a hard sword. Shenrua had noticed that all the swords on the Dust Sand continent were hard swords. His short sword was only lighter, but it was still essentially a hard sword. The kind of swords from ancient times on Earth, with their thin blades that swayed with movement and required the infusion of true energy to change their shape at the moment of impact, had not been invented on the Dust Sand continent. Furthermore, because the various races that wield swords are all very tall, even human warriors are robust, the hard swords here are all too large and heavy for Shenrua. Since Du Ying is the swordsman, Shenrua determined the weight, thickness, and width of the sword according to Du Ying's swordsmanship habits. Du Ying caught the sword Shenrua threw to him, and smoothly executed several well-structured swings. With each swing, the blade faintly glowed. "Looks like a good sword," Du Ying exclaimed, "but what good effects will the Heavenly Fox's blood have?" "I don't know either, but as long as you don't feel any negative effects, it's a good effect," Shenrua said. "Actually, I just have an idea, but I'm not sure." "Tell me," Du Ying said. "First and foremost, it increases the sword's strength. This is easy to understand. After all, Gisilpha is a spirit-rank celestial fox, and a candidate at that, so his blood is certainly a high-quality material, if it can be used." Then Shenrua continued, explaining his thoughts. "Gisilpha's blood seems alive, so I think there must be some secret method that allows him to maintain a connection with it. This blood is the secret to his control over Tianshao. Of course, I broke free of it by removing the blood. If he could sense any change in the blood, I think he definitely wouldn't want to let go of the person who handled it, that is, me. So I need you to keep this a secret. Of course, you will definitely keep it a secret. After all, you're using this blood now, on your sword. It's fused with your blood." "Wait! Something doesn't sound right here." Du Ying realized the problem. What did Shenrua say when they asked how he obtained the blood? "I tell you after I forged the sword." Those were Shenrua's exact words. There was a trap here. Chapter 294. "Actually, I was thinking, if you had this sword, would it be possible to slightly reduce the influence of the candidate's mark? Shenrua added, noticing Du Ying's changing expression. Also, as a spirit-rank celestial fox, Gisilfa's passive charm is very strong. I wonder if using this sword would have even 1,000th of its effect. 1,000th? What good would that do? Du Ying felt somewhat helpless. For that 1,000th, he might be targeted by Gisilfa while holding this sword. It was definitely not worth it. But this sword was truly beautiful, and the feeling of using it made Du Ying reluctant to give it up. It's useful. Do you remember the auction where those 2 sacred relics were auctioned? Shenrua asked. Isn't that obvious? Du Ying was speechless. For such an important auction, we need several spirit rank members to return to the Tower of Eternity to ensure the safety of the auction items. I was there that day too. After the auction that day, Gisilfa walked along, and many passers-by couldn't help but kneel before him. That's his charm ability. It's a kind of mental influence, similar to intimidation. If this sword truly possessed the same power as Gisilfa, it would actually be less effective. Because it would make your opponent wary, confused about what was going on, and thus more focused, potentially unleashing even greater power. If it's only a fraction of that, the opponent would hardly notice the change, but at crucial moments, their confidence, influenced by the sword, could actually determine the outcome. Du Ying, as a swordsman, actually agreed with Shenrua's explanation. However, the outcome of such a close call likely meant the opponent was also a spirit rank cultivator. On the Dust Sand continent, the probability of spirit rank cultivators fighting was extremely low. Those who reached this level were often more focused on understanding the laws of nature and sensing the power left behind by the gods. They were also symbols of national and organizational strength, so their loss was rarely an isolated incident. However, now that the legendary cataclysmic event was approaching, the future was unpredictable. Even as one of the 10 spirit rank cultivators of the Dust Sand 10 Masters, Du Ying couldn't be certain he wouldn't face such an opponent in the future. Actually, you have a chance to try now, Shenrua said with a hint of slyness in his smile. Interested? Du Ying inwardly felt this was definitely not a good thing, but he couldn't deny that he was eager to try. A sword was certainly desirable, but he also needed a suitable opponent to truly enjoy it. But if we're talking about an opponent, isn't there one right in front of me? I can directly ask you to spar with me. Du Ying didn't refuse outright, but instead picked up her sword, intending to challenge Shenrua to a duel. No, I can't. Shenrua quickly refused. We signed a contract, so we can't really fight to our heart's content. Besides, this opportunity I'm thinking of could allow you to test even more. Tell me about it. Du Ying finally sheathed her sword. After things are settled here, I plan to go to the 1,000 desolate plains. Shenrua said, Tian Shui is actually the best guide, but we still have many issues to resolve. Shenrua meant no harm when he said this, but because of the rumors spread by Sains, Du Ying also believed them. Now, when Shenrua said, we still have many problems to solve, Du Ying completely misunderstood. Many problems? What problems? Du Ying laughed. Racial issues? But it's not really a problem. Tian Shui will definitely be the one who suffers. You know, you don't need children. I believe she'll still be beautiful when you die. This clearly meant that one of the purposes of having offspring is to have children in old age, so that one can have a relatively less difficult old age, especially for humans. Because humans cannot use magic, they must constantly strengthen their physical strength. As long as they are warriors or craftsmen. Although Shenrua's physique doesn't resemble that of warriors or craftsmen on the Dust Sand continent, in Du Ying's view, he could be both. Therefore, the physical ailments that humans inevitably experience as they age will definitely come their way. So, if he really wants to be with Tian Shui, he will definitely want a child to take care of him in the future. Why are you so rigid? Celestial foxes live much longer than humans, especially since Tian Shui is a near-spirit level cultivator. Shenrua shouldn't be worrying about this at all. What are you talking about? Shenrua understood. This was Saintson stirring up trouble. The information you have is completely wrong. Shenrua decided to correct Du Ying's thinking. Saintson is retaliating against me for selling the water elemental heart to Steelstone, a candidate for the Stone Elf race, at a low price. That's why he's spreading rumors that I like Tian Shui. It's not true at all. So what exactly happened? Du Ying, though not young, still had a keen sense of gossip. Tian Shui mainly wanted to use me, Shenrua sighed. I think it's because I wasn't initially influenced by her charm, which led her to assess my strength, and then because I appeared with Ling He. Anyway, it's too complicated to explain. Then why don't you talk about the many issues you two have to resolve? Du Ying smiled. Where to begin? Shenrua sensed this topic was unlikely to be easily avoided. We have to start with what she wants, but if we talk about it this way, we include you too. Du Ying was completely surprised that the conversation had turned to her. Me? No, I never had any contact with her. Everything I know about her is from what the crystal ball told me. I never actually met her in person. She joined the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization, so this naturally relates to us, Shenrua said. Because I see she hasn't given up on becoming the wise ruler of the Heavenly Fox clan. Returning to her old haunts, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for her. Is that so? Du Ying was completely unaware that Tian Shui had ever wanted to become the legendary wise leader of the Heavenly Fox clan, because although Tian Shui was beautiful, her beauty wasn't the aggressive kind. Moreover, Tianxue likes to highlight her weakness in order to achieve her goals. At the beginning, Longwei even thought about helping the weak Tianxue, even though he was actually weaker than her. Afterwards, Tianxue's attempts to get Lingyi and Shenrua to take her to the auction, and her subsequent plea for help, all began with a show of weakness. Although Shenrua and Lingyi didn't believe it at all, even Shenrua couldn't claim to be completely unaffected. After all, near-spirit level celestial foxes possess a passive charm effect. Even if Shenrua appeared unmoved, who would truly refuse a soft-spoken, seemingly charming celestial fox in such a rude manner? As long as Tianxue didn't actively display any aggressive intent, it was difficult for anything to intentionally oppose her. From this perspective, the king of soldiers, Heshi, was definitely among the top tier of those with strong willpower. Even when facing Tianxue, and with two other beautiful celestial foxes accompanying her, he still chose to resolve the issue through violence. Whether his actions were gentlemanly is debatable, but he was definitely capable of great things. At least, conventional honey traps would be ineffective against him. Although Shenrua was very polite to Tian Shui, she wasn't inherently susceptible to charm, which allowed her to objectively deduce Tian Shui's ambition to become king. You know Tian Shui's background. She's a descendant of Tian Hu and He. I think her ancestor Tian Hu must have been a very important figure in the Tian Hu clan, and quite possibly a spirit rank expert, Shenrua said, offering her speculation. She's always believed it should be an honor to become the wise ruler described in the heavenly poems. At least that's how I see it. But now the Tian Hu clan is under Gisilfa's rule. Even setting aside whether she can defeat Gisilfa, without the Tian Hu Jade, I think becoming a spirit rank expert is highly unlikely. So, I originally wanted to ask her to be my guide to the Thousand Desolations Plain, but then I felt it was inappropriate. Speaking of which, I actually think that Gisilfa can't continue to be the master of the Thousand Desolations Plain indefinitely. The reason is that he's a candidate, and candidates have certain limitations that you're unaware of. Regardless of whether he is killed in the process of competing with other candidates, or whether he cannot continue to be the master of the Thousand Desolate Plains due to the will of the gods, and Tianxue wants to return to be this wise ruler, how will you handle it? This was also something Shenrua was curious about, because during his probing in the Darkfall Kingdom, he sensed that the flame of Tianxue's desire had never been extinguished, even though she was already a member of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes was a neutral organization, and the leader of the Heavenly Fox clan naturally represented the power of the Heavenly Fox clan and the Thousand Desolate Plains on the Dust and Sand continent. For Tianxue and Tian Shao to obtain the protection of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes under the threat of Gisilfa's power, they would naturally need to sign a blood pact. But this blood pact should not include lifelong membership in the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Otherwise, she wouldn't still have any hope of becoming a wise leader. The leader of the Heavenly Fox clan would inevitably prioritize the Heavenly Fox clan, which already contradicts the neutral stance of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Our membership in the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes isn't for life, Du Ying said, but of course, all information about our organization that you obtained while you were a member of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes must be kept secret for life, and you must remain silent forever. Furthermore, unless you die in office, you need to find someone of equal strength to succeed you. They don't necessarily have to do the same work as you, but whether they can become a member of our organization depends on the conditions. The important thing is that she wants to become a wise leader, which warrants a crystal meeting. Shenrua hasn't been a member of the Dust and Sand 10 for long, and what he doesn't know is that although the Dust and Sand 10 maintain neutrality, their members share matters that might affect the continent's future at the crystal meeting. Then, some members will get involved because of their own interests. Of course, they won't actually influence the course of events. It's more about observing major events happening on the continent up close. For example, Du Ying is now thinking that the opportunity Shenrua mentioned is most likely about him taking his brand new sword to the Thousand Silence Plains, and incidentally, to find out what the 10 Absolutes think about a special member like Tian Shui wanting to leave the organization. In fact, in Du Ying's opinion, Shenrua could have just asked directly, because the information provided could actually be traded for a decent price. However, exchanging it for their thoughts on Tian Shui's potential departure seems too cheap. However, Du Ying couldn't be entirely certain. Perhaps Ju's opinion was just a bonus Shenrua was asking for. In Du Ying's view, Shenrua might truly want to trade for him to accompany him to the Thousand Desolate Plains, acting as a hired bodyguard, and incidentally, to find Gisilpha or some unfortunate near-spirit level celestial fox to test his newly acquired sword. In reality, whether Shenrua needed protection was a false premise. In Du Ying's view, Shenrua was simply trying to pique his interest in the Thousand Desolate Plains trip. After all, the exciting fun was already right in front of him. Chapter 295. Du Ying took out the crystal ball in front of Shenrua, and began to summon the 10 Absolutes online. I just learned something from Shenrua. Do you want to hear it? Du Ying asked. It should be something interesting. I am sleeping. A response came from the crystal ball. Tell me, hiss. The hissing sound came from Sainson. He actually thinks that Tianhu Tianxue has ambitions to become the ruler of Thousand Silence Plains. I find it a bit unbelievable, but he seems quite confident. Du Ying said. Well, it's not entirely without clues, hiss. Sainson said. I actually think she has such an idea, but she herself thinks it's absurd. If she really has the ability, letting her try wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't it be interesting? A near spirit rank Tianhu from the continent challenging a candidate's spirit rank. Ha ha ha. A spirit rank person joined the conversation from the crystal ball. We don't really have any stance, but why did Shenrua suddenly bring this up with Du Ying? Du Ying, did you really not do anything? Sion suddenly asked. He probably wants me to go to the Thousand Desolate Plains with him in place of Tian Shui, Du Ying said. My new sword used some of his materials, and I haven't negotiated with him yet. It sounds like you offered a decent price yourself. Shenrua directly joined the conversation using Du Ying's crystal ball. Actually, it's like this. I just wanted to go sightseeing in the Thousand Desolate Plains because I saw murals in a temple beneath the abyss. The god of fire element worshipped in the abyss isn't actually the true remnant will of a deity, so I wanted to see what the true dwelling place of the remnant will of the god of fire element is like. Originally, Tianxue would have been the best guide, but isn't the Thousand Desolate Plains under Gisilpha's rule now? I think she might feel homesick. Besides, Du Ying still owes me some money for materials and information, so I asked him to protect me, and that settled the debt. By the way, you won't lose out either. Shenrua added to Du Ying. Didn't you want me to train your artisans and improve their skills? I take 2 apprentices with me. That sounds like the biggest loss. Du Ying retorted angrily. Your current persona is that of a high-ranking human after being injured. You still have some ability to protect yourself. Besides, we all know your strength. You're taking 2 human apprentices with you. Hey, they be your exclusive artisans from now on anyway. You're not losing out at all. Another member of the 10 Absolutes, Heshiel, chimed in. I think we should bring Tianxue too, Sainson said. That's a great opportunity. What good opportunity? Yuki asked. If she realizes she has no chance, then she should honestly do her best for the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand. If she can truly fight to prove herself a cunning heavenly fox, then let her do what she wants. Sain said, we're not some organization with a lifelong commitment. Besides, if she really wants to leave us, we can't do it without paying the price for the deal. We won't lose either way. Most importantly, we can watch the show. Aren't you happy? It's like the actors are paying us to watch. Sain's words resonated with the 10 Absolutes. After Shenrua explained that the blood-controlling Tian Shao had been extracted, Yuki said, Sain's, and I already guessed this when we were researching that drop of blood. Because there's no rumor of any conflict or contact between you and Gisilpha on the continent. For a human attacker to survive a fight with a candidate from the Skyfox clan would be explosive news. So it's not hard to guess where you got this drop of blood. Even if Tianxue is no longer a member of the organization in the future, her sister can still stay. And I guess she probably won't want to return to the Thousand Desolate Plains. Shenrua had also considered this. Because Tian Shao experienced the torture that Tianxue didn't suffer, she was captured on the Thousand Desolate Plains. Perhaps staying in the Eternal Tower would be more acceptable to her than returning to the Thousand Desolate Plains. Moreover, psychologically speaking, if Tian Shao were to take over Tianxue's work in the future, she might do a better job and have a stronger sense of belonging to the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. Actually, you wanted Tianxue to be your guide from the beginning, right? Sainz asked Shenrua. That's quite a roundabout way of thinking. I did have that thought. Shenrua readily admitted. Du Ying asked me to forge a sword for him, and I even lost a lot of materials. Overall, it's a fair trade. In that case, I send a letter to Tian Shui, asking her to act as your guide into the 1,000 desolate plains. However, you still need to settle the normal fees for dispatching members. Ji Lingongji participated in the meeting. He was clearly the Spirit Rank 10 Master responsible for dispatching Tian Shui. For the Dust and Sand 10 Masters, the exchange of gold coins was relatively minor. Shenrua had already made preparations for going to the 1,000 desolate plains, so the ones truly surprised by this should be Tian Shui and the 2 human apprentice craftsmen. The 1,000 desolate plains was arguably the first place named Shenrua repeatedly encountered after arriving on the Dust and Sand continent, largely due to the presence of the celestial fox jade. In reality, it was a frigid plateau, but the celestial foxes, capable of wielding fire elemental power, and with fur protecting their ears and feet, lived there quite contentedly. When the apprentice Balance saw Shenrua again, he no longer considered him an amateur sent to instruct an expert. Now, he was not only extremely respectful, but also readily agreed to Shenrua's suggestion to take him, and another apprentice named Kaji to the 1,000 desolate plains. Kaji, however, couldn't contain his confusion and asked Shenrua, "Master, what are we going to do in the 1,000 desolate plains? Won't going there interfere with our blacksmithing lessons?" Shenrua smiled and said to Kaji, "There's a saying in my hometown, a magic sword doesn't delay the woodcutting work. When you understand this saying, you be close to becoming a good craftsman." He didn't object to these 2 apprentices treating him as a blacksmith's master to teach them blacksmithing. In fact, apart from the celestial foxes, few other races now enter the 1,000 desolate plains because the business environment there isn't good. Although there are some special products, apart from adventurers, no one goes there specifically to collect them. Gisilfa wants to increase the celestial fox's income to purchase expensive magical items and weapons, so he has assigned special celestial foxes to guard the production areas of these special products. Currently, most of the products circulating in the 1,000 desolate plains on the market are brought out by the celestial foxes for trade, rather than collected by other races. Even with a wig, Shenrua's group still looked somewhat odd on the 1,000 desolate plains. On the Dust Sand continent, there didn't seem to be a tourism industry as prevalent as on their home planet Earth in ancient times. The various races on the continent didn't seem to consider sightseeing as a primary purpose of travel. Therefore, a celestial fox, a Heshi, and 3 humans traveling towards the 1,000 desolate plains would appear rather strange. Kaji had designated Shenrua as a craftsman, and they still needed to resolve the identities of Duing and Tian Shui. Having a celestial fox as a guide was perfectly normal, but what was unusual was that Tian Shui, even among the celestial foxes, was one of the most beautiful. Therefore, Tian Shui not only wore a headscarf, but also a thick veil covering her face, obscuring even her features. However, even with only her eyes visible, the beautiful celestial fox's eyes were still stunning. Tian Shui also wore an outfit that was very unflattering, seemingly her preparation for entering the 1,000 desolate plains. Duing didn't bother with any disguises. Aside from a storage armband, he carried nothing and dressed very casually. However, before setting off, he couldn't help but ask Shenrua through the crystal ball, "Honestly, you're not really hiring me to deal with the Celestial Fox Clan candidates, are you? Aren't you candidates in competition? The Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes are a neutral organization. If I go to deal with Gisilfa, wouldn't that disrupt the order of their Celestial Fox Clan?" Shenrua retorted, "Do you think my blood pact was signed for nothing? You don't understand blood pacts, eh?" Saintson's crystal lit up. "Our neutrality is relative to the continental powers. Regarding the candidates, we can choose, because this is a matter of divine law, and it's not the same as our stance towards the various forces on the continent. Are you trying to incite me? To make me compete and become the winner?" Shenrua asked, puzzled. "How can you use such a harsh and derogatory word as incite?" Sainson said. "I'm just explaining the limitations of our contract to you. Don't be naive. I just really want to see the 1,000 desolate plains," Shenrua sighed. "I never seen highland scenery before. Although the highland scenery here would obviously not be simply similar to the highland scenery of her home planet Earth, judging from the murals and Sainson's 3-dimensional continental model, the 1,000 desolate plains was a plateau with a landscape very different from other places Shenrua had visited on the continent. Actually, it's a good idea to go and take a look," Duing said. "The fire there is said to be able to be brought out in special containers, and used as the kindling for each time the furnace is lit, resulting in weapons of exceptionally high quality. Isn't your workshop using this kind of fire?" Shenrua was surprised to hear Duying's words. "The Eternal Tower isn't that far from the 1,000 desolate plains, is it? The fire there can't be used casually, you need permission from the god who controls the fire elements, otherwise the fire won't enter the container, Doing told Shinruo. It's said to be of even higher quality than dragon fire. The flames and containers are produced by the Celestial Fox clan, so if you want fire, you must first find a container. That sounds quite interesting, Shinruo said. Then if we just ignite the flames directly to forge weapons, wouldn't those weapons be incredibly powerful? That place is the Celestial Fox clan's sacred ground. I never been there, so don't act like I should know everything about it. We can ask Tian Shui along the way after we set off. Du Ying finished speaking and left the crystal meeting. The next time Du Ying's voice was heard, it was already at their agreed-upon meeting point. Chapter 296. The Thousand Desolate Plains is the highest plateau on the dust and sand continent. While not very far from the Eternal Tower, the path to the plateau is arduous. Moreover, the plateau's climate is a veritable song of ice and fire. On parts of the plateau, blazing flames erupt, melting rocks and creating heat currents that, over time, form rivers of fire. Near these rivers of fire, it's easy to mine crystals imbued with fire elemental energy. Besides this, the Thousand Desolate Plains contains icy caves. When the water elemental energy from the continent's air reaches this place, a chilling aura causes it to gradually condense, forming an ice-covered landscape over millions of years. When the wind shifts and brings the heat of the flames, the windward side of this ice melts first, gradually creating caves with icicles dripping from the ceiling. The Celestial Fox settlements are scattered around the fiery geothermal zone, winding above the Thousand Desolate Plains along rivers formed by melting ice caves. There's more than one path into the Thousand Desolate Plains, but most races on the continent take the easiest route. However, now every path is subject to routine checks by Celestial Foxes. This is because Gisilfa doesn't trust the other races of this world, and his trust in the Celestial Foxes isn't based on trust, but rather on the subjugating power of the Celestial Fox Jade. Furthermore, the Celestial Fox race hasn't produced a spirit rank Celestial for many years. Even disregarding the branding, the effects of the Celestial Fox Jade make Gisilfa's power surpass that of other Celestial Foxes. He doesn't have a good reputation on the continent right now. Firstly, he's already engaged in a small battle with the Frost Serpent clan. Following that, it's said that the Celestial Fox clan launched a surprise attack on the Horn Tribe's Washan Kingdom, a recent event. Gisilfa's strategy remains blitzkrieg. The Horn Tribe hasn't produced a spirit rank cultivator for many years. While they have produced spirit rank cultivators in their history, their numbers are few. This information was given to Shinruo by the swordswoman Heshi, Du Ying, on their journey to the Thousand Silence Plains. Along the way, Tian Shui walked in front, accompanied by another near spirit rank Heshi, also a member of the Dust Sand 10 Absolutes organization. This was Du Ying's arrangement. Walking in the middle were two young human apprentices. Shinruo taught them the most basic breathing techniques. The younger they started training, the better the results. These two young human apprentices were 7 years old, equivalent to a 15-year-old boy on their home planet Earth. In Shinruo's eyes, they were already quite old, but Shinruo hadn't originally intended to cultivate them as martial arts prodigies. Because martial arts training requires both innate talent and aptitude, even in the interstellar travel era on Earth, where most metaphysical elements can be trained through scientific digitization, it's still impossible to fully quantify and summarize them. Shinruo simply wanted to fulfill his promise to Du Ying, to elevate the two boys' potential as craftsmen to a higher level. Therefore, the journey to the Thousand Desolate Plains was essentially a process of increasing training difficulty. Initially, they walked on flat ground. As the slope increased and the climate changed, the two boys had to maintain stable breathing and a consistent pace. This was to train their mastery of the circulation of qi. Shinruo didn't keep this training method a secret from Du Ying. He could tell Du Ying was very interested in it. Du Ying wasn't a mage. Among the spirit rank Shinruo knew, most, except for Du Ying, were skilled in magic, such as Junjie and the King of Soldiers, Heshi. No matter how high their martial arts skills, they were essentially mages. But Du Ying was different. Heshi, a spirit rank known for his martial arts, was more able to see the intricacies of Shinruo's training method. Is this how you train them? Du Ying asked. It's a method I hadn't considered, but it seems very suitable for them. The human body's physical capabilities have a limit. Simply pursuing increased strength makes it difficult to break through to higher ranks. Because they don't rely on magical transformations as their primary attack method, Du Ying understood why humans easily get stuck at the higher ranks. Shinruo's training method showed him another way of thinking, because this training method was much more sustainable than simply increasing intensity. If this breathing pattern becomes a habit, Even without training, the body might unconsciously maintain a training-like state through breathing. However, this maintenance is still slightly less intense than rigorous training. But for beings like humans with limited lifespans, this is already a way to gain more cultivation time. Is this the cultivation method of the world where the human candidates reside? Doing wondered, feeling that she could find some inspiration in it. Shenruo and Doing trailed behind the group, maintaining a certain distance from the four in front. Shenruo's role this time was that of a client, although Doing was the one paying. Therefore, Tian Shui and the near-spirit rank hermit, along with another hermit named Li Qin, each rode their mounts at a slow pace, intending to wait for the two human apprentices behind them to catch up on foot. If a passerby knew they were part of the same group, it would appear as blatant abuse of the two human youths. However, Shenruo insisted that this was an important part of their training. Having witnessed Shenruo's craftsmanship, the two youths dared not question his training methods, and could only do their best to comply. While Shenruo and Du Ying's flying chariot moved at a snail's pace, they still had the leisure to chat idly within its confines. Gisilfa's attack on the Washan Kingdom, it probably didn't yield any results, right? Upon hearing the latest developments regarding the Heavenly Fox clan, Shenruo asked Doing directly. Doing nodded. That's true. I heard the sacred relic of the Washan Kingdom has been exchanged with the stone spirit candidate. The king of Washan didn't put up much resistance against Gisilfa, only stating that it was first come, first served, and not that he favored any particular candidate. That king is quite cunning, but his choice was wise. Speaking of which, you seem to have some connection with this stone spirit candidate. You know Gisilfa didn't gain anything. It seems he already told you he obtained the sacred relic of Washan. Saying he gained nothing isn't quite right. Gisilfa also got some unimportant things from Washan, and some money. By the way, does that stone spirit know your identity? Doing asked several questions. Of course, he doesn't know my identity. Shenruo said, if I hadn't acted on instinct regarding the flower planting master incident, causing things to develop in a direction I didn't want, I wouldn't have wanted your identities to be known. Of course, now it seems this isn't a bad thing. Of course it's not a bad thing. Doing said, we are a very fair, just, and neutral spirit rank. I'm already one of them, so I can't refute such praise, Shenruo said. Doing replied without any modesty, of course. Then, he remembered another question. Speaking of which, Gisilfa has so far only targeted weaker opponents with small-scale battles. He can't possibly expect to gather all the items the gods require that way, can he? You're asking me? Shenruo asked doubtfully. How would I know? You really don't care at all about their strategies? Doing found it hard to believe. Shenruo smiled. I can't say I don't care at all about their movements and strategies, but I really can't care about Gisilfa, because he doesn't care about me either, and he doesn't pay much attention to me. I don't care much about him either. His strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. Could you candidates tell me how you assess the situation? Doing asked. I can't speak for the other candidates, can I? Shenruo said. I can let you hear my opinion, but it can't always be you asking me questions. That doesn't fit the principles of our 10 absolutes. How about we make a deal? Tell me what's the deal with the nickname Brother D. Shenruo hadn't forgotten that when he had a simple sparring match with Doing, L had egged him on from the sidelines, and called Doing Brother D, which made Doing very angry. You, bold human, not many dare ask me such a question. But never mind, it's not something I can't talk about. Du Ying's face initially flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, but he quickly suppressed it. It seemed that only Elhidi's words truly displeased him. It turned out that Elhidi and Doing were both Hishi from the same branch of the Hishi race, but Elhidi's lineage was slightly higher. Doing was older than Elhidi, but Elhidi was the successor of the 10 Great Dust and Sand, making him one of the 10 spirit rank members of the 10 Great Dust and Sand before Doing. Elhidi mostly learned about Doingti from his uncles. Doingti and Elhidi's uncles were very close when they were children, as were their childhood Hishi friends. The groundhog was a rare and incredibly stupid creature found in the wild near their branch of the tribe. However, when they were young, one of their friends heard a rumor that whoever could hunt a groundhog would become a powerful hunter worthy of the title. Doing believed this rumor, which was only circulated among children, and after much effort, finally found a groundhog. The groundhog was actually quite cute. So Doing couldn't bring himself to hunt it. Instead, he brought it back to his friends, proudly declaring himself their lord of the groundhog. This groundhog became Du Ying's pet for a time, and it was incredibly stupid. In short, a foolish thing from his unforgettable childhood. Shenruo then realized that the saying a person who isn't a bit of a goofball in their youth is wasting their life also applied perfectly to Hishi. During their casual conversation, Shenruo and her group arrived at a very simple settlement. This settlement was predominantly inhabited by humans, and behind it lay a forest of leaves with alternating red and yellow foliage. This was the site of an extremely difficult ancient path leading to the 1,000 desolate plains. The advantage of this path was that, due to its treacherous nature, there were no celestial foxes responsible for questioning and checking the identities of those entering and leaving. Although the settlement was predominantly human, a small number of celestial foxes also resided there, but they were all relatively weak. Gisilpha probably didn't think much of the celestial foxes in this settlement, and therefore hadn't sent any to establish his rule. Moreover, this place wasn't part of the 1,000 desolate plains and had little productive output. Even among the celestial fox clan, few knew that any celestial foxes lived here. However, Tian Shui knew everything. Chapter 297. The road from the main road to the human settlement was a narrow forest path, just wide enough for a small flying vehicle, the same size as the one Shenruo and Du Ying were riding in. From the moment they entered the forest path, the color of the leaves changed. Yellow and red hues were interspersed among the green. After reaching the settlement, further along the path, the forest was completely bare. Tian Shui dismounted, found a resident in the settlement, and knocked on the door. "It's you?" The celestial fox inside was slightly surprised and delighted. The fact that she didn't fail to recognize Tian Shui despite her heavily disguised appearance showed that this was a celestial fox familiar with her. Shenruo and Du Ying exchanged a glance. It seemed that Dong Ji of the Plant Spirit clan had hinted at something in the letter he sent to Tian Shui. Or perhaps the letter contained no hints at all, and Tian Shui simply wanted to make the journey smoother, which was why she sought out a familiar celestial fox. Upon entering the home of the celestial fox clan, they were served a simple meal, mostly meat dishes to suit the celestial fox clan's preferences, along with some sweet-smelling water. "So, you're here to take these people up the Eternal Tower because you accepted a quest, not to return? That makes sense. You're no match for him now." Shenruo closed her eyes to rest, but she still heard the female celestial fox, who greeted them rambling on to Tian Shui. "We can walk the regular path up the mountain, but those humans probably can't. We have to take another route. Here's the magic stone to open the door. Please keep it safe," the female celestial fox concluded. Then came Tian Shui's footsteps. She pulled up a chair and sat down next to Shenruo, saying, "Don't overthink it. I just feel it's what I should do." Shenruo didn't open his eyes or answer. Tian Shui had already suspected something about Tian Zhao's situation, and was even 80 to 90% certain that Shenruo had helped Tian Zhao break free from control. However, since Shenruo wouldn't admit it, Tian Shui couldn't continue the conversation. Was Tian Shui using this incident to cover up her seeking help from her old subordinates, or was she simply trying her best to fulfill Shenruo's employment request as a way of expressing her gratitude? After Tian Shui said this, Shenruo was momentarily confused. "When do we leave?" Du Ying, who had appeared unnoticed, asked Tian Shui from the side. Tian Shui was also surprised. She didn't know Du Ying's true identity, only that she was a powerful martial artist named He, and like her, had been hired by Shenruo. However, she didn't understand. No matter how she looked at it, she shouldn't be more familiar with her than she and Shenruo. Furthermore, her own strength was near the spirit rank. Even with a high-priced mission posted in the Eternal Tower, it would be difficult to hire a spirit rank bodyguard. Like Steelstone and Saintson, they accepted missions in the Eternal Tower for their own reasons, and they didn't accept them based on their spirit rank strength. Their strength was later revealed only because of an accident during the mission. If they didn't use their true strength, they might die during the mission. In that situation, they could only do their best. Therefore, in Tian Shui's eyes, she, without revealing her strength, was at most a near spirit rank cultivator. In her view, the task of guarding the enemy should have been her priority, since she didn't seem to have done anything to offend Shenruo. However, Tian Shui always felt she couldn't understand Shenruo, this human. The most incomprehensible thing was that he seemed unaffected by charm, not only by her own charm, but also by the combined charm of Gisilpha and the Heavenly Fox clan. That influence was something even Ling He found difficult to resist. What Shenruo and Du Ying didn't know was that Dong Ji didn't hint at anything to Tian Shui, only telling her that if, after returning to the 1,000 desolate plains, she felt a stronger sense of belonging to the Heavenly Fox clan than to being one of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, then she could choose to leave the organization. However, leaving the organization required fulfilling all the necessary conditions. Furthermore, Dong Ji feigned concern, urging Tian Shui to observe Shenruo closely and provide the 10 absolutes of dust and sand with more information about this human. After all, Even with his internal injuries, this human was the only one who seemed to have broken through to a higher level, and he always seemed to possess high-quality weapons. He could be courted if necessary. This also laid a natural foundation for Tianxue accepting Shenruo's hired mission. Tianxue was completely unaware that Shenruo had become one of the 10 greats, let alone that she was traveling with 2 of them. She was somewhat uneasy, a mix of trepidation and uncertainty. However, the man before her, she, seemed to have become the team leader, which made Tianxue, already somewhat agitated, a little uncomfortable. But Du Ying hadn't done anything wrong, so Tianxue could only suppress her displeasure and answer him, "Rest tonight. We set off first thing tomorrow morning. We take a secret passage. There's a resting point left by our branch before." There was no clear path leading up the mountain in the dense forest. It was all about experience and biological indicators. Tianxue was clearly not a first-timer here. The celestial fox below the mountain didn't follow them. Shenruo walked along the path and asked Tianxue, "How long has it been since you used that secret passage you mentioned?" "It's generally not opened. The last time I used it was when I last came out of the 1,000 desolate plains. I was thinking, could we avoid the secret passage and take the difficult ancient path instead? What do you think?" Shenru asked. "The secret passage is well prepared, with simple accommodations." Tianxue didn't understand. "We can certainly go up the ancient path, though it's not really an ancient path, since it wasn't truly built, it's just barely passable. But these 2 you brought." As she spoke, Tianxue glanced at the 2 apprentices, Balant and Kaji. "We still have 40 or 50 days to go. Can they handle it? I teach them a cultivation method, that should be enough." Shenruo thought for a moment. Although it was unlikely they could master the Kundalini meditation in such a short time, this ancient Eastern method of spiritual heat cultivation was most easily achieved in the harsh, cold highlands. However, the dust sand continent lacked the interstellar-era technological guidance system of its home planet Earth, allowing cultivators to accurately find those sensations known in ancient times as metaphysics, meditation, entering samadhi, meridian heat flow, dantian qi. Whether they could achieve them, and to what extent, depended entirely on talent. However, when a person is in a state of extreme condition, there is a chance that they can unlock their original talent and break through their limit. If not, Shenruo has other plans. But why leave the perfectly good secret passage unused? Tianxue didn't understand. "The celestial fox who received you, does she have any family?" Shenruo suddenly asked. "This?" Tianxue was stumped by Shenruo's question. "That place doesn't usually have many guests, but she doesn't need to find anything to receive us. The daily necessities are just there, not like she lives there herself, but she's the only one there." Shenruo said, "I hope I'm just overthinking it. Do you think that even if Jisilfa can't sense the celestial fox jade fragment on you, he really give up on this lead?" Du Ying was shocked by Shenruo's words. "You mean, Jisilfa might still be watching Tianxue all along, and that the celestial foxes she might contact on her way back to the 1,000 desolate plains have already been controlled by Jisilfa? Do such celestial foxes exist?" It's no wonder Du Ying asked this, because the celestial fox clan isn't known for its cunning. Many of their thoughts are driven by instinct. On Shenruo's original home planet, Earth, while the phrase cunning as a fox might describe someone as shrewd and cunning, foxes on Earth are actually no more intelligent than humans. Of course, the celestial foxes on the dust sand continent are an intelligent race, and cannot be compared to the unawakened foxes on Earth. However, based on Shenruo's interactions and observations, the celestial foxes were indeed not the type adept at intellectual combat. "It's hard to say, because Jisilfa is a candidate," Shenruo said. "Don't use stereotypes to consider him." Du Ying remained silent. He knew Shenruo was right, because Shenruo was human, yet he still managed to defeat a spirit-rank plant spirit. This would be unimaginable even for the most elite high-ranking humans on the continent. Wasn't it precisely because they were limited by this kind of thinking that they hadn't considered the possibility of human candidates? However, these things couldn't be discussed in front of Tianxue, the near-spirit level Hexalycan, and the 2 youths, so Du Ying expressed his agreement with silence. Tianxue sensed this atmosphere, and realized that Shenruo and Du Ying probably thought her choice of a more comfortable secret passage carried some risk. The entrance to the secret passage was still some distance away from them. Previously, to ensure the secret passage remained functional, Tianxue had left the 1,000 desolate plains from another direction in the forest, and hadn't come to this settlement. Actually, she had come here to obtain the key to the secret passage. The hidden doors in both the 1,000 desolate plains direction, and this direction were one way from the inside out. To enter from the outside, one had to find the celestial fox, who held the key. The interior of the secret passage was also a refuge, containing important legacies related to her Celestial Fox clan lineage left to her by her elders. She didn't want to believe Shinruo's suggestion, but she couldn't gamble on it either. More importantly, Shinruo was the employer on this trip. Actually, finding out is quite simple, Shinruo said. Once we reach the 1,000 Desolate Plains, we find a way to check if there's an ambush at the other exit of the secret passage. Shinruo was right. The exit of the secret passage and the so-called ancient path, which seemed to lead nowhere, connected different locations on the 1,000 Desolate Plains. If the two you brought are alright, I have no objections, Tianxue finally said. Then I trouble you to lead the way. The mounts and flying chariots were left in the human settlement. Tianxue and Heshili Ken led the way, the human apprentices walked in the middle, and Shinruo and Duing brought up the rear. After dinner and setting up camp, Shinruo began teaching the two apprentices. Duing listened with great interest, not forgetting to ask Shinruo, "You just pass on your cultivation methods like this, and you're not afraid I overhear? That's strange." Shinruo didn't understand. Didn't you also want me to find disciples to inherit my skills? Although those two are a little lacking. They're probably more than a little lacking, aren't they? Duing said, I understood the method you described, and I tried it. This method won't work for you, Shinruo said, but you can try to observe the chi I mentioned, and follow the positions I drew for Heshi and Shisha before. Oh, you might not be able to handle chi either, dark elemental power. Shinruo's words were incomplete, but Duing, as a spirit rank cultivator, possessed a comprehension far superior to the two human apprentices. He stepped aside and tried it, seemingly gaining some insight. However, Shinruo also knew that the meridians he had found were only a portion. Simply guiding the dark elemental force along these routes wouldn't complete a full cycle. He and Zhizh's patterns blossomed as their strength increased. Du Ying's actions were merely a review of the process of dark elemental force traveling from its initial location within the body, from the lower ranks to the spirit rank. While this review could provide new insights, achieving significant improvement would likely be difficult. Chapter 298. There are more than one school of Kundalini meditation. One type, like Vajra chanting, requires the practitioner to understand some ancient Eastern philosophies and incantations from their home planet, Earth. Shinruo couldn't possibly teach Kundalini meditation to his two apprentices in this way under the current time and conditions. He taught them a very direct method of visualizing flames and contemplating subtle points. Simultaneously, he used acupuncture to help them gain a more direct understanding of acupoints, meridians, and subtle points. After that, it was up to them to practice and visualize repeatedly on their own. Persist until you feel you can't withstand the cold anymore, then put on clothes with fire element crystals, Shinruo said. Also, don't forget the rhythm of your breathing. After explaining everything, Shinruo got up and left the two apprentices' tent with Duing. You're really comfortable letting them learn on their own, Duing said. Yes, there's a risk of going astray. Shinruo agreed with Du Ying's assessment, but here there were no scientific systems or machine assistants to aid teaching, and the technology tree was completely different from their home planet, Earth. It all depends on the two apprentices' determination and talent in becoming top-tier craftsmen, or in grasping that tiny chance to surpass higher levels. Then why are you so confident? Duing asked. The cultivation method I learned has become controllable in the era I came here. I can't explain this to you. The conditions here are different from the world I came from before. We could only use methods from a time before this method existed in history. Back then, this cultivation method had uncontrollable aspects. Mainly, if he couldn't meditate and visualize correctly, if he couldn't imagine his body in his consciousness and illuminate specific areas, he might fail. However, even if I fail, I should be able to save him, and his life won't be greatly affected. He can still continue working as an ordinary craftsman. But if he wants to cultivate the method I gave him, it will be impossible. Regarding what would happen if he made a mistake in cultivation, Shinruo wasn't entirely confident. On his home planet Earth, the system he learned included methods for resolving problems that arose during cultivation, so Shinruo was relatively confident in saving him. However, Shinruo didn't actually know if the apprentices could continue cultivating. There were legends of people accidentally becoming powerful figures. But those were stories. In Shinruo's era, with stable and controllable auxiliary cultivation systems, no one would attempt such a potentially fatal cultivation method. Therefore, for the safety of his two apprentices, Shinruo decided that if they couldn't correctly practice the Kundalini meditation, or if any problems arose along the way, they would be simply deemed unsuitable to cultivate his skills, thus eliminating the need for further explanation. The road to the 1,000 Desolate Plains was difficult and long abandoned, but with Tian Shui and the near spirit level He Shili clearing the way, it was still traversable. They advanced by day, and at night, Duing would use her sword and magic to carve out 3 suitable campsites. Shenruo would inquire about the 2 apprentices' training progress and provide them with some additional simple exercises. Shenruo had also taught these exercises to 2 other human wilderness hunters, but for those hunters, these exercises were used in conjunction with medicine to improve their chronic illnesses, while for the apprentices, they were for strengthening their bodies. This was also to prevent physical problems that might arise after they engaged in high-intensity, repetitive labor in the future. To the apprentices, Shenruo was an excellent but peculiar craftsman. His teaching and training consisted of movements mimicking breathing rhythms, with a constant emphasis on the importance of breathing. As they continued their ascent towards the 1,000 desolate plains, the 2 youths finally experienced the effectiveness of this breathing method. They persevered through what they initially felt was far beyond their physical capabilities. Although they could see that the other 4 in the group were simply accommodating their pace, otherwise, the group would have progressed much faster. However, Shenruo and Duing were not in a hurry. At night, Duing and Shenruo shared a tent, a magical tent prepared by Duing, designed to prevent sounds from being heard outside. This was so they could stay informed about events in the Eternal Tower through the crystal ball. Additionally, the 10 absolutes of dust and sand often shared information they felt didn't necessarily require a transaction to disclose. After the holy flame was taken away by the Lord of the Holy Sea, nothing particularly noteworthy happened in the Tower of Eternity, or even throughout the entire dust and sand continent. Of course, it can't be said that nothing happened at all. Perhaps something did occur, but it was very secretive. The 10 absolutes of dust and sand are not an omniscient and omnipotent organization on the continent, and news might not have reached the Tower of Eternity. Furthermore, there was another matter, which, although it occurred, was already within the expectations of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, so it wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. However, this was no small matter in the dust and sand continent. The high priest of the Holy Sea, the Star Spirit Master, had passed away due to an incurable illness. Spiritual beings on the continent rarely succumb to illness after achieving their spiritual advancement, unless they suffer from incurable internal injuries sustained before reaching the spiritual rank. Even then, those with such injuries often struggle to cross the spiritual rank threshold. This is because pain is a constant companion during their comprehension of laws and elemental power transformations, making it difficult to concentrate on experiencing it. More than comprehension and the leap to the spiritual rank, they crave pain relief. Therefore, most outsiders didn't believe the high priest of the Star Spirit's death was due to illness, speculating that he suffered irreversible mental damage from insufficient preparation during his battle with the holy demonic fire. However, Shenruo knew more. He knew that there was an even greater possibility for the high priest of the Star Spirit's death, that he had touched upon the laws of the gods, altering the life and death of those whose future had been seen. This wasn't necessarily something the high priest of the Light Star Spirits actively orchestrated, but the person he saw was Zizia, and Zizia, able to deduce from the high priest's attitude that his life or death was inevitably related to the survival of the Holy Sea. Furthermore, due to the involvement of candidates Zizia and He-Shi, Zizia further narrowed down the matter to the possibility that Zizia and He-Shi, who had returned from the Demon King's city, were indeed mentally influenced, or even controlled. Therefore, he actively stirred things up, using the near spirit rank as a springboard to rouse the evil will, causing it to change its original plans against the Holy See. Even if the Holy See knew that Zizia had altered the most crucial process, a change that could potentially affect the laws and the High Priest of the Starry Sky, it couldn't stop him. This was because Zizia was not only saving himself, but also helping the Holy See avoid an attack by the evil will. Although the original plan of the Holy Sea's Lord and the High Priest of the Starry Sky was to let the attack occur, and then, after the spirit rank Zizia, who was lurking within the Holy See, attack Zizia, they would activate the pre-prepared traps. They hoped this would wipe out the flying attack force that appeared out of nowhere in the images related to the evil will, as well as the other entities lurking within the Holy See. However, this approach carried risks. First, setting up defenses and magical traps without leaking information was extremely difficult. Furthermore, subsequent events proved that the evil will could continue to corrupt entities not originally under its control even after leaving the abyss. How exactly the evil will did this, and how many spirit rank or near spirit rank individuals it could control at once, remained unknown. The changes caused by Zizia's actions, which alerted the enemy, proved that the scenario they envisioned, in practice, might not be entirely under the Holy Sea's control once the future, as foreseen by the High Priest of the Light Star Spirit, was reached. Especially in the Light Star Disk incident, they were unprepared for the appearance of the Holy Demonic Fire. And the fact that this demon was able to directly use the light star disc it had obtained, employing mental techniques that even the high priest of the light star spirit couldn't easily execute, made the Holy See's leader realize that their initial plan had been far too naive. Although the high priest of the light star spirit was beyond recovery from the use of mental magic, and was also critically injured by the laws of prophecy, as the head of the Holy See, he might have had reservations about Zija's actions, but he couldn't criticize him. Not only could he not, but he even had to commend Zija's actions. Because it was Zija who obtained the method from Junji to deal with Zija and Nahishi affected by the demons, and it was Zija's attempt that saved the Holy See from potentially enormous losses. In this process, Zija had played every card he could. The high priest of the light star spirit's death was within Shirju's expectations, not only because Shinrua shared what he knew, but also because the Holy See spared no expense in seeking the healing sap from the plant spirit clan. A life for a life. This was the only way to save the high priest of the light star spirit. The laws of prophecy, if they alter the future related to the life and death of the prophesied, may also come at the cost of life itself. It is also a law of life for life. The most famous member of the plant spirit clan, and the one who runs a medical clinic, is naturally Plant Tree. Therefore, Plant Tree received the Holy See's request for help immediately. Unfortunately, the plant spirit clan's healing sap only secretes when the plant spirit is single-mindedly focused on saving the other person with their own life. It's useless if they simply need gold coins or treasures. Shinrua had actually sensed a life or death possibility in Zija's future when the celestial spirit priests showed him that fragments of his future might be crucial. He wasn't sure if it was right or wrong, correct or incorrect, for him to have Zija see these fragments with other celestial spirit priests. Even if these celestial spirit priests saw Zija's future, they could choose to remain silent. However, because Zija's life or death was directly related to the Holy See's survival, they couldn't choose to do so. Shinrua sighed and, after the crystal meeting ended, took out the complete celestial spirit scales from his earring. Chapter 299. After obtaining the light star disc, some of the 10 absolutes, all at the spirit rank, expressed a desire to see it to Shinrua. However, Shinrua felt there was no need to specifically display it. Such an act reminded him of a scene from a famous novel on his home planet Earth. After acquiring the light star disc, Shinrua did not intend to hand it over to the Holy See, even though doing so might garner praise. However, according to his understanding of the rules of the Dust Sand continent, the light star disc, since being stolen by the holy demon Fire, was no longer effectively the property of the Holy See. If the Eternal Tower were to return the sacred relic to the Holy See, it would only be because these were two organizations with significant influence on the continent, comparable to, or even exceeding, many small and medium-sized countries. The return would resemble a ceremony, a diplomatic maneuver. Beneath the surface of this exchange, the Holy See should also offer a certain gift of gratitude, at least not significantly less valuable than the light star disc itself. However, because the light star disc held immense symbolic significance for the Holy See, if the 10 absolutes of Dust Sand claimed ownership of it, they would certainly be able to obtain the benefits they desired. Therefore, if Shinrua hadn't become one of the 10 absolutes, or hadn't made the request, and the 10 absolutes of Dust and Sand had obtained the Radiant Star Disc entirely through their own strength, the transaction between the Eternal Tower and the Holy See would definitely have occurred. However, after Shinrua explained that the Radiant Star Disc was an item designated for collection by the gods, and that he had exchanged the blessing of the god of space for the opportunity to separate the sacred demonic fire from his mental magic, the spirit rank members were all understanding. What intrigued them most was the blessing from the god of space, as the gods remaining will have reportedly never manifested after the continent's formation. Aside from the 8 statues standing in the sacred temple, the Eternal Tower, and the spatial power remaining within various space gems, there were no other traces of the god of space. Shinrua's receipt of the god of space's blessing was naturally surprising and astonishing to the spirit rank members. Shinrua knew that the other spirit rank members of the 10 absolutes would have to bear the pressure the Holy See might exert if they failed to obtain the star chart from the sacred demon flame, so he didn't hide anything and briefly recounted his experiences in the far eastern dragon tomb. This caused another wave of amazement from the spirit rank members. Taking this opportunity, Shinrua placed the items from the space totem stone into the underground space of the Eternal Tower, allowing the 10 absolutes to search for anything they desired. After emptying the space totem stone, it could replace the space gems and be used to store various items. Shinrua set it into her necklace, replacing her original one. However, using a spatial totem stone is somewhat more difficult than using a spatial gem. It requires an absolute memory of what is placed inside, and also the covering of energy. In general, the method of use is similar to that of the earring, but it can hold things other than quest items. The earring can also hold things, but not just anything. Shinruo still doesn't know how the earring determines what can and cannot be placed inside. Because so far, two strange things have entered the earring. One is a strange being that looks like a bird, hatched from a bird egg, and is actually the remnant will of the god of wind. The other is Gisilfa's blood. Furthermore, the magical sword, though devoid of any magical effects, could also be placed in the earring. Finally, the earring contained two more outrageous items, ordinary human clothing and a simple cloak, given to him by the gatekeeper. After examining it, Shinruo determined that it couldn't store any other items he could access on the continent. The spatial totem stone could, but storing it required the user to be sufficiently familiar with the items placed within. Therefore, before placing anything, one must carefully observe and ideally sense it. If not, one could only guarantee that something would be placed in. Retrieving it might result in errors or require removing everything. Therefore, using the spatial totem stone had a considerable barrier to entry. Shinruo considered this a method of cultivating his mental arts, so he wasn't too bothered. After all, this spatial totem stone allowed him to carry even items like the safe house that Jimu had prepared, without needing to carry a large backpack. Now, he took out the celestial scales to study what kind of spiritual arts were inherited within the complete celestial scales. However, Duing, the Herxi swordsman who had already fallen asleep, suddenly sat up abruptly upon sensing the power fluctuations of this sacred relic. The celestial scales shimmered with a white glow even in the darkness, adorned with starlight-like dots that made them appear brighter than the other luminous parts. "My God," Duing exclaimed, "divine power." Then he fell silent, immersed in feeling this divine power flowing through the tent. This kind of perception was only possessed by those at the spirit rank. The difference between non-spirit rank and spirit rank lay precisely in this. Spirit-level beings can sense changes in the particles in the air and grasp some of the patterns of these changes, thus enabling them to sense the manifestation of divine power. The star spirit scales are a special sacred relic, crafted with the power of the gods and imbued with a legacy. When it is presented to a spirit-level being in its complete form, even without directly obtaining the legacy, the spirit-level being can still benefit from it. This experience of benefit is extremely profound. For those of the spirit level, as long as they have both seen the item, they can intuitively understand what they have gained. However, for those who are not of the spirit level, no matter what they say, they cannot comprehend the wonder of being in the same room as this sacred relic. Duing immersed herself in sensing the changes in the air particles within the tent, experiencing the wondrous mystery of the divine creation, while Shinruo approached the star spirit scales through meditation and contemplation. The star spirit scales contain 3 inherited mental techniques. The star spirit scales inherited mental techniques also share the common weakness of mental techniques. They cause both the user and the object of the technique to simultaneously enter a mental illusion. In this process, physical safety is not guaranteed. The first mental technique, Shinruo felt, could be called a memory maze. This was a name Shinruo gave to the technique for convenience. Essentially, it's about targeting a specific individual, applying the technique to them when they are mentally weak or weaker than oneself. The mental technique consumes the target's mental energy, constructing their most important memory scenes for the user to explore. By disrupting key elements within these memory scenes, it can cause the target to fall into a coma or go insane. Similarly, intervening in and reversing someone's negative memories at crucial junctures could potentially be used to save them. These junctures are like a person's mental anchors. Their stability increases with the reconstruction of these anchors, while their disruption leads to chaos. The second mental technique is a training method for interacting with sacred relics. It's essentially a method of cultivating one's spirit, requiring continuous training to be effective. Shinruo already possessed a systematic ancient Eastern meditation and spiritual cultivation system. This training technique was only suitable for teaching other star spirit priests or humans aspiring to become star spirit priests. If cultivated using this method, humans could also acquire the aptitude to become star spirit priests. Furthermore, there's the opportunity to first reach a certain level of mental strength, which in turn can influence one's physical body. Using this system as a foundation for cultivation, Shinruo believed it could allow the humans of the Dust Sand continent to reach the absolute rank or even the near spirit rank. As for the spirit rank, its core principle still requires comprehension, strength is secondary. However, with this training system, the humans of the Dust Sand continent would indeed have a greater chance to break through their current limits. However, due to the inability to use magic, even after breaking through to a higher rank as a celestial priest, the range of jobs available to humans didn't expand much. Nevertheless, Given the traditions of the Dust Sand continent, this cultivation method was enough to attract many humans. The third mental spell is one that requires combining with other sacred relics. As this mental spell improves, it can be used to read information left behind on sacred relics scattered across the continent. For users interested in constructing historical texts, this is a very good and useful mental technique. However, if its sole purpose is to enhance strength, especially combat strength, then it's practically useless. It's a classic case of increasing useless knowledge, but Shinrua happens to be the kind of user who enjoys increasing useless knowledge, so of the three mental techniques inherited from the star spirit balance, this is his favorite. However, all three mental techniques require time to cultivate, so Shinrua directly began cultivating the third. In his view, this mental technique, theoretically, can not only read information left behind on sacred relics, but as long as one has a sufficiently strong will related to a certain object or place, one can glimpse a small piece of history. Even taking things out of context is interesting. For example, when this mental technique is cultivated to a relatively high level, when Shinrua sees the ruins of a battle between two spirit rank experts, he can combine the results of the development of human brain computing capabilities on his home planet Earth to simulate the battle process in his own consciousness. He can even construct and recreate the appearance of this battle within his own mental technique. Illusory history is the name Shinrua gave to this mental technique. For Shinrua, the cultivation of mental arts was based on entering a meditative state. In meditation, the sense of time's passage is always very blurred, so by the time he put away the star spirit scales, it was already broad daylight. Doing had also been cultivating all night. Both of them, having not slept a wink, were full of energy. They exchanged a glance, realizing the other hadn't slept either. Doing laughed, haha, looks like I made a killing on this trip. They only be envious when I get back. I haven't slept all night, I'm hungry. I go see if they made breakfast. Shinrua brought ample provisions for this trip, but he preferred fresh food. Since Tian Shui and the near-spirit rank Hishili Ken, although nominally members of the 10 Absolutes organization, were hired hands, hunting was naturally their responsibility. As for starting a fire and cooking, Shinrua tasked the two human apprentices with this. Both apprentices were very skilled at starting fires. After all, their goal was to become craftsmen, and they might also become temperature control masters, so they frequently dealt with fire in the workshop. Naturally, they needed to learn various fire-starting methods. However, in the workshop, to ensure weapon quality, very pure fire element crystals were often used for starting fires. Here, Shinrua required them to start a fire by friction and, after it was lit, to fan it at a constant speed to maintain its flame. Coordinating their breathing, after successfully starting a fire by friction using only their hands without the aid of ropes, Shinrua explained the importance of power distribution and endurance, leaving the two apprentices thoughtful. Distributing energy evenly throughout a day of climbing is more energy efficient and allows for longer duration than alternating between fast and slow paces. Similarly, starting a fire by friction requires a consistent speed of friction, but this speed needs to be very fast. The craftsmen on the Dust and Sand continent rely on enhancing their physical strength and muscle mass to ensure endurance, while Shinrua requires even breathing and balanced distribution of physical strength to improve endurance. Chapter 300. Do you plan to train them to succeed you? Doing asked Shinrua, watching the two apprentices gradually improve with their breathing, from struggling to keep up with Tian Shui and Li Qian to finding it less strenuous. No, their comprehension is average, and they're past the best age to start learning martial arts. Shinrua shook her head, looking at the two young human boys in front of her. Besides, they're the only two apprentices in your workshop who still have a chance to surpass the existing craftsmen in skill. They're not one in a million geniuses. What level were you at their age? Doing asked, curious about Shinrua's standards. I honestly don't know. Where I came from, they didn't have this system of evaluating levels, and no one told me my strength level. Shinrua shook her head. But back then, I didn't need to consciously guide my body. Standing, walking, sitting, and lying down, I could control my breathing naturally. They're still practicing control, and not yet proficient at using qi and specific body parts to power their limbs. Not to mention, integrating and understanding the cultivation methods of different Eastern schools, discovering their similarities and differences and patterns. Furthermore, the technological advancements on her home planet Earth allowed Shinrua to accurately assess whether her understanding of cultivation was accurate. The Dust Sand continent lacked such an auxiliary system, relying instead on cultivation experiences similar to ancient Eastern metaphysics on her home planet Earth to correspond with their feelings. Being able to use needles to circulate qi, guiding them to channel their qi to specific locations within their bodies, and achieving a reasonable degree of accuracy was already quite good. The several dozen days on the mountain weren't boring for the marching group, or perhaps that's not entirely accurate, since the near-spirit level Hercules was relatively bored. But for him, it was work, and discussing whether work was interesting would be unfair to his income. In contrast, Tianxue seemed unhappy. She spoke less and less each day, seemingly preoccupied with what she would do if, upon reaching their destination, she discovered that the celestial fox in the small village below had also betrayed her. Meanwhile, the two apprentices faced daily tests of willpower. As they adapted to the increased altitude, Hercules and Tianxue, leading the way, subtly increased their pace. Shenrue and Duing, however, each had their own enjoyment. Duing would borrow Shenrue's star spirit scales during the day and indulge in immersive experiences at night, as if sleep or not was irrelevant. Shenrue, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying herself with the scepter. The Plant Spirit Clan scepter was no less informative than an encyclopedia in terms of local customs and geography, and far superior in its identification and explanation of plants. They were always at the back of the group, so no one bothered them when they stopped frequently. Interestingly, however, Shenrue and Duing never kept anyone waiting too long when they stopped. As their interaction with the scepter deepened, Shenrue and Duing would arrive just as the others were lighting the fire. Later, Shenrue would sometimes add strange things gathered from the roadside to the soup that evening, causing the soup to take on a peculiar color. Even the preoccupied Tianxue finally couldn't help but ask a question. Is this really edible? Shenrue looked at Tianxue with suspicion. Didn't you grow up on the 1,000 desolate plains? How come you don't know whether or not it's edible? Just because I live here doesn't mean I eat every kind of herb. Besides, the heavenly fox prefers meat. You can use it as a seasoning. Look, many potions require herbs to be made, and you drink them too. Shenrue earnestly suggested to Tianxue, I think this soup is very beneficial for everyone. There was something rather strange about the Dust Sand continent, which Shenrue could only attribute to the effects of a special divine law. That was, on the Dust Sand continent, there were many herbs used as raw materials for making medicines, and their effects were broad spectrum. Although this broad spectrum effect wasn't so outrageous as to cover even races like the stone spirits, whose bodies were entirely composed of gemstones, the fact that it was effective on other races was quite miraculous. For example, the herbs he had picked were medicinal herbs that were quite useful for strengthening the body for various races, except for the stone spirits. This medicine would make the soup thick and unappetizing, but the taste was still acceptable. Despite this, Tianxue and Lycan demonstrated their opinion on Shenrue's medicinal gathering by barely drinking any soup. Therefore, Shenrue, claiming it was part of his cultivation, allowed the two apprentices to finish most of the soup. Duing, however, drank a large bowl without batting an eye, earning Shenrue's admiration. A spirit-rank cultivator indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. In contrast to the atmosphere of the journey, Jizier's emotions were fluctuating. He utilized the racial talents of the Celestial Fox clan, dispatching approximately 10 Celestial Foxes to various countries across the continent to establish an intelligence network. To ensure the Celestial Fox's loyalty, these foxes were rotated periodically. This meant that while he could obtain a considerable amount of information, he couldn't consistently acquire the truly core, useful information through the Celestial Fox's allure. His original plan to first obtain the Celestial Fox Jade before acquiring other quest items also progressed rather poorly. Although he found some quest items, these weren't the rarest ones, rather, they were items of divine power crystals. 2 fragments of the Celestial Fox Jade remained unaccounted for. One was with a candidate from the Hersher tribe, a man who frequently traveled among various adventure teams, and was said to have gained considerable prestige. Unlike the previous situation with the Frost Serpent tribe, the Hersher tribe candidate didn't have a specific movement pattern or settlement, so Gisilpha couldn't obtain the fragment by leading a Celestial Fox raid. And Gisilpha wasn't confident of victory in a direct confrontation. However, there was some good news recently. The famous and beautiful Celestial Fox, who originally possessed a fragment of the Celestial Fox Jade, was reportedly returning to the Thousand Silence Plains. It's said she's already obtained the key to the secret path from the holder of the ancient key, but Gisilpha is displeased that there's only one key, preventing him from leading his team to outflank the female Celestial Fox. The brief stay of Tianxue and her group in the village was recorded in a crystal and given to Gisilpha. After having several Celestial Foxes guard the entrance to the secret path, Gisilpha went to stay at Tianxue's original residence. This place is closest to the exit of the secret path, where a whole combat squad of near-spirit level Celestial Foxes has been deployed. In Gisilpha's view, this is enough to control Tianxue. He would often examine the recording crystals submitted by the celestial foxes from the foot of the mountain, checking for any oversights. In Gisilfa's view, this was a team consisting of 3 humans, 2 Hermiones, and 1 celestial fox. It was impossible for them not to have used a secret passage, especially since 2 of the humans were such young boys. The remaining human was said to have received the protection of the Eternal Tower, which was very similar to the style of the Dust and Sand Tin Masters. Although this human was injured and naughty, he was said to have accomplished things that ordinary humans couldn't. And the weapon he carried was said to have been crafted using the water elemental heart he himself had found in the ruins of ancient Trondonia as its core material. Clearly, this human's craftsmanship was very high, making him very worthy of the Dust and Sand Tin Master's recruitment. The Heart of Water Elemental was also a quest item, a sacred relic, but Gisilfa had already obtained it in the territory of the Frost Serpent clan. This wasn't even intentional on his part, rather, the Celestial Fox clan obtained information about it, while the Frost Serpent clan was helping human craftsmen start fires and forge iron, and a near-spirit level Celestial Fox stole it before the war began. At that time, the Frost Serpent clan had no idea that the Celestial Foxes, who appeared to be forced to come to places like the Frost Spirit Mountains to control their temperature and survive using foxfire because they feared being oppressed by Gisilfa if they remained in the 1,000 desolate plains, were actually Gisilfa's spies. While this method was remarkably effective, after the war, the Celestial Fox clan, scattered across the continent, found it even more difficult to achieve anything. The wariness that the nations and organizations possessing sacred relics felt towards the Celestial Fox clan completely outweighed any goodwill gained from the allure. Gisilfa rarely pondered the reason this group had come to the 1,000 Desolations plain. In his view, demanding someone from the Eternal Tower was different from detaining those who had come to the 1,000 Desolations plain. The former was tantamount to declaring war on the Eternal Tower and the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, while the latter meant they had entered his territory, and he could detain them for countless reasons, making it impossible for the Eternal Tower to intervene. Tian Shui wouldn't have appeared in the 1,000 Desolations plain without the approval of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. The fact that 2 Hercules dared to accompany her, along with 3 humans, suggested their strength was considerable, but it also indicated that the 10 absolutes of dust and sand had no intention of protecting this female celestial fox. The 2 young humans were dressed very plainly, with an artisan style, and they didn't appear to be carrying any space gems or powerful weapons. Considering the deeds of the only adult human among them, Shenrua, Gisilfa figured this group was likely trying to obtain divine fire. They probably wanted to forge some extraordinary weapon. However, the request for fire to forge weapons required the consent of the Celestial Fox clan, meaning the Eternal Tower was making a request to the 1,000 Silence Plains. Could it be that Heavenly Snow was their bargaining chip for obtaining the vessel for the divine fire? Gisilfa looked at the recording crystal, somewhat puzzled by the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's purpose. However, if that human could forge weapons capable of contending with spirit-rank beings, and also obtain permission from the god of fire elements to use the legendary fire for weapon forging, then the quality of the weapons produced in the future might be even higher than the spears recently optioned. Several weapons capable of enabling humans to contend with spirit-rank beings were indeed worth the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's massive investment. Gisilfa felt he had guessed the 10 absolutes of dust and sand's purpose, but if this was their plan, then his demand for more wasn't unreasonable, was it? When it came to war preparations, he felt his needs were unique. Chapter 301. Gisilfa thought about it more and more, and it seemed increasingly plausible. The Eternal Tower had just witnessed the Holy Demon Flame's provocation at the auction center. It was rumored that more than one spirit rank member from the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes had participated. Some said all 10 were present, others said not all of them. However, the theory that all 10 spirit rank members were present was more likely, because the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes had effectively managed and controlled the flow of people at the Eternal Tower that day, but the magical duel between the two sides could still be seen from the Eternal Tower's existence. The most impressive sight was naturally the appearance of the spirit-rank dragon. As the only spirit-rank dragon on the continent, the portrait of the dragon-chined lord of the Western Kingdom could be purchased at the Eternal Tower for a small fee. The portrait depicted both dragon and human forms. They even had to enlist the help of a spirit-rank dragon, and ultimately even handed over the sacred demonic fire to the Lord of the Holy Sea. If the 10 deadly dust warriors could have been dealt with by just 3 or 5 of their own spirit rank members, why would they have needed to make such a huge fuss? Therefore, public opinion on the continent generally believed that the Eternal Tower had exhausted all available means. This shocked the beings on the continent with the power of the evil beings emerging from the abyss, while also prompting some to question the strength of the 10 deadly dust warriors behind the Eternal Tower, deeming them nothing special. However, dissenting voices quickly emerged, as the Holy See performed even worse than the 10 deadly dust warriors. This then sparked another debate. Did the Holy See still have the right to occupy the most sacred and best place on the entire continent? The location of the 8 divine statues, the sacred temple? In Gisilfa's view, under such public pressure, it was reasonable for the Eternal Tower to demonstrate its increased strength to the other beings on the continent. If that's the case, how did the 10 absolutes of dust and sand convince Tian Shui to willingly return to the 1,000 desolate plains as a bargaining chip? If it was deception, wouldn't they be too easily fooled? Or perhaps, they simply demanded that Tian Shui reveal the whereabouts of the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, guaranteeing her personal safety in return. However, thinking of this, Gisilfa couldn't help but chuckle softly. What gave the 10 absolutes of dust and sand the confidence to make such a guarantee? Just those 2 Hercules? Was it because he had consistently given the 10 absolutes of dust and sand face, and hadn't done anything to the Eternal Tower? It wasn't that he couldn't try diplomacy first, but only if the 10 absolutes of dust and sand truly intended to negotiate. However, the bargaining chip of the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment was far too weak. Gisilfa wanted the Eternal Tower to forge 10 weapons comparable to the spear he had wielded before. Actually, once we reach the 1,000 desolate plains, Tian Shui is the most vulnerable. As they approached the edge of the 1,000 desolate plains, Shenrua discussed what would happen next. So what are your thoughts? Doing asked. That depends on what we want to achieve, Shenrua said. Should we try to obtain that special fire you mentioned? It won't be easy, will it? Doing said. Didn't we already discuss it? First, we need to get the container from the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox clan, Shenrua said, glancing at Tian Shui. As a branch leader, you don't even have this, do you? Tian Shui hadn't expected her involvement at all. Shenrua and Du Ying hadn't discussed obtaining the fire in front of her before. Seeing Shenrua suddenly ask her, she reluctantly turned her head away. Yes, I can get the container, but why should I give it to you? That makes sense. At times like this, we should start haggling, Shenrua reminded Du Ying. From Du Ying's desire for him to teach craftsmen and manage the workshop, Shenrua knew Du Ying was definitely a weapon enthusiast. Du Ying was the mastermind behind the best workshop in the Tower of Eternity. Therefore, Du Ying's mention of a fire source capable of surpassing dragon fire was definitely not a casual remark. Shenrua's interests were no secret among the 10 absolutes. Du Ying clearly wanted to try and obtain the flame bestowed by the god of fire elements, which should be heavily guarded by the heavenly foxes, and perhaps even more of it. Because once this flame is used to ignite the furnace, it will inevitably weaken with the addition of fire elemental crystals, or firewood. The quality of the weapon will likely change accordingly. By the time the forged weapon returns to its normal quality, the power of the flame will have been exhausted. Therefore, to conserve resources, Shenrua could imagine that if this flame were brought back to the Tower of Eternity, and if there was only one flame, other craftsmen would immediately take over while Shenrua was resting after forging the first weapon. Du Ying would definitely maximize the power of this flame. Alright, let's talk. What do you want in return for handing over the container? Du Ying asked Tian Shui. I didn't take this container with me when I left the 1,000 Silence Plains, Tian Shui said. It's in my old residence, but it's not an ordinary item, so it's kept in a special room. This room is a secret place, only my sisters, and I know its entrance and exit, so I think it hasn't been discovered by Gisilfa yet. However, a serious problem has arisen. If Shenrua's guess is correct, and the Celestial Fox down the mountain has betrayed me, then if Gisilfa wants to capture me, he's very likely at my residence right now. My residence is very close to that magical path. It was originally left there to preserve the lineage under my rule should anything happen. It seems we must first send Li Qin back with these 2 children, Shenrua decided after hearing Tian Shui's words. Actually, the purpose of bringing these 2 apprentices was to use the environment and the difficulty of climbing the plateau to train their breathing, endurance, and consistent stamina. As for what happens in the 1,000 desolate plains, these 2 apprentices will only be a hindrance. Even in Shenrua and Du Ying's eyes, Tian Shui is somewhat of a hindrance. After all, under Gisilfa's rule, the number of near-spirit level celestial foxes in the 1,000 desolate plains has surged. Although their strength is not comparable to a celestial fox like Tian Shui, who has achieved this through proper training, 2 against 1, 3 against. First, even if Tian Shui's individual strength surpasses these near-spirit rank cultivators, she can't fight against so many opponents. As for Shenrua and Du Ying, it's not that their fists are stronger than Tian Shui's, but rather that they are more confident than Tian Shui in escaping the encirclement of the near-spirit rank heavenly foxes in terms of whether they will be held back. Furthermore, what benefit would the heavenly foxes gain from capturing them? If Gisilfa knew Shenrua's identity as a candidate, the situation would certainly be different, but Gisilfa doesn't. Under these circumstances, what reason would the heavenly foxes have to go to the trouble of searching for and hunting down a Herxi or a human? Tianxue was different. Gisilfa's obsession with the celestial fox jade was enough reason for her to become someone he needed to take special care of. After we get back, you can practice at the furnace, but remember, maintain the rhythm of your breathing to guide the rhythm of your hammering. If you want your future working life to be longer, you need to do those simple movement training exercises every day. After instructing the two apprentices, Shenrua had Li Qian take them back to the Tower of Eternity, and gave Li Qian a certificate to turn in a quest in the Tower of Eternity quest area. So next, should we let the beautiful Miss Tianxue go straight in and lure away the celestial foxes while we retrieve the container, or? Before Duing could finish speaking, he received a cold, warning look from Tianxue. Haha, just kidding, but I still have to finish my sentence. Should Miss Tianxue risk her life to lure the heavenly fox away for us, or should we, under the guise of the workshop, have Miss Tianxue secretly protect us as we go to the central palace of the 1,000 Desolate Plains to seek an audience with Gisilfa? Duing, as one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, indeed possessed some personality traits inherited from Yuki and Sains. His words initially made Tianxue angry, but by the end, she couldn't tell if he was serious or joking. If he was serious, Tianxue felt she would never choose the first option, but the second option seemed like a good choice. Because without Tianxue's presence, it seemed like a normal procedure for Shenrua and Duing, from the weapon manufacturing workshop, to attempt to obtain fire from the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Even Gisilfa wouldn't inexplicably detain and torture 2 fire seekers from the Eternal Tower. Whether or not one can obtain fire depends on the lingering will of the god, who controls the fire element, not on Gisilfa. I am the employer. Tianxue was bewildered, but Shenrua had already guessed that Duing was joking. It seems that what happens next should be up to me, right? Duing gestured for him to proceed. He had no objection to Shenrua making the decision. After all, this person was lending him the rarest sacred relic in the entire Dust Sand continent every day. Shenrua didn't mind lending the star spirit scales to Duing during the day, partly because of the ancient blood pact among the 10 absolutes of Dust Sand, and partly because the star spirit scales were a gift from the divine will of Shenrua within the 10 direction star Luo. A gift from a god is the highest legitimacy for an existence to possess a sacred relic on the Dust Sand continent. Unless Shenrua dies, attempting to seize it is unimaginable for various races that naturally revere the gods. This was also incredible to Shenrua, because on their home planet Earth, there were no surviving divine wills that could truly manifest before humanity. All divine manifestations came from scriptures, and since the advent of photographic records, there had been no actual photographic accounts. Therefore, although some humans remaining on Earth still believed in theology, it was fundamentally different from the heartfelt reverence felt by those on the Dust Sand continent. As for the extent of this reverence among the other candidates, Shenrua didn't know. He respected the surviving divine wills of these beings, as well as the ancient relics and cultures related to the gods on the continent, but he didn't blindly follow or absolutely agree with them. Even on their home planet Earth, Shenrua's bloodline came from an ancient Eastern civilization, a civilization that, in a sense, was truly secular. Other civilizations influenced by divine culture, because their gods did not manifest themselves before the public, fiercely competed for the right to interpret scriptures in the secular world, creating war after war. This secularized civilizational gene led Shenrua to believe in self-cultivation, the ability to change one's destiny, and the power of human will. So, who said their trip to the 1,000 Desolate Plains was just to seek fire? Shenrua said to Duing, seeking fire is just a side quest. Do it if you can, don't worry about it if you can't. The main quest is to see the current scenery of the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Since Gisilfa is waiting, let him wait. Hearing Shenrua say this, Tianxue suddenly felt less depressed and even a little happy. Listen to this. How outrageous this human is. He's come to the territory of the Celestial Fox clan, yet he shows such utter disregard for the Celestial Fox clan's king, the chosen candidate of the gods. But why does this disregard feel so satisfying? Just then, Duing asked, are you just here to wander around? Isn't there a side quest? Shenrua said, besides this side quest, there's also a sword testing side quest. Now there's a big problem, Duing said. If we do side quest 1, the best way is for Tianxue to remain hidden, for us to pretend we know nothing, and then appear directly in the Celestial Fox clan central palace to request an audience with Gisilpha, who is actually residing at Tian Shue's residence, right? Yes, Shinru agreed. And then? But to test my sword, do I need to trigger something before I can actually use it? Chapter 302. There's no need to be so deliberate. Shinru had already sensed the considerable benefits of bringing Doing along, but also the shared never mind the trouble trait of Doing, Sains, and Yuki. Back in the Tower of Eternity, he had expressed his dissatisfaction that Shinru had tricked him into injecting Gisilpha's blood into the sword, and then testing it in the 1,000 desolate plains. Now, with the 1,000 desolate plains right before them, this guy was all excited and eager to try. What do you mean by not young, cunning and calculating? No. Then what are you really thinking? Doing asked. Let's first check if Gisilpha has sent any celestial foxes to guard the exit of the secret path. If so, it means Gisilpha is most likely at her residence, just as Tianxue had predicted. Shinru said, in that case, let him wait. He's not a patient celestial fox. Judging by the time, when he realizes that even with 2 human apprentices, we couldn't possibly arrive so late, he'd definitely be unhappy about wasting his carefully laid trap. You just want to make him unhappy? Doing chuckled. Why wouldn't I believe that? No, I just want to check if there are any traps. If not, we go directly to find the fire-starting container. If there are, we do something else first, like checking out the scenery of the 1,000 desolate plains. There's a place where the Celestial Fox clan probably won't have many troops stationed. Where? Tianxue had overheard Shinru and Du Ying's conversation and assumed their purpose was to obtain fire, but then realized it wasn't. Now she was even more confused about Shinru's destination. However, Shinru's main purpose was to see the scenery of the 1,000 desolate plains, experience its unique landscape, and see the villages of the Celestial Fox clan. Of course, the last goal was currently unlikely to be achieved. Because the Celestial Foxes were in an abnormal state, seeing their simple and natural customs was probably impossible. However, he hadn't intended to hide his destination anyway. When Tianxue asked, he replied, we can first go to the totem pole, where the He clan's Millennium Festival is held. That place was a crucial contextual point regarding the Celestial Fox clan's divinely ordained poem. The divinely ordained poem circulating on the continent was different from the one sung by the Plant Spirit clan to Tianshue's ancestor. The one sung by the Plant Spirit clan to Tianshue's ancestor hadn't spread to the continent, but both divinely ordained poems mentioned the prerequisite for the appearance of a wise leader, the He Millennium Festival. The failure of the magnificent millennium-long ritual raises the question, was it because the God of Life foresaw a fragment of this future and uttered it as a divinely ordained poem through the chanting of a member of the Plant Spirit clan, or was it due to the lingering will of the God of Wind, who knew of the poem's existence and deliberately allowed this precondition to occur? The former suggests that while the God of Life and the God of Wind appear to exist on the same dimension, their actual strength is vastly different. Assuming their dimensions are between 3 and 4, the God of Life's dimension is likely between 3.7 and 3.9, while the God of Winds might only be around 3.2 or 3.3. However, the power of gods is beyond the comprehension of a mortal like Shinru, a fact Shinru is acutely aware of. His deduction was entirely based on the idea that the God of Wind and the God of Darkness were conversing in a way he could understand, using metaphors and imagination. Whether right or wrong, the He's totem poles were certainly not the focus of the Celestial Fox's attention right now. After the He's failed ritual, they had no reason to return. One of their ritual shamans had even died in the abyss of demons. The He were now probably like a scattered pile of sand. The darkness at the bottom of the Valley of the Undying had been dispelled, and the habits of the vegetation and creatures that had cultivated the land above the dark elemental power of the Valley of the Undying for many years were likely to change as a result. In any case, the life of this race would undergo profound changes in their generation. And the totem poles on the 1,000 desolate plains might soon transform from their spiritual pillars into true ruins. Therefore, according to Shinru's plan, their itinerary was to first enter the 1,000 desolate plains, then have Doing go to the vicinity of Tianshue's former residence, near the exit of the secret path, to check the ambush situation of the Heavenly Fox clan, while Shinru and Tianxue would go to the many-eyed sea in the 1,000 desolate plains to wait for Doing. After gathering, they would then travel from the many-eyed sea to the location of the totem pole of the He ritual, now the abandoned wind pillar altar. There were 3 reasons for sending Doing alone to investigate the exit of the secret path. First, Doing himself was not a large target. Even if discovered, he could disguise himself as He-She, who was in the 1,000 desolate plains to collect materials. Second, it also avoided any emotional reaction from Tian Shui that might expose their whereabouts. Third, if Du Ying's disguise was discovered, his own escape would be more successful, and he could also achieve his goal of testing the sword. The Many-Eyed Sea is a unique landform on the Thousand Silent Plain, not far from the secret path. The Dust Sand continent doesn't have the kind of ocean Shenrua is familiar with, so this sea isn't a sea in the sense of his home planet Earth. The geographical name, in Shenrua's view, also has a characteristic that makes it easy for him to understand, adhering to the principle of linguistic uniformity. On the map, the Many-Eyed Sea appears as irregular circles on the surface of the Thousand Silent Plain. Water flows into some of these circles, making them look like natural pools. Others are filled with red, formed by the eruption of subterranean fire from the Thousand Silent Plain. After erupting to the surface, some of this subterranean fire flows downhill, forming deep trenches, also filled with red flames. Others cool and accumulate after encountering nearby water, forming the natural boundaries of fire springs. Affected by this subterranean fire, water that melts in the ice caves flowing through this area, after entering some naturally formed depressions in the ground, causes some of the melted surface to cool, forming layers of wrinkled edges. Finally, the water filled the low-lying areas and continued to flow, forming long, thin waterfalls along the edge of the Thousand Desolate Plains. The portion of the water that intersected with the fiery springs and streams of the subterranean fire, branching off into depressions, and then flowing out again from the low-lying edges, formed small pools of water, which, influenced by the heat of the subterranean fire, emitted steam. On Shenrua's home planet, Earth, water from geothermal areas forms hot springs. But those hot springs are different from the water heated by the subterranean fire here. Hot springs are hottest when they flow from the outlet, while the water here only gains its heat after the ice melts, and it flows through the subterranean fire. Furthermore, the water here overflows after filling the low-lying areas with flowing water before continuing its flow towards the edge of the Thousand Desolate Plains, which is even lower. Therefore, the temperature at the bottom of the pools here is more constant, while the water above the natural pools is colder. Overall, the name Multi-Eyed Sea is very much in line with the naming conventions for landforms in the east of our home planet Earth. Upstream from the Multi-Eyed Sea, there are also settlements of the Celestial Fox clan. This place is not far from Qianshua's original residence. Although neither Shenrua nor Duing mentioned it, they both implicitly assumed that the Celestial Foxes in these settlements originally belonged to a branch of the Celestial Fox clan to which Qianshua belonged. Why did you choose to wait for him at the Multi-Eyed Sea? These past few days, Qianshua and Li Qian have been walking at the front of the group, rarely interacting with Shenrua, while Duing has been walking at the back with Shenrua. Given Tianshua's poor impression of Duing, she hasn't even exchanged names with her yet. However, her name was no longer information to Duing, and since becoming one of the 10 greats, Duing rarely used his true identity on the Dust Sand continent. After Tian Shui joined the Dust Sand 10 greats, they had no interactions on missions, so this was Tian Shui's first time meeting Duing. Because of this, after Li Qian led the 2 young apprentices on their return journey, and Tian Shui, Shenrua, and Duing arrived at the Thousand Desolate Plains and parted ways, Tian Shui was finally able to ask Shenrua the question she truly wanted to ask. Since she didn't know Du Ying's name, she could only refer to him as he. Fortunately, he in this sentence didn't have any other meaning. Shenrua also didn't know what name Duing intended to use for Tian Shui. After all, he had fought to obtain Du Ying's name, so he couldn't arbitrarily tell Tian Shui who Duing was or what his name was. So Shenrua and Qian Shui tacitly agreed to discuss matters related to Duing using clear language, so that Duing could be completely referred to as he. Of course, it's because this place might be beneficial for cultivation, Shenrua said. If it weren't for the strange Heavenly Fox clan family you took us to, I would have wanted those 2 apprentices to swim and dive in the Many-Eyed Sea. You plan to take them as apprentices? Tian Shui asked. Just trying it out, Shenrua said. It's not really taking them as apprentices, but rather accepting a request. You can think of it as training them as my next task, like the quests I issued in the Tower of Eternity. Speaking of which, we're friends, right? Why didn't you just ask me if I could guide you? Why did you have to go to the Tower of Eternity's quest area to post the quest? Tian Shui said. If I hadn't accepted the quest, who were you planning to have guide you? Tian Shui said this, but inwardly she was confused. She didn't go to the quest area to find the quest Shenrua posted. She received a letter from the organization and then accepted the quest. In her view, Shenrua had clearly attracted the attention of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, and one of the reasons for her purpose this time was that the organization wanted to obtain more information about Shenrua. The organization's letter also mentioned the issue of her staying or leaving, asking her to make a decision during this mission. She believed that the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes were also observing her, so one of doing, and Li Qian must be a member of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes, perhaps even both. This was also one of the reasons why she had always kept her distance from Doing and disliked her. In Tianxue's view, the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand provided her with shelter, but perhaps they didn't trust her enough, or perhaps they wanted to extract something from her. She didn't entirely trust the 10 Absolutes' neutrality. In her opinion, this organization, occupying a strategically advantageous geographical location and controlling a large amount of money circulating on the continent, seemed unlikely to lack a desire for control. After all, within the 10 Absolutes, only those who reached the spirit rank of the 10 Absolutes had the opportunity to access information about the ancient blood pact. Therefore, Tianxue believed that joining the 10 Absolutes was a last resort, and that their bringing her to the 1,000 Desolate Plains might be to assess whether she still had any remaining influence within the Heavenly Fox clan. So, when Tianxue joined the 10 Absolutes, she made a request that her mission not be related to the Heavenly Fox clan. However, despite her careful planning, she overlooked something. Her mission was to guide her human employer through the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Traveling through the 1,000 Desolate Plains didn't necessarily mean contact with the Heavenly Fox clan, but it was a high probability. Whether or not it will happen depends entirely on the employer's ideas and plans. The employer stated they wanted to travel, not to visit the Celestial Fox clan, influence them, or make any trade with them. Especially since this employer is Shenruo. The Celestial Fox clan is a race whose way of thinking largely follows beast-like intuition, and Shenruo is a human with a very special intuition. Though this specialness isn't entirely based on intuition, she has evidence to prove it. That is, Shenruo was almost completely unaffected by the Celestial Fox clan's allure. Chapter 303. With Tianxue firmly believing in the divinely ordained prophecy of a wise female ruler, any illogical existence appearing in her field of vision led her to speculate that it might be related to a future power struggle within the 1,000 Desolate Plains, potentially allowing her to alter its destiny. Because she believed this future wouldn't be guided by divine power, Tianxue was essentially searching for solutions based on her own interpretations. Therefore, anything that struck her as special attracted her considerable attention. Subsequent events became impossible to categorize as cause and effect. Thus, when she judged things in this way, everything seemed to align with her deductions. For example, Shenruo mentioned cultivation, possessed extraordinary weapons, and had good relationships with the elite soldiers Heshi, Junjie, and Linghe. In Tianxue's view, Shenruo not only must have a special bloodline and background but also possess some kind of secret technique. It was very likely a secret technique related to weapon crafting or magical artifacts. No matter how strong the human race is, they are not enough to warrant a change of heart from the king of soldiers, Heshi, or a second glance from Junjie. Only humans capable of creating weapons that elevate the strength of their entire race truly possess this level of value. However, Tianxue still couldn't figure out what chance she had left to make Tian Shousher's wishes come true. Even with a sufficiently powerful weapon, and a bloodline capable of countering Gisilfa's intimidation and subjugation, there was still one area where she couldn't defeat Gisilfa in a true confrontation. That was Gisilfa's ability to use the power of his brand to prevent her from taking the initiative. She couldn't defeat Gisilfa by relying solely on defense. Why are you thinking so much? Shenruo looked at the beautiful celestial fox before her. Go to Duomusi. There's no Gisilfa there. Haven't you ever enjoyed a hot spring? On their home planet Earth, a few hot springs not only have therapeutic effects, but are also helpful for cultivation, known as hot spring veins. Whether Duomusi in the 1,000 Desolate Plains has the same effect is unknown, but its beauty is undeniable. We celestial foxes don't really like water, Tianxue said somewhat casually. Tianxue recalled her past. Celestial foxes avoided water unless it was for cleaning. Bathing involved waiting in the water for a short while, and then shaking off the water. They needed water to live, but Duomusi had a relatively large amount of water compared to other places in the 1,000 Desolate Plains. The water here accounted for 2/3 of the total water flow in the entire 1,000 Desolate Plains. The best settlements of the Celestial Fox clan had streams flowing through them, but most places could feel the heat of the Earth's veins, yet there were no places where subterranean fires surged. Those areas had lush vegetation, providing enough food for the Celestial Fox clan to survive. In contrast, Tianxue's branch had always been a relatively impoverished branch of the Celestial Fox clan. Tianxue's status as heir came from her ancestor. That Celestial Fox was originally the offspring of the strongest Celestial Fox, but lost his right to inherit due to his relationship with He. Her ancestor wasn't without effort. Secretly, a powerful celestial fox exchanged infants with her ancestor, and this powerful celestial fox became one of the heirs in the split celestial fox clan branch. The infant celestial fox from years ago, though not becoming the leader of a branch of the celestial fox clan, made significant contributions. Furthermore, he lived within the branch as the brother of the previous leader, ensuring his descendants continued right to inherit the position. By Tianshua's generation, the previous leader of the celestial fox clan had no heirs and fell ill in his prime. The celestial fox jade fragment was given to Tianshua ahead of time, along with the branch's legacy, including the secret path and command of the branch's core warrior force. However, the leader also emphasized that the celestial fox clan has always valued strength above all else, and the strength of celestial fox women does not lie in physical prowess. Therefore, to gain the respect of the people, Tianshua should not directly complete the succession to the branch leadership, but instead retrieve the lost celestial fox jade fragment. I don't like it, but with so much water in my territory, I think it's better to like it than not. Shenrua always spoke directly. After saying this, he stopped talking to Tianshua, as the multi-eyed sea was already close at hand. Judging by the time, Duing should be close to the secret path by now. However, he didn't send any messages to Shenrua, and Shenrua didn't intend to contact him proactively. Given the way the 10 absolutes of dust and sand acted, if anything happened to Duing, it might be deliberately orchestrated. Sending a message at this time might even be considered an intrusion. Shenrua walked to the edge of one of the eyes of the multi-eyed sea and jumped into the water. "What are you doing?" Tianshua asked, watching Shenrua dive and only surface after a while. "I suggest we swim over there," Shenrua said, pointing to the distant celestial fox settlement. "What?" Tianshua protested. "I already said we celestial foxes don't like water. Why should we swim? You already think Gisilpha will come to your dwelling. This place isn't far from your dwelling, nor is the secret path. The celestial foxes here might have been under your jurisdiction before, but how do you know their current status?" Shenrua countered, "The celestial foxes don't like water, isn't that perfect? They won't even come into the water to patrol. Wouldn't we be much less conspicuous than walking there?" Tianshua still didn't want to go into the water, but Shenrua's words made sense. However, after thinking about it, she felt there was still a problem. But that settlement is still very far, and we're swimming against the current. "Are you sure you want to start swimming now?" Shenrua tossed her 2 wind elemental crystal magical items. "If you're too tired, you can always use tools." She then fastened 2 items to the back of her clothes. One end of the device had a soft, metal-woven rope attached to a metal ring. The ring contained a magic circle to activate the device and a central activation crystal. "I'm too lazy to wear gloves. Could you help me with this later?" Shenrua said. Tianshua glanced at the crystal device and roughly understood its propulsion mechanism, but if she were to help Shenrua, then Shenrua would have to hold the 2 ropes on the device in one of her hands. What if something unexpected happens? Tianshua hesitated. "Why don't you just throw away the metal ring?" Shenrua didn't give her another chance. "You're on a mission, I'm the employer. If I remember correctly, you already joined the 10 absolutes of dust and sand, right? Can you accept missions in the Eternal Tower mission area without their approval? If you hesitate any longer, go back yourself." "Okay." Tianshua gritted her teeth and jumped into the water. "That's right, the water temperature here is quite suitable, but we need to swim over there." Shenrua directed Tianshua, pointing to a spot where steam was rising from the surface, indicating the water temperature was higher than where they were now. "Over there?" Tianshua didn't understand. The place Shenrua pointed to, along with the Tianhu clan settlement and their current location, formed a triangle. In other words, if their destination was the Tianhu clan settlement, going to the place Shenrua pointed to was a long detour. A plant spirit told me that some useful plants might grow in places like this, and I'd like to go check it out. The plant spirit Shenrua mentioned was simulated by the scepter, but historically, more than one plant spirit, wielding the sacred scepter of the plant spirit race, had indeed come to the 1,000 Desolate Plains. However, the 1,000 Desolate Plains doesn't have abundant vegetation, or rather, while there is some vegetation, it's mainly distributed in other areas. Surface vegetation is scarce in the area around the multi-eyed sea, and only one plant spirit from the race has ventured into the water. Although plant spirits aren't afraid of water, their physical characteristics naturally make underwater swimming somewhat difficult. The plant spirit who went into the water was a plant spirit who loved studying plants, but due to the various limitations at the time, he couldn't discover what kind of vegetation existed beneath the waters of the multi-eyed sea. The resident celestial foxes here dislike going into the water. so Shinruo believes that Duomusi likely has many underwater plants that haven't been recorded or categorized. The water here is very clear. Some plants are visible through the surface, and their vibrant colors make the water appear multicolored, like a natural canvas splashed with paint. However, some areas are shrouded in mist, while others are deep waters requiring diving for a while to collect the underwater plants. Therefore, the plant spirits only record the plants that are easily observable. By looking at these plants, one can only know their appearance. To know their usefulness, one must collect them and test them. Shinruo's plan for this trip to Duomusi is to collect as many underwater specimens as possible. You help too. Shinruo takes a space gem from her space totem stone, another unique feature of the space totem stone. On the dust and sand continent, all space gems are incompatible, and none can carry living beings. While plants can be carried within a space gem, they will lose their vitality and gradually wither, just like any vegetation removed from soil. To preserve the vitality of vegetation, a different kind of container is needed. This container also possesses the characteristics of a space gem, but of higher quality and requires magical activation. Space totem stones are different. They have been proven to be able to contain living beings. However, Shinruo cannot do this currently. He is certain he can because he has already been contained by this totem stone. Shinruo thinks this probably requires the additional blessing of divine power. Additionally, this spatial totem stone can also be used to store spatial gems. However, since most spatial gems are quite similar, it requires memorizing and mentally sketching a specific spatial gem, which demands more mental effort. Shinruo had Tian Shui collect plants, only temporarily storing them in the spatial gem. These underwater plants would need processing after being brought ashore, so temporarily storing them in the spatial gem was fine. Seeing Tian Shui's somewhat reluctant expression, Shinruo added, "Weren't you supposed to become the leader of the Celestial Fox clan here? You don't even understand the plants in your own territory. How do you know if there's anything useful for the Celestial Fox clan?" "I'm not anymore," Tian Shui retorted. "That means, at least in the past, you were unqualified." After saying this, Shinruo dove into the water. This made Tian Shui indignant. Ignoring her dislike of water, she followed suit and submerged. Although the Celestial Fox clan dislikes water, they are naturally adept at swimming. Tianxue opened her eyes underwater. At first, her eyes felt very dry, but this dryness disappeared as she submerged into the warmer water. Shinruo was already collecting underwater plants. He pulled up 3 to 5 plants of each type, with 1 or 2 being particularly rare, totaling only a dozen or so. Tianxue then saw Shinruo take out a container and fill it with water from beside the plants. Why wasn't he even letting the water go? Tianxue couldn't understand Shinruo's behavior, but she was now solely focused on collecting more than him, ideally proving these plants useless, so that Shinruo would know he was wasting his time. Tianxue knew her thought was somewhat naive, but if Shinruo's words came true, wouldn't it mean she was truly unworthy of being the leader of the Heavenly Fox clan's branch? She didn't want to admit this. Chapter 304. Tianxue swam to a clump of unusual plants and stopped. After picking the plants, she found the place strangely comfortable. For efficiency, Shinruo gave Tianxue a set of the equipment he had bought for the wading in the thin water, and equipped himself as well. Although he didn't pay particular attention to Tianxue during the gathering process, her initial enthusiasm, moving quickly and gathering efficiently, followed by a sudden pause that caught Shinruo's attention. Looking at her from underwater, Shinruo's vision was somewhat obstructed, making it difficult to determine Tianxue's state. However, he was certain that she was stationary in the water, her body only slightly undulating with the current. She neither gathered anything nor moved. Seeing Tianxue like this, Shinruo uprooted several plants and swam towards her. Tianxue was immersed in this unusual feeling and didn't even notice Shinruo's approach. When she slightly opened her eyes and found Shinruo so close, she was startled. "Why did you suddenly come here?" Tianxue wanted to ask, but the sounds in the water were completely different from those in the air. Shinruo, hearing the sounds Tianxue made affected by the water, knew that communication was difficult, and began to study the plants in front of her. Tianxue's thinking seemed to have changed. Seeing Shinruo focused on the plants, she once again emptied her mind, immersing herself in her own senses. Shinruo raised her perception to the limit of what she could tolerate, and discovered that energy particles were faintly flowing on the stems of these plants. However, because the energy flowed within the plants, Shinruo couldn't see it as clearly as the particles in the air. He could only perceive that these plants seemed to be breathing as well. The energy particles on their stems were clearly drawn from their roots, absorbed and transformed by their stems and leaves, and then interacted with the water element particles abundant in the water. These particles were quite peculiar. Shenrua took out his scepter, and let it observe the plants before him through its eyes. With the scepter in his hand, the sounds of the plant spirits discussing reached Shenrua's ears. In reality, it was a mental influence on him. Tian Shui couldn't hear these sounds. I sense the power of the god of life, which is actually merging with the power of the god of fire. Shenrua quickly understood. If the power of the god of fire was too pure, even the heavenly fox couldn't directly withstand it. Just like the dense darkness below the Valley of the Undying, even the king of soldiers, he had to carry a light crystal to enter. This place is rich in water elemental power. Even on the dust and sand continent, the power of water and fire must conform to the principle of incompatibility. After all, the universe containing our home planet Earth was created by the same gods from the same core, so their laws must share common ground. This place is very close to the power of earth fire, a pure manifestation of the power of the god, who governs the fire element, scattered across the 1,000 desolate plains. Therefore, its purity is very high. However, water flows through it, and this water is melted glacier water, so the fire elemental power cannot erupt forth where the water covers it. However, these plants were quite special. They could absorb the power of the fire element and fuse it with the power of the god of life contained within them. Ordinary plants, although created by the power of the god of life, naturally contain that power. But vegetation is so abundant that even if some of that power is present, it's very rare. To be able to absorb fire elemental power while simultaneously fusing it with the power of the god of life remaining within them, the concentration and purity of the energy particles contained in these plants must be quite high, and certainly very special. Was it specially blessed by the god of life? Shenrua had barely entertained this thought when he dismissed it. Because in his memory, the god of life wouldn't specifically bestow a blessing upon a single plant in the water. This wasn't a special place for the plant spirit race either. But regardless, the environment here, the water affected by the energy particles released by the plants, and these dozen or so plants themselves were all extraordinary. Shenrua collected half of it, but out of consideration for the impact this plant would have on its small area, he didn't take it all, thus preserving the uniqueness of that small patch. He also collected some soil from the bottom of the water, along with some water. Having done all this, Shenrua saw that Tian Shui was still immersed in that unusually comfortable feeling, and unlike a typical employer, he didn't remind her to continue doing what she needed to do. Because Tian Shui's state resembled entering a state of meditation, or what the ancient Eastern traditions of their home planet Earth described as being about to advance in cultivation. Even after Shenrua finished collecting what he needed, Tian Shui remained in her meditative state. Shenrua swam to her side and, with the help of magical artifacts, tried circulating his true energy underwater. Since the particles here could bring Tian Shui into a state similar to enlightenment, it must be beneficial to the cultivation of the heavenly fox. The combined energy particles of the god of life and the god of fire, even if weak, have a different effect on the heavenly fox, who uses fire elemental magic compared to the effect on Shenrua, a complete novice. Shenrua could also feel that the water here was quite beneficial for tempering his true energy and healing his hidden injuries, but he didn't have the same awareness as Tian Shui. The biggest difference was that for Shenrua, the energy entering his body was a combination of various elemental particles, but races with elemental magic talent would passively incorporate a certain type of particle into Shenrua's so-called energy. Tian Shui had been stuck at the near-spirit rank for some time. The lifespan of the Celestial Fox clan was longer than that of Zhe and He. Therefore, although Tian Shui was beautiful and didn't appear much older than Shenrua, she was actually older than Junzhe and the Soldier King He. Regarding external assistance, while Junzhe relied on the power of the Water Flame Lotus, and Soldier King He-Shi's transformation to the spirit rank was achieved because of the powerful dark elemental power of the dark undead attached to him. Tian Shui also possessed a Celestial Fox Jade Fragment. Moreover, in terms of the boost, the effect of the Celestial Fox Jade Fragment on a Celestial Fox far surpassed the boost provided by the Water Flame Lotus or the Dark Undead to Zhe or He. Therefore, Tian Shui's talent was indeed not the type to be discussed as a topic of conversation on the continent. Although she gained some insights in the water, she was unable to directly break through to the spirit rank until the underwater artifacts expired. After the props malfunctioned, she even choked on some water, but being a near-spirit level Celestial Fox, she quickly recovered and, with a burst of strength, swam towards the surface. Shenrua was a step ahead, having already swum upwards just as the props were about to expire, and was now floating on the surface waiting for her. They had arrived at Duomusi during the day, but now it was already night. Tian Shui finally felt hungry, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, "I've been delayed down there for a whole day, I'm sorry. Should we go to the shore and find something to eat?" Or should we eat some dry rations? Not a day, but 2 days and 1 night, Shinrua corrected her. This state of complete absorption, entering a meditative state during cultivation, was nothing unusual to Shinrua, so he simply told Tian Shui the story in a very ordinary tone. However, Tian Shui was extremely surprised and taken aback. Because Tian Shui had never encountered anything like this during her cultivation, she was already surprised to see it getting dark, and was wondering why she had been daydreaming for so long. The passage of time was even more dramatic than she had imagined. Do I feel like I'm about to break through to the spirit rank? Shinrua rarely encountered bottlenecks in his cultivation, unless he mastered magic. He came to a world with magic, but unlike the Western fantasy novels on his home planet Earth, where one could immediately master magic upon arrival, the magic in this world couldn't be learned through human effort alone. However, Shinrua didn't mind. Not being able to master it was regrettable, but it was just a regret. He wouldn't consider it a bottleneck. Instead, he would explore this world in his own way and from other perspectives. Based on his cultivation experience, if he were Tian Shui, such an epiphany should have greatly increased his strength. Tian Shui was already close to the spirit rank, and Shinrua felt that even if she didn't break through on the spot, she should have at least touched the threshold to cross over. Unexpectedly, Tian Shui only lowered her head and pondered for a while before cautiously speaking, I should have some insights, but to say I crossed over is still a long way off. Normally, to be able to experience this feeling and reach the spirit rank, it would probably take another 10 years. But for me, this is already incredible luck. Before, I lost the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment. I originally thought that if I couldn't get the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment back, I probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the spirit rank in my entire life. Now, even without the Heavenly Fox Jade Fragment, I can still experience this. This feeling of elemental transformation. Being able to experience it means there's a chance, but 10 years is too long. Tian Shui's voice went from initial excitement to a sigh. Even if she reached the spirit rank, she wouldn't be a match for Gisilpha, but reaching the spirit rank would at least give her the qualifications to stand before Gisilpha. She hasn't even qualified yet. It will take at least 10 years of hard work to achieve that. Originally, she was unwilling to accept it, but knew she had no hope. Now, she sees a glimmer of hope, only to realize how far she still has to go. Since that's the case, there's no use in you cultivating right now. Let's get ashore first. Shinrua was very pragmatic. If Tian Shui could strike while the iron is hot and directly achieve the spirit rank, Shinrua was willing to spend some time waiting, for the sake of Chenghu's happiness. Although he couldn't say he liked Tian Shui, he didn't have any ill feelings towards her either. Furthermore, Tian Shui and Tian Shao were among the few celestial foxes who had the opportunity to defy Gisilpha. Shinrua didn't believe that someone with Gisilpha's personality would choose other methods, such as negotiation, to resolve the issue when he could kill the other party. The Celestial Fox clan leader, who died at his hands, was a cautionary tale. If Gisilpha knew Shinrua's identity as a candidate, Shinrua didn't think the Celestial Fox would still speak kindly to him. Besides, he was a human, making him an easy target in Gisilpha's eyes, and Gisilpha would likely use a deadly attack. As for the strength of a Celestial Fox like Gisilpha, Shinrua didn't think it was necessarily higher than that of candidates Zhizhe or He-Shi, not to mention the dragon that currently only existed in imagination and legend. However, he wouldn't waste words, there was no room for negotiation, and he wouldn't kindly tell Shinrua the whole story like the Plant Spirit Clan candidate. Of course, the Plant Spirit Clan candidate hadn't even considered Shinrua as a candidate at that time. The terrifying thing about Gisilpha is that he doesn't care who you are or whether you appear weak in his eyes. If you try to ask him pointless questions, he'll kill you if he's displeased. In this state, unless you launch a sneak attack, you have no chance of gaining the upper hand. This is Shinrua's assessment of Gisilpha. Because of Gisilpha's personality traits, Shinrua cannot categorize him as a potential partner or an opponent with whom he can try to communicate. Gisilpha is different from Steelstone, Zhizhe, and He-Shi. Shinrua believes that once he officially interacts with Gisilpha, he will likely consider him an enemy. In that case, Tian Shui, who is unaffected by him and desires to defeat him despite her deep-seated fear, is a potential partner. Chapter 305. Shinrua and Tian Shui went ashore. The Celestial Fox clan didn't like to go out at night, so Tian Shui and Shinrua each tried their clothes using their own methods and sat down near the Celestial Fox clan settlement to eat dry rations. The crystal communication came again. It had already come more than once underwater, probably initiated by Du Ying, but Shinrua hadn't paid attention because of the underwater environment. Now she finally had time to take the crystal out, and sure enough, it was Du Ying's communication crystal. If I hadn't just shaken off the Celestial Fox's pursuit, I would have thought it was you who provoked Gisilfa. Du Ying's voice echoed from the crystal. The timing is off. If you just escaped the Celestial Fox's pursuit, then your previous crystal message, was it sent while you were under siege? Shenrua said. You're not that amazing, are you? Caught off guard, Du Ying laughed. I've been in the multi-eyed sea for a while now. Where are you? Shenrua looked around, seemingly finding no useful, memorable targets. She glanced at the pointer of her biological compass and said to Du Ying, we're not far south of the Celestial Fox settlement, but there aren't any particularly prominent landmarks around. Can you find us? Light a fire, Du Ying said, exciting. Shenrua was speechless. If Du Ying had come from the direction of the secret path, then the Celestial Foxes sent by Gisilfa to pursue them might have been led in another direction, or some of them had followed them here in batches. In this situation, based on Shenrua's limited experience on the vast continent of her home planet Earth, fireworks would attract pursuers. But Du Ying's words were provocative, clearly indicating he understood the danger of lighting fireworks now. Had he already tested Tianhu and was absolutely certain, or was it just the characteristic overconfidence of the 10 Masters of Dust and Sand? While Shenrua was still hesitating, he saw smoke rising from a clump of low-lying plants not too far away. He didn't light it, but Du Ying did. Let's go check it out. Although Shenrua felt it was Du Ying, he couldn't be 100% certain without seeing him, so he called Tian Shui, and together they cautiously made their way towards the smoke. A strange figure carrying Du Ying's great sword sat in front of the fire. The reason there was so much smoke was because the wood he used to start the fire was freshly cut from branches of low-lying plants. Judging by his swordsmanship, this figure was undoubtedly Du Ying, but his attire was very odd. Especially with his furry ears, Du Ying looked every bit the part of a man in his 40s. Because Ishi's physical development differed from that of humans, 40 years old would be considered old for a human. He had lived on the Dust Sand continent for over 40 years, which, converted to the Earth calendar familiar to Shenrua, would be 80 or 90 years of life experience. Du Ying couldn't have just decided on a whim to carry equipment disguised as a Celestial Fox, could he? This must have been planned in advance. Shenrua was utterly shocked, and tossed a small pebble towards the figure's back. Testing the waters with a pebble, an ancient technique she read about in books, felt surprisingly practical. The pebble was instantly deflected by a dark elemental spell, and Shenrua dodged. Otherwise, he himself would have been struck. It seems that whether testing the waters is effective depends on the target. Du Ying had already turned around, removing what he was wearing on his head. No fun. What kind of reaction is that? Shenrua looked and saw that Du Ying had taken off a hat decorated with celestial fox ears, the kind with a veil. It was definitely custom-made. Du Ying had even meticulously put on gloves, and the veil covered his entire head and face from the brim down, aiming to completely conceal his identity. I was thinking of pretending to be a celestial fox and giving you a sword strike after you started a fire, to test your reaction, Du Ying said. But you're too cautious, it's really boring. Was carrying that sword on your back a deliberate cover-up? Shenrua asked. Sort of. Du Ying was actually used to carrying his usual great sword, and Shenrua's question made him realize that if he continued to wander around the Thousand Silence Plains carrying that sword, he would definitely be noticed by Gisilfa. What he needed to do now was to store the sword in his spatial accessory, and then change back into his Hershey attire. As one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, Du Ying was playing quite the game. When Du Ying approached, Gisilfa was summoning a celestial fox to serve him in bed. Seeing this, Du Ying thought, now is the time to act. His veil concealed his face, making everything he saw a blurry shadow. However, as a swordsman, and a Hershey-level cultivator at that, Du Ying could still make general judgments about the actions of those nearby in the darkness. While he hadn't mastered the art of mind's eye to the point of surpassing, or being equal to it, Du Ying at least placed great importance on cultivating the fundamentals of martial arts. Therefore, his senses and judgment were stronger than those of a mage of the same level. However, Gisilfa was no less formidable. As a celestial fox, he possessed innate, beast-like instincts, and coupled with the mark of a candidate, Du Ying could only launch a sneak attack when Gisilfa concealed his identity. And he did just that. Du Ying's purpose was, of course, to test the new sword's effect on Gisilfa, and whether the blood from Gisilfa within the sword would work on other celestial foxes during the subsequent breakout. This style of undertaking such dangerous actions for sword testing seemed utterly madness to Shenrua, yet Du Ying did just that. As a spirit-rank being, Du Ying also possessed his own confidence. In his view, among the celestial foxes, only Gisilfa could rival him. He attacked and retreated immediately. This was the palace where Tian Shui had once resided. Even with some magic array, it couldn't compare to the Eternal Tower. Even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape. Even if he were caught, he could still find Shenrua and Tian Shui and have them come to his aid. Whether Shenrua's travel plans in the Thousand Desolate Plains would have to be altered, as a result, was another matter entirely. Du Ying drew the divinely forged sword Shenrua had crafted for him, but to his surprise, it emitted a buzzing sound the moment it was drawn. The sword rang. Du Ying had no choice but to act immediately. Because Gisilfa had sensed something, Du Ying thrust his sword forward. Gisilfa, startled by the connection between himself and the sword, was momentarily stunned, and this momentary lapse resulted in him being struck by Du Ying. "Who are you?" Gisilfa roared in fury, the brand on his forehead appearing. "I am the chosen one of the gods." His alluring power, capable of making anyone submit, was instantly amplified to its peak, and Du Ying could only barely resist by gritting his teeth. The laws of the gods had taken effect, he could no longer actively attack or harm Gisilfa. Du Ying drew his sword, but Gisilfa had already hurled the celestial fox beneath him as a weapon. Affected by Gisilfa's power, the celestial fox was engulfed in flames, lashing out with its claws, its target Du Ying's face. The celestial fox also obscured Du Ying's vision, preventing him from seeing Gisilfa's actions. Gisilfa truly lived up to the title of tyrant among celestial foxes. He could use magic to directly penetrate the celestial fox and kill Du Ying without any hesitation. Du Ying was prepared. Almost simultaneously with Gisilfa throwing the celestial fox, he activated the magical artifact he had already held in his other hand. A gust of wind blew from Du Ying's hand, blocking the celestial fox, and the recoil from the force of the wind propelled Du Ying away. In the instant Du Ying was lifted into the air, he turned and channeled dark elemental energy into his sword, swinging it in the direction he intended to retreat. The dark element became an extension of the sword, slicing through walls and structures in its path, clearing a way for him. Then, Du Ying ran without looking back. Gisilfa picked up the crystal to signal the nearby celestial fox to intercept Du Ying, who then focused his power on his sword, hacking through obstacles in his way. This allowed him to travel in a straight line, quickly widening the distance between himself and Gisilfa. After passing through a waterfall, Du Ying was not only faster than the celestial fox chasing him, but he also used the turbulent water at the waterfall to disperse his scent. Thus, he shook off the celestial fox that was pursuing him. The celestial fox's main objective was at the exit of the secret path. Gisilfa hadn't anticipated that anyone on the continent would dare to ambush him alone on the Thousand Desolate Plains. Without such an unthinkable possibility, there was no way to prepare a contingency plan. Therefore, although Gisilfa was furious, he knew that in this situation, the opponent's escape was highly probable. The dark elemental power gathered by Du Ying's sword strikes, used to clear the way, was used without reservation, a spirit-level spell, to ensure it could destroy any obstacles or magic arrays along the path. So, while ordering the nearby celestial foxes to search for and pursue the assassin, Gisilfa gradually calmed down. When the celestial fox he had thrown out was initially blown back to Gisilfa by wind elemental power, Gisilfa easily tossed it aside with a swing. The celestial fox coughed up blood, but Gisilfa didn't kill it immediately as usual. Instead, he called it over to bandage his wounds. "Did you see his face?" Gisilfa asked. The female celestial fox shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Her hands, which were bandaging Gisilfa, trembled, clearly terrified that he might execute her on the spot. Fortunately, Gisilfa's attention was focused on the remaining magical fluctuations. He muttered to himself, "Dare to attack me? A candidate too? Judging by the remaining magical power, this is a spirit rank Harry, a Harry candidate. Heh, I didn't even ask him for the celestial fox jade fragment, yet he dared to come to my door. Interesting." With that, Gisilfa picked up the communication crystal and issued his order: seal off all paths in and out of the Thousand Silence Plains. If anyone encountered a Harry, they were to immediately send him a message. However, the paths in and out of the Thousand Desolate Plains are limited, and the distances between them are not short. The opponent is a spirit rank, while the celestial fox only has himself at the spirit rank. Is this why the Hishi candidate is so fearless? Gisilfa couldn't help but speculate. But if the opponent is a Hishi candidate, what is the purpose of this probing attack? Just to retreat after one strike? To make the celestial fox suspicious? Gisilfa couldn't figure out why for a moment, but in his view, the relationship between all candidates must be hostile. His efforts to find the opponent's whereabouts might be beneficial to the opponent. Anyway, this fire doesn't need to be extinguished, but we need to leave quickly. The opponent Gisilfa couldn't understand at this moment. Du Ying was urging Shenrua. Du Ying was well aware of the trouble he had created. His fox-eared hat and veil could only disguise his true intentions temporarily. A single glance from Gisilfa at the marks left by his dark elemental power was enough to tell that Du Ying was a spirit-rank Hercules. While it was a day's journey from here to Tianshua's palace, it wasn't too far. The Sky Foxes, with their increased patrols, wouldn't ignore the fireworks. It was only because Shenruo was nearby that Du Ying chose this method to meet her. Based on his assessment, Shenruo should arrive faster than the patrolling Sky Foxes. But only slightly faster. That's what he meant by exciting. Before Du Ying started causing trouble, she appeared mature, composed, and cautious. Shenruo, whose ability to see through appearances wasn't yet activated, hadn't realized that Du Ying was actually even more eager for trouble than Sains and Yuki. Chapter 306. Besides the water, which offers good cover, the vegetation here really doesn't provide any concealment. Shenruo couldn't help but say, with you doing this, we don't even dare to use our light element crystals for lighting. I don't think I mentioned what I'd done yet, Du Ying said. Now, they were completely relying on each other's footsteps to determine their location, with Shenruo leading the way, because Shenruo said he had memorized what this place looked like during the day. Soon afterward, they saw scattered light element lights moving in the darkness, heading towards where Du Ying had started a fire. What do we do now? Tianxue asked in a low voice, a little worried. That's your question, Du Ying said. Shouldn't you know better than us where we can hide around here? As long as we don't use our light element crystals ourselves, they won't be able to find us. Shenruo was quite calm. Because he had already scouted the Duomosi area before, it was all open ground, and it wasn't realistic to have Tianxue find a place to hide at this point. There are no towns in the 1,000 desolate plains. On the Dust Sand continent, visibility is only possible in towns illuminated by light crystals. Since there is no sun or moon, the faint starlight is insufficient to change the pitch-black darkness. Which direction are we heading? Du Ying asked. To the confluence of earth, fire, and water, of course. Shenruo said. The terrain there is somewhat folded. Follow those folds. The height on either side will be enough to conceal our figures, provided you bend over. Of course, not at night. Led by Shenruo, they reached the edge of the folds. Here, Shenruo's memory became less effective. Although he had made detailed observations upon arriving at the edge of the many-eyed sea, completely recreating the scene in his mind, even with his specially developed brain and computational power far exceeding that of ordinary humans on the Dust Sand continent, was impossible. Especially in the folded areas, Shenruo could only see the side facing them, not the entire interior of the folds. Let me do it, Du Ying said, extending his hand, as he felt Shenruo's hands tracing the tall folds. He could also master magic similar to that of the Hersey candidates, using dark elemental particles to outline objects in the darkness, though its effectiveness and range were significantly weaker and smaller than the Hersey candidates. Yuki had already shared the detailed account of the Hersey and Zhezhe candidates' pursuit of the two spirit-rank Zhezhe in the forest. For a spirit-rank candidate, understanding the principles of their magic meant they could use similar spells. The difference lay only in the effects. If the opponent was weaker than him, with less accumulated dark elemental power, Du Ying could achieve 80 to 90% or even surpass them. However, the Hersey candidate was a spirit rank, and Du Ying, imitating within their area of expertise, could only achieve a maximum of 20 to 30% of their magical effects. But here, 20 to 30% was sufficient, as they needed to traverse the folded terrain to avoid being directly exposed to the heavenly foxes searching the area at dawn. The celestial foxes had already reached the campfire, and Gisilfa had received a description of its sudden appearance. Yes, it's burning freshly cut branches. The person who started the fire left when we arrived. The celestial fox checking the campfire reported its findings to Gisilfa. It's unlikely there's no light at night. Look for light, Gisilfa commanded. We checked before we even reached the campfire. There's no light source illuminating it. The celestial foxes could only truthfully report their findings. Du Ying's behavior seemed extremely bizarre to Gisilfa. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand what the other party wanted. First, it attacked him, but didn't aim for a vital spot. Of course, Gisilfa believed he could react and avoid a vital spot. However, due to the angle of Du Ying's attack, he couldn't completely avoid it. After calming down, he realized the most strange thing. Something about the other person seemed to be causing his reaction to be different from usual. And that sword, the other person hadn't used any magic in that stab, and a celestial fox like Gisilfa, even outside of combat, wouldn't be so easily pierced. His body was subtly covered by a thin, almost invisible layer of fire elemental energy. If touched by an external force, the fire elemental energy would quickly concentrate at the point of contact, forming a defense. Yet, the other person's sword had wounded him so easily. His body hadn't even reacted when the sword tip touched him, allowing the fire elemental energy to instantly converge at the point of stab. Even now, Gashilfa hadn't connected Duing and Tian Shui. In his calculations, Tian Shui's group, carrying 3 humans, 2 of whom were still young, should normally still be on their way. He hadn't anticipated that these 2 human apprentices would grow stronger through training. Thus Tian Shui arrived at the 1,000 Desolate Plains much earlier than he expected. He also couldn't believe that native inhabitants of the Dusan continent would use him as a pretext for testing his sword skills. Although Gashilfa hadn't revealed his candidate mark before Du Ying's attack, the fact that he was a candidate already influenced Du Ying's actions through the power of the laws. Du Ying didn't intend to kill Gashilfa, and it was precisely because of this lack of intent that Gashilfa couldn't completely dodge the sword strike. The attack plunged Gashilfa into the greatest sense of crisis he experienced since arriving on the Dusan continent. Gashilfa's anxiety plunged the 1,000 Silence Plains into a tense atmosphere. At Tianshua's former residence, the near-spirit rank Celestial Fox Guard took turns patrolling, and Gashilfa no longer summoned Celestial Foxes to attend to him. The residence needed more guards, the ambush on the secret path couldn't be lifted, and the search for the multi-eyed sea required more Celestial Foxes. Therefore, the Celestial Foxes gathered in large numbers in the area originally belonging to Tianshua's branch. The culprit behind all this had already traveled overnight along the folds of the multi-eyed sea, heading upstream. By dawn, they had moved far away from the Celestial Fox settlements near the multi-eyed sea, and Shinrua suggested they take turns lying down to rest. Setting up tents in the folded area was impossible. Simply throwing a soft mat on the ground was the limit. Except for Tianshua, who frowned slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to sleeping on the ground during the day, Du Ying and Shinrua had no psychological barriers to it. Therefore, the first shift of guard duty fell to Tianshua. By the time of the shift change, Tianshua had abandoned all such formalities. She was actually more exhausted than Shinrua and Du Ying, and fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the mat. Most of the elite Celestial Foxes had gathered around Gashilfa, making the already vast 1,000 Desolate Plains even more sparsely populated with Celestial Foxes. Thus, Du Ying, who had actually attacked Gashilfa, Tianshua, the Celestial Fox Gashilfa most wanted to stop, plus a human craftsman whom Gashilfa believed would soon be forging weapons for him, arrived unimpeded at their first destination after leaving the Dome of Sea, the ruins where the Hehe tribe had once lived. Although the centerpiece is a totem pole, this ruin isn't just about totem poles. As the Hehe tribe migrated and settled in the Valley of the Undying, the buildings and facilities here were abandoned. However, historically, the Hehe tribe did live here. Before leaving, they left behind some dark elemental magic traps to prevent the Celestial Foxes from easily entering and occupying the area. In reality, these traps wouldn't be particularly difficult for the Celestial Foxes to destroy. It would only result in some casualties. However, the Hehe tribe and the Celestial Foxes have different customs. This place was never a suitable habitat for the Celestial Foxes, so initially, when the Hehe tribe migrated to the 1,000 Desolate Plains, the two sides maintained a period of relative harmony. After the Hehe tribe departed, the Celestial Foxes had no intention of transforming this land into their own settlement to demonstrate their absolute dominance in the 1,000 Desolate Plains. For them, this would be time-consuming, laborious, and potentially deadly. What they wanted to do was prevent the Hehe tribe's return. In the Celestial Fox's view at the time, preventing the success of the ritual meant the fulfillment of the prophecy in the heavenly poem. This was the Hehe's destination. Leaving it intact allowed the Celestial Foxes to know where the Hehe were going. By ambushing their ritual shamans along the way, reducing their numbers, the 1,000-year ritual would collapse on its own. Of course, later, with the intervention of the Heshi candidates, the Celestial Fox's plan failed, but the ritual did indeed fail as scheduled. Because of this, the Celestial Foxes felt the power of the gods even more keenly, and thus became even more convinced that their protector, the god of fire elements, had orchestrated everything. And the Hehe tribe's former land, as a footnote to the heavenly poem, was forgotten by the Celestial Foxes after everything had settled. Tianshua's feelings were complex. She knew Shinrua hadn't intentionally chosen this place as their first destination after arriving at the 1,000 Desolate Plains. They didn't initially know that Gashilfa had already found the Celestial Fox in the human settlement beneath the 1,000 Desolate Plains. Shinrua only suggested this location after confirming that Gashilfa hadn't given up on capturing Tianshua. However, she was a descendant of Hehe and the Celestial Fox. This was a ruin from 1,000 years ago. After Hehe left, she returned, but the ritual failed. Their brief stay didn't allow them time to modify their ruins. The mechanisms here remained exactly as they were when He and the celestial fox left 1,000 years ago. And Tianxue knew how to break them, and how to enter the ruins without triggering the mechanisms. This was also one of the secrets passed down orally through her lineage. Those who could be together, and have He and the celestial fox, who controlled the god of life, manifest must be the best of both worlds. The ancient story, the truth behind He's entanglement with the celestial fox, is lost to time, but this place can be considered another legacy left to Tianxue by her ancestors. If He fails to complete the ritual, this place will inevitably be abandoned, and if Tianxue wants to unify the celestial fox clan through war, this place will also be her escape route. But now, to bring two beings unrelated to the celestial fox clan here, under the pretext of sightseeing. Tianxue felt somewhat unwilling at the thought. Chapter 307. Look at this magic circle, it's missing a small piece here, so... Tianxue was still hesitating whether she should lead Shenruo and Du Ying into the interior of the Hehe ruins unharmed, while Du Ying had already begun explaining to Shenruo. The conflicts on the 1,000 desolate plains have lasted for 1,000 years, so the magic circles here were all carved 1,000 years ago. As one of the 10 great masters of dust and sand, Du Ying's knowledge of magic circles is extremely extensive. Furthermore, Shenruo already had the plant spirit clan scepter in his hand. Among the plant spirits, there are many knowledgeable mages. While Tianxue hesitated, Du Ying and Shenruo had already solved several mechanisms, and Du Ying even analyzed his thought process for solving them. Tianxue then realized that these two probably hadn't considered whether she might understand the intricacies of this place. Although Shenruo didn't understand magic, he had already come into contact with many magic circles. Humans could create various tools for embedding magic circles, and Shenruo would also consult related books when he needed to forge weapons. The principle behind magic circles is essentially to guide the convergence and formation of energy through shapes, similar to how specific sound resonance can achieve certain spiritual influences. However, the effect of sound is primarily on the spiritual level, what's called the influence on the soul on the dust-sand continent, while the energy gathered and the elemental force released by magic circles manifests on the physical level. Both Du Ying and Shenruo possess extensive theoretical knowledge of magic, thus their understanding of magic circles is far deeper than that found in general books circulating on the continent. If their interaction hadn't been with Shenruo, this could have been considered a masterclass in magic. Unfortunately, Shenruo wasn't a mage, she was a human completely incapable of using magic. So, after understanding the structure of these magic arrays, and the relationships between the mechanisms, Shenruo treated it like a puzzle game used to train her thinking on her home planet, Earth. Their speed in dismantling the magical mechanisms wasn't much slower than Tianxue's, who already knew how to dismantle them. Seeing this, Tianxue completely gave up on leading the way. Shenruo seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself. However, there was also a legacy left to her hidden here. In the past, Tianxue hadn't come to retrieve it because this legacy was originally planned to be retrieved if this place becomes a temporary base for a branch in the future, sounding like an item for crisis management. Previously, the 3 branches of the Celestial Fox clan were evenly matched, and Tianxue's previous generation hadn't inherited power from her branch. Under these circumstances, coming here to retrieve the legacy left behind might not have been appropriate. When Gisilfa suddenly appeared, the crisis became apparent, but Tianxue could only hastily escape through the secret path, having no chance to return to the 1,000 desolate plains. Now, Tianxue is caught in a dilemma again. Is now the opportunity to use this item? Tianxue herself has doubts, because she doesn't even know what this legacy is. Moreover, this legacy might allow her to reverse the gap between herself and the leaders of other Sky Fox clan branches, but it wouldn't be a magic bullet to fight Gisilfa. Because even during the Sky Fox clan's heyday, without its split, the Sky Fox clan leaders recorded in history were not stronger than the current Gisilfa. Oh no, I made a mistake here. Back off. Back off. While Tianxue was still pondering her next move, Du Ying's voice came from ahead. He had mistakenly used his knife to cut a section off the fire magic mechanism, and the ancient mechanism awoke from its slumber, flames erupting from the magic circle like a dragon. Although Du Ying was yelling loudly, he showed no sign of panic. His dark elemental magic, at the spirit level, was corroding the flames, but he wasn't a mage-level expert, and this method of devouring the entire fire dragon seemed too time-consuming. He was more skilled at condensing special dark elemental particles from spirit-level magic onto his sword, slashing directly, using the sword's momentum to direct his dark elemental power to where he wanted, creating a very powerful cutting effect. Shenruo was much more direct. He took out a slingshot, pulled out several palm-sized water elemental crystals, and launched them at the fire dragon. By channeling true energy into the water elemental crystal, the crystal was controlled to explode after traveling a certain distance. The shattered crystal then transformed into water elemental force, colliding with the fire dragon and creating a large amount of water mist. Phew, what an extravagant method. Duing couldn't help but exclaim. He knew about Shenrua's previous battle with a plant spirit clan candidate, which reportedly consumed a large number of incredibly expensive magical items. However, they hadn't intervened in the battle, they had judged what both sides were doing solely through magical fluctuations. Furthermore, Shenrua had purchased a large number of items and crystals at the Eternal Tower, all of which were documented. Even so, witnessing it firsthand was still incredibly shocking for Duing. Shenrua suppressed the fire dragon summoned by the magic array and casually took out 7 or 8 palm-sized water elemental crystals, directly using this explosive method to consume them, prioritizing speed. These crystals are usually cut into small pieces and embedded in magical items and weapons, only being replenished when they are used up. While human craftsmen could create weapons to launch crystals using a slingshot to achieve a similar effect, Shenrua's method was difficult for Duing to replicate. As a spirit rank cultivator, he could understand the general principle, but launching them by hand was something he knew would be hard to do. He needed to control the crystals to shatter during launch, requiring the use of dark elemental power. However, this control would cause the crystals to be affected by the dark elemental power as they shattered. Dark elemental power and water elemental power, when not combined, create a synergistic effect that is less than the sum of its parts. I brought a lot this time, Shenrua said. There's a discount. The identity of the 10 absolutes of dust and sand grants discounts at some shops in the Eternal Tower's trading area. Shenrua had the members of his organization use his identification to buy a large quantity of crystals. Although it took considerable time to store them in a spatial totem stone to ensure accurate retrieval, Shenrua discovered that this memorization process could train his precision in using true qi and his mental strength. Therefore, the preparations before setting out were treated as a form of training. The incident didn't waste too much time. While waiting for the fog to dissipate, they rested briefly before continuing their journey. They reached the center of the ruins at nightfall. Finally, we can get a good night's sleep here, and we can even light lamps openly, Duing said, clearly certain that no celestial fox had discovered their presence. Even if a celestial fox passed by the ruins, it wouldn't be able to detect the activity of the target Gisilfa was tracking. Shenrua agreed, that makes sense, but let's still take turns keeping watch at night. At the center of the ruins was a massive totem pole carved with bird patterns, the bird's head atop it looking towards the Valley of the Undying. Shenrua took out a lamp made of light elemental crystals and hung it under the eaves of a nearby building. Duing was setting up a tent, and after finishing, he also hung the lamp in front of the tent. However, these light elemental lamps weren't enough to illuminate the entire center of the ruins, so although Shenrua's purpose was to examine the ruins, he didn't act immediately. Calculating the days, Gisilfa should have discovered that Hezelican had already returned to the Tower of Eternity with 2 human apprentices. Why do you think the God of Wind is manifesting here? Shenrua asked, looking at the totem pole, which the light couldn't fully illuminate, seemingly to himself, yet also seemingly asking Duing. But actually, he was waiting for the bird in his earring, the very embodiment of the totem pole, to give him an answer. The bird hadn't spoken for a long time. However, he didn't receive a reply from the bird. Instead, Duing answered his question. It said that the God of Wind and the God of Fire have a relatively good relationship among the gods. Of course, this is just a legend. There are no records of the gods manifesting simultaneously or conversing. It's just that when the gods created the world, they left behind some relics, and those relics that are sentient can sense the power of the gods, and sometimes even perceive certain images. Therefore, some legends have been passed down through generations, without any concrete evidence. However, these perceived images were also created as murals to record the history of the creator gods. I see. Shenrua turned and entered the tent. They had been traveling for days, and had now reached the ruins. He had been listening intently along the way to make sure they weren't being followed. He was certain that until they entered the ruins, they hadn't been tailed. The ruins weren't particularly large, but they weren't small either. After all, this was the former territory of the Hihi tribe, and the buildings here were the former residences and places of worship for the Hihi tribe. Therefore, the scale of the ruins was roughly the same as that of the Valley of the Undying. Even if they did anything in the center of the ruins, the noise wouldn't reach outside. As long as Gisilfa didn't expect them to come here, it would remain safe. And Gisilfa indeed hadn't expected it. He was just calculating the days, and wondering if Tian Shui's group was too slow. They hadn't even left the secret path yet. Shinruo and Doing were both men, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. They shared a tent, while Tian Shui had her own tent and was on night duty for the first half of the night. She sat, standing before the tent. Tian Shui pondered whether to take a look at the legacy left by her ancestors. Judging from Shinruo and Du Ying's conversation, they seemed to intend to stay for a while longer. Tian Shui was conflicted. Should she go now or later? She hesitated for a full hour. During that hour, there was not a sound from Shinruo and Du Ying's tent. They were clearly asleep. Finally, Tian Shui took out another light element lamp and walked towards the dark ruins. The feet of the celestial fox still retained fox characteristics, so its footsteps were almost silent. Even Shinruo, without altering her hearing, probably wouldn't have heard it even if it were pressed close to the ground. Retaining some fox characteristics made the celestial fox clan natural masters of stealth hunting. Following the knowledge she had gained from the secret map, Tian Shui found the building she was looking for within the ruins. The mechanism within this building wasn't a magic array, but rather a mechanism to open a secret chamber. Chapter 308. So it's armor. Shinruo's voice sounded behind Tian Shui, pulling her back from her reverie. Tian Shui spun around, assuming a defensive stance. When did Shinruo get behind her? Why hadn't she noticed Shinruo following her? The Heavenly Fox clan's stealth skills were exceptionally high, so they would easily detect being followed, unless the other party's stealth skills were superior. But were human stealth skills superior to the Heavenly Fox clans? Or was it someone like her, a Heavenly Fox? Tian Shui's body tensed as she thought this. There's no need to be so tense. Doing had also arrived, albeit a little slower than Shinruo, only reaching her after Tian Shui turned to face Shinruo. Tian Shui's attention had been entirely focused on Shinruo, and only now did she notice Du Ying's presence. She now knew that if Shinruo and Du Ying had designs on her inheritance, she'd probably have little chance. I'm protected by the Tower of Eternity, and the mission terms don't say I can't collect things I'm interested in during this process. At this moment, Tian Shui finally used her hired identity. The things here are good, but not to the point where we should recklessly steal them. Du Ying looked around. These are all magical weapons suitable for the absolute and near spirit ranks, and they were manufactured a long time ago. His implication was that while the weapons around him were well made, their design was outdated, and he didn't particularly like them. However, Du Ying still praised the set of armor in the middle. This set of armor in the middle is quite good, and its helmet section doesn't have a helmet. Instead, it has a stand with a crown on it, as if to say, this is a set of king's armor. She didn't find this place. She knew about this armory from the start, Shinruo said to Du Ying. This place probably has some connection to her. I was just curious what she was doing up so late at night. If she hadn't known, she could have gone back to sleep. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have followed her. Then she turned to Tian Shui and said, after you finish collecting everything here, come back for your night watch. We won't take it from you. She turned and left. Du Ying stared at Tian Shui for a while before turning and leaving too, leaving Tian Shui standing there in a daze. The weapons in this room, just as Du Ying had said, were exquisitely crafted, but Tian Shui's spatial storage gems couldn't carry them all. Tian Shui walked forward, looking at the exquisitely crafted chair in the center, the armor and crown in the middle, a set of divine relics. The necklace hanging in the center was also a sacred relic. However, this sacred relic was more symbolic than practical. She reached out and stored the armor in her spatial storage, then hung the necklace around her neck and picked up the crown. There was a mirror in the room. She looked in the mirror and put on the crown. The beautiful celestial fox in the mirror wore the crown, but her features lacked the domineering aura expected of a queen. The fire elemental power within her seemed to be drawn by the crown, surging from her body, and finally, flames resembling the extreme flame magic of the celestial fox clan enveloped the crown. The crown and the legacy are one. Tian Shui seemed to sense a voice resounding in her mind, instantly realizing it was a dying wish left by her ancestor. Why did that fox take so long? Du Ying stood before the tent, asking Shinruo, who seemed completely unconcerned and had already crawled into bed. Are you so concerned because you've been influenced by her passive charm? Shinruo said, with her strength, it wouldn't be so easy for her to harm you, would it? Even if she crossed the spirit rank right now, she wouldn't be a match for me, Du Ying said confidently. The first reason we had her lead the way was that she's genuinely familiar with the 1,000 Desolation Plains. None of us have been here before, and even with a map, we can't compare to her familiarity with the place. The second reason, didn't we already discuss this at the Eternal Tower? If she still wants to return to the 1,000 Desolation Plains and become the Fox King here, then rather than leaving her in the Eternal Tower, It's better to let her exchange her freedom according to the rules of the 10 absolute dust and sand. Shenruo's voice softened, sounding like she was about to fall asleep. At that moment, Doing saw the lamp in Tian Shue's hand in the distance and entered the tent. She's back. Tian Shue looked at the faintly glowing powder on the ground and quickly realized its purpose. Clearly, Shenruo had discovered her movements first, then scattered powder on the ground while tracking her, sending Doing with him. In other words, while this human possessed high stealth abilities, he didn't seem to have a guaranteed victory against someone who could fight him alone. Tian Shue felt there were many things she couldn't understand about Shenruo, but her secret seemed utterly exposed before him, which annoyed her somewhat. Shenruo revealed Saintsen's identity to her face, then used this information to recruit her into the dust and sand 10 absolutes. Later, he brought up He's past with the Heavenly Fox in front of Saintsen, revealing her secret, that she was unaffected by the Heavenly Fox Jade submission effect to the dust and sand 10 absolutes. However, from another perspective, Shenruo wasn't entirely without help. Without entering the 10 absolute dust and sands, she wouldn't have been able to rescue Tian Shao, and Tian Shao originally possessed Gisilfa's blood, which had always affected her. Later, this influence gradually disappeared. During this time, the only truly unique being Tian Shao encountered was Shenruo. Could Shenruo actually be a member of the Illusion Clan? In fact, if Shenruo is a member of the Illusion Clan, then everything can be explained. Although there's no record of the Illusion Clan producing spirit rank individuals, they can perfectly transform themselves to gain the abilities of their transformed race. While this ability isn't perfect in application, it allows them to master many skills. For example, medicine. If he could transform into a celestial fox, he could better understand what his body was like as a celestial fox, and then transform into a plant spirit. The Illusion Clan is a rare race, and they seldom openly reveal their identity. Therefore, the only well-known and active member is Huan Lia in the Eternal Tower. If Shenruo is from the Illusion Clan, what are the benefits of him becoming human? Would it lower people's guard? Tian Shue couldn't figure it out for a moment, but Doing and Shenruo didn't seem to intend to harm her. She also felt that she might have been overly tense since arriving here, especially when it came to the ancestral legacy. As Doing said, it was a good thing, but not good enough to warrant their fighting. For one thing, the greatsword Doing had put away, which he had originally carried on his back, was a divine relic-level weapon. Shenruo had guessed whether Doing had fought with Gisilfa, but this guess was based on his understanding of Doing. Tian Shue wasn't familiar with Doing, but regardless of whether Doing had directly encountered Gisilfa, the speed at which the Heavenly Foxes searched the multi-eyed sea proved that even if Doing hadn't directly fought Gisilfa, she had definitely alerted him. There are quite a few Heavenly Foxes near the spirit rank on the Thousand Silence Plains now. Doing's ability to escape from there, shake off pursuers, and even dare to light damp firewood at night to create smoke and noise. This kind of courage is not something an ordinary hermit would possess. Near spirit rank? Perhaps she should be bolder. Spirit rank, if it's spirit rank, then wouldn't the other party be one of the 10 absolutes? Thinking this, Tianxue felt a chill run down her spine at her own guess. If Doing is one of the 10 absolutes, then what is their purpose? Do they hope to support her as the king of Thousand Silence Plains, then subtly interfere in the affairs of the Heavenly Fox clan, or in exchange, demand that the Heavenly Fox clan continue to provide them with certain benefits in the future? Or did the auctioned batch of Heavenly Foxes remain in the Eternal Tower, allowing the 10 absolutes of dust and sand? To see the potential of the Heavenly Foxes as spies, it has to be said, Tianxue has seriously misjudged the 10 absolutes of dust and sand. These organizations on the dust and sand continent, those that have survived for millions of years without changing their fundamental principles, all need members who firmly uphold their beliefs and have a strong sense of belonging. In Shenruo's view, the world of magic has a significant advantage over the stages experienced by the nations and organizations in the history of their home planet Earth. The binding force of oaths and contracts still exists here. In the legendary era of their home planet Earth, people also believed in the power of voice, so blood and oaths could bring power and constraints. The stronger the constraints, the stronger the power gained. However, in later generations, people no longer believed in such power. Without belief, there was no point in acquiring it. Later still, people regained faith in the power of sound, even inventing weapons that altered different sound frequencies. These weapons were incredibly powerful, and by training their voices, people could create different effects by producing different sounds. But the ancient and simple philosophy of oaths and constraints was forgotten. The native inhabitants of the Dust Sand continent believed that this blood pact magic, this oath magic, was governed by the laws of the gods. Therefore, contracts and oaths, creeds and a sense of belonging, still sustained the organizations that had existed on this continent for millennia. Although Tianxue was quite old, before leaving the Thousand Desolate Plains to inherit the Heavenly Fox clan branch, her life had remained solely within her own branch, and all her experiences were related to the Heavenly Fox clan. Her diligent cultivation was also to ensure that her strength was sufficient for the position of branch leader. Just as Shenrua had said when she provoked her into collecting aquatic plants, she wasn't even truly familiar with the environment of her own branch. The path she thought she could take to become leader was merely the path her elders had told her. Once this path differed from what she had always known, her true competitive edge was minimal. The fact that the spirit rank members of the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes sent her back to the Thousand Desolate Plains after learning she hadn't given up on becoming the leader of the Heavenly Fox clan had an underlying reason. They didn't believe Tianxue possessed leadership or decisiveness. In fact, even the Heavenly Fox, whom Tianxue was very confident in, and who controlled the secret path magic key, had already sided with Gisilfa. Whether Tianxue was allowed to face reality during a mission, or she underwent a change during the mission and became resolute in her decision, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes. The former would allow her to gain a true sense of belonging, while the latter would require Tianxue to pay the price for her resolve. Chapter 309. Tianxue considered all the inconsistencies in Shenrua and Du Ying's actions, ultimately concluding that the worst-case scenario was that she had been tricked into joining the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization. She hadn't been without benefit. Now that she was a member, further contemplation was futile. Understanding this wasn't easy for Tianxue, whose mind possessed both feminine and celestial fox characteristics. Afterward, she was finally able to focus her attention on the legacy left to her by the crown. It was a kind of infusion-like inheritance. Her ancestor had left a memory within the crown. When she wore the crown and used her celestial fox flames, guided by the crown, she would experience that memory from her ancestor's perspective. This memory was about her ancestor's journey to the spirit rank. After wearing the crown, she felt as if she were her ancestor. Nothing could provide a more direct and visceral experience of the process of advancing from a non-spirit rank to the spirit rank. With the insights gained in the Mini-Eyed Sea, Tianxue finally had a chance to cross the spirit rank in a short period. Tianxue might cross the spirit rank. The next day, Tianxue again failed to appear before Shenrua and Du Ying as a competent employee, but magical fluctuations continued to emanate from her tent. Although Shenrua couldn't use magic, the changes in the particles in the air were so obvious that he could sense them without altering his visual perception. Recalling Tianxue's day and night in the Mini-Eyed Sea, he briefly explained to Du Ying what had happened there when Du Ying left. If she completes the spirit rank crossing at this point, she most likely won't want to become one of us. Du Ying sighed. It's a pity. While the ancient blood pact defined our bottom line, it wasn't without loopholes that could be exploited. For example, although spirit rank members, as members of the 10 Absolutes, were required to protect the safety of all races entering the Eternal Tower and couldn't use the Eternal Tower's power to maintain their neutrality, they still enjoyed a high degree of freedom. They could do things according to their own preferences, and as long as they weren't within the Eternal Tower, the pact couldn't restrict them. However, becoming one of the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand granted them access to the Eternal Tower's intelligence network, which wasn't usually open to ordinary members. Furthermore, they had the opportunity to cultivate their own power and acquire magical items, resources, and connections that were difficult to obtain without an organizational background. All of these factors meant that even if a spirit rank member didn't mobilize the Eternal Tower's nominal power when pursuing their own interests, they would still receive hidden assistance. This is why the 10 Absolutes of Dust and Sand placed greater emphasis on the spirit rank member's own stance when becoming one of the 10 Absolutes. What kind of being could become one of the 10 Absolutes was more important than the tests or the spirit rank's actual strength. In Du Ying's view, Tianxue was hardly a good choice among the 10 Absolutes. However, if Tianxue achieved the spirit rank, then they would have to make a corresponding choice. Would they test Tianxue, deciding whether to make her a member of the 10 Absolutes, or would they dissolve their relationship with her and establish a new contract, forcing her to leave the Dust and Sand 10 Absolutes organization? Congratulations, you're on your way to the spirit rank. Seeing Tianxue emerge from the tent, Du Ying said to her, however, you're here to guide us through the 1,000 desolate plains. Guiding, as well as some combat and hunting, are your duties. You haven't forgotten, have you? Tianxue's initially good mood was dampened by Du Ying's words. However, Du Ying was right. Not only had she made Shenrua and Du Ying wait for her today, but she had also kept Shenrua waiting for a long time in the Mini-Eyed Sea. Whatever she wanted to do, she should wait until after this journey was over, and she returned to the Eternal Tower before making any plans. But upon her return, she realized that the 1,000 desolate plains was actually a treasure trove for improving her strength, and some things were things she should have done long ago during her years there. It turned out that no matter how difficult something was, once she started doing it, it seemed possible. Gisilfa must have found out he was waiting in vain at the secret path by now, right? Shenrua asked Duing. Probably. Li Qian told me he's already back in the Eternal Tower. Duing had contacted Li Qian while waiting for Tianxue. This was crucial to their next move. Let's explore the ruins first. Looks like we'd be eating dry rations for the next few days, Shenrua said. Once he recovers, he returned to his usual palace, and then we go to Tianxue's residence. Go to my residence too? Tianxue was surprised. Yes, doesn't your residence have a container for storing the fire bestowed by the god of fire? Shenrua reminded Tianxue. Although we might not necessarily obtain the fire, how will we know if we don't try? Yes, we're already here, Duing said. You won't be reluctant to part with the container for obtaining the fire, will you? No, Tianxue said through gritted teeth. The container for obtaining the fire wasn't actually something she was reluctant to part with. The reason she was gritting her teeth was because Du Ying's tone of voice had really annoyed her. Then what are we doing here these next few days? Tianxue asked. Wait, Shenrua said. Of course, you can continue cultivating, but you need to be able to stop when I need help. Need my help? Tianxue wondered. If they didn't leave the center of the ruins, what help would Shenrua need from her? Didn't we collect some underwater plants in the Mini-eyed Sea? We need to organize them. Shenrua didn't intend to hide anything from Tianxue. Those you collected are most likely already dried up, but the ones I collected might not be. You mean all that? Tianxue took off her bracelet. Here you go. It's not just that. I might need to test their medicinal properties. Those you collected won't survive, so I need to test the effects of refining some of them. I might need to borrow your magic. In the Dust Sand continent, many plant and herbal preparations require fire magic. Using fire elemental crystals alone isn't as effective. Because when fire elemental crystals ignite a flame to prepare herbs, this flame, unlike fire elemental magic, doesn't change shape or allow for temperature control. For example, a celestial fox mage like Tianxue can use extremely cold flames, a type of fire, but under Tianxue's control, the temperature is so low that it's almost imperceptible. Tianxue no longer has the idea of continuously cultivating and breaking through to the spirit rank in one go, because Du Ying reminded her that she is still on a mission. It sounds wrong, no matter the circumstances, to have your employer stop doing their work and wait for you to cultivate. Shenrua slept all night and is now full of energy. While collecting plants underwater, he soaked the potentially useful plants that the scepter pointed out in pots of water, which even contained some mud he had dug from the bottom of the multi-eyed sea. These plants need to be taken out and cleaned first to allow them to breathe. The Doma Sea is, after all, flowing water, and there's even subterranean fire nearby. Even though they take in water from there, Shenrua isn't sure how long these plants will survive without their specific environment. He could only have Tianxue use her flames to heat the water to a temperature similar to the bottom of the Doma Sea, then clean the plants and place them in higher-level magical containers. He tried to keep these plants alive until they returned to the Eternal Tower, then hand them over to Jimu to find a way to keep them alive. Among them, the plants that Tianxue has sensed must have a specific influence on the environment there, or perhaps they're mutually beneficial with that microenvironment. However, Shenrua currently has no way to research how to use this plant to influence the environment, because it's probably very difficult for this plant to even survive. He could find this plant in Tianshue's bracelet and try to test its medicinal properties. This ruin seems to be protected by divine power. Although 1,000 years has aged the buildings, there isn't much dust. Especially at the center of the ruins, the totem pole of the god of wind and the plaza surrounding it were remarkably clean. The animal life on the Thousand Silence Plains wasn't abundant. Only a few birds could be found within the ruins. After Shenrua shared her thoughts, Tianxue quickly used magic to capture a small bird and handed it to Shenrua to test the medicine. Shenrua finally chopped several plants she thought might be useful, and fed them to the bird one by one. The bird initially resisted, but after eating one of the plants, its eyes widened, and it tried to peck at the remaining chopped parts, but Shenrua held it down. Seeing its delicious treat being taken away, the little bird angrily tried to peck at Shenrua, but unfortunately, this didn't bother her at all. After a while, the bird gave up and flew away. Alright, everyone gets a share, try it. Shenrua cut the plant the bird had tested for poison into several pieces. Duing looked incredulous. We have to eat too? I eat first. Shenrua said, already putting the plant in her mouth and chewing. Eat a little, maybe it'd be good for you. I won't eat it. In case something goes wrong, we need someone awake to clean up the mess. Actually, the bird had already tested it for poison. Doing only said this because she didn't want to eat the grass. This is delicious, don't you want to try it? Shenrua sincerely invited her. I try it. Tian Shui remembered what Shenrua had told her at Duomohai, and took the plant from Shenrua's hand. It tastes really good. Shenrua gave Tian Shui the very plant the little bird found delicious. While a bird's sense of taste differed from that of the celestial fox, humans, and Heshi, what truly made the little bird's eyes light up was the energy contained within the plant. Shenrua felt a slight warmth in her dantian after eating it. However, this didn't necessarily mean the plant was some kind of miraculous elixir or a sacred cultivation ingredient. Back on her home planet Earth, there were also poisonous plants that could be used medicinally after prolonged boiling. The medicinal soup made from those plants with honey was even more heat-inducing than this plant. In ancient medical texts, the plant was called Aconitum carmichelii. After organizing the medicinal herbs, Shenrua's next step was to explore the ruins. Logically, this place should contain the purest wind elemental power left behind by the god, who controlled the wind elements, but Shenrua didn't feel any wind after entering the ruins. In fact, the ancient Tronisha ruins, with their swirling hurricanes above, seemed more like the place where the power of the god of wind elements resided. Chapter 310. Shenrua gazed at the ancient totem pole. He actually wanted to speak with the will of the god, who governed the wind element, because it seemed no one understood the history of this place better than him. If the god who governs the wind element and the god who governs the fire element have a good relationship, why are he and Tianhu hostile to each other? Shenrua seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually waiting for the bird's answer. The bird knew the history of this place, including why it had appeared because of Heshi's travels here. This is because I shouldn't have appeared here. A solemn voice rang out, seemingly emanating directly from his brain. Shenrua knew that if the bird were only speaking to him, it wouldn't use this voice and manner. In other words, the bird appeared atop the totem pole, speaking as the remnant will of the god who governs the wind element. Shenrua looked up at the totem pole. The tall totem pole still looked the same, but it seemed slightly different. The most striking difference was that some of the bird's feathers had turned green, shimmering with iridescent light. The bird's eyes were bright and alert, as if it had come alive. Praise be to the god who governs the wind element. Duing clasped her hands to her chest in a gesture of reverence as she spoke, while Tian Shui also solemnly clasped her hands to her chest. You and the people of the god who governs the fire element, Tian Hu and her illustrious descendant Tian Shui, praise the god who governs the wind element. Tian Shui also spoke, her voice, like Du Ying's, possessing a very distinctive tone, a unique melody, akin to chanting sacred hymns, characteristic of the native inhabitants of the Dusan continent when discussing the history of their creator gods. The crown is a legacy left behind using my power. I promise that if their descendants come here and place the crown before me, I will bestow upon them the blessing of power. It is time for me to fulfill that promise, said the remaining will of the god, who governs the wind elements. But whether you can bear this power is your own business. Hearing this, Qianxue unhesitatingly took out the crown and placed it on her head. This time, she was no longer merely driven by the crown's power. A gust of wind swept over her body, and then extreme flames erupted from within her. A hurricane appeared out of thin air from the totem pole. The higher it went, the larger the eye of the hurricane became, and the more spectacular it looked. Oh no! Gisilfa will notice this commotion. Shenrua quickly packed up the tents. If the ceremony lasted too long, he and Du Ying would have to find a good hiding place. As for Tian Shui, he'd help her if he could, but if not, their time together would have to end there. Of course, they were still quite a distance from Gisilfa's palace, and the newly arrived celestial foxes would be hindered by the magical mechanisms outside. It was best for them to leave as soon as possible. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the arriving celestial foxes wanted to fight them, even knowing they were controlled by Gisilfa, they couldn't afford to be unprotected. Shenrua didn't like solving problems through fighting. If they could leave first without being noticed by the celestial foxes, and then explore Tian Shui's residence once their attention was focused on the ruins, that would be the best opportunity. Flame surged continuously from Tian Shui's body, and the power of wind flowed into her crown. When the celestial foxes used their elemental power to wield the extreme flame, they merely let it burn between their hands. But Qianxue was now engulfed in extreme flame from head to toe. Her elemental power was rapidly draining away. So finding a guide has turned into a hassle. Du Ying complained, catching Tianxue as she fell unconscious from the wind after the extreme flame had burned out. Du Ying could only carry her on her back. You can't just leave her here to fend for herself after the divine will manifested and the power was transferred. So just accept it. Consider it fate, Shenrua teased. This was a gift from the divine will itself. Du Ying, carrying Tianxue, and Shenrua, who had already packed her things, quickly left the ruins. Do you know how long it's been since I've been chased like this? Du Ying still had the energy to speak to Shenrua. Not long ago, when you went to cause trouble for Gisilfa, weren't you getting chased quite fiercely? Shenrua pointed out without hesitation the recent incident that Du Ying had forgotten. Du Ying was speechless for a moment. Why did I do that? How should I know? Shenrua said. If I had gone to scout, I certainly wouldn't have alerted them. Maybe that's what you call skillful and daring. Skillful and daring? You're quite the complimenter, but I'm not human, I'm Hershey. Du Ying emphasized. It's all right. Actually, we already left the ruins. Given the vastness of the Thousand Silence Plains, it won't be easy for them to find us. Let's find a place to put her down. Although Shenrua didn't doubt that Du Ying had the strength to fight 100 men while carrying Tianxue, there was no need. They came here to explore, not to seek the thrill of escape. After checking the map and the compass, Shenrua and Du Ying finally chose an ice cave to settle in. The Celestial Fox clan was born from the power of the fire elemental god, and this race disliked the cold. Moreover, the ice cave area was extremely uninhabitable, practically deserted on the 1,000 desolate plains. Even more desolate than the ruins of the He clan. Reaching the ice cave area wouldn't be difficult for Shenrua and Du Ying. In Du Ying's opinion, the challenge lay in enduring the cold. This wasn't his or Shenrua's problem, but Tianshue's. Tianshue's fire elemental power was completely depleted. Although it would naturally replenish over time, she remained weak until fully replenished. More importantly, she was currently unconscious. However, as the will of the wind elemental god had said, whether she could withstand it was up to Tianxue. Du Ying believed that carrying her out of the ruins was already an act of great kindness. It's important to understand that if Tianxue were to wake up, she might very well break through to the spirit rank. Although Tianxue had to make a promise and pay a price to leave the Dust and San 10 Absolutes organization, this price was calculated based on Tianshue's own breakthrough to the spirit rank. In Du Ying's view, it was entirely his and Shenrua's fault for helping Tianxue cross the spirit rank and preventing her from falling into Gisilfa's hands. This was without any compensation. The crucial point is that this was a loss-making deal, and it happened while Tianxue was the one being hired. In Du Ying's words, it was practically a case of who was hiring whom. Although Du Ying had seen many interesting things and even tested his sword skills on this trip to the 1,000 desolate plains, from a purely transactional perspective, he still suffered a huge loss. This female celestial fox hadn't given him much of a friendly look along the way. That's why Du Ying felt that leaving Tianxue in the ice cave to fend for herself wasn't so bad. However, this thought ultimately didn't come to fruition. Because Shenrua had brought out the safe house that Ji Mu had left for him and Junji in the Demon Abyss. In the intricate network of interconnected ice caves, Du Ying found the scene before him rather bizarre. In his understanding, such a safe house required a large space gem, the kind used in the storage lockers of the Tower of Eternity. But Shenrua hadn't brought any large space gems, yet she had managed to create the safe house. Is this the function of that sacred relic? Du Ying knew about Shenrua's space totem stone. This sacred relic could hold even the dragon's legacy. However, Shenrua hadn't been able to control the removal of items one by one from this sacred relic, hence Du Ying's question. Shenrua nodded and explained to Du Ying her current situation using the spatial totem stone. This thing is difficult to use. I've been learning for a while. It requires very special mental techniques to control. After speaking, Shenrua opened the door, allowing Du Ying to place Tianxue on the bed. I never thought I could so leisurely evade the Heavenly Foxes. Although Du Ying hadn't taken the Heavenly Foxes' search seriously, he hadn't expected it to be this easy. Not leisurely enough. Shenrua said, if we take out the fire element crystals, they'd be quickly absorbed by Tianxue now. Luckily, I brought quite a few. He then placed a large fire element crystal in the center of the magic circle used to convert it. Soon, the number of fire element particles in the air increased dramatically, flowing towards the unconscious Tianxue. Isn't this too easy on her? Du Ying asked. There's no other way. Don't you want to be more comfortable? It's so cold here. If I don't use the fire element crystals, I have to use Kundalini to combat the cold. There's no need. Although Kundalini is suitable for ascetic practices, especially in high altitude, frigid regions, Shinruo wasn't a cultivator who insisted on such practices. I go outside and see if there are any fish, Shinruo said, standing up. In the place I came from, there aren't many fish in rivers with similar conditions, but there are some. It's said the fish meat is particularly delicious. I go look for some. Shinruo grew up on an island. The ocean wasn't lacking in fish, but ocean fish couldn't be caught by fishing from the shore. Shinruo would sometimes fish in the island's rivers and small lakes fed by underground water, but it was just a pose. There were no fish in the freshwater sources of his island. On the dust sand continent, the native inhabitants didn't use fishing methods. For example, the fish in the frozen lakes of the Frost Serpent clan settlement were brought up by the frost serpents, who dive beneath the ice. The frost serpents would avoid harming small fish to protect the ecosystem beneath the ice. Different races had different methods for catching fish, and magic was a great help to them. Humans also used magical tools to catch fish, such as a special tool that could launch magical lines. Fishing culture didn't exist on the dust sand continent. After arriving on the dust sand continent, Shinruo initially didn't have time to think about fishing. Later, when he had time to slowly customize tools, he created many useful items, and things he might not even use. Among them was a fishing rod. The dry rations she carried were enough, but as a descendant of Eastern civilization, Shinruo's instinct to crave fresh food was ingrained in her genes. If successful, she eat grilled fish and fish head soup. If not, she simply continued eating dry rations. She even prepared bait, the effectiveness of which was uncertain, and cast her fishing line into the water. Different fish eat different things, and there were no earthworms here, so Shinruo simply found some plump-looking small insects as bait. Whether the fish would bite was entirely up to fate.